Chapter 1. The Sword Ancestor, Wudi. In the realm of 3,000 domains, within the Sword domain, lies the forbidden grounds of the Sword sect. A jade hand, clad in green, with thieving brows and rodent-like eyes, stealthily pried open the jade coffin at the deepest recess of the tomb. Upon discovering nothing but an intact corpse within, the woman could not help but pout in disappointment. She turned to the other side, shifting her gaze to the remaining treasures. Wudi gradually opened his eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar environment. The walls surrounding him were smooth and stone-carved, casting an eerie and terrifying aura under the flickering candlelight. The tomb was shrouded in a damp darkness, with the distant sound of droplets falling, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film where a ghost suddenly appears. The place where he lay was a remarkably exquisite jade coffin. Wudi, the Sword Ancestor, was the foremost practitioner of the Sword Dao in the 10 Directions Ancestor realm and the founder of the Sword Dao itself. In days gone by, he had stepped into the ancestral realm through the mastery of the Sword Dao, becoming the 10th ancestor of this world. Yet, he differed entirely from the previous 9 ancestors, who were born from the Great Dao, transcending it from birth to become ancestors. He was merely a mortal, devoid of any innate talent or noble lineage. However, through sheer determination and a sword in hand, he had ascended step by step to the position of ancestor. The enemies he had slain along the way were countless, and the memories were ones he preferred not to revisit. Upon reaching the ancestral realm, his strength could advance no further, leading him to attempt the legendary technique of burial cultivation. This ancient method, whose origins were lost to time, could entomb a person, allowing them to awaken anew after countless ages, stronger than before. This marked Wudi's second life. He felt the long-standing barrier of his cultivation had finally shattered, and his current strength far surpassed that of his first life. Shaking his head, Wudi realized that this was not the moment for reminiscing. For now, his coffin lid had been pried open by someone. Having lost the grandeur of the Sword Ancestor Palace, he now found even his solitary coffin lid violated. How could the illustrious Sword Ancestor ever endure such humiliation? Wudi sat up like a rigid corpse, adding an unnerving atmosphere to the dim tomb. A few feet away, beside the coffin, a young woman in green, appearing to be in her 20s, crouched nearby. In her hands, she held a piece of withered wood, cautiously scraping away the dirt, excavating the burial items beneath. When the items were unearthed, they turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary elixir bottle, completely empty. The young woman, filled with indignation, tossed the withered wood aside, her expression reflecting her dissatisfaction. What is this? Isn't this supposed to be the legendary tomb of the Sword Ancestor? Why is it so impoverished, with only some rags? She bit her lip, tugging at her hair in frustration. What kind of Sword Ancestor is this, so destitute that he must have starved to death in life? Upon hearing her words, Wudi cast a glance around, noting the pristine cleanliness of the surroundings, as if a thief entering would leave in tears, having taken nothing. He rubbed his temples, acknowledging that his tomb indeed had a rather dismal appearance. How could the illustrious Sword Ancestor's tomb be so pathetically impoverished? This could tarnish his reputation in the realm of tomb raiders. Indeed, it is rather excessive, he sighed, finding a kindred spirit in the woman's exasperation. She nodded in agreement, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, somewhat endearing. Suddenly, the woman realized she was alone. Who had just echoed her sentiments? Her petite frame tensed instantaneously, and she instinctively swallowed hard. With a stiffened posture, she turned to face the coffin she had just opened. Wudi smiled at the young woman, offering a friendly greeting. "Hello there." This grin, juxtaposed with the eerie ambience of the tomb, conjured an image of a ghost emerging from its coffin. There's a ghost." The young woman, stricken with terror, fell to the ground, her mind blanking as she fainted. Wudi found it perplexing. Was it not normal to encounter ghosts within the 10 Directions Ancestor realm? This young woman was a cultivator. Surely she should not be so easily frightened. He shook his head lightly. What a peculiar individual. How could someone with such a timid disposition dare to be a tomb raider? As Wudi pondered this, the young woman regained consciousness, trembling as she fixated on him. It seemed that if her gaze wandered even momentarily, he would materialize before her, his withered, yellowed hand grasping her delicate neck. "You please don't come any closer. I haven't taken anything from you. If there are grievances, they have their sources. You cannot harm me. I have powerful connections. If you hurt me, you will be finished." The young woman stammered in her fear, retreating further. Wudi contemplated for a moment, then revealed a charming smile. This young woman had nearly brought disgrace upon the sword ancestor. She deserved a minor punishment. "I am certainly not a ghost. I am a vampire zombie, and I lie." Chapter 2, 3 Eras. He suddenly rose from the coffin. If not a ghost, what could he be? The woman in the blue attire clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer. Muttering incantations under her breath, "Sword ancestor, the sword path has long since fallen silent. You have passed on to the heavens. There is no need to rise and frighten the living at this time." Wudi gazed at the blue-clad woman in her pose of prayer, his eyelids inexplicably twitching. Feeling utterly speechless, he stretched lazily, interrupting her with an air of calm that "I have just returned to life. I have no intention of dying again, just yet. Your request is beyond my capacity to fulfill." The blue-clad woman looked at Wudi in astonishment. Could he truly be the legendary sword ancestor? That seemed improbable. The sword ancestor had perished long ago, obliterating multiple eras. He could not possibly still be alive. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could this young man be a grave robber who had entered the sword ancestor's tomb even earlier than she? Had he feigned being the sword ancestor to deceive her upon seeing her arrival? In truth, he had likely plundered the treasures of the tomb long before her arrival, surveying the empty tomb. She reasoned that someone of the sword ancestor stature would surely have accompanying burial items. Thus, one possibility remained. Someone must have looted the place before her. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. And her courage swelled considerably. She stared intently at Wudi, seemingly trying to ascertain whether he was truly a ghost. After a long while, aside from noticing his handsome features, she could discern nothing else. Finally, she weakly inquired, "I have just checked. You were not breathing moments ago. You should be completely dead. Are you certain you do not wish to die now and come forth to cause trouble?" Wudi's mouth twitched slightly. Why did this woman seem to wish for his demise? His tone was tinged with helplessness. "I assure you, I am very much alive," upon realizing that Wudi was indeed not a ghost. The woman felt an immediate wave of relief, her courage bolstered. She huffed a couple of times, her tone laced with indignation. "Oh, you are a grave robber after all. Do you really think you can deceive this illustrious lady?" Recalling her previous embarrassment, her gaze turned dangerously sharp. This little thief would face her wrath if she did not teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he would dare to act brazenly again, since you are not a ghost. "I shall turn you into one for daring to frighten me." With that, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Observing her demeanor, Wudi couldn't help but chuckle. Was his resurrection truly so hard to believe? Without moving a muscle, an invisible force of sword intent restrained the woman. Her eyes widened in panic, her body rendered immobile, her only movement being the frantic rolling of her eyes. Appearing utterly pitiable, feeling the sheer purity of the sword intent, her pupils trembled. In this age where the sword path had withered across the 3,000 realms, it was unfathomable for anyone to wield such pure sword energy. Her expression turned grim. "You truly are the sword ancestor. With your emergence, the world outside is bound to be stirred by tumultuous upheaval." Wudi smiled, pleased that the young woman had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This made communication considerably easier. He spoke in a calm manner. "Very well. Now that you comprehend, answer my questions obediently, and I shall not make things difficult for you." Wudi gently waved his hand, and a withered branch slowly fell into his palm. His voice was calm, yet sent shivers down the woman's spine. After all, she had come to rob his tomb. It would only be reasonable to kill her. Hearing Wudi's soft yet subtly menacing words, the blue-clad woman gulped and quickly agreed. Wudi released his hold on her, unconcerned about her plotting any tricks if she could escape from him. It would merely showcase her skills, and he saw no harm in letting her go. The woman sighed in relief, brushing off the wrinkles from her blue attire, her tone softening, Sword Ancestor, what do you wish to know? Li Wudi's foremost desire was to ascertain how long he had been in slumber. Time was of the essence to him. What era is it now? The woman, recalling Li Wudi's ghostly prowess, dared not be careless and responded truthfully. It is currently the era of Divine Path. The era of Divine Path? Li Wudi mused, having never heard of it before. However, from its name, it was evident that this era did not focus on the sword path, but rather on the unheard-of divine path. It seemed another remarkable creator had arisen in this world, but he pondered whether the founder of the divine path had become an ancestor, joining the ranks of the world's 11th ancestor. Li Wudi inquired further, how long has it been since the era of sword path? The blue-clad woman appeared contemplative, counting on her fingers before extending 3 fingers, 0.3 eras. Upon hearing this, Li Wudi fell into thought. He then asked, where exactly am I now? She cautiously replied, in the 3,000 realms, Sword Domain, East State, within the forbidden ground of Sword Gate. Li Wudi cast her a strange glance and could not help but question. If this is the forbidden ground of Sword Gate, how did you brazenly enter to rob my tomb? The woman chuckled awkwardly, glancing around with a guilty expression. Clearing her throat, she declared earnestly, because the Sword Gate is currently under attack. As a senior, I could not stand idly by while such actions unfold, so I entered the forbidden ground to safeguard the treasures within, not to rob the grave. Li Wudi regarded her shameless demeanor. Utterly baffled by how a timid woman who feared ghosts could be so brazen, that shouldn't she have intervened to help fend off the assailants instead of robbing the tomb? Was she truly not adding insult to injury? Feeling the heat of Li Wudi's gaze, she squirmed uncomfortably. Discussing grave robbery in front of the tomb's master was indeed rather impolite. She hastily changed the subject. I have heard that Sword Gate evolved from your lineage of grave guardians. Having safeguarded your tomb for 3 eras at A.S. the Sword Ancestor, aren't you going to assist Sword Gate in its time of need? She was fervently hoping that Li Wudi would rush to their aid. The opponents were formidable. Once he became entangled, she could make her escape. Fleeing was indeed a delightful prospect. Li Wudi could easily see through her ulterior motives. However, he had left behind guardians? Noticing the confusion in his gaze, the blue-clad woman explained. After the Sword Ancestor perished, the Mu clan, who revered him, moved en masse to his tomb to serve as guardians out of gratitude for the flourishing sword path he had established. Chapter 3 Realm of Dao. Lin Muxian, however, with the passage of time and the changing tides, the Guardian clan underwent numerous transformations, ultimately evolving into the present-day Sword Gate. They continued to adhere to their ancestral teachings, designating the Sword Ancestor's tomb as the forbidden ground of Sword Gate. Li Wudi casually inquired, is the situation truly dire? The blue-clad woman shot him a nervous glance, forcing a smile. Considering I am here digging up your grave, do you think the situation at Sword Gate is not serious? Li Wudi shook his head helplessly. Indeed, it seemed they were facing a potential annihilation. Otherwise, they would not neglect the defense of the forbidden ground, allowing someone to come and excavate their ancestor's tomb. Having lain here for so long, as the nominal ancestor of Sword Gate, it was indeed inappropriate for him to turn a blind eye to their crisis, especially since they had safeguarded his tomb for so many years that it was clear. It seemed the time had come for him to stretch his limbs, lest people assumed that the Sword Ancestor's sword had grown rusty. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she quickly fanned the flames. Senior, your might is unparalleled, unmatched in the world. Such trivial foes can be subdued with a mere wave of your hand. She stealthily began to edge toward the tomb entrance. Ha ha ha. I shall take my leave now. I will not disturb you any further. The more time you waste, the greater the peril for Sword Gate. A faint smile graced Li Wudi's lips. Leave your address and name. Should I need you in the future, I shall come find you personally. The blue-clad woman felt a pang of bitterness. Was it merely for digging up his grave? Although she was naturally beautiful, recognized as the fairest among the 3,000 realms, there was no need for him to cling to her so relentlessly. Was there? Dao Domain, Lin Muxian. She left her name, but she did not believe Li Wudi could truly find her. After all, the domain was vast and boundless, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Once she departed, Li Wudi took a deep breath. his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Why was the aura of the sword path so weak in this world? It felt as though it had been forcibly drained away, even amidst the shifts of eras and the repositioning of great paths. The sword path should not be so diminished. As the founder of the sword path, he could only sense the faintest trace of it. Others would be even less likely to perceive the existence of the sword path laws. Without the ability to comprehend the true sword path laws, it was no wonder the sword path had withered. Moreover, it seemed that the auras left behind by the 9 ancestors had also vanished, as if they had been forcibly erased from existence. Who possessed the ability to obliterate the traces of 9 ancestors? Wudi sighed, his gaze sharpening, though he was unaware of what transpired in the 10 directions during his slumber. Now that he had returned, he would certainly investigate the matter thoroughly. Wudi rose from within the coffin. The lid of the coffin ceiling shut once more that he sat in the jade coffin. Soaring out of the tomb and stepping forth from the forbidden grounds. This jade coffin was his sole possession at present, and he could not afford to lose the esteemed sword ancestor. It was indeed a disgrace to have fallen to such depths. Within the sword gate, 2 factions stood in opposition that a third group observed from outside the sword gate, dressed in attire indistinguishable from the disciples of the sword gate. The first faction consisted of sword cultivators, numbering approximately 3,000. Each of these 3,000 sword cultivators wore a furious expression, their faces flushed with rage as they glared at the opposing side. The second faction, however, comprised merely 6 individuals. Yet, despite their small number, their imposing presence utterly overshadowed the 3,000 sword cultivators. Leading the sword cultivators was Wudi, the master of the sword gate, whose cultivation had just reached the 9th level of the Lingtai realm. Opposing him was a middle-aged powerhouse, Wang Wen, a formidable practitioner from the Tianyu Tiandao Institute, whose aura was overwhelming, exuding disdain towards the sword cultivators before him. The 9 major cultivation realms of the 3,000 Dao domain, quenching body realm, spirit gathering realm, spirit aperture realm, spirit pill realm, spirit wasteland realm, Lingtai realm, Tianmai realm, Tianzhen realm, and Lingdi realm. Each comprised 9 levels. The opposing strength was clearly superior, leaving Wudi feeling constrained as he attempted to temper his demeanor. Daoist Wang, do you truly intend to eradicate the sword gate? Wang Wen scoffed, a look of contempt etched across his face. Wudi, do you and your fellow sword cultivators think you are worthy of calling me Daoist? With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned the portrait of the sword ancestor, which flew into his grasp. The image depicted an ethereal elder, bearing a slight resemblance to Wudi. This portrayal had been created because Wudi's likeness had long since decayed over the passage of 3 epochs. And since no one had seen him, they had painted it according to their own imagined vision of the sword ancestor. This scene ignited a surge of fury within Wudi, his fists clenched tightly. How dare he show such irreverence to the founder of the sword Dao? The expressions of the other sword cultivators also darkened, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. The vast disparity in strength rendered their words mere additions to their humiliation. Wudi did not dare to retort against Wang Wen's words, nor did he know how to respond. At some point, sword cultivators had ceased to feel the presence of the sword Dao's laws. Without these laws, their combat prowess paled in comparison to other practitioners. Among equals, a single ordinary cultivator could easily withstand the combined efforts of 3 to 5 sword cultivators. Over the years, sword cultivators had sought the reasons behind this decline, ultimately finding nothing. Consequently, sword cultivators had dwindled in number, and the sword Dao fell further into desolation. Wang Wen looked upon these sword cultivators, who dared not speak back, with increasing disdain at Wudi. I have come today to eradicate the sword Dao. If your sword gate possesses any sense, you will voluntarily disband and relinquish your sword Dao cultivation. Otherwise, not a single one of you shall leave this place alive. With that, he tore the portrait of the sword ancestor, Wudi, apart before the assembled sword cultivators. The scattering fragments felt like an invisible wound, tearing at Wudi's heart and shattering the faith of countless sword cultivators. They, proud sword cultivators, could not even protect the last remaining portrait of their ancestor. Wudi's complexion turned pale, yet he straightened his back, unyielding in the face of Wang Wen's threat. Daoist Wang, Your aggressive approach and insistence on exterminating the Sword Dao will surely lead to retribution in due time, and you will be held accountable. Mu Yuechen's defiance caused Wang Wen's expression to turn frigid. How laughable! The Sword Ancestor has been dead for so many years. By now, his bones must be dust. As for the other sword cultivators, they have perished or vanished. The notion of retribution is mere self-deception. Unless pigs learn to climb trees, do not hope for the day that retribution falls upon the Tiandao Institute. You sword cultivators are simply obstinate. If that is the case, let me send you to accompany that old man. Witnessing Wang Wen's resolute attitude, the sword cultivators of the Sword Gate tightened their grips around their swords. Preparing for a desperate battle, Wang Wen sneered and pressed his palm downwards. Practitioners of the Tianmai realm could communicate with the powers of heaven and earth, creating an insurmountable chasm between them and those beneath the Tianmai realm. This single palm summoned the might of the heavens over a 1,000-mile radius, directly enveloping the entire Sword Gate. Under the overwhelming force of his palm, the protective array of the Sword Gate shattered instantaneously, and the grand structures crumbled into ruins. Mu Yuechen and the other sword cultivators exerted their utmost to resist, yet even 3,000 united could not withstand the might of this Tianmai realm practitioner. Wang Wen's power grew ever more formidable, and the force in his palm became increasingly terrifying, poised to annihilate Mu Yuechen and the sword cultivators. I could see that moment. A coffin suddenly descended from the sky, shattering Wang Wen's massive hand. The coffin fell from above, pinning Wang Wen beneath it. Overwhelmed by an immense force, Wang Wen plummeted to the ground, landing with a resounding crash. Utterly disheveled, he attempted to rise, but found the coffin atop him as immovable as a mountain range. I have heard rumors of my demise, so I came to see what the matter is, came a domineering voice that halted the fighting practitioners in their tracks. Mu Yuechen looked up in astonishment to see a young man clad in a golden robe appearing before them. The young man, perched atop the coffin, appeared somewhat comical. Li Wudi had emerged from the forbidden grounds, casting an imposing presence over all. He surveyed the state of affairs before him and realized the Sword Dao's condition had deteriorated so drastically that merely 6 practitioners could suppress an entire superpower of the Sword Dao. The strongest among them barely reached the 1st level of the Tianmai realm, while the other 5 were at the 9th level of the Lingtai realm. Such a strength, in his era, would have been easily vanquished by a casual sword strike from a passing sword cultivator. Li Wudi gazed down at Wang Wen beneath the coffin, his expression cold. You dare to stir trouble in my Sword Dao's territory. I shall grant you 10 breaths to explain yourself. Fail to provide a satisfactory answer. And do not blame me for treating you as fodder. Hearing Li Wudi's demand, both the sword cultivators and the 5 practitioners from the Tiandao Institute nearby twitched at the corners of their mouths. They collectively turned their gazes towards the unfortunate Wang Wen, their expressions filled with sympathy. A dignified Tianmai practitioner, a master in the 3,000 Dao domain, now found himself pinned beneath a coffin. The absurdity of the situation was almost laughable. Who is this shameless scoundrel daring to ambush me? Wang Wen had never imagined that he, as a practitioner of the Tiandao Institute, would one day become someone else's footstool. And for a coffin, no less, he felt humiliated, bellowing from beneath the coffin. I care not who you are. Quickly remove this wretched coffin. Otherwise, once I am free, you shall regret it. Li Wudi remained unfazed by Wang Wen's outburst, not lifting the coffin, but instead increasing the pressure, causing Wang Wen to feel as if he might be crushed to pieces. Oh, dare to call yourself my ancestor. You shall not escape unscathed. 3 breaths have passed. My patience has dwindled to 7. Mu Yuechen and the sword cultivators observed the coffin's arrival from the forbidden grounds, their minds racing. Could this person, emerging from the forbidden realm, perhaps be an ancient ancestor of the Sword Gate who had been in seclusion for many years? Contemplating this possibility, a glimmer of hope flickered across Mu Yuechen's desperate visage. If he truly was a long-secluded elder of the Sword Gate, his strength must surely be formidable. Wang Wen, too, considered this possibility, eyeing Li Wudi with trepidation. However, after scrutinizing Li Wudi for some time, they failed to detect any signs of spiritual energy fluctuations upon realizing that Li Wudi possessed no cultivation. The members of the Sword Gate plummeted from hope into despair. Mu Yuechen forced a bitter smile, Could it be that the heavens truly intend to extinguish my sword gate? Wang Wen, seeing Li Wudi's lack of cultivation, wore a triumphant expression that I was wondering who had come. Turns out it is merely a waste who relies on artifacts. Devoid of any cultivation, in Wang Wen and Mu Yuechen's eyes, Li Wudi's ability to subdue Wang Wen stemmed solely from that peculiar jade coffin, which they presumed to be a powerful heavenly artifact. Li Wudi, upon hearing this, felt no anger. Instead, he smiled. As the progenitor, if he did not willingly reveal his strength, others would be unable to perceive his true cultivation. He chose not to explain, instead fixing his gaze upon Wang Wen. This individual spoke of annihilating the legacy of the Sword Tao, likely harboring deep ties to its silence. With an indifferent tone, Li Wudi declared, "The Sword Ancestor is known for honoring promises. You have 3 breaths remaining." Wang Wen snorted, unperturbed by Li Wudi, growing even more arrogant. "Who do you think you are? You believe this peculiar coffin can save the Sword Gate? I know not where you acquired this strange coffin, but even if the King of Heaven were to come today, he could not save you or the Sword Gate. A mere heavenly artifact cannot suppress me. It is a delusion." Li Wudi remained unperturbed, coldly observing Wang Wen. "You squander your opportunity. Do not compel me to take action." Behind Wang Wen, a practitioner at the 9th level of the Lingtai realm further mocked. He truly believes himself to be someone of significance. With that, he charged at Li Wudi. Careful. Observing the formidable figure make a move against Li Wudi, Mu Yuechen voiced her concerns with palpable trepidation. "Today, no one can save you. Perish, young man." The powerful practitioner from the 9th layer of Lingtai had already approached Li Wudi. Reaching out toward his crown, Li Wudi raised his hand and casually unleashed a sword strike. This blow, however, contained the entirety of the sword path. As the blade's light passed, the Lingtai 9th layer cultivator stood frozen in place, only to be cleaved in 2 moments later. His method left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. The sword sect practitioners rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how Li Wudi, seemingly devoid of cultivation, could annihilate a Lingtai 9th layer practitioner with a single stroke. The 4 companions behind Wang Wen wore expressions of sheer horror. If this individual could dispatch that man with a mere sword strike, could he not also do the same to them? Wang Wen's heart brimmed with murderous intent, having come specifically to eradicate the sword path inheritance. He could no longer suppress the bloodlust within him upon witnessing the complete manifestation of the sword's power. His eyes flickered with malice as he pondered whether the legacy of the Sword Ancestor had indeed fallen into Li Wudi's hands. "It appears the inheritance of the Sword Ancestor has landed in your possession. Surrender it, and I shall grant you a more merciful death." Wang Wen's words filled Mu Yuechen with profound excitement. Could it be that he truly had acquired the Sword Ancestor's legacy? If so, there might yet be hope for the Sword Path. Chapter 5. The Sword Domain Hunter Alliance with that glimmer of hope. Mu Yuechen stood resolutely beside Li Wudi. Gazing at his youthful visage, she spoke with unwavering conviction. "Young friend, this calamity befalls my sword sect. Your willingness to step forward compels me, as the sect master, to stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Behind Mu Yuechen, a man in his 40s stepped forward. He was Lin Qian, the grand elder of the sword sect. "I have endured humiliation for many years, yet they remain relentless. Today, even if I perish in battle, the world shall know that the lineage of the sword path still possesses the courage to resist." Li Wudi observed the 2 who were prepared to face death without flinching, his expression reflecting affirmation. There is no need for haste. Not a single person here shall escape today." Wang Wen scoffed mockingly, forgoing further words and decisively launching his attack. Wang Wen gathered all his strength, the spiritual energy of the surrounding realm converging rapidly within him. The terrifying momentum caused the heavens and the earth to shift, as if the very mountains housing the sword sect would be uprooted in the next moment. Great Inyang Palm, with a mere gesture, the duality of heaven and earth was cleaved apart, manifesting a cataclysmic phenomenon. This palm seemed intent on crushing not only the coffin that weighed down upon him, but Li Wudi within it as well. Feeling the terror of this strike, the sword sect disciples turned pale, and Mu Yuechen gripped her treasured sword, preparing for a desperate struggle. Perish! As the palm descended, the earth quaked violently. Li Wudi sat upon the jade coffin, his demeanor serene, As if oblivious to the resistance brewing beneath him, he gently patted the coffin, which then erupted with an awe-inspiring manifestation of sword path profundity. The sword intent rent the heavens, instantaneously obliterating the yin-yang hand, and a single strike pierced Wang Wen's skull. Wang Wen collapsed, his eyes wide open, death refusing to grant him closure. Hiss! The disciples of the sword sect collectively inhaled sharply. To slay a celestial vein realm practitioner with a single sword was beyond their wildest dreams. Wudi's exquisite swordsmanship finally convinced Mu Yuechun that the individual before her was undoubtedly the inheritor of the sword ancestor. Gazing at the fallen Wang Wen, Mu Yuechun felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if a burden had been lifted. Young friend, how magnificent! The disciples of the sword sect erupted in jubilant cheers. The looming crisis of their sect's annihilation had been averted. The remaining 4 from the Heavenly Tao Academy turned pale, their expressions etched with fear as they cautiously retreated, seeking to depart unnoticed. Previously, Wudi may have thought the decline of the sword path stemmed from the upheaval of the heavens and earth. However, witnessing the 6 who had come specifically to eradicate the sword path inheritance, he was now certain that its decline was a man-made calamity, not a natural disaster. The mastermind behind the sword path demise had yet to be uncovered. How could Wudi allow them to escape? Move another step, and you shall die. An invisible sword pressure sealed off the escape route of the 4 ninth-layer Lingtai practitioners. Terrified, their legs quaked, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was a being capable of slaying Wang Wen. Even in desperation, they could not hope to withstand him. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. This individual was a celestial vein second-layer practitioner, even more formidable than Wang Wen. He spoke with an air of superiority. Filled with disdain, "Stop! You cannot kill these people." The newcomer, clad in a resplendent purple and gold robe, was a middle-aged man, a thunder cultivator. Upon seeing him, Mu Yuechun and the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect were taken aback. Their expressions turning solemn, Mu Yuechun respectfully addressed him. "I am Mu Yuechun, Sect Master of the Sword Sect. I pay my respects to Taoist Mingxian." Taoist Mingxian surveyed the situation, and when his gaze fell upon the 4 Heavenly Tao Academy practitioners, a flicker of surprise and intrigue crossed his features. He had not anticipated that the 6 from the Heavenly Tao Academy would have caused such turmoil. With a slight frown, he directed his inquiry toward Mu Yuechun. "Sect Master Mu, what is the meaning of this? Why are guests from the Heavenly Tao Academy present in your sword sect?" His icy gaze scrutinized Wudi, harboring a hint of ire, as though Wudi had disrupted some of his plans. "And who is this peculiar young man seated upon the jade coffin?" Mu Yuechun, ever respectful, recounted the recent events. Observing her demeanor, Wudi turned his attention to the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. "What is your name?" The Grand Elder, perceiving Wudi as the Sword Ancestor's successor and recognizing his displayed power, felt compelled to respond with utmost deference. "Young friend, I am Lin Xian, the Grand Elder of the Sword Sect. How may I assist you?" Wudi detected the coldness in his eyes, furrowing his brow. Matters appeared more complex than he had initially perceived. Who is he? Why does he adopt such a questioning demeanor? And yet Mu Yuechun shows him such profound respect. Grand Elder Lin Xian replied with utmost reverence. "Young friend, this individual is Taoist Mingxian, the steward dispatched by the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance to Dongzhou." "The Sword Domain Hunter Alliance?" Wudi inquired, curiosity piqued by this new power. Sensing his apparent ignorance, Lin Xian was taken aback. "Young friend, you are unaware of the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance?" He began to explain. "In the realm of the 3,000 domains, there exist 3,000 territories. Conflicts among them are commonplace. Originally, the sword domain was the stronghold of sword cultivators, but following the decline of the sword path, its power dwindled dramatically. As he spoke, Lin Xian could not suppress a sigh, his expression tinged with melancholy. In a single night, the sword domain became the weakest of the 3,000 domains, coveted by countless external forces and cultivators. 3,000 years ago, the various factions of the sword domain united to form an alliance, collectively resisting external threats. This is the origin of the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance. Upon hearing this, Wudi finally comprehended the nature of the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance and understood why. Despite Taoist Ming Xuan's abrasive demeanor, Mui Wechen dared not retaliate. The Sword Sect still required the protection of the Sword Domain 100 Alliance. Should they offend Taoist Ming Xian, their sect would lose its safeguard and be at the mercy of external forces. Li Wudi recalled the icy gaze Taoist Ming Xian had cast upon the four from the Heavenly Tao Academy. A cold smile creeping onto his lips, Mu Yuechen's willingness to compromise was commendable. But alas, they had long been betrayed. In the southeast, southwest, and northwest, each of the 5 continents was ruled by a superpower, and the Sword Sect was situated in Dongzhou, where spiritual energy was the most scarce, placing it at the bottom among the 5 states. Lin Qian continued, his eyes filled with nostalgia. During the height of the Sword Path, Dongzhou was the strongest among the 5 states. Chapter 6. The death of Taoist Ming Xian. How lamentable that the world is ever-changing. Li Wudi's lips twitched. The Sword Domain was the weakest of the 3,000 domains, and Dongzhou was the weakest of the Sword Domain. Such a fate was indeed dismal. Just then, the discussion between Taoist Ming Xian and Mui Wechen came to an end. Upon learning the full sequence of events, Taoist Ming Xian turned his gaze toward Li Wudi. His eyes bore a chilling intensity, as if contemplating an attack, yet he hesitated, wary of Li Wudi's prowess in slaying Wang Wen. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of superiority, a privilege afforded by his status within the Sword Domain 100 Alliance. I do not know who you are, but this matter ends here, and I will take these 4 with me. They represent Tianzhou and are guests of my 100 Alliance. His words effectively declared the outcome of the situation. Upon hearing Taoist Ming Xuan's proclamation, the 4 from the Heavenly Tao Academy wore expressions of disdain. Mui Wechen inhaled deeply, questioning the resolution. Taoist Ming Xian, these individuals invaded my sword sect, committing acts of arson and plunder. The facts are cleared. Simply let them go would surely chill the hearts of the sword cultivators. Taoist Ming Xuan's countenance darkened at her inquiry, as he revealed a hint of his celestial veins' second-layer cultivation, his glare imbued with menace. What? Do you question the judgment of the Sword Domain 100 Alliance? Taoist Ming Xian invoked the name of the Sword Domain 100 Alliance to pressure the Sword Sect. Inwardly, he scoffed, knowing that as long as Mui Wechen wished for the Sword Sect to survive in Dongzhou, she would have to swallow her grievances, even if she recognized the connection between this incident and himself. Regrettably, this bunch of fools had failed to accomplish their task, and he could only wait for another opportunity to eliminate the Sword Sect. Sensing the disparity in power between the 2 sides, Mui Wechen buried her frustration deep within, lowering her head, observing the humiliating demeanor of the Sword Gate disciples. Taoist Ming Xuan's eyes were filled solely with disdain. If that is the case, let this matter unfold as it may. With that, he turned on his heels, ready to depart with the 4 companions. Did I permit your departure? A chilling voice resonated, causing the Sword Gate disciples to look up in astonishment. Their gaze fixated on Li Wudi. Taoist Ming Xian pivoted, his eyes laced with mockery, a hint of disdain, and a trace of simmering anger. Li Wudi had repeatedly thwarted his plans. Did he truly believe this steward could not contend with him? Are you questioning my authority? Taoist Ming Xuan's words stirred the hearts of all present. Mu Yuechen and Lin Qian clenched their fists tightly, then released them repeatedly, their emotions a tangle of complexity. They both yearned for Li Wudi to restore honor to the Sword Gate, while simultaneously fearing the ire of the Sword Domain's 100 alliances. Mui Wechen took a deep breath. Since Li Wudi was the descendant of the Sword Ancestor, she would follow his lead, regardless of the decisions he made, even if it meant opposing the entire Sword Domain's 100 alliances. In that moment, her resolve was unyielding, stemming from years of dissatisfaction and disappointment with the Sword Domain's 100 alliances. The 4 from the Heavenly Domain exchanged glances filled with sarcasm, not anticipating Li Wudi would engage in conflict with the Sword Domain's 100 alliances. To them, this was a fortuitous turn of events that Li Wudi had offended them. While they could not eliminate him directly, they could easily have him slain by the Sword Domain's 100 alliances. The response to Taoist Ming Xuan's taunts was Li Wudi's sword strike. Witnessing Li Wudi's assault, Taoist Ming Xian erupted in fury. He had not expected Li Wudi to dare raise his hand against him. With a furious shout, he declared, "Arrogant and ignorant. Do you truly believe I am as easily dealt with as Wang Wen? Unlike that fool, I will not falter." His words sent a chill through Li Wudi's demeanor, while Mu Yuechen and Lin Qian were momentarily stunned, realizing the implications. Taoist Ming Xian summoned the wrath of the heavens, and a thunderous roar echoed within a 1,000-mile radius, transforming into a tempest of thunder. True thunder spear, annihilate. Above, countless bolts of lightning coalesced into a spear 1,000 feet long, its momentum shattering the ominous clouds and causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. The thunderous spear descended, aimed directly at Li Wudi's sword energy. Humph! Opposing me will be your gravest mistake. In Li Wudi's eyes, only cold mockery remained. With a single sweep of his sword, the thunder spear shattered, and the sword energy plunged toward Taoist Ming Xuan's brow. Taoist Ming Xuan's face turned pale with terror, disbelief etched on his features. His thunder spear before Li Wudi's sword crumbled effortlessly. The sword energy pierced through his brow, obliterating his primordial spirit, leaving no chance for reincarnation, as his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close. This scene left the sword gate utterly astonished. Was Li Wudi truly that formidable? Even Taoist Ming Xian, at the second level of the heavenly pulse, was no match for him. After the shock subsided, countless individuals felt a wave of anxiety. Should the sword domain's 100 alliances pursue this matter, there would be no room for retreat. Within the sword gate, most individuals recoiled, deliberately maintaining distance from Li Wudi, their gazes now tinged with disdain and alienation. Leading the retreat was a cultivator at the 7th level of the spirit platform. His eyes particularly shadowed. Li Wudi observed their subtle the one favored by the swordmaster, even if they were a mere pig, could ascend to immortality. Observing the actions of these individuals, Li Wudi reminisced about how they had guarded his tomb for 3 epochs. Now that they had awakened, it would be no harm to bestow upon them a fortuitous opportunity. His gaze lingered particularly on Mu Yuechen as the swordmaster. He instantly discerned her concealed, unparalleled physique, the supreme sword Dao body. This physique, in other words, marked her as the child of destiny in the realm of swordsmanship. Once she embarked upon the path of sword cultivation, she would effortlessly comprehend various techniques and sword arts in an instant. Alas, in this era where the sword Dao has nearly faded, she possesses the physique but lacks the means to realize her potential. Had it been during the pinnacle of the sword Dao, her cultivation speed would have been astonishing. Within a century, she could have surpassed the sword god realm. Li Wudi's nonchalant voice reached Mu Yuechen's ears, as for the position of the sect leader. Let that be. However, should you be willing, I could take you as my disciple and impart to you the supreme sword Dao. His words left both Mu Yuechen and Lin Qian momentarily stunned. The two exchanged peculiar glances at Li Wudi, who appeared to be no older than 18 or 20, and Mu Yuechen, now 25, stood at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, poised to step into the 7th, a formidable figure in her own right. The thought of being taken as a disciple by someone younger than herself felt rather strange. Reflecting on the disparity in their strengths, she considered that this might be her only opportunity in this lifetime to encounter a complete inheritance of the sword Dao, which stirred her heart. In the realm of cultivation, the capable take the lead, and age is not a hindrance. That I do not agree. At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd. It belonged to a cultivator in his 60s or 70s, possessing the cultivation level of the 7th layer of the spirit platform. Before Li Wudi could respond, Lin Qian's face displayed a hint of anger. Elder Liu, what do you mean by this? This individual was the 6th elder of the sword sect, the very one who had led tens of thousands of disciples to surrender when Wang Wen arrived. Merely spectating from outside the sect, when Wang Wen and Taoist Ming Xian were slain, it was he who incited the sect's disciples to distance themselves from Li Wudi. Elder Liu stepped forth from the throng, his face etched with disdain and jealousy towards Li Wudi. He resented having guarded the sword master's tomb for so many years, only for the sword master to bestow the inheritance upon this unknown young man before him. Jealousy consumed him, for despite his years of scheming within the sword sect, he had never ascended to the position of sect leader. The moment Li Wudi appeared, he effortlessly seized the very thing he yearned for. Even though Li Wudi ultimately declined the position of sect leader, that only exacerbated his discomfort. The very thing he coveted was something Li Wudi deemed unworthy. The sect leader, the Grand Elder, cannot remain in the sword sect. And the sword master's inheritance should not be taken away by an individual of dubious origins. Mui Wechun observed the jealousy and resentment in his eyes, her expression turning cold. She had yet to hold him accountable for his treachery. And this opportunist dared to speak out at such a moment. Chapter 8. The Kuo. Is that so? I am keen to know why. Elder Lu's countenance darkened with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Li Wudi. Why? He has just slain the steward of the 100 Alliances of the Sword Domain. Should the sect leader take him as a disciple, the 100 Alliances will surely believe our sword sect has completely rebelled. When the 100 Alliances lay blame upon us, not a single one of our tens of thousands of disciples will escape unscathed. Furthermore, we, the sword sect, have guarded the Sword Master's tomb for so many years. The Sword Master's inheritance rightfully belongs to us and cannot be taken away by this unknown individual. Mui Wechun scoffed, her gaze serene. She was no fool and had already surmised that the presence of the people from the Heavenly Tao Academy at the Sword Sect was no coincidence. Taoist Ming Xian's timely arrival was undoubtedly the result of their collusion. Now that the mask had been torn away, she saw no reason to continue to grovel before the 100 Alliances. Mui Wechun's voice turned icy, the aura of the sect leader enveloping the entire Sword Alliance, causing all present to feel the weight of her presence. That's so. Do you believe that the sixth elder and the countless sword cultivators who had been coercing Mui Wechun wore expressions of rigid disbelief? They had never anticipated that, under such circumstances, she would dare to act so defiantly. However, this aligned perfectly with the sixth elder's intentions, for Mui Wechun's actions had irrevocably offended the thousands of disciples and elders of the sword sect behind her. The time had come. Today would mark the day this elder ascended to the position of sect leader. Chapter 9. Clearing the path for you, Mui Wechun. You have placed the safety of the sword sect in jeopardy. Surrender the command token, and I shall grant you a semblance of dignity. Li Wudi did not even spare him a glance. With a mere gesture, a streak of sword light sliced through the air. The sixth elder clutched his throat, eyes wide, his right hand pointing accusingly at Li Wudi. Li Wudi's voice was cold. Who granted you the audacity to boast in front of me? With those words, the sixth elder collapsed on the ground, breathless that Li Wudi's decisive ruthlessness stunned all present. He turned his gaze toward the others, the scorn in his eyes unsettling them deeply. Surely, he did not intend to slaughter all these thousands of disciples. They shook their heads. That would be madness. They could not believe Li Wudi would dare to commit such an atrocity, for doing so would render him a demon in the eastern state, or even across the entire sword domain, hunted by countless righteous cultivators. Li Wudi raised his sword once more, and a terrifying aura of the sword enveloped the entire sword sect in an instant. Under the immense pressure of the sword, the multitude felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Mui Wechun and Lin Xian were even more astonished. The sword power displayed by Li Wudi was more terrifying than any sword legacy they had ever encountered. This aura, merely glimpsed, seemed to indicate signs of loosening in the barriers that had troubled them for years. If they could comprehend it, they would surely break through their current realm and become great cultivators of the heavenly vein realm. Death! Li Wudi's chilling voice echoed throughout the sword sect as the sword energy surged toward the wavering disciples. The sword energy, like a rainbow, cleaved the void, imbued with supreme pressure and killing intent. The faces of those cultivators turned pale with fear. They finally realized that Li Wudi was not merely threatening. He truly intended to eradicate them completely. No. We surrender. Please spare us, great elder. Cries for mercy. Screams and voices of regret intertwined. Yet Li Wudi's sword energy showed no signs of halting. With a swift stroke, a myriad of blood mist filled the air. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xian and Mui Wechun were not only shocked, but also felt an exhilarating sense of clarity. To be able to annihilate over 10,000 cultivators with a single strike spoke volumes of his unfathomable strength. Their admiration for Li Wudi deepened. Such decisiveness and cruelty were precisely what was needed to lead the sword sect through turbulent times toward survival. Li Wudi regarded the remaining 3,000 individuals, calmly retracting his sword. Each face among them bore a resolute expression, filled with admiration for Li Wudi. Just moments prior, he had conquered them with sheer power. Li Wudi addressed Mu Yuechen. Since you have chosen to trust me, I shall not disappoint you. Those who follow me shall witness another flourishing era of the sword in this lifetime. Li Wudi's words instilled immense reassurance in Mu Yuechen and Lin Qian that he observed the faint glimmer of sword principles within them. Next, I shall unveil the complete sword principles, allowing you to fill the gaps in your understanding and become complete sword cultivators. In due course, you will stand on par with anyone. Wudi's voice resonated with compelling allure, captivating each individual, their minds envisioning the splendid scene he painted. Mu Yuechen revealed a long-lost smile, shedding her facade of strength. With a master like him, she felt she had a formidable backing, a great tree under which she could find solace. Thank you, Master. Yuechen shall not disappoint your expectations and will lead the sword path to restore its former glory. Those who had previously wavered now stood resolute, devoid of any lingering doubts that we vow to follow the great elder unto death. We vow to follow the great elder unto death. We vow to follow the great elder unto death. The resounding shouts echoed through the skies, breathing new life into the previously desolate sword sect. With a gentle gesture, Li Wudi silenced them all. His expression turned solemn, and he spoke with earnestness. Very well. I shall now release my sword principles. You must focus your minds and absorb as much of my sword principles as possible. As the sword ancestor, Li Wudi's own sword principles were far purer, more refined, and more perfect than the sword principles found within the heavenly Tob blunt. Even the most inept sword cultivator, provided they could absorb a fragment of his sword aura, would ascend to become a top-tier sword master in this realm. Since these individuals would ultimately become his right-hand allies, Li Wudi was keen to nurture them properly. The sword ancestor's Dao fruit materialized in his hand. It was a blurred sword, exuding an aura of terrifying sword principles. Surrounding it was a mist of chaos, each wisp seemingly containing a boundless universe. Numerous vast universes spun around the Dao fruit, possessing unparalleled divine might. The Dao fruit appeared to transcend this realm, leaving no living being capable of discerning its true form. Mu Yuechen caught a fleeting glimpse of the emanating sword principles, and it felt as if she might be erased from the very fabric of time and space. Such a fearsome sight rendered her breathless, and she dared not gaze directly at Li Wudi's Dao fruit. Simultaneously, she felt increasingly awed by her master's unfathomable power, far exceeding any cultivator she had previously encountered. Reflecting on this, she recalled how Li Wudi often referred to himself as the Ancestor, and a chilling speculation flickered through her mind. Could her master be the sword ancestor? She cautiously raised her gaze to Li Wudi's youthful visage, struggling to reconcile it with the ethereal image of the elder revered by the sword sect. The power of the sword principles permeated the sword sect, overwhelming the cultivators with shock and tears. After so many years, they finally felt the resurgence of sword power. This is the complete sword principles. I have lived to witness the completeness of the sword principles. No, the great elder's sword principles feel even more terrifying than those from the legendary peak of the sword path. When the heavens and earth brimmed with sword principles, heaven bless our sword sect. The sword path shall rise once more. Elder Lin Qian, filled with excitement, hurriedly reminded the 3,000 sword cultivators of the sect, quickly meditate and comprehend this sword principle. With the cleansing of the sword principles, their own paths would be made whole, rendering them no weaker than anyone else. Such a precious opportunity could not be squandered on mere lamentation. The sword cultivators of the sword sect promptly sat down, beginning to absorb the overflowing sword principles. Wudi's gaze fell squarely upon Mu Yuechen. Following the baptism of the sword principles, her supreme sword body would be thoroughly awakened. Chapter 10. The supreme heavenly tribulation, the supreme sword power enveloped her, making her feel as though she were born to be the master of the sword path. Under the baptism of the sword principles, Mu Yuechen's mind emptied, as if she had merged with the very essence of this world. All her confusions regarding the sword path dissipated, and her long-suppressed cultivation began to surge forward at an astonishing rate. Li Wudi's sword principles flowed into her. Her supreme sword body thrived like a parched desert, receiving nourishing rain, revitalizing her with newfound vigor. She broke through to the heavenly vein realm, and a terrifying thunder tribulation brewed across the heavens and earth. Wudi glanced skyward, observing the emergence of golden tribulation clouds above the sword sect, while a dreadful thunder pressure manifested between the mountains and rivers, as if the entire world had been shackled. Wudi narrowed his eyes, sensing a malicious intent lurking behind this heavenly tribulation. This malevolence had locked onto Mu Yuechan, eyeing her with predatory intent. How intriguing! I am curious to see what tricks you can conjure. That a playful expression danced upon Li Wudi's face that he refrained from alarming the foe. Should that malevolence vanish, it would prove challenging to locate again. This is the supreme heavenly tribulation. Lin Xian gasped in astonishment, entirely unprepared for Mu Yuechan's breakthrough to invoke such a fearsome tribulation. The supreme heavenly tribulation, legendary in nature, had not been summoned by more than 3 individuals in the past 30,000 years across the sword domain. Only one had managed to survive it. And that was the last unmatched sword deity, Jian Wudao, 3 millennia ago. Mu Yuechan had actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. Could it be that the sect leader's talent rivals that of the sword deity Wudao? Worry clouded Lin Xian's eyes. If she survived this tribulation, she would undoubtedly become a figure among figures. Yet, should she fail, her demise would be inevitable. Mu Yuechan opened her eyes, gazing up at the supreme heavenly tribulation. Her eyes sparkled with fighting spirit and determination. Awakened to her supreme sword body, she felt an overwhelming strength surging within her. Fear not, I shall face this tribulation with confidence. Wudi's calm and self-assured voice fell upon Mu Yuechan's ears. He then gently pointed between her brows, imparting to her an unparalleled swordsmanship known as the Ta Ching Zhen Mo sword technique. This was one of the many sword techniques Li Wudi had comprehended in the past, and it was the only sword technique that Mu Yuechan at her current level could master. Mu Yuechan nodded slightly, transforming into a streak of sword light that surged into the heavens above. Li Wudi waved his hand lightly, casting a sword curtain that enveloped the entire sword gate mountain, isolating the residual waves of the thunder tribulation at that moment. Amidst the golden thunderclouds above, a colossal kunpeng broke through the clouds, bearing the terrifying power to suppress mountains and rivers as it approached Mu Yuechan. Under the kunpeng's oppressive might, the mountains within 1,000 miles trembled. Lin Xian was horrified. The supreme thunder tribulation encountered by the sect master was even more terrifying than recorded. Li Wudi looked at Lin Xian with a speechless expression, finding his alarm rather excessive. As the son of the sword path, Mu Yuechan's innate talent was unparalleled throughout history, far more monstrous than any prodigy of the past or present. After digesting the Ta Ching Zhen Mo sword technique imparted by Li Wudi, Mu Yuechan's gaze became clear as she struck at the kunpeng in the sky with a single sword. Ta Ching Zhen Mo, annihilate. This sword was exquisite beyond compare, as if the immortal of Ta Ching from the heavens had manifested on earth, the sword light traversing 3,000 miles, slaughtering all demons in the world. Mu Yuechan's sword pierced through the kunpeng's body, scattering the golden thunder that composed it. She then gazed at the golden collapsing clouds above, plunging her sword directly into the heart of the thunder tribulation. This scene left Lin Xian trembling in fear. For an ordinary person to endure a tribulation was already a stroke of luck, yet the sect master dared to enter the tribulation clouds. Attempting to shatter the clouds directly, Wudi, however, wore a satisfied smile. Truly worthy of being my disciple, she possesses a fraction of my former grace. Rather than passively taking hits, it was better to take the initiative. Who among the heavens has the right to test my sword path? At the center of the thunder tribulation, Mu Yuechan resembled an invincible sword immortal. Clad in green beneath the thunder, she stood unwavering. Her eyes filled solely with the conviction of invincibility. Her sword techniques transcended the mundane, seeming to merge with the very essence of the sword path in the world, each strike resonating with the power of the heavens. The tribulation clouds were decimated by her, fleeing in disarray. This absurd scene left the disciples of the sword gate momentarily stunned, as if they believed Mu Yuechan was merely testing the thunder tribulation. Finally, after the last sword strike fell, the tribulation was utterly dispelled, and Mu Yuechan's aura surged, resembling a sword god among mortals. though her cultivation was merely at the first level of the Tianmai realm. She was even more formidable than the second-level cultivator, Ming Xian Taoist, that Li Wudi sensed that his disciple's strength was comparable to that of a fifth-level Tianmai practitioner. If she were to fully unleash the supremacy of the sword path, she could even contend with a sixth-level Tianmai cultivator. Yet this was not the end. She was still ascending, progressing towards the second level of the Tianmai realm. Observing her advancement, Li Wudi's face lit up with joy. Born of the sword path, as long as she did not perish, she would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the sword path in the future, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. Li Wudi gazed at Muyuechen, her aura having already broken through to the second level of the Tianmai realm. Her cultivation had solidified completely in the sword state. Those who stepped into the Tianmai realm were undoubtedly the strongest in the eastern region. The hegemonic force of the eastern region, Xintian sect, led by sect master Xiangong, was merely at the Tianzun realm. Beneath the Xintian sword sect were three top-tier forces, the Wanfa sect, the Yunnu sect, and the Taixin sect, all of whose leaders were at the pinnacle of the Tianmai realm. With Muyuechen reaching the Tianmai realm, her cultivation was enough to intimidate the eastern state. Compelling the Xintian sect to treat her with utmost seriousness, Li Wudi was highly satisfied with her progress. Just as everyone rejoiced at Muyuechen's breakthrough, an anomaly occurred. A rift tore through the void not far from Muyuechen, from which a pitch-black chain flew forth. The chain was laden with an evil aura, imbued with runes that suppressed the power of the sword path. The moment the chain appeared, everyone in the sword gate, except for Li Wudi, felt a tremor in their souls, as if the chain were their innate nemesis. For sword cultivators, encountering the chain was akin to a mouse facing a cat. Especially for Muyuechen, who was specifically targeted by the chain, the pressure she felt was the greatest. Before this chain that penetrated the void, her entire strength was suppressed to a mere 50%. Could this be the legendary sinister chain? Lin Xian gasped, his face pale with terror. The other disciples of the sword gate also displayed panic and despair in their eyes upon hearing this. Li Wudi realized that the malice he had sensed earlier emanated from this chain. Lin Xian seemed to know the origins of this object, and Li Wudi inquired, "Sinister chain, what is that?" Lin Xian looked at Li Wudi, noticing that he showed no signs of being affected by the chain's sinister runes, and was immediately taken aback. "This thing is the nemesis of sword cultivators. How could you, my young friend, remain unaffected? Truly frightening." Chapter 11. The bone beings. He felt a sense of relief, thinking that with Li Wudi present, there might still be a chance for a turn of events. With a grave expression, he explained, "My young friend may not be aware, but the origins of the sinister chain can be traced back 30,000 years, closely tied to the decline of the sword path." Lin Xian's face was filled with panic and unease. "It seems specifically designed to capture the geniuses of my sword path lineage for the past 30,000 years. Whenever a sword cultivator capable of provoking a thunder tribulation broke through, it would appear, seizing the sword path geniuses. This is precisely why the sword path has been unable to rise for 30,000 years." Lin Xian looked up at Muyuechen in the sky, his eyes filled only with worry. The sinister iron chain could suppress the strength of sword path practitioners, and it had never failed since its first appearance. Upon learning about the sinister iron chain, Li Wudi's expression turned enlightened. This chain was created by the mastermind behind the extermination of the sword path. If that were the case, it could not be allowed to exist. He intended to see what lay behind this chain. At that moment, the black chain in the sky launched an attack on Muyuechen. The iron chain pierced through the sky, repelling the laws of the heavens, and directly sought to bind Muyuechen, intending to drag her into the bizarre world beyond the rift in the void. Where the chain passed, the laws of the sword path were obliterated, leaving Muyuechen without any support. Muyuechen's expression turned grave as she summoned her internal strength to the utmost, striking at the iron chain with her sword. She had a foreboding that the consequences of being captured would be dire. Ta Ching Zhen Mo sword. Muyuechen transformed into the Ta Ching immortal, suppressing the myriad demons, her sword crossing space as it struck the iron chain. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated through the heavens, producing violent sparks from the collision of sword and chain. Muyuechen's expression changed dramatically. The power of the chain was overwhelmingly strong, comparable to the full force strike of a 9th-level Tianmai expert. She felt as though she had been struck by a towering mountain, her arm going numb, her body uncontrollably flying back for 1,000 feet, her palms cracking, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The chain continued to entwine her, its blood-red runes shining across the sky, casting a crimson hue upon the heavens of the sword gate. It transformed into a nimble, coiling serpent, wrapping around Muyuechen. In that critical moment, Muyuechen's line of sight was obstructed by a golden figure. Wudi, clad in a golden robe, stood in the air, his long hair gently swaying in the breeze. He lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes cold and piercing, as if looking at a dying person. From behind, Muyuechen beheld Wudi, who appeared like a deity walking in the mortal realm. Elegant, imposing, and domineering. Standing behind this figure, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. "Who dares to lay a hand on my ancestor?" Wudi casually extended his hand, and the iron chain was seized effortlessly. The chain thrashed, unleashing a terrifying force of law, attempting to break free from his single-handed grip. However, all its efforts were in vain. No matter how it struggled, it could not budge that ordinary hand in the slightest. With a gentle squeeze, the blood-red runes on the chain instantly shattered. Without the blood-red runes, the chain seemed to lose all its power, becoming limp and powerless. Witnessing this scene, both Muyuechen and the disciples of the Sword Gate felt a profound shock within their hearts. The once fearsome, sinister chain appeared utterly feeble before Wudi. Muyuechen took a deep breath, calming her inner turmoil. She became increasingly certain of her earlier speculation. Her master was indeed the sword ancestor. Aside from him, there would be no other sword cultivator of such strength in the world. She felt fortunate for her earlier choice. Becoming Wudi's disciple was indeed the wisest decision of her life. Wudi grasped the end of the chain and yanked with a terrifying force that tore the void apart. Observing Wudi's actions, Muyuechen exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, do you intend to pull out the enemy at the other end of the chain?" This notion drove her to the brink of madness. As for the eerie chains, they were shunned by all, not to mention the prospect of confronting the sinister source behind these chains. The onlookers watched in trepidation, holding their breath in fear. Under Wudi's exertion, the sound of metal scraping echoed from the rift in the void, as if something terrifying was being drawn forth. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Even the laws of the universe seemed to recoil from the impending malevolence that loomed over the area for miles. At last, from within the rift, a colossal and ghastly white skeletal hand emerged. The aura emanating from this hand far surpassed that of the previous ominous chains. Even a mere wisp of its essence could shatter mountains and sever rivers. Behind the skeletal hand lay a snow-white frame, not of human origin, but of an alien race that bore a lizard-like head, adorned with a pair of antlers atop, a body akin to that of a horse, a serpentine tail, and arms resembling eagle talons, while its legs resembled those of an elephant. The grotesque combination instilled an indescribable fear. The skeletal form was enveloped in the same eerie, blood-red runes as the chains, albeit more potent. The moment the skeletal monstrosity manifested, the world within a radius of 10,000 miles was silently transformed into a crimson realm. An atmosphere of death, decay, and lamentation pervaded the entirety of existence. The aura emanating from the skeletal being corroded the very fabric of the world, extinguishing all vitality within 100 miles in an instant. Every breeze carried with it the essence of death. Were it not for the protective barrier of Wudi's swordsmanship, the members of the sword sect would have succumbed to this deathly aura, turning into mere piles of bones, upon sensing the presence of the skeletal entity. Muyuechen could not help but exclaim, "Heavenly Sovereign! He is a heavenly sovereign!" This revelation caused the sword sect members to collectively gasp in horror, their faces betraying their immense fear. This skeletal being was indeed a heavenly sovereign, a being capable of becoming the supreme ruler across a state, in the vast expanse of the eastern state. Within 100 million miles, the only entity capable of rivaling it was the heavenly sovereign of the Shintian sect. It became clear that the one who had targeted the swordsmanship prodigies throughout history was such a formidable entity. In oh wonder, not a single swordsmanship genius had managed to escape before a heavenly sovereign. Even the most talented are no more than worthless ants. Within the sword sect, the only one who remained composed was Wudi. He scrutinized the skeletal heavenly sovereign, then shook his head in disappointment. It was merely a puppet, a mere tool designed to capture swordsmanship prodigies. In its effort to prevent others from grasping its origins, it had even erased all traces of its background, that if that were the case, it held no value whatsoever. The hollow gaze of the skeletal being fell upon Wudi at the other end of the chain, emitting a raspy and muffled voice. "Those who obstruct me shall perish." It let out a low growl, akin to a machine executing a predetermined command, as it swung its massive bony claw towards Wudi. Chapter 12. Annihilation of the skeletal being. This strike was imbued with an endless aura of death. Even those strong beneath a heavenly sovereign would perish the moment they were touched by a wisp of this deathly essence. "Elder, be cautious," Lin Xian exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the skeletal entity's formidable assault. Wudi merely waved his sleeve nonchalantly. "The gentle breeze understood my intent, sweeping away formidable foes with a flick of my sleeve. The breeze surged forth, transforming into a tempest of blades, dispersing the skeletal claw into mere dust." Wudi's casual gesture effortlessly nullified the skeletal being's attack, leaving Lin Xian feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Had he known Li Xiaoyu was this formidable, he would have refrained from speaking earlier. Truly, the more one lives, the more one loses patience. The gentle wind did not cease. It softly brushed over the hills, reaching every corner shrouded in deathly aura. Following the passage of the breeze, the lifeless regions revived. Flourishing with vitality once more, the unyielding wind continued to caress the skeletal being. Under the gentle zephyr, the blood-red glow of the runes on its form dimmed and ultimately vanished. In the end, the entire skeleton was reduced to a pale ash, scattering throughout the heavens and earth, carried away by the wind. With a flick of the sleeve, I vanquished the heavenly sovereign. Mui Wechan felt her blood surge with excitement. As sword cultivators, we are born to be like our sword ancestor. The other members of the sword sect were equally enveloped in profound astonishment. After all, this was a heavenly sovereign, the supreme ruler of a vast expanse. Rendered so insignificant before Wudi. Disappointed, Wudi returned to the sword sect, initially believing that capturing the entity behind the chains would lead him to the true mastermind orchestrating the decline of swordsmanship. However, it became evident that the opponent was far more cautious than he had imagined, revealing that even the skeletal being behind the chains was merely a disposable puppet. This indicated that the opponent's influence was far more potent than he had anticipated. Wudi currently possessed only two leads. One was the Heavenly Dao Academy, and the other was the secret realm left behind by the fallen Jianwu Dao. The Heavenly Dao Academy had directly participated in the eradication of swordsmanship, and perhaps had a direct connection to the mastermind. Jianwu Dao, as a participant from 30,000 years ago, should also have left clues regarding the mastermind within his secret realm. The Heavenly Dao Academy was located in the Heavenly Domain, far from the Sword Domain, while Jianwu Dao's secret realm was situated in the eastern state. Wudi decided to first venture into Jianwu Dao's secret realm to test his luck. However, before that, he needed to enhance the strength of the sword sect and set up a protective formation to ensure their safety in his absence. He then turned his gaze towards Elder Lin Xian. Although Elder Lin Xian did not possess a particularly powerful physique, his talent was not to be underestimated. Despite the near extinction of the swordsmanship laws, he had managed to cultivate to the 9th level of the spirit platform realm. Such talent, in an era of complete swordsmanship laws, would have at least qualified him as a sword emperor. Having accumulated for years, he found it difficult to break through due to the absence of swordsmanship laws. Now, with Wudi's complete swordsmanship laws, he finally experienced a meteoric rise in power, surging into the 1st level of the celestial vein realm. His tribulation was considerably less daunting compared to that of Mui Wechan. Of course, ordinary was relative. Among other geniuses, his tribulation was still among the most formidable. After enduring a fierce onslaught from the heavenly tribulation, Lin Xian emerged battered yet triumphant from the celestial vein tribulation. Looking at his disheveled appearance, and then at Mu Yuechen's breathtaking grace. He could not help but smile wryly. We both face tribulations, yet the disparity is so vast. With Li Wudi's swordsmanship laws in his possession, his future appeared exceedingly bright, with the possibility of becoming a sword god or even surpassing one. The other 3,000 members were also rapidly advancing. Most of them, like Lin Qian, faced stagnation due to the lack of heavenly laws. However, their foundations were equally profound, and upon receiving Li Wudi's endowment, each one broke through their previous limitations. The weakest among them had reached the first level of the spirit platform realm point, 3,000 cultivators at the sixth realm, a staggering number even within the Xintian sect. Should Mu Yuechen ascend to the status of heavenly sovereign, the sword sect would supplant the Xintian sect as the overlord of the eastern state. The strongest among the 3,000 reached the pinnacle of the spirit platform realm, with 5 individuals poised on the brink of entering the celestial vein realm. With a smile, Li Wudi snapped his fingers, and 5 streams of unique swordsmanship energy shot forth from his fingertips, merging into the bodies of the 5 individuals, as sword cultivators of the future. Encountering the sword ancestor was indeed a stroke of fate. This opportunity shall be bestowed upon you. Elated by Li Wudi's gift, the 5 surged with determination, fully committing themselves to the breakthrough. They sensed the terrifying power of the swordsmanship energy, which was enhancing their physiques and fortifying their swordsmanship comprehension. They all understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thank you, Elder. Shortly thereafter, the heavenly tribulation descended upon the 5, who, after enduring the wrath of the heavens, simultaneously stepped into the first level of the celestial vein realm, observing the overall enhancement of the sword's sex strength. Mu Yuechen and Lin Qian felt as if they had transcended time. Mere hours ago, the sword sect had been a force easily trampled upon. In just a few short hours, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its power now on par with the top-tier factions. The two gazed at Li Wudi's figure with admiration. All of this was made possible by him. As the members began to awaken, Li Wudi turned his gentle gaze towards Mu Yuechen. From the souls of several individuals within the Heavenly Dao Academy, I learned that they have dispatched another group to target Jian Wudao's secret realm, aiming to completely sever the last vestiges of swordsmanship. I have decided to journey to Jian Wudao's secret realm. Yuechen, you shall accompany me. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuechen's expression darkened. She had not anticipated the Heavenly Dao Academy's audacity. They were determined to eradicate swordsmanship once and for all. Clenching her fists, filled with murderous intent, she replied, "Yes, master." Then, Li Wudi turned to Elder Lin Qian. "Elder, I ask that you and the others remain to guard the sword sect. Before we depart, we will establish a protective formation to ensure the sect's safety during our absence." Lin Qian understood the gravity of the situation. Jian Wudao had been a titan of swordsmanship 30,000 years ago, a figure revered by countless sword cultivators. Should the Heavenly Dao Academy succeed, the blow to the lineage of sword cultivators would be catastrophic. He bowed slightly, showing utmost respect. "Elder, there should still be numerous rare materials within the sword sect. I will retrieve the necessary materials for the formation immediately." Lin Qian turned and led several elders toward the sword sect's treasury. Li Wudi waited for the duration of an incense stick before Lin Qian and a few elders returned, retrieving treasures as large as small mountains from their spatial rings. These treasures were exceedingly rare, each capable of inciting fierce conflict among external cultivators. Lin Qian gazed at the pile of treasures, uncertain if they would pique Li Wudi's interest. He lowered his head to explain. "Esteemed elder, due to the oppression faced by the sword sect over the years, we have lost many invaluable resources. What remains here constitutes the entirety of our sect's assets that I hope it can be of assistance to you." Chapter 13. Arranging the protective formation, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Li Wudi's mouth as he regarded his remaining coffers. The illustrious sword ancestor, reduced to possessing less than the beleaguered sword sect. If his old friend from the past were to learn of this, they would surely be in fits of laughter. However, with the materials from the sword sect's treasury, Li Wudi could circumvent many unnecessary procedures, significantly expediting the formation's arrangement. Concealing his inner embarrassment, he maintained an impassive facade and remarked, "This is sufficient for me to establish a protective formation capable of withstanding a celestial sovereign's might." With that, Wudi raised his hand, and the mountain-like pile of materials rose in an orderly fashion, merging into the mountain within the sword sect. The formation he intended to arrange was called the Four Symbols Starry Formation, an ancient array that harnessed the powers of the four symbols: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, and the mysteries of celestial movements, capable of creating an indomitable protective barrier. Each phantom of the four divine beasts possessed the combat strength of a celestial sovereign. Breaching the formation would require at least four sovereigns acting in concert to have any hope of success. Moreover, in Eastern Province, there was only one celestial sovereign, the Xian Palace Sovereign. This protective formation could secure the sword sect's invincibility in the region. Wudi swiftly formed seals with his hands, intricate and profound runes rising from his fingertips and merging into the formation materials. As he moved, it seemed as though the heavens themselves responded, with brilliant starlight piercing through the clouds and casting its glow upon the sword sect. In an instant, the entire sword sect was enveloped in a celestial expanse, severing its connection with the outside world. Mui Wechun stood nearby, her gaze intently following Wudi's movements, her heart a mixture of shock and exhilaration. She had never witnessed such a grand array being formed. Each beam of starlight that descended seemed to bestow an unassailable sanctity upon the sword sect. Master, your prowess in formations is unparalleled in addition to your unmatched swordsmanship. Mui Wechun couldn't help but exclaim. Wudi's figure danced gracefully in the air, elegant yet powerful, guiding the celestial energies to merge with the spirits of the four symbols. Gradually, phantoms of the azure dragon coiling, the white tiger roaring, the vermilion bird soaring, and the black tortoise standing sentinel emerged around the sword sect. These phantoms, illuminated by the starlight, cast a serene yet solemn glow over the entire sect. As the formation took shape, Lin Xian and the elders felt an unprecedented sense of security. With this grand formation in place, even if a celestial sovereign were to descend, breaching the sword sect's defenses would be no easy feat. Now that the sword sect matters are concluded, we shall set forth to the secret realm of Jianwu Dao. Wudi turned to Mui Wechun, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve that Mui Wechun nodded, her eyes glinting with cold determination. This journey was not merely to protect the legacy of the sword, but also to exact vengeance upon the heavenly Dao Academy. The lineage of sword cultivators would never concede defeat. With a flash, the two figures transformed into streaks of light, racing toward the location of Jianwu Dao's secret realm. News of the death of the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance's steward, Ming Xian Daorun, swiftly spread throughout Eastern Province, causing a ripple of shock. The news traversed the region, from the dominant power of Xiantian's sect to the humble tea stalls along the roads, where discussions abounded. A roadside tea stall. A sword cultivator's face was alight with curiosity and admiration. Where did this Wudi come from, to be so formidable as to slay Ming Xian Dao Run with a single strike? His companion shook his head, equally eager to know. Sword cultivators had long been suppressed and derided by others, with the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance targeting them at every turn. Now, a remarkable figure had emerged among them, vanquishing the steward of the alliance and avenging their grievances, stirring curiosity and respect among all sword cultivators. Yet they also felt concern for this mysterious swordsman. The retribution from the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance was not something to be trifled with. I had never heard of this individual before. Suddenly, someone at the tea stall spoke in a hushed tone that I have some inside information. It is said that this person emerged from the forbidden grounds of the sword sect. Likely an ancient recluse who has been in seclusion for many years. Instantly, the tea stall became crowded, and the owner reaped a windfall. Upon hearing this, patrons set down their teacups, their thoughts diverging. Some were elated, recalling that the once mighty sword sect had been a formidable power in the 3,000 Dao domains. At its peak, even the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance had to look up to it. So, it's an ancient figure from a sword sect. I suspected as much. Though the sword sect may be in decline now, its past grandeur in the 3,000 Dao domains suggests hidden depths. Perhaps this ancestral figure's emergence could restore justice for sword cultivators everywhere. Others, however, felt a sense of unease regarding the sword sect's resurgence, having bullied sword cultivators for so long. If that ancient figure were indeed powerful, it might bring trouble upon themselves. Just then, A voice dripped with mockery and disdain cut through the air. What difference does it make how much depth they possess? The times have changed, facing the colossal sword domain Hunter Alliance. They wouldn't even leave behind ashes. People were taken aback and turned to see who had spoken. The sword cultivator attempted to retort, but was taken aback that it was the ninth elder of the Wanfa sect, one of Eastern Province's three supreme forces. The Wanfa sect was merely one of the many factions within the Hunter Alliance, albeit among the weakest. Faced with such a prominent figure, they dared not speak further for fear of attracting unwelcome attention. Meanwhile, those who had previously worried about retaliation found reassurance in the ninth elder's presence, echoing his sentiment. Indeed, having offended the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance, the Sword Sect is surely on the brink of severing its legacy. The tea stall owner smiled nervously, wary of inciting the elder's displeasure. If he were to be displeased, overturning his tea stall would be the least of his worries. His very life might be at stake. I reckon that it won't take the Sword Domain Hunter Alliance to intervene. A mere flick of the wrist from the three supreme forces could reduce the Sword Sect to nothingness. Listening to the flattery, the ninth elder felt as if he were floating on air. Just then, a confidential order flew into his hands. Upon reading the message, his expression turned grave in the astonished gazes of the crowd. He vanished in haste. Shortly thereafter, an even more explosive piece of news swept through Eastern Province. Chapter 14. The Sword God's warning. The secret realm of the Sword God, Jian Wudao, had emerged in the 100 Breaks mountain range. This news spread like a tempest across the expanse of Eastern Province. Countless factions were stirred, whether sword cultivators or non-sword cultivators, all flocking toward the 100 Breaks mountain range like locusts. The sword cultivators, in particular, were ecstatic. This was the last legacy of the Sword God from the 3,000 Dao domains, potentially the final complete inheritance of the Sword Path in the entire realm. This represented the last hope for the Sword Path, and they must obtain it at all costs. Sword cultivators from all over Eastern Province rushed toward the 100 Breaks mountain range, vowing to protect the inheritance of Jian Wudao with their lives. Other cultivators, while not as frenzied, were nonetheless filled with greed. Though they did not practice the sword, the treasures within the Sword God's secret realm were worth their weight in gold, capable of breaking their current limitations and elevating them above the rest. Baiduan Mountain, where cultivators streak across the sky like shooting stars, various flying shuttles and spiritual vessels cleave through the void, obscuring the sun and targeting the summit of Baiduan Mountain. Each treasure vessel is adorned with vibrant banners, exuding an aura of grandeur that signifies their extraordinary power and status. Upon these magnificent vessels, a sea of cultivators can be seen, among whom are not few experts of the Tianmai realm. In an instant outside Baiduan Mountain, powerful figures gather like clouds, the air filled with the clamor of voices. The legacy of the Sword God attracts formidable forces, with many experts from beyond the eastern state also arriving. This is the once renowned secret realm of a being said to surpass the Spirit Emperor, where opportunities to break through the boundaries of the current realm and transcend the Spirit Emperor may lie. Should one succeed, they could dominate the 3,000 Dao domains, becoming invincible across the world. Wudi and Mui Wechin soar through the skies, in stark contrast to the opulent spiritual vessels of the grand sections. Wudi sits atop a jade coffin, feeling out of place among the other cultivators. His peculiar mode of travel draws the attention of many cultivators. Wudi remains unfazed by their scrutiny. Continuing to maintain his individuality, Mui Wechin senses the gazes directed at them and feels a bit awkward. However, recalling that this jade coffin is at least a heavenly artifact, she feels considerably more at ease. Observing the vessels around them, Mui Wechin furrows her brow. Suddenly overwhelmed with concern, she did not anticipate that the secret realm of Jian Wudao would attract such a multitude of forces and experts. Just moments ago, passing by them were several familiar faces aboard the spiritual vessels, the top local powers of the eastern state, Wanfamin, Yinu sect, and Taishan sect, once ranked among the first-class sects alongside the Sword sect. There are also the Dufujio, Liuanshan, and Xiandao sect. In addition, there are many other forces she has never encountered, hailing from the other four states, equally formidable as those in the eastern state. Among these, many experts pose a challenge even to her. This makes the expedition into the secret realm fraught with uncertainty. She glances at the perpetually calm Wudi, recalling the moment he effortlessly vanquished the heavenly sovereign, which instills her with a modicum of confidence. As the sword ancestor, her master's cultivation may rival that of Wudi in this world. Within the 3,000 Dao domains, only those timeless, supreme forces behind the ancient lineages could possibly match him. Wudi remains oblivious to his disciples' comparison of him to the ancient titans behind the superpowers of the 3,000 Dao domains. He surveys the myriad cultivators surrounding Baiduan Mountain. His eyes narrowing slightly. Su Qing from the Celestial Dao Academy has been dispatched to obliterate Jian Wudao's secret realm. And logically, this should have been conducted in secrecy. Now that the news has spread, could it be that an unforeseen event has occurred? Or perhaps there are other hidden schemes at play? Wudi's interest is piqued. It seems this secret realm left behind by the rising star of swordsmanship is anything but ordinary. He is eager to discover what surprises this last transcendent sword cultivator of the 3,000 Dao domains might hold for him. The duo arrives before Baiduan Mountain, which towers perilously, rising over 10,000 zhang. Resembling a straight sword piercing the heavens, half of the mountain peak emerges above the clouds, billowing like a floating isle in the sky. Atop Baiduan Mountain, a circular secret realm gate stands firm. Resembling a starry canopy, above the mountain, a layer of blood-red runes envelopes the area, ominous and terrifying, coalescing into a blood-hued mist that coils around the mountain like a monstrous beast, seemingly waiting for the cultivators to venture inside. Upon seeing the blood-red runes, Mu Yuechen's brows knit tightly. They resemble the runes on the body of the Bone Sovereign, yet differ in nature. They lack the Bone Sovereign's ability to restrain the sword path, and instead seem to be subdued by it. Possessing the power to counter myriad paths, Mu Yuechen uses that the blood-red runes on the Bone Sovereign might have been an ultimate reversal of the runes on Baiduan Mountain, stripping them of their ability to counter myriad paths. Focusing solely on restraining the sword path, before the entrance of a secret realm gate stands a stone tablet inscribed with characters imbued with the essence of the Dao, cautioning future visitors, turn back. Ahead lies a dead end. The inscribed words render many arriving cultivators pale with fear. They gaze apprehensively at the starry gate atop the mountain, as if some unparalleled fiend awaits their entrance. Ready to devour them whole, Wudi regards the warning on the stone tablet with a glimmer of intrigue. Such tablets are often found in tombs, meant as warnings to grave robbers. The tomb owner employs such mystifying tactics to scare off intruders, ensuring the safety of their burial site. But does a being of Jian Wudao's caliber truly require such a stone tablet to deter grave robbers? Moreover, in the resting place of a sword god, what temptations and opportunities could possibly be dissuaded by a mere stone tablet? Upon reflection, it is evident that a great terror must be suppressed within, prompting the use of such a method to warn the world. He does not seek to stop them, but rather wishes to prepare them psychologically, sparing them from being caught unawares. Mu Yuechen scratches her head, her face displaying confusion. Master, what does this mean? Wudi chuckles lightly. Dismissing the matter, pay it no mind. With Wudi's assurance, Mu Yuechen refrains from further inquiries. She trusts in her master's strength. Regardless of what transpires, following him will ensure their safety. Other major powers are equally perplexed by the stone tablet. On the spiritual vessel of Wanfamin, Elder Jiao, of the 6th layer of Tianmai, snorts disdainfully. Jian Wudao has been dead for 30,000 years, yet still engages in theatrics, erecting a stone tablet here. Does he truly consider us mere ordinary grave robbers? On the opposite side of Wanfamin, a group of elegantly dressed female cultivators exudes an air of superiority. Leading them is a middle-aged woman who appears to be in her 30s, possessing a commendable appearance. She is the 7th elder of the Yinu sect, boasting a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Tianmai. Among the powerful figures present at Baiduan Mountain, her strength ranks within the top 10. Compared to the self-important Elder Jiao of Wanfamin, she appears more circumspect. Jian Wudao was once a sword god, rumored to possess power rivaling that of the sword ancestor. It is wiser to believe in such tales than to disregard them. It would be prudent not to underestimate him. The words of the 7th elder of the Yinu sect quell many of the doubts in the area. They truly dare not put their lives on the line to test the methods of a sword god. Opposite Wanfaman and Yinu sect, a group of cultivators clad in Yin-Yang robes gazes sinisterly at the arriving sword cultivators. The Yin-Yang sect, a first-class power of the western state, ranks just below Wanfaman. Yinu sect and Taishian sect among the many forces of the eastern state. From within the ranks of the Yin-Yang sect, a cultivator of the third layer of Tianmai speaks coldly. What trick is Jian Wu Dao playing? Why not find someone to experiment on? He casts a malevolent glance at the multitude of sword cultivators. Perfect, there are plenty of sword cultivators here. It would be most fitting to use them for testing the sword god's methods. As these words are spoken, the atmosphere shifts precariously. The numerous sword cultivators grow increasingly uneasy, for they know they are often the weaker party and may easily become mere subjects of experimentation. Yet they also realize that no one would step forward to support them. This is the lament of the sword cultivators. The elder of the Yin-Yang sect scrutinizes the sword cultivators, seeking a suitable target for their experiment. Testing Jian Wu Dao's methods requires a candidate of comparable strength. Those too strong would be out of their league. Who knows who would end up as the test subject? Conversely, those too weak would lack any reference value. While they could potentially force their way through traps and mechanisms, a weaker opponent could perish, thereby muddling their judgment. Only a handful of sword cultivators here are nearly equal in strength to them. Suddenly, the elder of the Yin-Yang sect's gaze falls upon Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen. That it is no surprise. Li Wudi's posture, seated atop a coffin, is simply too captivating to ignore, even in an attempt to dismiss it. Ah, how fitting! As a sword cultivator, yet so ostentatious. Why not have you be the one to test the sword god's methods? All eyes quickly converge on Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen. Soon, someone recognizes Mu Yuechen. As the leader of a first-class power in the eastern state, Mu Yuechen has garnered a bit of fame. Who is this golden-robed youth beside the sword sect's Mu Zhangjiao? Inquires the seventh elder of Yinu sect curiously. Nearby, a white-robed cultivator furrows his brow. This individual is the eighth elder of Taishian sect, at the pinnacle of the sixth layer of Tianmai. His interest piqued, he contemplates. Could he be the sword cultivator who recently dispatched Mingxian Taoist? How bold of him to appear here, seemingly unaware of the value his head holds in the sword domain alliance. The seventh elder of the Yinu sect and the ninth elder of the Wanfa sect also harbored a significant interest in Li Wudi. However, what truly piqued their curiosity was the bounty placed on him by the Hunter alliances. They refrained from taking any rash actions, adhering to the adage that the bird that stands out is the one to be shot. Instead, they decided to let the Yin-Yang sect from the West Province probe Li Wudi's capabilities on their behalf, while simultaneously using him to weaken a rival's strength. Li Wudi, oblivious to the opinions others held about him, turned his gaze towards the members of the Yin-Yang sect, who had previously harbored ill intentions towards sword cultivators. That a faint, enigmatic smile adorned his face, for this individual was indeed courting disaster by directing attention towards himself and Yuchen. Mu Yuchen looked at him with a mix of sympathy, understanding that offending the master would spell doom for the Yin-Yang sect. Even the celestial sovereign will be nothing more than an ant in the hands of her master. Intriguingly, since the members of the Yin-Yang sect had proposed this idea, why not let them pave the way for him? Li Wudi, taking the initiative, warmly invited the members of the Yin-Yang sect to proceed. He remained seated atop the jade coffin, slowly raising his right hand and making a grasping motion towards the elder of the Yin-Yang sect. Although his hand emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, the elder felt an irresistible force seize him. His expression changed drastically as he struggled in vain, ultimately being pulled swiftly into Li Wudi's grasp, where his fate was firmly held by the throat. Li Wudi flung the struggling sixth elder of the Yin-Yang sect towards the mountaintop. This action elicited gasps of shock from the surrounding cultivators. It was well known that although the Yin-Yang sect cultivator was merely at the third level of the celestial meridian realm, he was still regarded as an elite among his peers. Yet he had been rendered utterly defenseless against Li Wudi's casual strike. Such prowess was not easily matched even by those of the sixth level of the celestial meridian realm. The eyes of several formidable cultivators at the sixth level of the celestial meridian were sharp, yet they remained motionless. They indeed needed someone to scout ahead, and whether that person was Li Wudi or a member of the Yin-Yang sect was of little consequence. Other factions, however, were fixated on the flying sixth elder of the Yin-Yang sect, curious about what might transpire if he approached the eerie blood symbols coalescing into mist from the air before their eyes. The elder was enveloped by the crimson fog, rendering him invisible. "No, please don't devour me. Help! Save me!" came his desperate cries. Yet soon, a chill ran down everyone's spine as they heard his agonizing screams emanating from the red mist. The sound sent shivers of dread through all present, as if the sixth elder of the Yin-Yang sect was being consumed by the sinister red fog. It wasn't he until the elder's aura completely vanished to the sky, bore no remnants, save for the lingering scent of blood that confirmed the horrific events had indeed transpired. Only Wudi appeared contemplative, having sensed that the eerie blood fog had grown stronger after devouring the elder. Some stood with goosebumps, lips trembling. What had just occurred? The seventh elder of the Yin sect wore a grim expression, a blood symbol that consumes lives. The seventh elder of the Jade Maiden sect gracefully descended before the worship of the Yin-Yang sect, her azure gown reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Her brows bore a hint of allure, yet predominantly conveyed an aura that commanded distance from strangers, though she spoke not a word. Her stance was unmistakably clear. The eighth elder of the Taishan sect let out a resigned sigh. Aware that evasion was futile, he stepped off the treasured vessel of the Taishan sect, approaching the assembly of the Yin-Yang sect, his dark robe exuding an air of grandeur, akin to a magnificent landscape painting. The eighth elder of the Taishan sect fixed a warning gaze upon Wudi. "Fellow cultivators of the sword sect, I care not for the grievances between you. Yet the Yin-Yang sect is part of our sword domain's 100 alliances that I hope you can, for the sake of this old man's reputation, refrain from further hostilities." With 3 cultivators of the 6th realm of the celestial vein stepping forward, the atmosphere became palpably tense, especially among the sword cultivators, who were rendered speechless with fear. They had never encountered such a grand spectacle. These 3 were not merely 6th realm cultivators. They also represented the 3 foremost powers of the Eastern State. Even the hegemon of the Eastern State, the Shintian sect, would tread carefully in the face of this united front. The members of the Yin-Yang sect, witnessing this, were elated, having narrowly escaped calamity. Their gazes toward Wudi were filled with malice, each vowing silently that once they departed the sword god's mysterious realm, they would summon the Yin-Yang ancestor to obliterate the sword sect. Wudi calmly surveyed the 3 factions, too languid to even shift his legs, which rested atop the jade coffin. He raised a hand gently. A colossal force of nature descending upon the warships of the Yin-Yang sect and the 3 factions as he moved. This overwhelming power intensified, causing not only the Yin-Yang sect's vessel to teeter precariously, but even the ships of the Wanfa sect, the Jade Maiden sect, and the Taishan sect felt the immense pressure, creaking under the strain. Bang, 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 bang. 4 resounding booms echoed, and the faces of the 4 factions turned pale. Their treasured ships disintegrated in midair, scattering into a cloud of debris. Stripped of their vessels, the cultivators plummeted toward the ground. Some attempted to flee through the air, only to find themselves ensnared by Wudi's grasp. Stripped of all their powers and cultivation, the 9th elder of the Wanfa sect, the 7th elder of the Jade Maiden sect, and the 8th elder of the Taishan sect were all seized by an overwhelming terror. They had never conceived of their own fragility in the presence of Wudi. In mere moments, thousands of cultivators from the 3 factions plummeted onto the 100 Break Mountain. Chapter 17. The Trial. Fortunately, these individuals were formidable cultivators, the weakest among them being in the 4th realm of the spiritual pill stage, with the 5th realm of the spiritual wilderness and the 6th realm of the spiritual platform being the majority. Though they landed in a disheveled manner, they were not in danger of death. The 9th elder of the Wanfa sect bore a grim expression. Though he had survived, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. "He is merely testing us for danger." The other 2 elders shared his sentiments, simmering with anger, yet feeling utterly powerless. After all, Wudi's strength far surpassed their own. The 8th elder of the Taishan sect adjusted his disordered attire, letting out a bitter smile. This elder of the sword sect was at least a powerhouse of the 8th realm of the celestial vein. Otherwise, they would not have been so utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, the seventh elder of the Jade Maiden sect brushed the dust from her blue gown, determined to remain untainted. She sighed, realizing that had she known of Li Wudi's terrifying prowess, she would never have stood up for the Yin-Yang sect. Restoring her image as a goddess adored by countless admirers, she recalled the warning inscribed on the stone tablet. The sword god's admonitions were no mere fabrications. The only hope for survival lay in exercising utmost caution. The seventh elder of the Jade Maiden sect cautioned those who had just risen from the ground, their faces still smeared with dirt. They were now all tied together by the same fate. Any misstep could potentially implicate everyone present. It would be prudent for us to pair up at the very least, ensuring that each person is constantly observed by another. Additionally, remain wary of the crimson mist and regulate your emotions. An inexplicable sensation gripped her. She felt that each time her emotions fluctuated, the blood-red mist above 100 Break Mountain grew, increasingly animated. That a woman's intuition is often remarkably accurate. She preferred to err on the side of caution rather than attract the ominous red mist. At that point, they might not even know how they met their demise. The group, now tense, heeded the seventh elder's advice, pairing off cautiously as they surveyed their surroundings. The 100 Break Mountain, compared to ordinary mountains, showed no significant anomalies, save for the stone sculptures that dotted the pathways every few hundred meters. These sculptures, varied in form, some humanoid and others beast-like, evoked a sense of inexplicable dread upon closer inspection. Are those statues watching us? The ninth elder of the Wanfa sect swallowed hard, a nagging feeling that these stone figures concealed something sinister. In such eerie circumstances, a person's psyche and emotions were bound to deteriorate. Suddenly, an elder from the Yin-Yang sect lost control of his emotions, angrily pointing at Li Wudi and shouting, "You scoundrels of the sword sect dare to treat the Yin-Yang sect this way. We shall not let you go unpunished." Having torn the veil of civility, he understood that even if he escaped 100 Break Mountain, Li Wudi would not allow him to live. Contemplating this was futile. He preferred to die with a sense of release rather than suffocate in silence. As for the repercussions, he was indifferent, even relishing the thought of dragging others down with him. In response to the elder's tirade, Li Wudi merely lifted his striking gaze, seemingly unperturbed. Instead, he regarded this raucous fool with curiosity. Li Wudi had a more visceral understanding than the seventh elder of the Jade Maiden sect regarding the Crimson Mist's craving for extreme emotions. Such extreme desires appeared to be one of its sustenances. The elder's fury served as a perfect validation of the consequences of anger for Li Wudi. The elder's rage darkened the seventh elder's countenance, for she had just warned them, only to see this elder jeopardizing their situation. They were unaware of the potential fallout, yet it was certain that it would not bode well. Had she been outside, she would have shared Li Wudi's expression of amusement, wishing for these individuals to trigger all the latent dangers. Regrettably, she was also on 100 Break Mountain, hoping to avoid any complications that could ensnare her. However, it seemed that fear begets calamity. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the Yin-Yang elder's form began to twist grotesquely, as if countless fine red threads were writhing beneath his skin. In an instant, he was enveloped by a thick, crimson mist. The malevolence and despair emanating from that mist tightened the hearts of all present. This is bad. He has been assimilated by the red mist. The ninth elder of the Wanfa sect exclaimed, his square face now etched with terror. The sudden turn of events left the crowd stunned, and before they could react, the figure within the crimson mist lost its human shape, transforming into a swirling mass of eerie red fog. This fog surged toward the surrounding cultivators with alarming speed. Those caught in its path struck out desperately, yet their blows seemed to vanish into the abyss. The seventh elder of the Jade Maiden sect, undeterred by the uncanny phenomenon, unleashed the Jade Maiden Palm, a technique powerful enough to obliterate mountains. Yet astonishingly, her strike against the crimson fog proved equally ineffective. The red mist swiftly enveloped the unfortunate individual, and with a chorus of anguished cries and sounds of devouring, its reach expanded, its potency intensifying. This spectacle left all the cultivators present with goosebumps. The red mist was indeed bizarre, rendering even the attacks of Sixth Realm cultivators powerless. Moreover, it could consume living cultivators to grow stronger, a truly terrifying prospect. "Quick!" Immediately distance yourselves from this place and seek a safe area, the eighth elder of the Tai Xian sect commanded, hastily retreating while ensuring he remained close to his companions, his gaze vigilant as it swept the surroundings. There are golden runes. One pointed toward a nearby grove, where every towering tree shimmered with golden sword path, runes, blood-red runes, golden runes. The appearance of these two starkly contrasting symbols caused the cultivators in 100 Break Mountain to realize something significant. Could the golden runes counteract the blood-red ones? As the saying goes, where there is deadly poison, an antidote lies within 7 steps. The emergence of the golden runes might just signify a path to survival. Run in that direction. The cultivators sprang into action, hastily forming defensive formations. According to protocol, they sought their closest allies, ensuring they maintained visual contact with one another. Subsequently, they stumbled toward the grove in disarray, none daring to take to the skies. The recent lesson from the Yin-Yang sect's third realm cultivator loomed fresh in their minds. The Crimson Mist seemed to possess a sentience of its own, deliberately targeting isolated cultivators or those exhibiting heightened emotional fluctuations. Chaos erupted atop 100 Break Mountain. Outside, the sword cultivators and the members of other factions gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Who could have imagined the sword god's mysterious realm to be so terrifying? Even before entering, such nightmarish events had transpired. Within, there were numerous formidable cultivators, including 3 from the 6th realm of the celestial vein. And yet they were utterly powerless against the red mist. Forced to flee, many began contemplating retreating. It was evident that this was not a place they could venture. Others, however, exchanged knowing glances, harboring ulterior motives as they eyed their fellow companions. Perhaps we need not enter. Let us wait for others to emerge and take advantage of the situation that a certain mindset has arisen among some individuals, rather than risking their own lives in a desperate struggle. It seems safer to directly rob those who emerge from within. Amidst these thoughts, the 7 elders of the Yinu sect finally burst into the area adorned with golden runes. The elders of the Yin-Yang Gate, having been assimilated by the Crimson Mist, appeared utterly unafraid, continuing their advance towards the crowd. Witnessing this scene, a cold sweat broke out on the backs of many. Could it be that the path to survival was the wrong one? Did the Golden Rune area have no effect on them whatsoever? Or had the methods left behind by those individuals 3,000 years ago lost their potency over time? The face of the 7 elders of the Yinu sect, previously radiant, now revealed a hint of panic. The others were even more terrified, with some unable to endure such torment, fleeing in haste. Those who escaped the golden area all became, without exception, prey to the eerie Crimson Mist, instantly swallowed, leaving no trace behind. Observing this, despite their fear, the remaining individuals dared not take another step. Just as the strange Crimson Mist surged into the Golden Rune area, the Golden Runes reacted one by one. The Golden Runes transformed into diminutive golden figures, wielding swords like celestial sword masters, arranged in an orderly formation to engage the ominous Crimson Mist in battle. The unfolding conflict left the onlookers trembling, as golden sword figures were continuously consumed by the eerie mist. Chapter 18. The puppets that destroy the golden runes, yet the golden figures showed no fear, pressing forward relentlessly, each strike scattering the ominous Crimson Mist, making it difficult to coalesce, forcing it to be divided and eliminated. Gazing at this spectacle, the individuals within the rune area finally breathed a sigh of relief. Saved. The 7 elders of the Yinu sect patted their chests, reflecting with lingering trepidation. Thankfully, the techniques left by those sword masters from 3,000 years ago still held utility. Just as the golden sword figures gained the upper hand, a portion of the cultivators who had taken refuge within the golden rune area suddenly turned their aggression towards these golden runes. One swordsman, his eyes pitch black as if replaced by black holes, bore no expression, resembling a puppet. He mechanically approached a large tree engraved with golden runes and struck at the runes with his blade. In this sudden assault, the golden runes barely resisted before dissipating. With the disappearance of the golden runes, a golden sword figure also vanished from the battlefield. The swordsman was not alone. In other locations, cultivators began to attack the golden runes in succession. The golden runes were extinguished one by one. the golden sword figures gradually disbanded. The crimson mist reassembled, regaining the upper hand and launching a series of relentless attacks. Mui Wetchin scratched her head. For any discerning eye could see that the golden runes were there to protect the cultivators. Yet why had these individuals suddenly gone mad, turning against the golden runes? She turned to Wudi, her curiosity piqued. "Master, have you discerned anything?" Mui Wetchin felt quite troubled. She could not fathom what had transpired with these individuals. Wudi turned to gaze at Mui Wetchin, her skin like snow beneath her white dress, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Particularly in her distressed state, she exuded an inexplicable charm. Wudi's voice, unrestrained, echoed outside Baidu Mountain. These individuals had inadvertently encountered certain taboo objects during their flight. Much like the first swordsman who accidentally shattered a stone sculpture on the mountain, he was seized in that instant, losing his soul and becoming a marionette under someone else's control. The other cultivators on Baidu Mountain had not witnessed the events of that fleeting moment. However, how could such changes escape Wudi's keen perception? The master who had claimed the souls of these cultivators was likely connected to the Crimson Mist, lurking deep within the Sword God's secret realm, and was under significant constraints. Yet as the Crimson Mist expanded and cultivator souls were seized, the power of the one behind it would incrementally grow. Wudi sensed that the entire Sword God's secret realm resembled a chessboard, with two players engaged in a game. The sword lineage must have employed certain measures to restrain the opposing player. The other side was extraordinarily perilous, capable of devouring cultivators or seizing their souls through the eerie Crimson Mist to amplify its strength. Currently, the forces of both sides were balanced. Once the ominous Crimson Mist consumed a sufficient number of cultivators, it would lose control entirely, breaking free from such constraints, tipping the scales dramatically to that point. The master of the Crimson Mist, having devoured millions of cultivators, would become unfathomably powerful. Wudi gazed at the golden sword figures, daring to speculate. If his intuition served him right, the sword cultivators held a significant advantage within the secret realm. The power of the sword could counter the eerie Crimson Mist. Wudi's conjecture ignited a spark of hope among the many sword cultivators outside Baidu Mountain. If that were the case, the Sword God's secret realm indeed favored sword cultivators. After some contemplation, they realized the truth. Indeed, this was the Sword God's secret realm. The legendary sword god would undoubtedly bestow advantages upon those who wielded the sword. Their confidence surged, indicating that sword cultivators could thrive within the Sword God's secret realm. Conversely, the other cultivators bore a different sentiment, many frowning, their faces etched with discontent. This ruthless sword god was indeed biased. Within Baidu Mountain, the 8 elders of the Tai Xian sect displayed astonishment upon their wrinkled faces, quickly regaining composure as a hoarse voice broke through, tinged with urgency. "Quickly, stop them! If these golden runes are extinguished, we are doomed." The others, who had been momentarily stunned, reacted in unison, launching attacks on the cultivators targeting the runes. The 9th elder of the Wanfa sect trembled with rage, yet he had not forgotten the warnings of Jianwu Dao. Striving to suppress his desire to curse, these incompetent fools were truly infuriating. He spared no mercy, his fingers weaving a spell that emanated the powers of wind, thunder, and fire. This was a heavenly artifact of remarkable might, capable of summoning the purest elemental forces of wind, thunder, and fire to vanquish enemies. His full-force strike landed on the earlier swordsman, producing a muffled grunt. The swordsman's body shattered under the assault, yet the 9th elder's expression darkened. For he realized that his strike had not felt like it struck a human. Instead, it felt as though he had struck a puppet. The others quickly dispatched their respective puppets, each sharing a similar realization. The 8 elders of the Tai Xian sect wore grim expressions. Baidu Mountain was indeed treacherous. A moment's inattention could lead to unwarranted transformation into a puppet. With the golden runes unscathed, the golden sword figures regained their threat, unleashing their power to completely disperse the Crimson Mist. The 7 elders of the Yinu sect stepped forward once more, gently reminding everyone, "Let us keep a close watch on one another. No one must leave another's sight." Moreover, Let us maintain a cordial demeanor that I believe that as long as we adhere to the precepts left by Jian Wudao, we shall remain safe. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. The ninth elder of the Wanfa sect gazed at the entrance to the secret realm atop the mountain. Though it had been brought down by Wudi, he was filled with eagerness for the sword god's secret realm. Simply finding a hint of opportunity within the sword god's realm could lead to a significant surge in his cultivation. He maintained a stern expression, waving his purple-black robes. Let us press on. Others shared his sentiment. Who would wish to miss the treasures of the sword god's secret realm? At that moment, Wudi made his move. He commanded the translucent, snow-white coffin to float above Baidu Mountain. This spectacle drew the attention and astonishment of all present. Had he forgotten the fate of the Yinyang Gate Elder? They could scarcely believe that Wudi intended to pass overhead. Was this an act of reckless abandon or a pursuit of death? Mui Wechen, however, boldly followed suit, her cool countenance reflecting admiration and trust in her master. As Wudi's coffin reached the summit of Baidu Mountain, the blood-red rune suspended in the air became unusually animated. The dense mist resembled a malevolent spirit with a gaping maw, poised to consume him whole. Wudi lifted his gaze, slowly rising from the coffin as he stood. The golden robe billowed with a rustling sound. The mountain wind swept through, stirring his hair, creating an ethereal image akin to an unparalleled sword immortal. Eradicate the ominous crimson mist enveloping Baidu Mountain will be tantamount to severing an arm from the unseen mastermind. Chapter 19. The Annihilation of the Crimson. Wudi gently raised a finger, slowly inscribing a rune in the air. His movements were delicate and graceful, akin to a master calligrapher painting upon the canvas of the world. Once the rune took shape, Mui Wechen was astonished to discover that the symbols he inscribed resembled the golden runes on Baidu Mountain. As Wudi's fingers danced, the rune gradually formed. Golden light flickered within the mist, resonating with the pre-existing runes on Baidu Mountain. Each stroke and line was imbued with profound sword intent and a deep comprehension of the rules. When the final stroke was completed, the entire rune erupted into brilliance, shining like the most radiant star in the night sky. The red mist above Baidu Mountain retreated several feet, forming a golden domain centered around Wudi. The rune seemed to pulse with life, slowly rotating and releasing waves of sword cries, starkly contrasting with the surrounding eerie crimson mist. How could this be possible? He had grasped the mysteries of the golden runes so swiftly. The ninth elder of the 10,000 Dharma sect stood in stunned silence, unable to close his mouth, for he had never before witnessed such an absurd spectacle. This was indeed the sword talisman left by the sword god, a creation so profound and intricate that even the emperor of talismans might struggle to replicate it. Yet, remarkably, Wudi had mastered it merely by observation in a short span of time. It was utterly terrifying. The eighth elder of the Taishan sect was equally dumbfounded. He could sense that the golden runes Wudi was imitating, although originating from Hundred-Breaking Mountain, were far more arcane and powerful than those found there. Merely a wisp of its aura was enough to repel the ominous red mist, something the golden runes of Hundred-Breaking Mountain could not achieve. Not only had he replicated the sword talisman of the unfettered sword god, but he had also surpassed it, a true prodigy. One could only wonder about his origins. The eighth elder of the Taishan sect finally realized that they had provoked a formidable adversary. Such a powerful being might not even be vanquished by the combined might of the Taishan sect. No, even the mightiest from the sword domain's 100 alliances could potentially fail against him. The eighth elder's face turned pale, and he felt the weight of despair upon him. Yu Yuechun gazed at her master's silhouette, her eyes sparkling with immense pride and admiration. Her master always seemed to exhibit extraordinary wisdom and strength at critical moments. Wudi smiled gently, his figure moving gracefully, the golden robe trailing behind him, radiating an extraordinary aura under the sunlight. The golden runes plunged into the eerie red mist, unleashing an even more dazzling brilliance, gradually purifying the mist until it turned to nothingness. In the distance, Wudi faintly heard a scream laced with resentment. It seemed that his recent obliteration of the strange red mist had inflicted considerable harm upon the entity lurking behind it. A celestial pathway, leading to the entrance of the secret realm, unfurled slowly before the astonished gazes of the crowd. Did this imply that the skies over 100 Breaking Mountain were now devoid of danger? One individual murmured, their eyes suddenly alight with realization. Everyone awakened to the possibility that if the skies became safe, they would no longer need to traverse treacherous ground to enter the sword god's secret realm. And there stood Wudi. Already before the entrance, he turned to face the crowd, a flicker of indifference gleaming in his eyes. With a gentle motion, he inscribed a rule of the sword Ancestor upon the stone tablet. Only sword cultivators may traverse the skies of 100 Breaking Mountain. Those who are not sword cultivators shall perish upon entry. This was Wudi's gift to all sword cultivators, sparing them the peril of scaling 100 Breaking Mountain alongside other practitioners. Those who persisted in their sword cultivation amidst the waning of the heavenly sword path would naturally be granted some measure of convenience by the sword Ancestor. With the emergence of this rule, the 9th elder of the 10,000 Dharma sect, the 7th elder of the Jade Maiden sect, and the 8th elder of the Taishan sect all changed countenance. As the highest cultivators present, they perceived the shift in rules with heightened clarity. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of 100 Breaking Mountain was enveloped by a force far surpassing its previous regulations. It felt as though the laws of heaven itself had descended, reshaping the very essence of 100 Breaking Mountain. Those who defied these rules would undoubtedly face divine retribution. Wudi cast another glance at the 4 sect experts atop 100 Breaking Mountain. Having chosen to become foes, there was no need for mercy. He would leave no future trouble for the sword sect. The 4 sect cultivators seemed to sense Wudi's intent to kill. No, spare us, the 7th elder of the Jade Maiden sect cried out in desperation. But it was already too late. The moment she stood up for the Yin Yang sect, she had sealed her own fate. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of explosions echoed across 100 Breaking Mountain, as those who had previously stepped onto its grounds were instantaneously reduced to blood mist. Wudi did not even spare a glance at them. Striding into the secret realm and vanishing from sight, leaving behind a scene of shock. This elder of the sword sect was truly ruthless, having directly eliminated all cultivators from the 4 major factions. Did he not fear their vengeance in the future? Mui Wechen followed closely behind, her white garments flowing like a celestial maiden returning home, elegantly entering the sword god's secret realm, the other sword cultivators. After a brief stupor, revealed expressions of delight and admiration. This elder from the sword sect was indeed domineering, yet this was a kind of dominance they relished. Previously, those other cultivators would often obstruct sword cultivators from accessing various secret realms. Even when permitted entry, they treated them as mere stepping stones. Today, they finally experienced the taste of being targeted. Was this the sensation of protection? It felt exhilarating. Thousands of sword cultivators set forth on the path to the sword god's secret realm, inciting jealousy and resentment among the other practitioners. Yet they dared not provoke the rule left by Wudi. The other cultivators, begrudgingly witnessing the sword cultivators seizing opportunities, knew full well the myriad dangers that lurked within 100 Breaking Mountain. Yet they still ventured inside. Unlike the sword cultivators who soared into the secret realm with composure, these practitioners were filled with trepidation with every step they took on 100 Breaking Mountain, fearful of sudden peril. Even so, they found themselves beset by various unforeseen misfortunes. By the time they finally reached the summit, millions of them were utterly exhausted. The sword cultivators soaring above this scene felt a sense of vindication. They had never anticipated that one day, they, once vilified by all, would rise above the rest. This was all thanks to that esteemed elder, Li. The reverence for Wudi among the sword cultivators deepened, with countless individuals deciding to join the sword sect after leaving the secret realm. Chapter 20. The eerie being suppressed by heaven and earth in the deepest recesses of the sword god's secret realm. A monstrous entity, shrouded in ominous red mist, loomed within the sword god's main hall. Its aura was terrifying, and within a 10-zhang radius around it, no principles or natural laws existed. It was bound by thousands of golden chains, each inscribed with densely packed golden sword symbols. These chains pierced its flesh, its primordial spirit, and its divine sea, locking away all that it was. Tens of thousands of chains seemed to originate from the ends of the universe, gathering the power of order from all of heaven and earth, sealing it firmly in place. But a closer inspection would reveal that whenever the rules of heaven and earth approached within its Tenjong vicinity, they would be silently devoured. The golden sword symbols upon the chains also began to show extensive cracks, as though they would shatter before long. If that happened, this realm would no longer be able to contain this eerie being. Suddenly, the entity's aura weakened slightly. Someone had extinguished the crimson mist it had left behind on Hundred Breaking Mountain. Someone had erased the blood-red symbols it had inscribed there. Who was it? Once I awaken, I shall consume you piece by piece. It exerted itself to open its eyes. A horrifying event unfolded. The moment its eyes opened, a tremendous force descended to suppress it. It was as if its awakening would bring about boundless destruction to the entire realm of the 3,000 Tao domains. The entirety of heaven and earth converged its supreme rules to suppress it, preventing its awakening. The force of this suppression was unparalleled throughout history, annihilating all, with the void itself fracturing, as if time and space were on the brink of oblivion. Yet, even under the weight of this overwhelming suppression, the eerie being surprisingly managed to resist, slowly opening its eyes. The instant its eyes fully opened, all the rules of heaven and earth shattered. The very fabric of space collapsed. Laws were obliterated, and it felt as though the world was descending into annihilation. This heaven cannot suppress me. The eerie being let out a hoarse roar, its voice distorting the void wherever it reached. The lakes and mountains within the Sword God's secret realm erupted with dense crimson mist, thick enough to feel almost solid. Cough. I am not dead yet. If you wish to leave, wait until I'm dead. Opposite the eerie being stood a frail, translucent shadow that emitted a weak voice. Compared to the imprisoned entity, this specter appeared even more wretched. This shadow was none other than the unfettered Sword God, swaying precariously as if he might dissolve into the wind at any moment. His garments were tattered, and his exposed skin was marred with wounds. Some had healed and scabbed over, while others still bled profusely. His hair was disheveled, his face pale, and a trace of golden blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. This was the blood of his primordial spirit. His physical body had long since perished, and his primordial spirit was gravely injured. Despite such a weakened state, the unfettered Sword God's gaze remained steadfast and piercing, capable of penetrating all illusions. He gripped a shattered sword tightly. Its blade was riddled with cracks, and the tip had broken off. Yet even so, an indomitable sword intent still flowed from it. Many parts of his form flickered between translucent and transparent, as if he might vanish at any moment. Suppress it, the unfettered Sword God commanded, drawing a colossal golden sword symbol in the sky with his broken sword. This symbol was vast and boundless, connecting heaven and earth and gathering the supreme power of this realm. A mere wisp of its essence could shatter mountains and drain seas. It gently descended. The golden sword symbol aimed at the eerie being, seeking to cast it back into slumber. The golden sword symbol descended upon the eerie being like the collapse of the heavens, its flowing sword intent razor-sharp enough to sever all chains and bindings in existence. However, the eerie being was no ordinary foe. Thanks to the foolishness of the Heavenly Tao Academy, it had unexpectedly broken this realm, granting it a sliver of opportunity for escape. It had only just awakened. Why would it willingly succumb to slumber once more? The crimson mist surrounding it suddenly surged, transforming into a vast sea of blood, striving to withstand the golden sword talisman capable of subduing all. Jian Wu Dao, you have exhausted your strength. Do you truly believe you can still seal this deity? The voice of the enigmatic being reverberated through the blood sea. Laden with boundless fury and mockery, it struggled mightily, the golden chains binding it, emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. Tens of thousands of chains, forged from the very order of heaven and earth, clashed and rubbed against one another, producing a tremendous noise, as if they might snap at any moment. With each of its struggles, the entire cosmos trembled, as though on the brink of cataclysm. The momentum of the strange being surged to its zenith. The blood sea roiling, conjuring towering waves that clashed with the golden sword talisman. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, spatial rifts spreading like a spider's web, causing the entire sword god's secret realm to quiver. On the verge of collapse. Observing this, Jian Wudao's countenance paled further, yet the determination in his eyes remained unshaken. This battle concerned the safety of the entire 3,000 Dao domains. Retreat was not an option. Should the enigmatic being escape, the entirety of the 3,000 Dao domains would face devastation. Sword intent, coalesce, Jian Wudao murmured, the remnants of his primordial spirit boiling within, all surging into the tattered sword. Miraculously, the cracks upon the sword began to mend, its brilliance shining like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire blood C.1 sword to cleave the heavens. Jian Wudao raised the sword high, its tip pointing towards the firmament. With a resounding shout, he brought the sword down with force, a beam of sword light cleaving through the skies, striking at the core of the strange being. This strike encapsulated Jian Wudao's lifetime of cultivation and will. Wherever the sword light passed, space shattered, laws crumbled, and even the blood sea of the enigmatic being was split asunder, revealing its terror-stricken true form. No. You dare. The strange being emitted a desperate howl before it could finish its words. The sword light had completely penetrated its form, thrusting it back into a cage woven from countless sword intents, sealing it once more. As the strange being was sealed, the oppressive force in the world dissipated, and the trembling chains regained their tranquility. The space gradually repaired itself, and serenity returned to that moment. Jian Wudao's figure grew increasingly transparent, as if he might vanish into nothingness at any moment. Even if you seal me once more, the cultivators who intrude upon the sword god's secret realm will continuously provide me with sustenance. Before being sealed, the strange being quieted, mocking Jian Wudao. He gazed at Jian Wudao as one would view a pitiful creature on the verge of drowning. You, taking advantage of Su Qing from the Celestial Dao Academy to breach the sword god's secret realm, have lured the contemporary sword cultivators to inherit your will and continue to suppress me? The strange being saw through Jian Wudao's intentions, recognizing that he had not repaired the breach created by the Celestial Dao Academy cultivators. Chapter 21. The Admonition of the Sword God's Secret Realm. He had exhausted his strength, unable to suppress the strange being any longer. Seizing this opportunity, he sought to attract external sword cultivators to find a powerful successor to continue his duty of suppression. The strange being laughed arrogantly, ruthlessly extinguishing Jian Wudao's hopes. Before I refined that group from the Celestial Dao Academy into puppets, I learned from Su Qing's primordial spirit that the 3,000 Dao domains have betrayed the ancient covenant established 30,000 years ago with your sword lineage and the major sects of the 3,000 Dao domains. The sword path has perished. The words of the strange being ignited a flicker of panic within Jian Wudao, a mixture of shock and fury. The sword path has perished. They have betrayed the sword lineage? How dare the major sects of the 3,000 Dao domains? Witnessing the astonishment and rage on Jian Wudao's face, the strange being reveled in delight, its boisterous laughter echoing throughout the main hall. Ha ha, you think yourself clever, yet you know not that I've been playing a part with you all along. Had I not relied upon your hand to open the sword god's secret realm, how would 1,000,000 cultivators come here, allowing me to devour them and restore my vitality? Jian Wudao's expression darkened further, momentarily at a loss for a retort. No one can suppress us any longer. I shall awaken once more, and you, Jian Wudao, all your efforts are but futile struggles. Once I break free from this seal, I will consume all remaining sword cultivators in the world and release other malevolent deities. A triumphant smile spread across the strange being's face. After 3,000 years of conflict, it had ultimately emerged victorious. Yet a faint unease lingered within, perhaps stemming from the extinguished crimson mist atop the 100-break mountain. Had it not been for this unforeseen event, it would have continued to slumber, gathering strength until it could break free from the confines of heaven and earth after devouring enough cultivators. Regrettably, once again plunged into slumber, it lacked the time to investigate the source of its disquiet, to eliminate future troubles. It issued a final command to the Celestial Dao Academy cultivators it had refined into puppets just before succumbing to slumber. Go devour all beings that enter the secret realm, transforming them into the nourishment for my resurrection. Jian Wudao suddenly sensed something that a new rule had appeared inscribed upon the stone tablet above 100 Break Mountain. To inscribe rules, the wielder must be at least nearing the level of a heavenly sovereign, right? Perhaps there remains a glimmer of insignificant hope. Jian Wudao's feeble primordial spirit suddenly merged with a comatose, celestial Dao Academy cultivator within the Golden Rune Zone. This was the sole survivor from the group that had entered the Sword God's secret realm. Just before being devoured, he had been sheltered by Jian Wudao. Initially, Jian Wudao intended to protect him to ensure his survival. Upon discovering that the 3,000 Dao domains had utterly disregarded the ancient covenant established 30,000 years ago, he felt only murderous intent and fury towards these sect disciples. Now that he had seized his body, he bore no psychological burdens. Within the Sword God's secret realm, Wudi and Wechan appeared before a crystal-clear lake. The lake was so transparent that it seemed capable of washing away all the dust of the world. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, dappling the lake's surface with shimmering golden light, that a gentle breeze caressed the water, creating delicate ripples that brought a sense of coolness and tranquility. Behind Wudi and Wechan, cultivators entered the secret realm one after another, lingering above the lake. Millions of cultivators came, infusing the desolate secret realm with human presence. All the cultivators gazed at Wudi and Wechan with awe. Other non-sword cultivators kept their distance, fearful that this formidable figure might take their heads for sport if displeased. At that moment, a massive stone tablet descended from the sky. The stone tablet loomed above, like the very foundation of the universe, suffused with a rich aura of the Tao. Shrouded in chaotic energy, its weight akin to that of mountain ranges spanning 100,000 miles. All eyes were drawn to the stone tablet, for they knew it likely contained Jian Wudao's admonitions. Indeed, inscribed upon the tablet were golden characters, each seemingly embodying a vast world. I knew someone would come here heedlessly. Truly, why seek death when there's a chance for survival? Very well, very well. Since I am a benevolent person, I shall extend my kindness and offer you some advice. Within the Sword God's secret realm, countless malevolent spirits exist. When you see a vast expanse of red ahead, it is a harbinger of their arrival. Immediately flee in the opposite direction until the red area vanishes from sight. Oh, if you believe yourself strong, you may rush forward and offer the malevolent spirits a feast. Greed and malice are the weapons it employs to devour you. Performing good deeds will not grant you protection, for upon entering this place, you are already dead. The Sword God's secret realm will frequently manifest strange crimson mist, so do not be overly astonished. After all, the majority of this realm has succumbed. Allow me to share some good news. The golden runes cannot offer eternal protection. Their power is unprecedentedly potent here, and resistance is the only path to salvation. The swords existing within the Sword God's secret realm are remnants left behind by ancient heroes. Regardless of their condition, they possess the power to combat the strange crimson mist. Death serves as its nourishment. Infighting only benefits it, while unity and mutual assistance are the keys to victory. You have no retreat. Before it awakens, slay it. This is the only path to survival. Once the admonition was revealed, the crowd turned in terror, only to find that the entrance they had come through had vanished without a trace. A profound sense of dread gripped everyone. Are we trapped within the Sword God's secret realm? Wechan felt a twinge of unease. Indeed, the Sword God's secret realm was exceedingly odd. Jian Wudao had once been a legendary sword god, even compared to the sword ancestor by outsiders. The warnings he left behind were truly frightening. It seemed as though this Sword God's secret realm sealed away some terrifying and ominous entity. Now, they were like sheep entering the tiger's den, poised to be devoured without a trace. Wechan brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her bright eyes turning towards Wudi. Master, what of those warnings? Wudi remained unconcerned about the warnings and reminders, his gentle voice like a spring breeze, soothing Wechan's ears. No worries. I am here. Wudi's confident tone brought Wechan a measure of comfort. Indeed, He was here. Is there a place in this world safer than where the sword ancestor resides? Other sword cultivators instinctively gravitated towards Wudi, eager to cling to this formidable ally. Meanwhile, the non-sword cultivators stood frozen in place, caught in a dilemma of uncertainty. They dared not approach Wudi for refuge, yet felt too timid to venture forth alone. Wudi paid little heed to their subtle movements, his gaze cast towards the depths of the lake, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rather than concern myself with the cryptic warnings, I find myself more intrigued by the opportunity that lies before us. Upon hearing this, Wudi followed Wudi's gaze towards the lake's depths. What fortune could possibly await below? The others, too, cast their curious eyes upon the lake, which appeared nothing more than an ordinary body of water. Just then, a disturbance emanated from beneath the surface, and a barely perceptible wave of energy began to ripple outward, heralding the awakening of ancient and formidable forces. The once delicate ripples on the water's surface grew frantic and vigorous. As an unknown power stirred below, Wudi fixed her attention on the lake's surface, striving to glean more information. The other sword cultivators sensed the lake's anomaly and exchanged glances filled with curiosity and anticipation. Chapter 22. Who agrees, who disagrees? The non-sword cultivators, though anxious, found themselves irresistibly drawn to this mysterious energy, inching closer involuntarily. Suddenly, the lake's surface split open, a torrent of potent sword intent surging forth, ascending into the heavens. The intensity of this sword intent sent a shiver through the hearts of all present sword cultivators, as if their very souls were being beckoned by this formidable force. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a colossal fish leapt from the water, aiming for the sky, where millions of cultivators resided. Its aura was terrifying, enveloped in the laws of sword intent, resembling a drawn sword, its momentum overwhelming the very laws of the universe. This was a fish of the 7th tier of the heavenly vein realm. It opened its cavernous maw and devoured thousands of cultivators whole. This was the legendary sword fish, thought to be extinct. A highly skilled sword cultivator gasped in disbelief, his eyes brimming with shock and greed. The sword fish, a mythical beast from ancient times, fed on sword intent and could exhale the sword chi of the world. Even comprehending the laws of the sword path, they were once the coveted treasure of countless sword cultivators, for consuming sword fish could enhance one's mastery of the sword path. Moreover, the flesh of the sword fish possessed remarkable body-refining properties, capable of fortifying a person's physique to the strength of a treasured artifact. However, as time passed, the sword fish gradually vanished from existence, becoming a mere legend. Yet now, a sword fish had appeared here, and a 7th-tier heavenly vein sword fish at that. Should one consume its flesh, a sword cultivator of the spirit platform realm could directly break through on the spot, ascending to the heavenly vein realm and mastering the complete laws of the sword path. Furthermore, a heavenly vein sword cultivator consuming its flesh could solidify their sword path laws, making it feasible to advance 1 or 2 minor realms. Even for non-sword cultivators, consuming the flesh of a sword fish would strengthen the body, enhance vitality, and prolong life. In the instant the sword fish devoured thousands of cultivators, countless greedy gazes fell upon it. Yet no one dared to act immediately, for this was a 7th-tier heavenly vein fish. After the colossal fish returned to Swordfish Lake, even more swordfish surfaced, numbering in the tens of thousands. These swordfish were significantly smaller than the previous one, and their strength was weaker. With most being at the spirit platform realm, and only a few reaching the heavenly vein realm. Observing the multitude of swordfish below, many gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, swordfish have long been extinct in the outside world. Who would have thought there would be so many here? Truly, this is the sword god's mysterious realm, and to enter it is to encounter such fortune that if I could consume even 1 or 2 of these swordfish, I would surely achieve a breakthrough. Wudi listened to the avaricious murmurs, his golden robe fluttering slightly. In a swift motion, he appeared before the multitude, his gaze calm as he surveyed them. The lake breeze caressed his form, causing his sleeves to billow. Though he exuded no discernible aura, his mere presence commanded attention. Particularly for the sword cultivators, their eyes were filled with admiration and reverence as they regarded Wudi. They had not forgotten that it was he who had aided them at the foot of 100 Break Mountain. Without Li Wudi, they would have become mere fodder for the Yin Yang sect as scouts. Among the sword cultivators, Li Shiyuan stepped forward, offering a respectful salute to Li Wudi. Senior, do you have any commands? He perceived that Li Wudi's actions were not without purpose. Li Shiyuan was an ordinary rogue cultivator, and his pursuit of the sword was inspired by tales of the sword ancestor from his youth, that in ancient times, humanity was prey to myriad races, subjected to arbitrary slaughter and humiliation. Ultimately, the sword ancestor, armed with a single sword, buried countless powerful beings under his blade, instilling fear in all races and forging a position for humanity through sheer might. The sword ancestor's lifelong motto was, "The sword is forged for the countless souls of the world." The tale of the sword ancestor has inspired generations of sword cultivators. Even in a time when the sword path faced decline, there were still those willing to tread this path. Li Shiyuan was but a humble participant among them. He stepped forward, hoping to seize this opportunity to ally with Li Wudi. This senior appeared amicable and harbored a heart for all sword cultivators. Should this venerable figure take a fancy to him and bestow even a small boon, it could greatly enhance his sword path. Perhaps one day he might reach the heights attained by the sword ancestor. Mu Yuechen and the million cultivators regarded him with curiosity. Many speculated that this sword path master would require assistance to claim so many sword fish, especially the 7th tier heavenly vein sword fish, intending to rally the crowd for support. Only Mu Yuechen understood that her master had no intention of rallying anyone to AS for that 7th tier heavenly vein sword fish. There was no need for her master to intervene. She could slay it herself, let alone her master, who could effortlessly dispatch even the mightiest of heavenly beings. Li Wudi observed their expressions, and a serene voice emerged from his lips. "I shall state this plainly, my friends. This swordfish lake now belongs to me. You may disperse." As Li Wudi's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. They stood rooted in disbelief, unable to fathom that Li Wudi had emerged solely to declare his intent to monopolize the swordfish lake. Was this not a display of excessive arrogance? Did he intend to single-handedly take on the million cultivators present? Even those sword cultivators who had previously held him in high regard could scarcely maintain their composure. They had thought him a benevolent sage, only to witness his greedy nature revealed the moment an opportunity presented itself. Li Shiyuan's expression stiffened, disbelief clouding his features as he regarded Li Wudi. This declaration was indiscriminate, even driving away sword cultivators. Could it be that he had misjudged this senior? Was he merely a self-serving opportunist? Only Mu Yuechen's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression radiating an endearing purity. Coupled with her flowing white attire, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Indeed, her master remained the same domineering figure. Li Wudi remained unfazed by their thoughts, reiterating, "I have spoken. Who is in favor? And who is against?" No sooner had Li Wudi's words left his mouth than a resounding voice erupted from the crowd, that "I oppose." The hearts of the onlookers surged with elation, with someone leading the opposition. The million cultivators found purpose. Even should Li Wudi be formidable, he could not withstand the tide of numbers, and would be compelled to relinquish this fortuitous domain. They turned to see a burly figure with fierce brows and wide eyes glaring at Li Wudi. It was Lei Chang Daoren from Thunder Yuan Mountain. Thunder Yuan Mountain ranked among the elite forces of the East State, second only to the domineering Xintian sect and the three pinnacle powers. Its overall strength was comparable to the now-destroyed Yin Yang sect. The founder of Thunder Yuan Mountain was a top-tier lightning cultivator at the 8th tier of the Heavenly Vein realm, commanding respect even from the Xintian sect and the three pinnacle powers. Chapter 23. The Coffin Slays. Lei Chang Daoren was the direct disciple of the Thunder Yuan Patriarch, boasting a cultivation level that had reached the 5th tier of the Heavenly Vein realm. It was said that even those at the 6th tier of the Heavenly Vein realm would find him a worthy opponent. Facing this challenger, Li Wudi did not even spare him a glance. The jade coffin beneath his feet seemed to possess a will of its own, shooting forth with a swiftness as it swept horizontally towards Lei Chang Daoren, its might causing the very void to fracture. With a resounding crash, Lei Chang Daoren's body was crushed into a pulp by the coffin that a strange red mist coiled around his lifeless form. Li Wudi chuckled coldly. as the coffin rose once more, striking down upon the eerie red mist with tremendous force. Ultimately, under this immense pressure, the strange red mist was obliterated. Such a scene sent shivers down the spines of the million cultivators. They could hardly believe how brazenly Wudi was, mercilessly slaying a challenger merely for voicing opposition to Li. You are far too domineering. With tens of thousands of swordfish in this lake, you could easily claim the lion's share, yet you refuse to allow us even a taste. Is this not excessive? Another figure stepped forward, gritting his teeth. The crowd turned to gaze in astonishment. This individual was a towering Buddha, his cultivation reaching the 6th tier of the heavenly vein realm, placing him among the top 10 cultivators present. He was Master Dusher from the Du Fa sect. The Du Fa sect, a force of unparalleled might akin to Lei Yuan Mountain, is graced by the presence of its venerable ancestor. The Du Fa patriarch, a transcendent master of the 8th level of the celestial pulse realm. Yun Feng of the Xiandao sect, refused to cower in submission. Esteemed colleagues, we stand here with a million cultivators. Can we truly be intimidated by a single individual? At that moment, another middle-aged swordsman stepped forward, wielding the Xian Yu precious blade, also a practitioner of the 6th level of the celestial pulse realm. The Xiandao sect is equally formidable in the East State, rivaling the Du Fa sect, and is guarded by ancient beings who have remained hidden from the world for a century. His words ignited the fervor of the gathered million cultivators. As two more prominent figures of the 6th level of the celestial pulse realm rose to oppose, an increasing number of cultivators joined the outcry against Wudi. We will not submit. Why should you monopolize this opportunity? Fellow cultivators, united, even the celestial sovereign would retreat in fear. Why should we be afraid of him? Yes, let us join forces and drive him away. In the blink of an eye, the ranks of those opposing Wudi swelled by 4,000 or 5,000, but among them were formidable figures from elite factions, the Du Fa Buddha and Yun Feng. Witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of joy. The tide had turned in their favor. They could hardly believe that Wudi would dare confront such a multitude of cultivators. These individuals represented the most renowned forces in the East State. Should he act, it would mean enmity with the entire region. Even the dominant Xiantian sect would hesitate in such circumstances that a swordsman, observing the scene, seemed tempted to join the fray. Suddenly, Li Xiao Yuan interjected, urging them to refrain from acting. Not move. The elder is risking confrontation with the world for a reason that I refuse to believe that the senior who stood up for us outside by Duan Mountain is driven by greed. No one would recklessly declare war against the entirety of the East State. Hell, Xiao Yuan ultimately convinced himself in his heart, believing that Wudi's actions bore deeper significance. Other swordsmen, upon hearing this, ceased their unrest. I too find it hard to believe that elderly would act out of selfishness. Let us observe further. Another swordsman hesitated as well. The swordsmen quieted, regaining their composure. They chose to temporarily place their trust in Wudi, for he had proven himself reliable in the past. Moreover, their entrance here was made possible by Wudi forging the path that if he truly sought to monopolize this opportunity, what harm would it be to yield to him? Consider it a gesture of gratitude for leading so many swordsmen into the secret realm. Wudi regarded these swordsmen with a discerning eye. They indeed possessed self-awareness. Their encounter had been fleeting. Should they strike, he too would send them on their way. Wudi looked upon the assembly of 4,000 or 5,000 cultivators. Uttering not a word, he raised a finger, directing it toward the multitude of dissenters. The jade coffin soared into the air, rapidly expanding until it resembled a colossal mountain. The coffin obscured the sky, descending with an unstoppable force upon the opposing group. As the coffin traversed, the very fabric of space fractured, rendering all laws of nature null and void. The Du Fa Buddha and Yun Feng, witnessing the impending doom of the suspended coffin, were taken aback. Neither had anticipated that Wudi would dare to confront the entire East State and take action against them. Together, we shall not falter. I refuse to believe that our combined strength cannot suppress him. The storm of wind and clouds. Yun Feng bellowed, leading the charge with a strike aimed at the coffin. The might of wind and clouds coalesced into this single blow, as the tempestuous sea of clouds surged forth, imbued with an aura of unparalleled ferocity, crashing into the jade coffin. The Du-Fa Buddha, unwilling to be outdone, conjured a string of Buddhist beads, casting them into the air. The beads grew larger, ultimately obscuring the heavens and earth as they barreled toward the suspended coffin above, with two titans of power unleashing their might. Thousands of cultivators behind them followed suit, unleashing a cacophony of spells that threatened to rend the very heavens asunder. The terrifying spectacle left the million spectators in a state of trepidation. Fearful of being inadvertently swept into the fray, their very existence at stake. Thunderous roars echoed as the earth trembled. Yet, the jade coffin remained unmoved, while the sea of clouds dispersed and the beads shattered, as if a grand display of fireworks had been extinguished. How could this be? The Du-Fa Buddha could only muster a desperate cry before being obliterated in midair by the colossal coffin. Others followed in swift succession, transformed into a rain of crimson droplets. Amidst the blood rain, a vast expanse of red mist billowed forth, spreading in all directions, akin to a famished beast poised to devour the million cultivators. This sight rendered the million cultivators pale with fear. Before the ominous red mist, they felt their limbs grow cold, their bodies weighed down as if under an insurmountable pressure. This eerie mist seemed to inherently suppress the very beings of this realm. As they trembled in terror, a voice of authority and magnitude reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Wudi stood suspended in the void, his golden robes billowing, his expression devoid of warmth, resembling a deity. Under the frigid gaze he cast upon them, the jade coffin radiated an overwhelming power that transcended the heavens, akin to a world-ending millstone, utterly annihilating the ominous red mist. Only when the eerie red mist was thoroughly eradicated did the million cultivators awaken from their stupor. Gasping for breath, they felt the chill against their backs, realizing with horror that cold sweat had drenched them in mere moments. Wudi waved his hand, and the jade coffin returned to its original size, settling once more beneath his feet. Chapter 24. The benevolent Wudi lightly alighted upon the coffin, his gaze sharp and penetrating, his pitch-black pupils akin to devouring black holes that dared no one to meet them. Wudi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tranquil, as though nothing had transpired. There's still anyone who dares to oppose. His voice reverberated within the hearts of the million cultivators, stirring a tempest of emotion. Yet no one dared to step forward. I see now. I understand. Elderly truly harbors noble intentions. Amidst the silence, a jubilant shout drew the attention of all. They turned to find Li Xiaoyuan, brimming with respect and admiration. Performing a deep bow to Li Wudi, in the gaze of the multitude, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Li Wudi. Elderly's willingness to oppose the world is for our salvation. He is a true sage, a paragon of virtue for all cultivators to aspire to. The others regarded Li Xiaoyuan with incredulity. They struggled to fathom how Li Wudi, a figure of arrogance and impunity, could be perceived as a sage in his eyes. Li Wudi cast a sidelong glance at him, while Mu Yuchen paused, wondering if he had discerned the identity of his master, the sword ancestor. After all, his master had carved a path for humanity with a single sword, establishing their current standing. For the human race, he was undoubtedly a sage. Oblivious to the thoughts of the crowd, Li Xiaoyuan simply articulated what he believed to be the truth. Esteemed colleagues, I do not speak idly. He pointed to the enormous stone tablet suspended in the sky, upon which the rules remained vividly inscribed. Behold, Rule 3 of the Sword God's secret realm. Greed and malevolent thoughts are what it consumes as weapons. As Li Xiaoyuan's words fell, the gaze of the crowd instinctively shifted to the towering stone tablet above. The rules glimmered with an ethereal light, as though imparting an undeniable truth. Rule 3 of the Sword God's secret realm. Greed and malevolent thoughts are what it consumes as weapons. The crowd silently reiterated the rule, beginning to contemplate the connection between it and Li Wudi's actions. The emergence of the swordfish was but a lure for our inner greed. I ask you all, when faced with the opportunity of the swordfish, did you truly not feel a twinge of greed? At this, the million cultivators awakened, realizing that in the moment the swordfish appeared, they had all been consumed by avarice. I Xiao Yuan continued to elucidate his perspective. His voice was gentle yet resolute, akin to a cleansing stream that washed away the clutter in their hearts. And do you recall what transpired with those whom Elderly dispatched? The crowd reflected earnestly, and some suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, after their demise, an eerie red mist had emerged from within them. Others, reminded by this revelation, recalled that the strange red mist had only manifested after those individuals had been slain. I Xiao Yuan nodded with satisfaction, further clarifying. Thus, it becomes evident that Rule 3 signifies that greed for the swordfish will lead us to be consumed by the eerie red mist. Those who opposed Elderly were precisely the ones unable to suppress their inner desires, allowing the red mist to infiltrate them. Li Xiao Yuan turned his gaze toward Li Wudi, his face brimming with veneration. Elderly's actions, though seemingly obstructive to our pursuit of the swordfish, are, in truth, a means to help us suppress our own greed, preventing the ominous red mist from consuming us. Some cultivators began to nod, as the events that had transpired seemed to align with this newfound understanding. However, who can ascertain whether Elderly genuinely seeks to assist us or merely wishes to monopolize the swordfish? A voice of skepticism arose from the crowd, tinged with doubt. But can you discern any signs of the eerie red mist infiltrating Elderly? Li Xiao Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. Although Elderly appears to exhibit greedy behavior by attempting to monopolize the swordfish lake, he has never been consumed by the eerie red mist. Does this not serve as evidence of his untainted heart? In response to Li Xian's pointed retort, the murmurs of doubt gradually subsided. The crowd began to reflect, realizing that they had indeed never witnessed any trace of the enigmatic red mist surrounding Li Wudi. He maintained an air of calm and detachment, as if he were entirely unperturbed by the greed and malevolence that permeated this secret realm. Following Li Shiyuan's remarks, a wave of guilt surged within the hearts of the onlookers. They started to comprehend that they might have misjudged Li Wudi. This seemingly arrogant and reckless elder might possess far deeper considerations. Moreover, take a look at those swordfish. Aishin gestured toward the lake's surface, where the swordfish had regained their tranquility, as if the recent tempest had never transpired. Aside from the one that initially leapt out to injure, the remaining swordfish had merely surfaced without launching any attacks against us, almost as if they were deliberately tempting our inner greed. Could this not serve as the finest testament, swordfish? We merely observed the multitude of you, waiting for your internal strife to diminish before making our move. Honestly, you can't continue your quarrels. We shall remain uninvolved. No. Mate, hey, why are you bringing us into this? Now look, all eyes are on us. The swordfish expressed that watching the drama carried risks and that one should exercise caution. As Li Xuan spoke, the crowd's suspicions gradually dissipated. They began to regard Li Wudi with a fresh perspective, along with all his actions. Elderly, it appears we have wronged you, someone exclaimed, their voice laced with sincerity and remorse. Particularly those sword cultivators who had previously doubted Li Wudi felt an overwhelming sense of shame. How could I have doubted the elder? I truly deserve to be condemned. The elder is indeed a saint among us. We admire his magnanimity, while we ourselves, with narrow minds, failed to discern the truth and maliciously slandered him. We are guilty. Countless sword cultivators bowed deeply to Li Wudi, their eyes brimming with respect and regret. Although the other cultivators did not exhibit the same level of fervor as the sword cultivators, they too bowed their heads in shame. Wudi regarded Li Xun, unable to deny his brilliance. He continued to wear his characteristic aloof demeanor. Yuechun alighted upon Li Wudi's coffin, clad in white as snow, her movements ethereal, her presence captivating. She stifled a giggle, whispering into Li Wudi's ear, "So master occupies the swordfish lake out of kindness." Her voice was as melodious as a gentle lute. Wudi's lips twitched slightly. He could sense his disciples' playful sarcasm. Leave the swordfish to the disciples and elders of the sword sect. It seems you don't require them, he stated nonchalantly. Yuechun's smile faltered, replaced by a look of dismay. A slight sense of triumph flickered within Li Wudi. This rebellious disciple truly believed he could not manage her. Li Wudi's gaze fell upon the million cultivators present. Chapter 25. Yuechun slays the swordfish. This glance tightened the hearts of the million cultivators. Leave. Li Wudi's voice thundered in their ears. Ishun opened his mouth. Taking the initiative to translate for Li Wudi, the elder urges us to depart swiftly. He will remain to eliminate the root of this greed. This is for our own good. As he spoke, he was moved himself, nearly brought to tears. Yuechun, listening to Li Shuyuan's translation, felt her lips twitch. She truly did not wish to shatter their idolization of her master. Is there a possibility that the master simply wishes to drive people away, aiming to claim this swordfish lake for himself? The million cultivators, upon hearing this, were complex expressions. This time, they refrained from opposing. Instead, they found warmth in the elder's brusque command. This elder is a quintessential figure of a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Even amidst a million misunderstandings, he is willing to save all beings, a true paragon of virtue. I could see that moment. It seemed everyone beheld a grandeur of righteousness in Li Wudi. His figure appeared so sacred and towering, more approachable and magnificent than celestial deities. With deep gratitude, they clasped their hands in reverence towards Li Wudi, their hearts heavy with emotion. Elder, we are profoundly grateful for your benevolence. Should we survive this ordeal, we shall erect a monument in your honor, ensuring your heroic deeds resonate through the ages. After Li Shuyuan finished speaking, he was the first to turn and depart. Li Wudi's eyelids twitched violently. He suddenly felt an urge to kick Li Shuyuan. You little rascal, are you cursing me? Li Wudi silently cursed, yet his expression remained cold and detached. The million cultivators turned and hastily fled. Once they had vacated the swordfish lake, only Li Wudi, Yuechun, and the multitude of swordfish, previously waiting for the cultivators to engage in a fatal conflict, remained. Li Wudi gazed at the swordfish that had just devoured thousands of humans. A hint of coldness surfacing in his otherwise tranquil eyes. In days gone by, myriad races had feasted upon our kind, yet he had carved out a realm of clarity through the sword path. He had always detested those who preyed upon humans. Though humans consumed fish, Li Wudi identified as human. He could only view the myriad races from the perspective of humanity, under Li Wudi's intense scrutiny. The swordfish of the seventh heaven tensed, its blood freezing, as if it had perceived the call of doom. Yuechun, eager to seize the opportunity for a meal, stepped forward. She retrieved a translucent sword resembling jade from her spatial ring. Her white attire accentuating her otherworldly beauty, a surge of murderous intent igniting in her eyes, lending her an air of heroism. Master, allow me to take this one. I wish to experience the power of the ancient sword path. Observing the fighting spirit radiating from Yuechun, Li Wudi inclined his head slightly, refraining from dissuading her. This journey to the sword god's secret realm served not only to unravel the truths of 30,000 years ago, but also to hone her skills. The swordfish from the seventh heaven presented an ideal opponent. However, before that, he needed to dispatch the remaining swordfish to prevent excessive harm during their duel, for these would serve as invaluable resources for the disciples of the sword sect in the future. Li Wudi gently raised his hand, causing the jade coffin beneath him to open, revealing an expansive and boundless space. A powerful suction erupted above the swordfish lake, enveloping the entire lake within its grasp. In an instant, the lake was uprooted and drawn into the vast space within the coffin, floating in the void like an island. With another gesture, he expelled the seventh heaven swordfish into the void, where it swam in terror, gazing at Li Wudi with wide eyes. Li Wudi had not entirely stripped it of hope. Should you defeat her, I may spare your life. The swordfish comprehended Li Wudi's words, its expression shifting to one of surprise as it regarded Yuechun. It realized that she was merely a second heaven-human sword cultivator, an inexhaustible fighting spirit ignited within it. Today, it would strive to escape the clutches of this human overlord. The swordfish darted toward Yuechun, its body transforming into a colossal sword, cleaving through the void. Facing this adversary, 5 realms above her, Yuechun's exquisite gaze held no fear, only tranquility. She drew her sword. Tao Qing's demon-subduing sword. The translucent jade sword in Yuechun's grasp blazed to life, akin to the first ray of sunlight piercing through clouds at dawn, clear and sharp. She softly chanted. A delicate azure light coalesced around the sword's body, as if embodying the purity and strength of creation. In a flash, Mu Yuechen's form merged with the sword light, transforming into a dazzling beam aimed directly at the swiftly moving swordfish. The swordfish, witnessing this, refused to be outdone. Its scales shimmered with cold light, resembling countless sharp blades, as it attempted to withstand Mu Yuechen's swordplay with brute force. A crisp metallic clash resonated through the void as Mu Yuechen's sword met the swordfish's scales, sending ripples visible to the naked eye cascading outward. The swordfish had evidently underestimated Mu Yuechen's prowess. With that single strike, its massive form involuntarily retreated several paces, shock flickering in its eyes. How could it? A dignified seventh heaven swordfish, possessing a complete understanding of the sword path's principles, be repelled by a human cultivator of significantly lower realm. This realization jolted it awake. The words spoken by the golden-robed human overlord were not born of kindness. Rather, he exuded confidence in this white-clad female swordswoman's ability to slay, survive. It had no choice but to fight with all its might. The sword path principles within the swordfish surged violently, its speed accelerating as it became a sword of slaughter, wholly beyond control. The sword intent emanating from it was such that even cultivators of the seventh heaven would retreat in fear. Unwilling to engage directly, Mu Yuechen moved gracefully, akin to a sprite dancing upon the water's surface, elegant and beautiful. Each of her movements was perfectly timed, deftly evading the swordfish's attacks while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Her swordplay was nimble and precise, each strike targeting the swordfish's vital points, compelling the formidable beast to focus all its attention on defense. Shattering evil sword of the upper clarity, as Mu Yuechen once again intoned softly. The momentum of the sword abruptly shifted, the sword light becoming even more refined, as if it could sever all evils in the world. This time, the sword light transformed from a mere straightforward assault into an intricate web of blades, ensnaring the swordfish tightly. The swordfish darted and thrashed within the net, yet it remained unable to break free. Each struggle only tightened the net further. Wudi observed quietly from the side, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Mu Yuechen's progress had exceeded his expectations. Indeed, the physique of the Sword Dao Scion was formidable. Faced with an enemy several realms above her, she not only held her ground but gradually gained the upper hand. This calmness and resilience were precisely the qualities that a sword cultivator ought to possess, and he could not help but reflect that had he possessed her physique in his youth, he might not have struggled so fiercely against the might of the myriad races. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, if it were not for those trials that tempered his indomitable will, he would not have achieved his current stature. Chapter 26. Wu Jian. Perhaps this is the balance of loss and gain. Li Wudi's mind was calm as he resumed his observation of Mu Yuechen's battle. With the myriad races harboring the intent to annihilate humanity, he too wished to discern whether the descendants of humankind possessed the capability to stand alongside him when that day arrived. At last, after a masterful transition of sword techniques, Mu Yuechen discovered the swordfish's flaw. Yuqing Dongai's sword. With a single strike, she pierced through its formidable scales, striking at its vital point. The massive body of the swordfish quivered violently before it plummeted helplessly, landing in the nearby woods, ultimately succumbing to tranquility. With the battle concluded, Mu Yuechen sheathed her sword, her expression devoid of excessive joy, only reflecting a serene sense of accomplishment. She turned to Li Wudi, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. "Master, was there any deficiency in my strike?" Li Wudi smiled gently, tapping her fair, jade-like brow lightly. "It was passable. Your swordsmanship has developed its own style. However, if you could better integrate your spiritual power with your sword intent, its might could ascend to greater heights." Disappointed at not fully satisfying her master, Mu Yuechen pouted adorably. Yet, as she pondered her recent battle, she furrowed her brow and lowered her head. Indeed, she could have performed better. Had she managed to perfectly blend her spiritual power, sword intent, and sword techniques as her master suggested, she could have concluded the fight with but a single strike. Lifting her gaze once more, her eyes brimmed with determination and resolve. With this experience, she would undoubtedly astonish her exacting master next time. Wudi recognized her enlightenment, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor while feeling a deep satisfaction within. He approached the enormous corpse of the swordfish, extracting its most refined parts and tossing them to Mu Yuechen. Refine it on the spot. It will elevate your prowess, and Mu Yuechen regarded the essence of the sword path in her hands. Aware of the perils that lay within the sword divine's mysterious realm, it did not dare to delay. Immediately sitting down to refine it, as she meditated, a vast sword intent enveloped her entire being. She basked in the ocean of swordsmanship, her sword cultivation advancing moment by moment. Meanwhile, Wudi began to slice the flesh of the swordfish, igniting a fire to prepare grilled fish. The myriad races feast upon the flesh and blood of my kind. I too shall draw strength from their flesh and blood. This was the path tread by the cultivators of his era, a bloody road replete with slaughter and conquest. Wudi was among the few who transcended this path. Establishing a cultivation system centered around the sword as the way. The fire crackled and popped, the fish meat roasting to a golden crisp, its aroma enticing. Amidst the forest, a striking swordsman clad in a black and white robe, with short hair and delicate brows, approached with a cheerful demeanor. Wudi glanced up at him, an odd expression flickering in his eyes, yet he feigned indifference. He continued grilling the fish, the delectable scent wafting through the air, causing one to salivate. The young swordsman in black and white, appearing quite familiar, settled before the fire. He raised his gaze to Mu Yuechen, who was refining the essence of the swordfish, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. This was indeed the sword Dao's supreme physique, the child of sword path fortune. It was said that such a child would only be born when the path was on the brink of extinction. Their purpose to save the waning way of the sword. The young swordsman's expression turned slightly cold. In this matter he had not lied. Those individuals had indeed betrayed the sword Dao. A flicker of intense killing intent flashed in his eyes before he swiftly concealed it. He looked at the composed Wudi, revealing a smile akin to that of an old acquaintance. "My sword friend, I am Wu Jian. Might I have the fortune of tasting your fish?" Wudi did not lift his gaze. His full attention fixated on the grilling fish. "You are quite unfortunate." Wudi's nonchalant words caused Wu Jian's smiling face to freeze. "Damn it, this is my fish. Am I not allowed even a taste? You little brat, I truly wish to slap you." However, he restrained the impulse to pin Wudi to the ground and beat him, soon regaining his composure as he headed toward the swordfish lake. "Very well, then I shall catch one myself." If denied, he still had plenty of fish to spare. Observing Wu Jian's actions, Wudi remained unmoved, though a hint of peculiarity lingered in his eyes. Not long after, cries of desperation echoed from the direction of Swordfish Lake. "Where's the lake? Where's my massive lake?" Standing before the gaping hole that once was Swordfish Lake, Wu Jian's heart was shattered. His shouts reverberated through the vast valley. Sounding exceedingly forlorn, he looked around in disbelief. The once shimmering Swordfish Lake had vanished without a trace. Before him lay only a vast, gaping pit. This moment, Wudi slowly raised his head, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mu Yuechen had just completed her refinement, her cultivation breaking through to the third level of the celestial vein realm, the laws of the sword becoming increasingly solidified. She opened her eyes to see Wu Jian standing in shock before the great pit, while Wudi appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Sensing the unusual atmosphere around her, she felt a pang of curiosity but understood that it was not the time to inquire further. So she quietly stood by. Wudi leisurely handed the freshly grilled fish to Mu Yuechen. "Good disciple, having refined the essence of a swordfish, come and partake in some fish to replenish your strength." Mu Yuechen accepted the grilled fish from Wudi, inhaling its enticing aroma, her eyes lighting up. This scent, it seemed, promised exquisite flavor. She took a bite. The fish meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, prompting her to sing its praises. Wu Jian's expression fluctuated between dark and light as he struggled to suppress his shock and anger. He turned to Wudi, his tone tinged with inquiry. "What on earth happened? Why has the Swordfish Lake suddenly vanished?" Wudi shrugged, feigning innocence. "Who knows? Perhaps your fish collectively migrated. After all, they took the lake with them. How mysterious. Both Wu Jian and Mu Yuechen could no longer contain themselves. Could fish really migrate and take the lake with them? Could you be any more absurd? The former's face darkened to an extreme, while the latter's stifled laughter to the point of injury. Wu Jian clearly did not believe this explanation, but, given Mu Yuechen's presence and Li Wudi's seemingly calm, yet concealed aura, he refrained from erupting. Taking a deep breath, he continually reminded himself that he had come to offer opportunities to these junior sword cultivators. If the swordfish lake was gone, so be it. He had intended to gift it to them anyway. With a grimace, he approached Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen, observing their enthusiastic enjoyment of the meal, unable to suppress his own salivation, particularly as Li Wudi remarked, "How delightful it is to eat fish." Chapter 27. It is truly difficult to be a good person. Wu Jian forcibly quelled his inner frustration and, with a pitiful expression, once more implored, "My esteemed sword friends, might I share in some of that swordfish?" Mu Yuechen, seeing his woeful demeanor, felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet Li Wudi admonished her, "Do not extend kindness to strangers. You never know if they harbor ulterior motives." Li Wudi's words made Mu Yuechen ponder. Retracting her earlier sympathy, Wu Jian's eyelids twitched as he thought, "Eating my fish while slandering me. I truly wish to knock some sense into you. Nevertheless, for the sake of your potential as the last hope of the sword Dao, I shall endure." Wu Jian's inner turmoil was palpable as he pulled his sword from his robes. Although he had planned to find an opportunity to present this sword before, he had never anticipated it would be under such circumstances. As a dignified sword god, to find himself in such a plight was nothing short of tragic. "Why, esteemed sword friends, I am willing to trade this sword for a meal of your fish." Li Wudi remained calm and unperturbed, his golden robe gleaming even more brightly under the flickering flames. Mu Yuechen, however, was filled with curiosity, her gaze drawn irresistibly to the sword. It was an ancient and elongated blade, its surface shimmering with a faint azure light, as if it contained the weight of mountains and rivers and the vastness of the sky. The hilt was intricately carved with complex runes, each stroke revealing the vicissitudes of time and the profound essence of the sword. Even though it remained sheathed, one could sense the chilling sword aura it emanated, piercing straight to the heart. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Mu Yuechen's eyes. Though youthful, she had already made strides in the way of the sword, and could easily discern that this was no ordinary weapon. She could not help but glance at Li Wudi, eager to ascertain his thoughts on the matter. Li Wudi smiled gently, appearing to have anticipated Wu Jian's actions. The sword was impressive, yet its worth was contingent upon whether it justified such a lavish feast. His words carried a hint of jest, which only darkened Wu Jian's expression further. What an insatiable fellow! Driven by greed to the utmost, he found himself puzzled as to why the Calamity God had shown indifference to this glutton, having already tainted so many souls. Upon hearing this, Wu Jian's lips twitched slightly, inwardly cursing, "You old fox, ever seeking to profit at others' expense." Yet he had to maintain his composure, forcing a smile as he declared, "This sword is called Wudao, an unexpected acquisition of mine, seemingly a weapon of a prominent figure in the sword path at this juncture." Wu Jian began to boast about that extraordinary sword cultivator. "Just a glance at this sword fills me with profound admiration for its master. I feel his brilliance outshines the sun, his stature surpasses that of heaven and earth, his virtues eclipse even the most revered sages, and his very existence is a glory to the universe. His achievements far exceeding those of past luminaries. Truly, he is the foremost figure of all time." Wu Jian's flattery left Li Wudi in a state of astonishment. How could anyone in this world be more shameless than himself? Mu Yuechen, upon hearing this, was even more intrigued. She had an inkling that this sword might provide her with unexpected enlightenment on her path of the sword. Li Wudi remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options, before finally speaking slowly. "The Wudao sword in my collection will be considered rather ordinary. However, since my fellow swordsman has shown such sincerity, I shall accept it on behalf of my disciple, as a form of assistance on her journey." Wu Jian clenched his teeth inwardly. How could this be? This was the Wudao sword, a unique divine blade in the world. How could there be someone more shameless than himself? Forget it. I won't waste my breath on this ignorant fellow. Li Wudi gestured for Mu Yuechan to step forward and accept the sword. That a wave of joy surged within her as she respectfully took the Wu Dao sword. As the hilt settled in her hand, a warm yet powerful sword intent flowed through her meridians, causing her cultivation to subtly shift. Wu Jian, witnessing this, felt a pang of reluctance, but deemed it a success in fulfilling one of his objectives. Most importantly, the Wu Dao sword had ultimately fallen into the hands of the sword maiden rather than that shameless Li Wudi. Had it ended up with Li Wudi, he would truly be distressed. That would be akin to casting a pearl before swine. He managed to force a smile. This is splendid. May the sword of the greatest sword cultivator in the world flourish in the hands of Miss Mu. Meanwhile, Li Wudi continued to savor his fish and meat, casually remarking, "Rest assured, my disciple will not disgrace your sword." Wu Jian forced a laugh, burying his face in his plate, as if he were consuming Li Wudi's flesh. He truly wished to avoid conversing with this greedy and shameless individual. Really, Calamity God? Why not just take him away? I would absolutely not stand in your way. Li Wudi, however, shook his head secretly, lamenting that being a good person was indeed difficult. After finishing his meal, Li Wudi stood up, clapping his hands and brushing off the dust from his golden robe. "Let us depart, Yuechun. It is time to seek the palace of Wu Dao. I have some inquiries I wish to pose to him." As he spoke, Li Wudi cast a meaningful glance at Wu Jian, feigning a sense of regret. Alas, without a guide, navigating this vast, sword-mysterious realm to locate the palace of the Wu Dao, sword god, may well require us to run ourselves to exhaustion. Mu Yuechan gazed at the sword-mysterious realm, her expression reflecting her trepidation. The Swordfish Lake itself spanned thousands of miles, and this sword-mysterious realm was likely as expansive as an entire eastern province. To locate the sword god's palace within this immeasurable expanse truly posed a considerable challenge. Take that moment. Wu Jian stepped forward. "If you two esteemed swordsmen do not mind, I can serve as your guide." Li Wudi and Mu Yuechan gazed at him in astonishment. Observing their expressions, Wu Jian realized it might be his first time in the sword-mysterious realm. He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to cover his tracks. "Actually, my ancestors had some connections with the great Wu Dao sword god of this world, and coincidentally, a map regarding the sword-mysterious realm has been passed down through my family." With that, he produced a rather modern-looking piece of paper, its markings appearing fresh, as if drawn not long ago. Upon examining the map, Li Wudi and Mu Yuechan exchanged bewildered glances. Was that truly a map? To call a child scrawl would be a compliment. Seeing the skepticism on their faces, Wu Jian felt a wave of panic wash over him. Maintaining his facade of calm, he coughed lightly, attempting to explain. "Ahem, this map possesses its unique qualities. It is a family secret. Not something an ordinary person could comprehend. Will not be deceived by its current appearance. It will surely prove invaluable in critical moments." Wudi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the map in his hand, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, a secret map. Here, I thought it was a child's doodle." Mu Yuechan leaned in closely, her brow furrowed as she sought to glean any clues from the seemingly chaotic lines and symbols. No matter how hard she tried, the map resembled nothing more than a child's scribble, devoid of any discernible order. Chapter 28. How can one of your age remain so composed? Wu Jian, noticing this, felt his face darken. "You are the real 3-year-old. He thought to himself, but ultimately conceded that as long as they could receive all the opportunities here, his mission would be accomplished. He simply needed to bluff his way through. He stubbornly continued to argue. "Trust me, this map is absolutely effective. If we follow the directions it provides, we will certainly find the palace of the Wu Dao." Sword God. Wudi smiled slightly, continuing to play along with the act as he tossed the map back to Wu Jian. "Very well, since you are so confident, we shall give it a try. If you understand this map, please lead the way." Wu Jian accepted the map, secretly relieved that he had passed this hurdle. He felt increasingly helpless, as he had come to offer them opportunities, yet ended up feeling like a guilty thief. Who could he complain to? He nodded vigorously, assuring them, "Rest assured, I, Wu Jian, swear by the name of the Sword Ancestor that this map is absolutely reliable." The Sword Ancestor is a figure of faith among all sword cultivators. Swearing by the sword ancestor's name is akin to vowing that one's entire lineage would perish with such a declaration. Mui Wetchin no longer harbored doubts. Li Wudi observed her expression and couldn't help but smile wryly, yet endearingly so. Thus the trio set forth, following the guidance of a secret map in Wu Jian's hands, embarking on a quest to locate the palace of the Wudao sword god. Along the way, Li Wudi subtly inquired, Wu Jian, since your ancestors had ties with Wudao, you should be aware of what transpired 30,000 years ago, correct? Wu Jian, feeling a surge of pride at Li Wudi's question, thought to himself, I once believed you to be the center of the universe. It seems there are still things you are unaware of. He recognized this as an opportunity to regain some semblance of control. He had intended to reveal some details about the events of 30,000 years ago to these contemporary sword cultivators, ensuring they were not kept in the dark and deceived by the shameless sects of the 3,000 Dao domains. However, given Li Wudi's previous actions, he decided to extract a price from him, feigning profundity that I know a bit, but this is a heavenly secret. As the saying goes, heavenly secrets must not be divulged. Revealing such secrets could lead to divine punishment. He covertly gauged Li Wudi's expression, thinking to himself, surely this will pique your curiosity. Wu Jian imagined Li Wudi becoming so captivated by curiosity that he would beg him desperately. However, after a prolonged silence, observing Li Wudi's nonchalant demeanor, he couldn't help but feel vexed. How can one of your age remain so composed? In a bid to elicit a response from Li Wudi, he could no longer contain himself. If my fellow swordsman truly wishes to know, a small price must be paid. As long as you can shield me from divine punishment, I shall share everything. Li Wudi continued to smile, shaking his head at in that case. It's all right. I can uncover the truth upon reaching the palace of the Wudao sword god. I wouldn't want to implicate a fellow swordsman in divine punishment. Wu Jian's smug expression faltered once more. Wait, are you truly not going to listen? He coaxed. Fear not. The cost is absolutely minimal, just a tiny bit. Li Wudi remained silent, leaving Wu Jian in a state of frustration. How was he to proceed from here? He had no intention of leading the two to the realm of the unfathomable sword god, a place where the god of misfortune was suppressed. The two were already the last hope of the sword Dao, and he certainly did not wish for them to meet their demise there. From the very beginning, his purpose was to package the opportunities of the sword god as secret realm and deliver them to the two, allowing them to escape and revive the sword Dao. As for the resurrection of the god of misfortune, he was utterly indifferent. The 3,000 domains had already betrayed the lineage of the sword Dao. His lineage had suppressed the god of misfortune for 30,000 years, only to receive such an outcome in return. Allowing the god of misfortune to escape now could also give those great sects a taste of what the sword Dao had endured over the past 30,000 years. But now, with Li Wudi no longer inquiring, how could he find a reason to reveal the truth from 30,000 years ago without raising the suspicions of the two? By the time they reached the realm of the unfathomable sword god and learned the true nature of this place, they would almost be face to face with the god of misfortune that in Wu Jian's current state. It was utterly impossible to protect the two before the god of misfortune. To that point, they would only have one fate, complete annihilation. He certainly did not wish for the last spark of the sword Dao to extinguish here, that he felt somewhat speechless, realizing he had dug himself a pit. Wouldn't it have been better to have simply answered his question? Just as Wu Jian was lamenting his misfortune and pondering how to resolve this awkward situation, Mui Wetchin could no longer contain herself. The secrets Wu Jian had divulged had deeply piqued her curiosity, and she, being merely in her 20s, did not possess the same level of composure as Wu Jian and Li Wudi. Suddenly, she spoke, interrupting the covert contest between Li Wudi and Wu Jian, her voice gentle and serene, like celestial music descending from the heavens. Wu Jian, my friend, there's no need to fear heavenly retribution. My master is quite formidable. Even if heavenly retribution were to occur, he could easily manage it with one hand. Out of caution, she did not reveal Li Wudi's true identity. After all, Wu Jian was merely meeting them for the first time, and how could she not be wary? Li Wudi shot Mui Wetchin a glance. Acknowledging her flattery towards her master, Wu Jian looked at Li Wudi in exasperation. How do you usually boast about yourself in front of the sword child? You could subdue the heavenly path. Do you think you are the venerable sword ancestor? He increasingly felt that Li Wudi was an unreliable master for Mu Yuechen. Alas, before sending her away from the sword goddess' secret realm, he had a long way to go. He must ensure that the sword child possessed the strength to stand on her own. Otherwise, she would inevitably lead him into trouble with her unreliability. Although Wu Jian internally criticized, he decided to take a step back. Since Li Jianyu possessed such strength, it would be no issue to share what he knew with the two, hoping that Li Jianyu could shield him during the heavenly retribution. As he spoke, the heavenly retribution arrived alongside his words. However, upon witnessing the power of that heavenly retribution, even Mu Yuechen struggled to maintain her composure. That heavenly retribution seemed capable of obliterating even those in the spirit elixir realm. So what was he truly afraid of? Li Wudi looked at him, utterly speechless. How terrified are you that I might be struck down by heavenly retribution? If we are to act, at least do so with a bit more seriousness. Li Wudi smiled helplessly, lightly waving his hand, causing the weak and helpless heavenly retribution to vanish into thin air. Wu Jian's performance was even more exaggerated, displaying a worshipful demeanor that could rival the greatest actors of the era. Eliciting amused laughter, of course. This was merely a minor interlude. The crux remained the truth Wu Jian was about to unveil. As he recounted the tale, a long-buried history gradually unfolded before the two. Listening to Wu Jian's narrative, Li Wudi's eyes revealed a flicker of intrigue. Are you suggesting that the god of misfortune pursued the sword immortal king and the ethereal immortal king to the 3,000 domains in ancient times, ultimately being suppressed here by the two immortal kings? Chapter 29. The origin of the god of misfortune. Mu Yuechen felt as though her mind was about to explode, her delicate, mirror-like eyes raised slightly, her brows furrowed in deep contemplation. The complexity of the situation had surpassed her mental capacity. The god of misfortune had actually been suppressed in the 3,000 domains by the two-sword Dao immortal kings from ancient times. Wu Jian let out a soft sigh, nodding in affirmation. Yes, a powerful figure who had personally ascended the path of transcendence. Jian Wudao knew far more than others. He spoke in the most measured tone possible, recounting to Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen the scenes they had witnessed upon entering the path of transcendence. Back then, the unfathomable sword god and others, under the guidance of a supreme being of the divine path, had embarked on the path of transcendence along with many deities and the spirit emperor from the 3,000 domains. However, the first glimpse they encountered upon entering the realm of transcendence was a sight forever etched in their memories. As Wu Jian recalled this moment, a shiver ran down his spine, as if that very scene was unfolding before him. Realizing his momentary lapse, he offered an awkward smile and continued his narrative. According to the records left by the unfathomable sword god, what they witnessed upon entering the secret realm of transcendence was far from a celestial paradise. Instead, it was a brutal battlefield littered with bones. The remnants of past fierce battles still lingered, and a mere wisp of aura could shatter stars and extinguish the sun and moon. That Wu Jian felt as though he was transported back to that battlefield. His emotions surging as awe and fear flickered in his eyes. The bones scattered across the field were massive, akin to stars, remnants of true dragons and phoenixes from ancient myths. Others were delicate and exquisite, exuding an elegance alien to this world, marking the final resting place of a high-ranking spirit race. There were human cultivators, swords drawn, challenging the heavens, fighting until their bodies were shattered and souls scattered. Buried in the dark underworld, there were titanic gods and demons, one hand propping up the heavens, the other grasping the sun and moon as they plucked stars, yet they too flickered like fireflies. Their souls buried in the 9 abysses. As Wu Jian spoke, a desolate image unfolded before Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen. It was as if a time-worn battlefield had truly appeared before their eyes. On the battlefield, the myriad powerful beings flickered out like fireflies, the scene tragic, evoking deep sighs. Gods, demons, immortals, humans, ghosts, and spirits. All were engaged in a brutal struggle, yet no corpses were left behind, and the ascendants were oblivious to whom they were battling. Wu Jian's tone grew impassioned, as if the clash of thousands of armies was unfolding right before them. Amidst the cataclysm of countless races, blades and swords clashed, as the sun, and moon shattered. Mountains and rivers sank and seas dried up. Even more shocking was that at the battlefield's end, a massive crack spanned the sky, the sword-scar abyss severing time and space, boundless and infinite, extinguishing paths, immortals, and even ascension itself. All beings were trapped within this small pond. Mu could not help but clench her hands, her face paling, as if a boundless, timeless sword had just swept past her. Wudi furrowed his brow. To sever time and space, the wielder of that sword must possess at least the cultivation of an immortal emperor. How could such a small place like the 3,000 domains attract the attention of such unparalleled power? The depths of this matter were profound. Wu Jian, unaware of Li Wudi's thoughts, spoke in a tone filled with melancholy. It had become an insurmountable chasm for the 3,000 domains, sealing away the source of the god of misfortune beneath the abyss. Surrounding the sword abyss were countless souls of powerful beings who had attempted to challenge the god of misfortune or sought to ascend, now wandering in that place. Their grievances and unwillingness wove an invisible net, making every being that stepped within feel an unprecedented sense of oppression and fear. Bitterness and resentment flickered in Wu Jian's eyes. In that moment, the cultivators of the 3,000 domains finally understood that long ago. There had been a path leading to the outside world. It was only with the appearance of that sword that time was severed, and all paths were cut off, completely severing the way out of the 3,000 domains. All cultivators of later generations became trapped within the confines of the 3,000 domains, unable to escape from this prison of heaven and earth. And Yuechen's complexion turned pale. She had never imagined that the secret realm of ascension would be such a terrifying and desolate place. Her fingers gently caressed the sword hanging at her waist, which seemed to tremble slightly, as if resonating with the echoes of that ancient battlefield. Wudi frowned slightly. Wu Jian had strayed from the topic. He was now more concerned about the connection between the god of misfortune and the sword immortal king, as well as the ethereal immortal king. They were the direct cause of the current plight of the sword Dao. Li Wudi interjected, "Let us discuss how you discovered the connection between the god of misfortune and the sword immortal king and the ethereal immortal king." Wu Jian was pulled back to reality by Li Wudi's words. His expression gradually calming, that he realized he had seemingly lost his composure and cautiously glanced at Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen. The former remained as calm as water, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts, while the latter was deeply shaken by the truth he had just revealed. Without the time to process it, he took a shallow breath. Ensuring he had not exposed himself, he offered a wry smile, realizing he was still not composed enough. Yet he couldn't fault himself. Who wouldn't go mad upon witnessing such a scene of despair? He recalled the state of chaos back then, when countless gods and emperors went insane upon learning that the path of ascension had been severed. Some even completely lost their sanity and rushed into the sword abyss, burying themselves within it. Wu Jian adjusted his attire, regaining the demeanor of a refined gentleman, as if the one on the brink of madness moments ago had not been him. During the exploration led by the unfathomable sword god and others, they delved into the battlefield and ultimately discovered an ancient stone tablet shrouded in the power of the immortal Dao amidst the ruins. Inscribed with indelible inscriptions that recorded a hidden secret from ancient times. Mu Yuechen perked up, a hint of curiosity surfacing on her otherwise cold and stunning face. What had the unfathomable sword god and the others discovered back then? The inscription indicates that the entity known as E is not a product of nature, but rather a manifestation of a sinister thought that transcends the realms of heaven and earth. It seeks to consume the powers of all paths and living beings to attain an indescribable state. Wu Jian shrugged, admitting that he utterly failed to comprehend the extent of strength that such a being has achieved. His journey to the Ascension's secret realm made him acutely aware that there are beings beyond beings and heavens beyond heavens. As a sword god, he was merely an inconsequential fish in the vast pond of this world. The sword immortal king and the ethereal immortal king, among the most formidable entities of that era, engaged in a protracted battle lasting millions of years against E's origin, accompanied by countless celestial beings from the myriad ancestral realms to protect the lives within their ancestral realm. Mu Yuechen scratched her head in confusion, feeling that she needed to think more. immortal king, myriad ancestral realms. These were terms so foreign to her, Wudi, however, seemed contemplative, realizing that it even involved battles of the immortal kings. It appeared that the depths of the 3,000 domains were far more profound than he had imagined. Chapter 30. The calamity of ascension. It even implicated the countless forces behind the myriad ancestral realms. He refrained from interrupting Wu Jian, who continued recounting their experiences in the Ascension secret realm. The stone tablet recorded that ultimately, the Sword Immortal King discovered an opportunity to turn the tide within the 3,000 domains. Confronting Yi in a climactic battle beyond the 3,000 realms, with the ancestral sword, he sealed Yi's origin in that place and severed the connection between the 3,000 domains and the outside world with a single strike, thus completely sealing Yi's origin within this realm, the ancestral sword. Mu Yuechen looked at Li Wudi with uncertainty. She recalled that the ancestral sword seemed to be the sword of the sword ancestor. It was the first sword in existence, surpassing all swords that followed, possessing the power to transcend the sword path. Li Wudi slapped his forehead, and no wonder his sword was gone when he woke up. It had been taken during the excavation of the sword ancestor's tomb by the Sword Immortal King, that he suddenly realized the reason his sword ancestor's tomb had become a laughingstock in the tomb raiding community. The opportunity discovered by the Sword Immortal King to turn the tide couldn't possibly be one of the burial items from his sword ancestor's tomb. Could it? Every treasure he had collected back then was a supreme treasure of the myriad ancestral realms. With these treasures bolstering them, the Sword Immortal King and the Ethereal Immortal King's faction would indeed experience a significant increase in power. For a moment, Li Wudi found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. However, when he considered that those burial items were taken to combat Yi and save the myriad ancestral realms, he felt a sense of relief that I end that great battle. While the sword ancestor appeared to be asleep, he had been fully engaged. Had it not been for Li Wudi's ancestral sword, the lineage of the Sword Immortal King might have faced utter defeat. Nevertheless, the Sword Immortal King would do well to pray not to encounter him. Having raided his tomb, he would not escape a hearty serving of bamboo shoots and stir-fried pork in the future. However, the seal was not flawless. Yi's power continued to seep slowly, affecting this realm. As time passed, the Sword Immortal King and the Ethereal Immortal King exhausted their celestial essence due to the seal, ultimately perishing at the edge of it, their remains becoming the final barrier safeguarding this realm. Although Wu Jian harbored lingering thoughts about the two who had severed the ascension path of the 3,000 domains, he also admired them for never drawing the battlefield into the 3,000 domains. Even the beings from the 3,000 domains remained unaware of the fierce war that had once transpired beyond their realm. Even in death, they set an example, using their remains to suppress the sword abyss and prevent the resurgence of Yi's origin. Their actions could be regarded as truly monumental. Li Wudi turned to Wu Jian, pondering since Yi's origin was suppressed by the two immortal kings. What then was the matter with the later emergence of the Yi god? And what happened afterward? How did the Yi god escape? Upon hearing this, Wu Jian's expression dimmed, ultimately transforming into a silent sigh. Wherever there are living beings, there exists malice. That Wu Jian's voice was low, as if recounting an ancient curse. The cultivators of the 3,000 domains, though isolated in this small world, had never ceased to harbor ambition and desire. Wu Jian's voice brimmed with regret. If only they had not discovered the Ascension secret realm back then. If only the myriad gods and emperors had not entered the Ascension secret realm. If only they could have returned promptly after uncovering the truth, without succumbing to the temptation of ascension. But how many if onlys exist in this world? They yearned for power, desired transcendence, craved ascension. This longing ultimately became the key to the birth of the Yi Lord and the Yi God. Mu Yuechen's brows furrowed tightly. She sensed a profound unease. Are you suggesting that it was the cultivators of the 3,000 domains who released Yi? Wu Jian's mood soured as he lowered his head, filled with regret for his earlier naivety. After the fall of the Sword Immortal King and the Ethereal Immortal King, their remains transformed into the power of the seal, yet this power was not eternal. As time passed, the strength of the seal began to wane. That moment, some cultivators from the 3,000 domains began to entertain a dreadful notion. They sought to glimpse this power, to touch the might of Yi. Attempting to gain qualifications for ascension from it, a sharp glint flickered in Li Wudi's eyes. He seemed to have already guessed what would transpire next. They stirred the seal, and Yi's origin, born from the malevolent thoughts of the gods, created the Yi Lord and the Yi God to conduct a blood sacrifice for the living, aiding its own escape from the seal. Li Wudi's calm and indifferent words sent shockwaves through Mu Yuechen's heart. She had initially believed the emergence of the Yi Lord and the Yi God was an accident, never realizing it was orchestrated by the ancient gods of the 3,000 domains in their pursuit of ascension. This was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity, a cataclysm ignited by the desire for ascension. Indeed, Wu Jian's voice carried a tinge of helplessness. Under the auspices of that great being of the divine path, some among them, in their pursuit of power, were willing to trade with Yi, exchanging their own and other souls as the price for strength. The memories of that frenzied era sent chills down Wu Jian's spine whenever he recalled it. He could never fathom why so many would sell their soul for the elusive promise of ascension. Most of these individuals were spirit emperors, the supreme rulers of their domains. Some were even divine beings, the mightiest among the 3,000 domains. Yet in that moment, they were not the exalted gods and emperors. They were merely a pack of dogs begging for the favor of Yi's origin in exchange for their ascension. These transactions ultimately led to the spread of Yi's power within the 3,000 domains, with some cultivators even being eroded by the power of the Yi God, transforming into servants of the Yi God. Wu Jian raised his gaze to observe the ever-calm Li Wudi. Feeling a degree of surprise, Li Wudi had remained remarkably composed throughout. It seemed almost unnatural. Most ordinary individuals would be rendered speechless or unable to maintain their composure upon hearing such a staggering secret. Yet Wu Jian felt as though this was merely a commonplace matter for Li Wudi. Had he known Li Wudi's true identity, perhaps he would not have been astonished compared to the experiences of a sword ancestor. These events seemed somewhat mundane. Over his long life, he had witnessed far too many occurrences. The relentless pursuit of strength by any means was a common affair. Wu Jian did not dwell on why Li Wudi was unperturbed. He simply continued recounting the events that transpired afterward. Eventually, the myriad gods finally recognized the peril posed by Yi, but it was too late. The Yi Lord, leading the 12 Yi gods, swept through the 3,000 domains, leaving devastation in their wake, and blood rained from the heavens. Within his words, Mu Yuechen felt as if she were transported back to those dark days 3,000 years ago. The grip on her sword unconsciously tightened, as if she intended to draw it forth and sever the illusory, malevolent thoughts of those ancient gods. Had it not been for their momentary greed, how could there have been a subsequent 3,000 years of darkness in the sword path? Those gods and emperors who traded their souls for Yi's power deserved to perish. At that moment, the powerful beings of the 3,000 domains discovered that because Yi's origin was suppressed by the ancestral sword, the sword lineage possessed an exceptionally strong restraining effect against Yi. Upon hearing this, Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen suddenly understood why the Bone Supreme they had encountered earlier had specifically targeted the sword lineage. Chapter 31. The revival of the sword path. This was to eliminate the threat in advance, preparing for Yi's return. To protect the living, the sword lineage forged an ancient oath with countless great sects of the 3,000 domains, resealing the Ascension's secret realm with the power of the world sword laws to suppress the Yi Lord and the Yi gods. The great sects of the 3,000 domains were obligated to protect the sword cultivators henceforth, ensuring the longevity of the sword path. When the ancient oath was mentioned, a pronounced killing intent flashed in Wu Jian's eyes. The Yi Lord and Yi gods had only been suppressed for less than a century when the ancient sects of the 3,000 domains tore asunder the ancient covenant, suppressing sword cultivators and erasing the sword path. If he still possessed his peak cultivation, he would undoubtedly wield his sword to escape the sword god's secret realm and cleanse each of those traitors. Alas, he was now but a vessel for suppressing the Yi god. With his primordial spirit on the brink of collapse, he could only place his hopes on Mu Yuechen, the child of the sword path, hoping she would one day seek justice for the sword path. As for Li Wudi, that fellow was nothing more than a boastful braggart. Wu Jian held no hope for him to revive the sword path. He merely hoped he would not hinder the sword child in the future. Thus began the century-long war against Wu Jian's words conveyed a sense of historical weight, as if those days were reenacting before their eyes. In that war, the sword cultivators charged forth fearlessly, their sword lights resembling dragons, severing the tentacles of the Yi-god, safeguarding every inch of land tainted by Yi's corruption. Countless sword cultivators perished, and the mountains and rivers were littered with the bones of swords. In the depths of Mu Yuechen's eyes, a flicker of admiration shone through. She was acutely aware of the arduous and solitary path of the sword cultivator, yet these esteemed predecessors had forsaken their hard-won prowess, erecting a formidable wall against the tide of calamity with their very flesh and blood. Wudi could not help but nod in appreciation for these sword cultivators of the future. Though their bodies may have perished, their indomitable will remain eternal. Soon after, a subtle glint of murderous intent surfaced in his gaze. I have returned. Henceforth, I shall seek justice for you. The descendants, those who betray the path of the sword, shall be eradicated with a single strike. Wu Jian, oblivious to Li Wudi's thoughts, continued to recount that historical saga with a tinge of sorrow. Ultimately, in a cataclysmic battle, several peak sword masters joined forces, channeling the sword intent of the entire world to once again seal the Lord of Calamity and the God of Misfortune beneath the Ascension's secret realm. As he spoke, Wu Jian's voice suddenly grew somber, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Had they known that the sword path would culminate in such a fate, would he and those sword cultivators have pressed forward with unwavering resolve? A sense of melancholy washed over him, and he shook his head bitterly. Mu Yuechen felt a surge of emotions. Never having envisioned such a grand and tumultuous history, she had never fathomed that the lineage of the sword path bore such a heavy burden. With the tale concluded, the three fell into a brief silence. Wudi gazed upwards towards the sky above the dense forest. The sword path laws within the sword god's secret realm had grown increasingly tenuous. It seemed as if the last vestige of sword intent in the world was on the brink of extinction. Mu Yuechen sensed this as well, her expression inexplicably tensed. If the final remnants of the sword path laws were to vanish, would there still be a means to salvage the sword path? Her inquiry was directed at Li Wudi. After all, he was the sword ancestor. Following him, the myriad realms had embraced the sword path. It was he who had birthed and elevated the sword path in the past. Surely he must possess a way to revive the sword's power in the world of Wu Jian. However, misconstrued Mu Yuechen's question as directed towards him and pretentiously retrieved a tattered tome to peruse. Subsequently, he interjected, saying, "There's indeed a record left by the sword god of the unfettered path. The sword lineage had not completely placed its trust in those grand sects, and had prepared contingencies." Li Wudi glanced at the blank book in his hands, casting Wu Jian a bemused glance. "You certainly have a penchant for interjecting. Yet, since the future sword cultivators possess a solution, Li Wudi found himself quite pleased. He was eager to hear how the sword cultivators of the 3,000 realms would proceed. Mu Yuechen looked at Wu Jian in astonishment, her innocence causing her to scratch her head. It seems the tome left by the sword god of the unfettered path indeed contains a wealth of information. Wu Jian cleared his throat and continued to explain softly as he walked. The historical records state that they discovered the Sword King's platform, where they inscribed the sword path laws of all sword cultivators from the 3,000 realms. The Sword King's platform? Mu Yuechen gazed at Wu Jian, her face a mask of confusion. However, he did not wish to elaborate further, as he believed that, as descendants, they should not be privy to too much information. The origins and implications of the Sword King's platform would become clear once a sword wielder ascended it. He lowered his head, carefully concealing the blank tome he held. According to historical records, any sword cultivator who has mastered the complete sword path laws and ascends the Sword King's platform, gaining the acknowledgement of the sword path sages, could activate the platform, inscribing the sword path laws into the world as the sword ancestor once did, thereby reviving the sword path. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Mu Yuechen's eyes. She felt as though she could see the dawn of the sword path's revival. Meanwhile, Li Wudi furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the feasibility and potential risks of this plan to imprint the sword path laws into the world was no small feat. Yet, were they not extraordinary individuals? Whether it be Li Wudi, Mu Yuechun, or Wu Jian, none were ordinary sword cultivators. One was a sword ancestor, another the child of the sword path, and the last a sword god. Li Wudi calmly regarded Mu Yuechun's graceful figure, clad in white as pure as snow, exuding an aura of cold elegance that, in this case, it would serve to hone her abilities, with the experience of reviving the sword path. Her future would be boundless, so, where is this Sword King's platform? Mu Yuechun inquired eagerly, her desire to uncover this crucial element for the salvation of the sword path palpable. Wu Jian halted, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if lost in recollection. I do not know. Jian Wadao perished rather early and did not document much. Wu Jian responded somewhat exasperatedly, recalling that in his early years, he had only known that the sword lineage had been secretly engaged in this endeavor under the sword god. He was among the first group of sword masters to fall in battle. Later, he had no knowledge of where the sword god concealed the Sword King's platform. Had he known its whereabouts, he would have stealthily emerged from the sword god's secret realm to activate it long. And no matter the difficulty, I shall find the Sword King's platform and revive the sword path. Mu Yuechun's tone was resolute and unwavering. This was her mission as the child of the sword path. Wudi looked at her, a sense of admiration blooming in his heart, although he still harbored doubts about her strength. Her determination and courage earned his respect. Very well, my dear disciple, since you have set your sights on a goal, go forth, but do not forget, you are my disciple. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, call upon your master, and I shall lend my aid. Wudi spoke lightly, a hint of mirth in his tone, yet his gaze conveyed an expectation from Mu Yuechun. Chapter 32. The eerie crimson fog encroaches. What heights can this disciple reach in the future? A celestial king, or perhaps a celestial emperor, or even a Tao ancestor? Rest assured, I will achieve it. Mu Yuechun nodded solemnly. After parting ways with Li Shuyuan and the others, Li Shuyuan ventured alone into the sword god's secret realm in search of opportunities. The might of Li Wudi stirred his blood, and he hoped to discover a fortuitous encounter within the sword god's secret realm that would elevate him to the stature of Li Wudi. With each step, he tread carefully, wary of the sudden emergence of eerie crimson fog or the mysterious calamity spirits. As he approached a great mountain, he abruptly sensed a resonance emanating from within it, akin to a calling that struck a chord within him. Attentively, he focused on this unique resonance, and suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. This was a resonance of the sword path. Could it be that this mountain was the burial site of a formidable sword master? A spark ignited within Li Shuyuan, and he quickened his pace, following the source of the resonance deeper into the mountain. The path was treacherous, yet to him, it felt as though he were traversing level ground. His form weaved seamlessly between rocks and trees, and at times, sword intent naturally flowed around him, carving a path forward, as if nature itself conspired to aid him. Shuyuan felt a surge of joy. The words of the mighty had proven true. Being a sword cultivator granted them unparalleled advantages in the sword god's secret realm, a privilege not afforded to other cultivators. He became increasingly convinced that the sword god's secret realm would present the final opportunity for future sword cultivators to rise. He must seize this chance, lest he be swept away by the torrent of history. Unbeknownst to him, 3 disciples from the Elephant God sect had employed concealment techniques and were stealthily following in his wake. The Elephant God sect, a body-refining sect in the eastern state, boasted members with physiques as resilient as treasures, possessing immense strength capable of shifting mountains. These 3 were all practitioners at the 8th layer of the spirit platform and could easily subdue Li Shuyuan, who was merely at the 7th layer of the spirit platform. Yet they chose not to act, instead trailing him quietly, their eyes gleaming with avarice. As their greedy thoughts took root, a faint crimson mist began to emanate from their eyes. The eerie crimson fog silently magnified the malevolent intentions festering within them. Wang Ba, the Elephant God sect, sneered as he observed Li Shuyuan. Look, I knew that sword cultivators could perceive things within this sword god's secret realm that we could not. I have a premonition that he will lead us to a significant opportunity. The other 2 regarded Wang Ba with admiration, their faces alight with praise. Elder Wang, your insight is indeed sharp. These sword cultivators are no match for you. Their flattery brought Wang Ba a sense of pleasure, yet a voice in his mind warned him that I must find an opportunity to eliminate these two. They will usurp my fortune. The two disciples of the Elephant God sect shared similar thoughts. They all appeared congenial on the surface, yet each harbored ulterior motives against the others. They remained oblivious to the fact that such thoughts were foreign to them, as they nurtured malicious intentions towards Li Xian. The eerie crimson fog seized the moment, deepening its insidious corruption within them. A terrifying presence was beginning to gestate within their bodies. Li Xian remained oblivious to the peril lurking behind him. And as he delved deeper, the resonance grew ever more potent. He began to faintly perceive an ancient and solemn sword intent. It lay dormant at the heart of the great mountain, awaiting the awakening of a destined one. At last, he halted before an ancient cave, eroded by the passage of time. The entrance was shrouded in a faint glimmer of sword light. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian concentrated all his sword intent and slowly extended a hand to touch the radiant barrier. In that instant, countless sword shadows flashed before his eyes, with myriad sword bearers dancing in the void. Each strike embodied supreme sword intent and principles. This was the final trial set forth by the master of the sword tomb for its inheritors. Li Xian closed his eyes and immersed himself completely in the sword intent. Time became irrelevant as the last vestiges of sword shadows dissipated into nothingness. The layer of sword light quietly faded, and the cave's entrance slowly opened, revealing the interior. Inside, brilliance radiated, and at the center lay an ancient longsword, the very blade that resonated with Li Xian. Was this the battle sword of an ancient sword master? The warning from the swordless path echoed. The swords within the mysterious realm were remnants left by heroes of antiquity. Regardless of their condition, each possessed the power to combat the sinister crimson mist. Li Xian's expression brightened with delight. With this sword, he would possess the means to safeguard himself within the sword mysterious realm, ready to confront the yet-to-appear calamities and eerie crimson fog. Moreover, he sensed that this sword was the key to completing his fractured sword principles. With it, he would soon grasp the entirety of the sword path and become a true sword cultivator. Li Xian stepped forward, intent on claiming the sword, only to be momentarily struck dumb. How could this be? The sword bore no spirit. Its surface was marred by the scars of battle, having long lost its former might, reduced to an ordinary weapon. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Such a sword held no value and would likely be scorned even by dogs if left outside. What kind of fierce battles had those ancient warriors endured to transform a spiritual sword into a mundane one? Suddenly, a terrifying gust of wind surged toward him from behind. Li Xian turned in terror, only to find a towering figure, muscular and imposing, standing nearly 6 feet tall, launching a punch in his direction. Panic seized him as he realized this man was a formidable warrior of the 8th layer of the spirit platform. Even a body cultivator at the 7th layer would be beyond his current capabilities with his incomplete sword principles, let alone someone a minor realm above him. In his heart, he lamented. It was over. At that moment, the sword behind him emitted a faint ripple of sword energy. The ripple struck the attacker, sending him hurtling back hundreds of meters, crashing to the ground, revealing gaping sword wounds upon his body. Yet he felt no pain, rising stiffly like a zombie. Still shaken, Li Xian finally discerned the full visage of his assailant. Wang Ba's eyes were wild with madness, a thin layer of eerie crimson mist enveloping him. His rationality seemed to have dissipated significantly, leaving only base greed and desire. Li Xian gasped in shock. He was being assimilated by the sinister crimson mist. Just then, 2 more figures burst into the cave behind him. Clad similarly to Wang Ba, these 2 were also body cultivators, their blood vitality immense, each step causing the ground to tremble. Like Wang Ba, they too were shrouded in visible crimson mist. The trio resembled feral beasts, drooling with greed as they gazed longingly at the sword behind Li Xian. This is mine. No one shall take it from me. Wang Ba growled first, his muscles bulging as he unleashed explosive force to seize the sword. Seeing him make a move, the other 2 emitted primal roars, their bodies rippling with muscle as they lunged at Wang Ba. This is mine, mine, they screamed, their minds consumed by avarice, having forgotten their camaraderie. Their singular thought was to eliminate one another and monopolize the opportunity. The three body cultivators clashed violently within the cave, their blows landing with thunderous impact, fracturing the earth and shaking the cavern. Li Shun was paralyzed with fear. Rooted in place, a frail voice echoed within the cave, reminding the flustered Li Shun. Upon hearing these words, Li Shun regained his composure. Gently grasping the hilt of his sword, a warm and powerful energy surged into his body instantaneously, merging flawlessly with his sword intent. In that moment, it was as if he could hear the whisper of the ancient Sword Emperor, imparting to him the supreme sword techniques and the profound truths of the sword path. Behind Li Shun, a spectral figure materialized, its countenance haughty and its cultivation formidable, as if it commanded the very laws of the heavens to avoid its presence. This sword path primordial spirit seemed to require a cultivator as its anchor for existence. Without such a foundation, it could only lie dormant within the sword, awaiting its summoning. This phantom appeared. A look of terror crossed the face of the malevolent spirit. The aura of the apparition was overwhelming, reaching the level of a celestial sovereign, and the momentary fear in the spirit's expression quickly vanished. It let out a resentful howl, attempting to counter this sudden, celestial, sovereign-level apparition with its own bizarre powers. Yet, all struggles proved futile. The celestial sovereign's visage was stern, its eyes resembling the vast cosmos, exuding an undeniable authority. Chapter 34. The past of the sword god's mystic realm. It slowly raised a hand, its fingertip gently tapping, and a brilliant golden light erupted from its fingertip, transforming in an instant into a razor-sharp sword radiance, aimed directly at the malevolent spirit. In the face of this overwhelming force, the spirit appeared minuscule, its surrounding crimson mist swirling violently in a desperate attempt to withstand this fatal strike. The sword radiance disregarded the constraints of space, piercing through the red mist and striking directly at the spirit's core. With a piercing wail, the spirit's massive form began to collapse, the red mist scattering into nothingness. The crimson hue within the cave gradually faded, restoring its original appearance, though a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, reminding Li Shun of the breathtaking battle that had just transpired. Li Shun stood in place, his hand gripping the ancient sword trembling slightly as he gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. The celestial, sovereign-level apparition was, in fact, the embodiment of the sword intent of the sword he held. It was a brief manifestation of the Sword Emperor's will, resonating with him through the ancient sword. "Thank you, Senior, for your life-saving grace," Li Shun silently vowed, bowing deeply to the apparition. Though he understood that this apparition was but a fleeting existence, he was nonetheless filled with gratitude. The apparition nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging his thanks. Noticing the incomplete sword path laws upon Li Shun's form, it furrowed its brow. How is it that the sword cultivators of the future cannot even master a complete sword path law? I am Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor, and this sword is named Ling Xiao, forged for my lifelong dedication. Speak to me of the current state of the sword path lineage. Upon hearing this, Li Shun succinctly and swiftly recounted the tribulations faced by the sword path lineage. After listening, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor's eyes. "They have betrayed us," he exclaimed, clenching his phantom fist in anger, wishing to wield his sword and break free from the sword god's mystic realm. Yet, he understood that in his current state, he was far too weak to contend with the formidable sects of the outside world. Furthermore, he sensed that the seal of the malevolent spirit was on the verge of shattering. Strangely, he did not perceive the aura of the sword Wudao. Had the sword Wudao, which should have been suppressed in the realm of the malevolent spirit, fallen or escaped? Ling Xiao, Sword Emperor, murmured, his mind wavering. Li Shun observed his demeanor and politely inquired, "May I ask, Senior, what is the true nature of the sword god's mystic realm?" Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor's weakened voice resonated in Li Shun's mind, briefly and swiftly explaining the origin and history of the sword god's mystic realm. 30,000 years ago, someone opened a path for ascension, and the Lord of Misery, accompanied by 12 malevolent spirits, swept across 3,000 realms, devouring myriad paths and annihilating countless lives. As Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor narrated, the truth of 30,000 years ago unfolded before Li Shun. Our sword path lineage could not bear to see the innocent suffer. Gathering powerful warriors to confront the Lord of Misery, I followed the sword Wudi in the mystic realm to battle one of the 12 malevolent spirits, the soul-devouring spirit. That battle shook the heavens and split the earth, with countless powerful beings falling, including the sword Wudi, who suffered grave injuries. Listening to Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor's account, Li Shiyuan felt as if he had been transported back to that cataclysmic battle. Before him lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as countless sword path warriors charged forth, determined to vanquish the malevolent spirit born of evil thoughts. Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor, however, smiled bitterly and sighed softly. After paying a heavy price, we succeeded in slaying all the minions of the malevolent spirit, only to discover that the spirit itself could not be killed. As long as evil exists, it cannot die or be destroyed, and it can continue to devour us. Growing ever stronger, Aishuyan felt the despair and powerlessness seep into his very being. Faced with an immortal enemy, one capable of devouring all life to fuel its strength, merely contemplating such a foe extinguished any fighting spirit. Thus, the sword Wudi resolved to sacrifice all sword cultivators present, using his body as a vessel to suppress the soul-devouring spirit, while we became the formation's focal point, setting up the unparalleled sealing array left by the ancient sword ancestor, the 10,000 swords locking God's formation. To suppress the body of the sword Wudi, sealing the sword god's mystic realm, and preventing the malevolent spirit from escaping, Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor's voice carried an endless weight of sorrow and desolation. Upon hearing this, Li Xuan was profoundly shaken. He had never imagined that such a tragic history lay hidden behind the sword god's mystic realm. He gazed at the Ling Xiao sword in his hand, as if he could see the spirits of countless sword path warriors coursing through its blade. After that, we sword path warriors' primordial spirits attached themselves to the ancient battle sword, awaiting future sword cultivators to inherit our will and continue to suppress the malevolent spirit, safeguarding the myriad lives across the 3,000 realms. Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor also briefly explained why their battle swords could restrain the malevolent spirit. That it is precisely because our physical forms serve as the focal point suppressing the malevolent spirit, that the swords, imbued with our primordial spirits, can harness the power of the 10,000 swords locking God's formation to counter the malevolent spirit. Upon hearing the full story, Li Xuan was filled with reverence for these sword path elders. They had willingly sacrificed everything for the sake of the world. Abandoning their physical forms to suppress the malevolent spirit, they left their primordial spirits within the battle swords to continue vanquishing the malevolent spirits. Li Xuan remained silent for a moment. His heart swirling with complex emotions, he gazed at the Ling Xiao sword, feeling the resilience and sacrifice of those sword path ancestors imbued within. Elders, I vow to inherit your will and protect this realm, Li Xuan declared firmly, his eyes glinting with an indomitable light. Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor nodded with satisfaction, his voice echoing in Li Shiyuan's mind. Well, though the sword cultivators of the future lack a complete sword path law, the unwavering belief in wielding the sword for the sake of the people remains unchanged. I am heartened by this, that I entrust my legacy to you, hoping you, in your generation, can resolve the crisis of the malevolent spirit. Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor extended a phantom finger towards Li Shiyuan, imparting his lifetime of knowledge. Yes, senior, Li Shiyuan replied respectfully, fully aware of the heavy responsibility he bore. He understood the need to train diligently to live up to the expectations of these sword path ancestors. Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor sighed softly, his spectral form growing increasingly hazy, as if on the brink of dissolution. I sense it nearing emergence. The 10,000 swords locking God's formation is about to collapse. Take this sword to the Sword Wudi Palace. We elders will hold out for you a little longer. Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor's voice became weaker, yet his gaze remained resolute. Aishuyan gripped the Ling Xiao sword tightly, feeling the warmth emanating from within, as if countless sword path ancestors were rallying him with encouragement. Elders, I will strive to cultivate diligently, not to disappoint your hopes. Aishuyan's voice quivered, acutely aware of the impending loss of guidance from this formidable sword path elder. Ling Xiao's Sword Emperor smiled and nodded, his spectral form gradually dissipating into a radiant golden light, merging with the Lingxiao sword. He preserved his final strength to give one last fight for future sword cultivators. At the very least, they must ensure their safe escape. The final legacy of the sword path could not be entirely lost within the sword god's mystic realm. Shiyuan felt the transformation of the Lingxiao sword in his grasp. He sensed the power contained within growing more formidable, as if it could unleash astonishing might at any moment. Elders, thank you. Chapter 35. Before the Stone of Enlightenment, Li Shiyuan bowed deeply to the Lingxiao sword. Knowing this was the best tribute to the sword path ancestors, the cave fell back into tranquility. With only Li Shiyuan standing quietly, he took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, and then strode forward, exiting the cave. Within the sword god's mystic realm, the sword forest, Wudi and Muyi gradually emerged from the dense woods, the trees ahead becoming sparse. Just then, the three suddenly felt a violent tremor, as if the entire sword god's mystic realm was quaking. They looked up and beheld countless red hues manifesting in the clouds, a powerful malevolent aura emanating from within. Soon after, the sky turned red. The mountains turned red, and the flowers, grass, and trees bled crimson. Not good. A multitude of malevolent spirits is appearing ahead, including many at the celestial sovereign level. Wu Jian's complexion changed drastically, fully aware of the terror of the malevolent spirits. If they were malevolent spirits below the celestial sovereign level, he might manage to deal with them. However, against celestial sovereign level malevolent spirits, unless he revealed his identity, he would find it impossible to resolve the situation. Moreover, each of his actions now weakened the power of his primordial spirit. Li Wudi and Muyi exchanged glances, and Li Wudi asked Wu Jian, "What lies ahead?" Wu Jian held the cryptic map and feigned a glance at it. Senior, the Dao Stone, which was cast away during that great battle by the Wudao Sword God Palace, can aid one in comprehending the Dao 10 times. T has already been utilized 9 times. Using it once more will lead to its complete destruction. And Yu Yuechun gazed longingly at Li Wudi, sensing that this Dao Stone could elevate her cultivation once more, deepening her understanding of the sword path. Li Wudi, observing her pure and charming visage, found her adorable when she acted coy. Undeterred by the ominous crimson surrounding them, he stepped forward resolutely. "Let us proceed. My disciple's opportunity must not be squandered by these malevolent spirits." Watching Li Wudi advance boldly, Wu Jian could only shrug in resignation. This Li Jianyu is truly reckless. Rushing in like this is hardly enough to deter the malevolent spirits. Indeed, having such a master made one uneasy. His intention to lead them in this direction was to bestow the last opportunity of the Dao Stone upon Muyi Wechen. Although the emergence of the malevolent spirits disrupted his plans, he remembered having set up a lethal formation around the Dao Stone, that if these formations remained intact, revealing his identity would not be necessary. "That I truly worry for you young ones." Wu Jian sighed. Trailing behind the two, his shifty eyes pondering how best to resolve the impending crisis without drawing attention. The Dao Stone had been flung into a secluded valley, enveloped by undulating mountains, resembling a hidden realm within the universe. Within the valley, fog swirled dreamily, sunlight filtering through sparse clouds, casting dappled light upon the mysterious terrain, breathing life into the otherwise desolate space. The Dao Stone lay quietly in the valley's center, its surface shimmering with a faint phosphorescence, as if it harbored boundless wisdom and mysteries. Yet, at this moment, two starkly contrasting auras emanated around the Dao Stone. An ominous presence tainted the atmosphere a blood-red hue, symbolizing the greed and malevolence of the malevolent spirits. Opposite them, thousands of cultivators stood their ground against the malevolent spirits. Leading the charge were a sword cultivator, a thunder cultivator, and an ice cultivator, each wielding a battered battle sword, stained with blood, with many cracks appearing. The most severe being the one held by the thunder cultivator, which threatened to shatter completely. The trio, bolstered by the spiritual energy of over 1,000 cultivators behind them, stood resolutely in the valley, their powerful celestial manifestations confronting the malevolent spirits. Cold sweat dripped down their faces as they anxiously regarded the malevolent spirits before them. Among these spirits were 3 at the celestial level, while the rest were half-steps to the celestial realm. Had they not discovered these battle sword within the sword god's secret realm and awakened the dormant souls of the sword path warriors within them, they would have long been overwhelmed and devoured by the horde of malevolent spirits. Yet, even so, the 3 remained drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that the souls within the swords could not sustain them for long. Should they fail to break the deadlock, once these souls slipped back into slumber, their thousands would become fodder for the enemy. The malevolent spirits, too, recognized the weakness of these cultivators and refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead deliberately dragging out the confrontation until the swords lost their efficacy. Leading the malevolent spirits was Su Qing, who had been personally tainted and refined by the malevolent god, possessing formidable strength. He adhered to the command of the soul-eating malevolent god, vowing to annihilate the 1,000,000 cultivators within the sword god's secret realm. With their flesh, souls, and malevolent thoughts, he aimed to restore the malevolent god and escape the confinement of the 10,000 swords locking formation, leading all malevolent spirits into the outside world for unrestrained revelry. The thought of devouring countless beings from the myriad realms outside filled Su Qing's lips with a cruel smirk. That moment, he realized that his previous arduous cultivation had been in vain. Only by following the malevolent god could he soar to unimaginable heights. He recalled the millennia spent to reach the 9th heaven of the celestial meridian. But under the guidance of the malevolent god, he had ascended to celestial status in less than a few days. Once outside, with a steady influx of malevolent thoughts and flesh, he would reach the realm of the Spirit Emperor. Perhaps even the legendary God Yuan realm. Surround them, leave no one behind, and spread the word of the Tao Stone's presence here, luring cultivators in droves. Su Qing was not foolish, rather than scouring the world for prey. It was far more efficient to set a trap, enticing cultivators to walk into their snares, allowing them to wait for the catch. Just as Su Qing prepared to transform this valley into the cultivator's grave, the arrival of Li Wudi, Mu Yuechen, and Wu Jian shattered the standoff. More cultivators have come to our doorstep. Su Qing's gaze swiftly locked onto the trio, particularly igniting with lascivious intent upon seeing Mu Yuechen's innocent and charming appearance, soon overshadowed by deeper greed. For in his eyes, all cultivators were merely fodder for enhancing his own power. Wu Jian sensed the malice emanating from the enemy, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A pack of malevolent god's lackeys dares to covet the disciple of a sword master. If I were at my peak, extinguishing you would be but a flick of my finger. He refrained from making an immediate move, instead surveying the surrounding situation, rapidly devising a strategy. Observing discreetly, Wu Jian felt grateful that the lethal formations he had set remained undisturbed. He was also astonished by Li Wudi's composure. Throughout the ordeal, Li Wudi had not uttered a word, calmly advancing toward the Tao Stone. As Li Wudi, Mu Yuechen, and Wu Jian drew nearer, the air grew increasingly oppressive. The crimson hue in the sky intensified, as if the entire world had been drenched in a sanguine tint. Malevolent spirits converged from all directions, each taking on various forms, some resembling enormous shadows, others ethereal ghostly flames, every one exuding a disquieting power. Among the trio of sword wielders, the sword cultivator's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Wudi's arrival, recalling the might of this formidable figure. He remembered how a single person had dispatched thousands of cultivators. If Li Wudi were to join their ranks, they could endure much longer, perhaps even wait for more sword-wielding cultivators to arrive, at which point, bolstered by multiple battle swords, they might stand a chance against the malevolent spirits. Wu Jian, sensing the presence of the souls within the 3 battle swords, smiled at their reunion. It was the souls of the Divine Thunder Sword Emperor, Ice Snow Sword Emperor, and Wei Yang Sword Emperor. These 3 had once been pivotal in combating the soul-eating malevolent god, having slain over 10 malevolent emperors under their swords. The sword cultivator respectfully called out to Li Wudi, "Senior, you have arrived. I am Yue Yang. Please come quickly, for there are golden sword talismans and 3 battle swords here that can temporarily hold back the malevolent spirits." From the outset, Li Wudi's gaze remained fixed upon the Tao Stone. He had also observed the lethal formation surrounding the Tao Stone and noted, as Wu Jian had stated, that there was indeed only one opportunity left for comprehension. Why? Yi Wei-yang's voice momentarily diverted Li Wudi's attention, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. Wudi's response filled Yi Wei-yang with a sense of honor. However, Li Wudi made no move to advance, preparing to decline Yi Wei-yang's request. Mere malevolent spirits were hardly worthy of his concern. At that moment, the Thunder Cultivator and Ice Cultivator exchanged glances. Noticing that Li Wudi bore no battle sword, the Thunder Cultivator's eyes glinted with sinister intent. Previously, Li Wudi had monopolized an entire swordfish lake. He interrupted Yi Wei-yang, coldly stating, "We three swords have already sheltered so many people. If he wishes to join, he must pay a price, at least 7,000 swordfish." He assumed that Li Wudi, lacking a battle sword, could be easily exploited. With the Divine Thunder Sword suppressing the situation, he felt no fear of the strange crimson mist swallowing them. The Ice Cultivator remained silent, but wore a mocking expression as he regarded Li Wudi, tacitly endorsing the Thunder Cultivator's demands that he relished the thought. "You monopolized Swordfish Lake before. Now we shall make you pay." The other cultivators remained silent, clearly hoping to see Li Wudi suffer a significant loss. Only the Sword Cultivator, Yi Wei-yang, was incensed. "Lei Jun, what are you trying to do?" This was not mere extortion against Li Wudi. It was a slap in Yi Wei-yang's face. Facing Yi Wei-yang's inquiry, the Thunder Cultivator, Lei Jun, felt a flicker of anger. Did these sword cultivators truly believe their swords granted them the right to speak to him? Were it not for the necessity of maintaining the current balance with that sword, he would have long since expelled Yi Wei-yang. He scoffed, retorting without restraint, "Yi Wei-yang, do not forget that it is we three who are sustaining the situation, that if he wishes to join, he must show some goodwill. Furthermore, the swordfish from Swordfish Lake are rare treasures. He has hoarded so many. What harm would it do to share a portion with us?" The Ice Cultivator coldly chimed in. Indeed, Swordfish Lake was originally unclaimed territory. If Li Wudi can acquire it, why should we not be entitled to it? If he is so stingy, then we need not be courteous. That Yi Wei-yang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow tightly, fully aware of the temperaments of the Thunder and Ice Cultivators. Yet, for the greater good, he still attempted to persuade them. "Gentlemen, can you not see the current predicament? Senior Li's strength is formidable. His joining would be a tremendous boon for us." Lei Xiao disdainfully curled his lip. "Humph, just a worthless wretch without a sword. We could easily endure without him." Bing Xiao, with an expression of indifference, seemed to regard Li Wudi as a mere pawn already in his grasp. Yi Wei-yang, you are exceedingly naive. In this sacred realm of the sword god, strength is paramount. If he wishes to survive, he must comply with our arrangements." Ling Suqing paused for a moment, intrigued by the internal strife among these human cultivators. Their discord yielded an incessant stream of malevolent energy, which he silently consumed. None of the three noticed Suqing's aura subtly intensifying. He did not interrupt their squabble. Rather, he eagerly hoped they would turn on each other. In such chaos, he might reap benefits and perhaps absorb the negative thoughts of these cultivators to break through to the celestial venerable realm, achieving the status of Grand Celestial Venerable, in response to Lei Xiao's greedy demands. Li Wudi merely smiled faintly, as if he had not heard. Continuing his approach toward the Enlightenment Stone, Mu Yuechen followed closely, her eyes radiating absolute trust in her master. Meanwhile, Wu Jian stood aside, his gaze flickering, seemingly assessing the sudden turn of events. Upon witnessing this, Lei Xiao's countenance darkened. He clearly had not anticipated Li Wudi's blatant disregard for his demands. "Humph. If you refuse my hospitality, then I shall see how you contend with those malevolent spirits without a sword for protection." With a cold snort, he resolved to withdraw his attention from Li Wudi and refocus on the imminent threat posed by the malevolent spirits. Once Li Wudi was eliminated, the swordfish would undoubtedly belong to them. At that moment, Yi Wei-yang hesitated, then made a bold decision. He recognized that these two looked down upon him, and if the malevolent spirits gained the upper hand, he would certainly become their cannon fodder. Rather than meet an unclear demise, it would be wiser to distance himself now and align with his seniors. He left the throng of thousands of cultivators and turned toward Li Wudi. Behind Yi Wei-yang, the sword cultivators hesitated for a moment, but soon followed suit. "Senior, we stand with you. Yi Weiyang's and the sword cultivator's decision caused a subtle shift in expression for Lei Jun and Bing Xiu. They had not expected Yi Weiyang to abandon them. Without his sword, their ability to intimidate the malevolent spirits would diminish significantly. Li Wudi cast a glance at Yi Weiyang and the sword cultivators behind him. Surprised by their unexpected choice, Yi Weiyang explained, "They have always looked down upon us, sword cultivators. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths do not seek to make plans together. Why should we serve as their hounds?" Li Wudi remained silent, yet his eyes reflected approval. Wu Jian also smiled faintly, expressing admiration for the resolve of Yi Weiyang and his peers. This lad was indeed to his liking. "Rest assured, I, Wu Jian, shall protect you today." Upon hearing this, Yi Weiyang and the other sword cultivators felt a surge of warmth within, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Senior." Lei Xiu and Bing Xiu exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with anger and reluctance. Yet they understood that further argument would be futile at this juncture. "Humph! If you are so obstinate, then may you all meet your demise." Lei Xiu scoffed coldly, his expression indifferent as he regarded Yi Weiyang and Li Wudi. Although Yi Weiyang had departed, they were now without a sword. Nevertheless, both believed that as long as the malevolent spirits were not foolish, they would undoubtedly choose to deal with Li Wudi and his companions first, allowing them to escape amidst the chaos. With only one sword, Yi Weiyang and Li Wudi's group were doomed. At that moment, the malevolent spirit Su Qing suddenly spoke. "Hee, how amusing. You cultivators have turned on each other. However, this is splendid news for me." Chapter 37. A coffin to annihilate the enemy. Su Qing's laughter was chilling and eerie as he slowly advanced, his gaze sweeping over Li Wudi and the others. Observing Su Qing's movements, Lei Xiu and Bing Xiu's eyes lit up. Their assumptions were confirmed. The malevolent spirits had prioritized Li Wudi and his companions as their targets. All they needed to do was wait for the opportune moment to break through. Wu Jian furrowed his brow. The situation was precarious. He had already begun to secretly connect with the killing formation on the Enlightenment Stone, preparing to strike first. "I can offer you an opportunity. Should you choose to pledge allegiance to me and become followers of the malevolent god, I will spare your lives. What say you?" Su Qing's words dripped with temptation and menaced that moment. Li Wudi, who had been fixated on the Enlightenment Stone, suddenly spoke up. His disdainful gaze swept over all the malevolent spirits, as well as Lei Xiu and Bing Xiu. His voice dripping with sarcasm echoed throughout the valley. Noisy, this utterance plunged the atmosphere into icy silence. Wu Jian's lips twitched as he glanced at Mu Yuechen, as if to ask, "Is your master always this unreliable?" He hastened the hand seals he was forming, striving to activate the killing formation on the Enlightenment Stone as swiftly as possible. However, Mu Yuechen remained unfazed, instead brimming with confidence in Li Wudi, her eyes reflecting a hint of pity for the malevolent spirits and the nearby cultivators. "To offend my master and still wish to live?" Yi Weiyang nearly lost his grip on his sword, exclaiming, "Senior, your words offend everyone." "Humph, ungrateful." Su Qing's expression darkened. He seized his words and directly motioned for the malevolent spirits to launch their attack. The malevolent spirits received their orders, instantly transforming into shadows that lunged toward Li Wudi and the others. "Annihilate!" Li Wudi bellowed, his voice resonating with undeniable authority in the vast valley. He called out. A mysterious jade coffin abruptly materialized above his head. The coffin hovered in midair, emanating a faint jade light, as if resonating with the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. "Senior, what is this?" Yi Weiyang marveled, having never seen such an extraordinary artifact outside of Li Wudi. Wield a coffin as a magical item was no ordinary feat. He could scarcely fathom how Li Wudi intended to use it to combat the overwhelming onslaught of malevolent spirits. Wu Jian's expression grew grave, sensing the formidable aura radiating from the jade coffin, a power surpassing any artifact he had ever known. This energy resembled that of certain shattered celestial treasures within the Ascension secret realm. Could it be that he possessed a celestial treasure? Just as the malevolent spirits were about to make contact with Li Wudi and his group, the jade coffin suddenly blazed with light. An ancient and potent aura surged forth, enveloping the entire valley. Then, the jade coffin transformed into an indestructible giant sword, its tip pointing skyward. Mysterious runes danced along its blade, exuding a terrifying pressure. I possess a sword. Named Reincarnation, forged from coffin, to send you to the Yellow Springs. Wudi intoned softly, his voice gentle, yet imbued with the truths of the cosmos. As his words fell, the giant sword, born of the jade coffin, swung downwards with a force capable of severing life and death, targeting the malevolent spirits. In an instant, those once ferocious spirits were cleaved in twain, unable to utter a single cry before vanishing into nothingness. Wherever the sword light passed, both the colossal shadows and ethereal ghostly flames dissipated as if faced with their natural enemy. Su Qing, at the forefront, found himself utterly powerless against the might of the jade coffin. His celestial venerable cultivation crumbling in an instant, leaving nothing behind but ashes. Lei Xiao and Bing Xiao exchanged looks of incredulity and terror. They had never witnessed such a formidable sword technique and had not anticipated that Wudi possessed such a terrifying artifact. This was merely the beginning. That Wudi did not halt his actions. The giant sword, forged from the jade coffin, swung once more, this time not only targeting the remaining malevolent spirits, but also sweeping toward Lei Xiao and Bing Xiao. No, the two were gripped with terror. They attempted to flee, only to find their bodies ensnared by an invisible force. Utterly immobilized, they could only watch helplessly as the lethal sword light drew nearer. Crack! The sword light descended, instantly cleaving Lei Xiao and Bing Xiao in half, blood splattering everywhere. Their primordial spirits had not even begun to escape before being annihilated by the mysterious power within the sword light. At that moment, the entire valley fell into a deathly silence, leaving only Wudi and the surviving cultivators gazing in shock. They stared at the jade coffin hovering in midair, their hearts filled with reverence and dread. "Senior, this," Yi Weiyang stammered, utterly unable to believe what had just transpired. Wudi retracted the jade coffin, as if nothing had happened, and once again fixed his gaze upon the enlightenment stone. Yi Weiyang observed this scene. Marveling, truly a lofty and aloof senior, Hemi Yuechen gazed at the devastation surrounding them, shaking her head slightly. "You all could have remained safe and sound, yet you sought to covet my master swordfish. Now, having gained neither, you have lost your very lives. Was it worth the trouble?" Wu Jian silently nodded, his curiosity about Wudi intensifying as he realized that Wudi was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Possessing what seemed to be a celestial treasure, what was his true origin? In that moment, the surviving cultivators comprehended what it truly meant to be a formidable force. They gazed at the retreating figures of Wudi and his companions. Their eyes filled with both reverence and longing. Perhaps, on some future day, they too could ascend to the ranks of great powers like Wudi, becoming figures whom no one would dare to belittle. Wudi observed the two swords left behind by Lei Xiao and Bing Xiao, and with a gentle wave of his hand, they fell into his grasp. The other cultivators looked on with eager anticipation, their hearts brimming with desire and hopes of winning favor. Everyone understood that in this perilous sword god's secret realm, possessing a sword capable of unleashing the might of a celestial lord at a critical moment could be a matter of life and death. They watched Wudi, hoping against hope that he would exhibit great kindness and bestow the two swords upon them. Wudi lifted his gaze to the previously indifferent cultivators, his voice icy as he uttered a single word, "Scram." The disdain in his tone was akin to shooing away stray dogs. Thousands of cultivators exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to the Tao Enlightenment Stone. Finally, they looked once more at the serene Wudi beneath the stone, only to let out regretful sighs. This opportunity had slipped through their fingers. In fact, their very survival hinged on Wudi's counterattack against the numerous calamities. Some, unwilling to accept defeat, turned away, while a few, with a trace of conscience, offered their thanks to Wudi before departing. Chapter 38. Bestowing swords and breaking arrays. Wudi turned his gaze towards Yi Weiyang and the group of sword cultivators behind him. He had no desire to meander aimlessly with such a large entourage. Among the crowd, he noticed two sword cultivators, a man and a woman, whose skills were only slightly inferior to Yi Wei-yang's. They possessed considerable talent. Should they refine their understanding of the sword's principles, they could very well become two future sword emperors. He gifted the two swords to them. "These swords are yours," he declared. The two were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief as they realized that such a monumental opportunity had fallen into their laps. They felt a surge of excitement and pride for their earlier decisions. Indeed, this venerable Li was magnanimous, treating sword cultivators with sincerity. They felt fortunate to be in the company of such a senior. With reverence, they accepted the swords with both hands, bowing respectfully as they expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior," exclaimed Dongling. "Thank you, senior," added Fang Qian. Dongling was the epitome of beauty, clad in azure garments that resembled the purity of a clear sky. Fang Qian, on the other hand, appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s, bearing a scar on his face that lent him an air of sternness and authority. Wudi's generosity had also earned the admiration of Yi Wei-yang and the other sword cultivators. Unable to restrain herself, Yi Wei-yang inquired, "Esteemed senior, might your sect still be in need of disciples?" The other sword cultivators revealed expressions of eager anticipation upon hearing this. If they could join under the esteemed senior's tutelage, it would indeed grant them a formidable ally. Wudi did not respond, instead shifting his gaze to Mu Yuechen. She was the sect leader, and whether to accept new disciples was not a decision he would make for her. Mu Yuechen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her master to pass the responsibility to her. The others looked at her with hopeful eyes. If they could join the esteemed senior's sect, their lives would be fulfilled. She recognized that these individuals possessed commendable strength, especially since Yi Wei-yang and the others had each received the legacy of the Spirit Emperor, promising boundless futures. However, Mu Yuechen refrained from extending an invitation outright. As they were still strangers, and their true natures remained unknown, extend an invitation recklessly could lead to future complications. As a sect leader, she could not be swayed by sentiment. She had to consider the welfare of the entire sect. Without accepting or rejecting them, she provided them with an opportunity to, in 3 months, we will be recruiting disciples for the sect. If you genuinely wish to join, you may come to the sect after leaving the Sword God's secret realm to participate in the assessment. Should you pass, you will naturally become a member of our sect. As she spoke, her discerning gaze swept over the group. Most were merely caught up in the moment, influenced by Yi Wei-yang's words, and many were simply conforming to the crowd. This would serve as a test for them, that if they were unwilling to participate in the assessment, it would indicate their lack of commitment to joining the sect. Such individuals, even if they entered the sect, would inevitably become fickle. Mu Yuechen had learned her lesson regarding such individuals once before. She was now stringent in her criteria for accepting new disciples. Better to have fewer than to have the wrong ones. Yi Wei-yang, Dongling, and Fang Qian gripped their swords tightly upon hearing her words. They silently vowed they would certainly showcase their abilities during the sex assessment in 3 months, living up to the expectations of their esteemed senior. As for the others, their expressions varied widely. Some displayed dissatisfaction at being turned away, while others felt an inexplicable sense of relief, and still others were filled with regret. From their subtle expressions, Wudi could discern that many were merely swept up in the moment. Should a better opportunity arise in the future, they would undoubtedly turn away without hesitation. However, there were also a few, like Yi Wei-yang and the others, whose eyes were resolute, filled with determination to join the sect. Wudi waved his hand dismissively. "You may all leave. There are likely many opportunities still awaiting you in this Sword God's secret realm." Yi Wei-yang, Fang Qian, and Dongling exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. They realized that their current strength only served to hinder Wudi. The three were not oblivious to the situation. With the 3 swords, they could navigate the Sword God's secret realm unimpeded. There was no need to linger and delay their senior's journey. With a gentle salute, they bid farewell. "Esteemed senior, we take our leave." One by one, Yi Wei-yang and the others retreated, and after a brief hesitation, the remaining sword cultivators reluctantly followed suit. Once the area was quiet, Wudi turned his attention back to the Tao Enlightenment Stone. Wu Jian's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward with a smile. "Esteemed senior, I have some knowledge of formations. The killing array inscribed upon this Tao Enlightenment Stone is capable of slaying even the mightiest celestial lords. Yet I am confident in my ability to unravel it. Though he addressed Li Wudi as esteemed senior, Wu Jian felt a twinge of frustration within. After all, he was over 30,000 years older than this young man. Yet he had to conceal his identity and refer to him as senior. Such was the indignity he felt. Nevertheless, this killing array was one he had personally laid out, capable of slaying spirit emperor-level cultivators. Now, after 3 millennia of erosion, its power had diminished significantly, but it could still exact a heavy toll on those below the spirit emperor-leveled Li Wudi, despite possessing what seemed to be a treasure of celestial origins. Likely would not be able to exert overwhelming power, Wu Jian was unwilling to let Li Wudi take such risks against this imperial killing array. After all, he still had a role to play in protecting Mui Wechen for a while longer. Li Wudi seemed to perceive Wu Jian's intentions, and his golden robe fluttered gently in the breeze, adding an aura of distinction to his presence. That Wu Jian understood that Li Wudi lacked confidence in his own strength, and it appeared necessary to impart a lesson today. Without uttering a word, Li Wudi began to weave intricate formation runes with his fingers, gently lifting them. The complex runes appeared to come alive, dancing at his fingertips, intertwining and ultimately coalescing into a resplendent beam of light that shot toward the killing array inscribed upon the Tao Enlightenment Stone. That Wu Jian was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment as he thought. This young man, does he truly understand formations? Mui Wechen, appropriately praising her master, explained to Wu Jian, "My master is no ordinary individual. He can lay out celestial lord-level killing arrays with just a wave of his hand." Upon hearing this, Wu Jian couldn't help but scrutinize Li Wudi more closely. It seemed he had underestimated him. He was indeed a grandmaster of formations. Upon further reflection, Wu Jian realized that the killing array he had set up was a genuine imperial killing array. Although its power had waned after 3,000 years, it was not something that could be easily unraveled. Well, this young man was indeed quite arrogant. It would be good to temper his haughtiness with this imperial killing array, lest he suffer greatly when facing true adversaries in the future. Wu Jian refrained from offering further warnings, instead seizing this opportunity to chasten Li Wudi's pride. However, the next scene left Wu Jian utterly astounded. Li Wudi did not attempt to break the array with brute force. Instead, he moved with an elegance akin to dance, his fingers a flurry of motion. Each contact with the runes seemed to engage in a dialogue with the ancient array, guiding them to rearrange and combine anew. Ultimately, a completely new, benign formation was formed. Chapter 39. Ta Qing's perfecting of the demon-slaying sword technique. Wu Jian's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing. To transform a ruthless imperial killing array into a harmless formation required not only exceptional mastery of formations, but also a profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Yet here stood this seemingly youthful Li Wudi, having accomplished just that. "Esteemed senior, are you truly a grandmaster of formations?" Wu Jian's voice trembled with disbelief. Have effortlessly transformed this imperial killing array. Even in its weakened state, Li Wudi's prowess in formations must surely rank among the highest. Li Wudi smiled gently, retracting his hand as the killing array on the Tao Enlightenment Stone vanished without a trace. In its place lay a soft, warm glow, seemingly capable of soothing the mind and fostering enlightenment. His masterful manipulation of the array left both Mui Wechen and Wu Jian in a double. Li Wudi offered no explanation of his identity, but turned to the ethereal figure of Mui Wechen, clad in flowing white, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. "Silly disciple, why are you dawdling? Go seek enlightenment." Upon hearing the words, Mui Wechen's eyes flickered with a moment of bewilderment before she promptly strode towards the Tao Enlightenment Stone that radiated a gentle, luminous glow. She settled into a lotus position, delicately placing the Wu Dao sword across her knees, closing her eyes in deep concentration, resembling an ethereal fairy in meditation, each movement imbued with an enchanting beauty. She began to harness the power of the Tao Enlightenment Stone, immersing herself in a profound comprehension of the Tai Ching demon-subduing sword technique. As Mui Wechen entered a state of deep meditation, a faint aura of sword intent gradually enveloped her, a direct manifestation of her understanding of the sword path. The Tai Ching demon-subduing sword technique, being one of the supreme sword arts of the sword sect, encapsulates the profound truths of heaven and earth within each stroke and slash. It necessitates that the practitioner not only possesses formidable cultivation, but also a deep insight into the principles of the sword path. In bygone days, Wudi, in his quest to master this technique, battled demons in the abyss for a millennium, suppressing the endless demon realm and securing a millennium of development for humanity. His merits have been recorded in history thus. The sword ancestor wielded his sword to quell the demon abyss, unwavering through countless battles that a million years without a peer. His form transformed into the Tai Ching sword, entombing the demons. Wu Jian, sensing the sword intent emanating from Mu Yuechen, exhibited a look of astonishment. She had mastered the Tai Ching demon-subduing sword technique, created by the sword ancestor himself. From where had she obtained the true teachings of the sword ancestor? It was rumored that the sword sect had long guarded the sword ancestor's tomb. Could it be that in this era, she had received that great one's legacy? If that were the case, perhaps she could entirely resolve the calamity with the original sword path of the sword ancestor. She could sever all undying spirits, whether it be the god of calamity or the lord of calamity, even the very source of calamity itself. All could be vanquished by the sword ancestor's primordial sword path. For the sake of preserving the legacy of the sword path and entirely obliterating the source of calamity, I must ensure Mu Yuechen survives. She is the last hope of this world. Wu Jian's resolve grew ever more steadfast. The lives of all within the sword path may perish. The myriad beings across the realms may be extinguished. But Mu Yuechen must endure. Only she embodies the hope of bringing an end to it all. In that moment, time seemed to lose its significance, with only Mu Yuechen and the Tai Ching demon-subduing sword technique engaged in a silent dialogue. Wudi and Wu Jian stood by quietly, awaiting the outcome. At this juncture, Mu Yuechen was at a critical turning point. Whether she could comprehend the Tai Ching demon-subduing sword technique to the pinnacle of perfection depended entirely on the results of this enlightenment. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, cascading onto the Tao Enlightenment stone, Mu Yuechen's eyelashes fluttered gently, followed by the slow opening of her eyes. Within her gaze shimmered an unprecedented brightness, akin to two resplendent stars, reflecting her newfound understanding of the sword path. Her figure grew increasingly ethereal, as if she had acquired a few strands of celestial aura, poised to transcend into the heavens at any moment. Rising to her feet, she embodied the essence of a Tai Ching immortal, every movement resonating with the profundity of the Tao. The Tai Ching demon-subduing sword in her hand quivered lightly in harmony with her actions. Emitting a clear, melodious ring, drawing a deep breath, she moved with a swiftness that sent the sword light arcing like a dragon, instantaneously slicing through the surrounding air, leaving behind a trail of dazzling sword shadows. Tai Ching subdues the demons. A single sword seals the calamity. Accompanied by Mu Yuechen's soft incantation, her sword technique had reached perfection. Wherever the sword light traversed, even the space trembled, as if the demonic barriers of heaven and earth were destined to be cleansed by this strike. This sword could injure a half-step celestial, Wudi observed with a satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Not only had Mu Yuechen successfully comprehended the Tai Ching demon-subduing sword technique to the realm of completion, but in the process her understanding of the sword path had ascended to a new echelon. Such progress brought him genuine delight. "Indeed, my disciple, you have performed admirably," he remarked, laced with commendation. He believed that, given time, Mu Yuechen would undoubtedly become the leading figure of the new generation in the sword path, perhaps even surpassing him in achieving greater heights. If that day were to come, perhaps he could retire and lead a life of leisure like a wandering cloud. What was the purpose of taking on disciples if not to one day pass on one's responsibilities to them? Wu Jian, standing beside, was equally astonished, fully aware of the formidable power of the Tai Ching demon-subduing sword technique. He understood that mastering it to the pinnacle of perfection was no simple feat yet. Mu Yuechen had accomplished this in such a short span, a testament to her innate talent and potential. With her gifts, it would be but a century before she could ascend to the rank of sword god. Grant her a millennium, and she might well reach the realms of Sword Immortal King and transcendent beings of that caliber. Given more time, she could become the second Sword Ancestor of this world, ushering in a new era of brilliance for the Sword Path. Congratulations, Sword Child. My heartfelt congratulations. Wu Jian clasped his hands in tribute. His admiration for Mu Yuechan deepening further, Mu Yuechan smiled gently, bowing in gratitude to Li Wudi and Wu Jian. Her achievements were inseparable from her master's diligent guidance and the insights of her predecessors. Li Wudi, gazing at the Tao Enlightenment Stone now shattered into countless fragments, turned to Wu Jian with a knowing smile. Little Wu, which way should we proceed to reach the Wu Dao, Sword God Palace? Upon hearing this address, Wu Jian's mouth twitched, nearly unable to suppress the urge to leap up and confront Li Wudi. What do you mean, little Wu? I am your forebear. Show some respect. However, seeing Mu Yuechan's equally earnest inquiry, Wu Jian's heart relaxed. Fine. One must endure minor grievances for the sake of greater plans. For the future of the Sword Path, I shall endure. Wu Jian feigned pulling out a map resembling a chaotic scribble, glancing at it briefly before pointing southeast that IT should be this way. This direction led to the medicinal garden where Jian Wudao once cultivated spiritual herbs. Within it lay a divine herb and 3 imperial herbs, alongside hundreds of celestial grade and countless heavenly and spiritual herbs. If we could secure this medicinal garden for the Sword Child, she would not have to worry about resources until she reached the Sword Emperor level. Li Wudi regarded Wu Jian with a hint of skepticism, sensing that the path he indicated was not a straight line, but rather a deliberate detour. Little Wu, is it truly this way? I can't shake the feeling that we are moving farther from the God of Calamity. Wu Jian's heart raced at the remark. Could this fellow sense the God of Calamity's aura? No, that was impossible. The God of Calamity lay in slumber, suppressed by countless chains of order, unable to reveal even the slightest trace of presence. He was trying to deceive me. Wu Jian's eyes darted, feigning innocence. Senior, I do not comprehend your words. The map clearly indicates this route. Li Wudi, not oblivious to his scheming, understood the Sword Sect's current scarcity of resources that it would be prudent to gather some provisions before heading to the Wu Dao, Sword God Palace. Very well, lead the way, he replied, feigning solemnity. Yet his mind was already calculating. He knew that Wu Jian was plotting something. However, since our ultimate destination pointed toward the Wu Dao, Sword God Palace, it would not hurt to gather a bit of benefit along the way. The group proceeded along Wu Jian's indicated path. Mu Yuechan followed closely behind, her Wu Dao sword swaying gently in her hand, her sword intent reined in, yet subtly exuding an extraordinary aura. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery transformed into something peculiar, the air infused with a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs, the distinctive aroma of spiritual and medicinal plants. Mu Yuechan exchanged a glance with Li Wudi, tacitly quickening their pace. Before long, an expansive medicinal garden came into view, where various spiritual herbs vied for attention amidst swirling mist, resembling a paradise on earth. Particularly striking was the divine herb, emanating a soft yet undeniable glow. Surrounded by 3 imperial herbs that exuded an extraordinary presence, guarding the heart of this garden. Senior, this is the medicinal garden of Jian Wudao, Wu Jian introduced with feigned calmness, while internally calculating how to facilitate the acquisition of these precious resources for Mu Yuechan and Li Wudi without causing a commotion. This medicinal garden sprawled over an immense area, extending 5,000 miles from east to west and 8,000 miles from north to south, larger than an ordinary earthly nation. Above the entire garden loomed a colossal formation, relying on the continuous flow of spiritual energy generated by the divine, imperial, and celestial herbs. After 30,000 years, its power remained undiminished. This was a complete imperial Tao formation. Mu Yuechan scrutinized the scene before her, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. The might of this imperial formation far surpassed that of the previous Enlightenment Stone. Even with the presence of an array master, it would take no less than 10 days to unravel. To ensure the integrity of the spiritual herb garden, Li Wudi chose not to breach the grand array. His intention was to transport the entire garden back to the Sword Sect, packed away securely. Should the formation be destroyed, The subsequent resources required for re-establishing it would render the endeavor futile at that moment. Tens of thousands of cultivators encircled the spiritual herb garden, desperately seeking an entrance. Among them was Li Xin, who gazed longingly at the treasure before him, feeling vexed and frustrated. The sensation of being unable to access such a bounty was utterly stifling. Many cultivators cast sidelong glances at Li Xin. Their intentions far from benign, for the Lingxiao imperial sword he wielded was exceedingly conspicuous. After a period of exploration, nearly all cultivators had come to understand the significance of this battle sword. Yet, none dared approach him, knowing that once the celestial essence within the sword was roused, any cultivator not wielding a battle sword would merely be fodder. Only those similarly armed had the audacity to regard Li Shuyuan and his fellow sword cultivators with open disdain. The arrival of Li Wudi and his companions drew considerable attention. Their presence was striking, especially that of Li Wudi, who had consistently exhibited overwhelming strength. Countless eyes were drawn to them, particularly when it was noted that Li Wudi bore no sword, only a coffin hovering ominously above him. The sword-wielding cultivators promptly displayed a spectrum of emotions: greed, mockery, and disdain. Mu Yuechun, her delicate features stern, brandished her Wudao sword before her, exuding an air of pride akin to that of an empress. This seemingly minor gesture caused many malevolent cultivators to shift their expressions, for the sword appeared exceptionally formidable, likely not to be trifled with. They retracted their hostile gazes, momentarily reluctant to provoke Li Wudi and his companions. At that moment, the primary objective remained to breach the imperial array. Once the formation was dismantled, obtaining the divine herbs within could potentially allow one to soar to new heights. Even those at the 6th level of the celestial vein might find themselves ascending to the rank of supreme celestial beings within a single leap. Just as all felt helpless against the grand array, 10 array masters emerged from the shadows. Their actions captured the attention of the tens of thousands of cultivators present. Were they the array masters from the Xian Formation Cave? Was the foremost among them the renowned Master Huang Tao? Upon this revelation, all powerful figures turned their focus earnestly to the leader of the 10. Huang Tao, it was said, had attained mastery in array techniques. With tales of him ensnaring cultivators at the 9th level of the celestial vein in the past, should he successfully establish a complete killing formation, even the sword-wielding cultivators present could not guarantee their safe escape from his clutches. In the eyes of the crowd, Huang Tao's potential to create a complete killing formation posed a greater threat than that of Li Wudi himself. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to set such a formation in motion. Huang Tao appeared as a man in his 50s, adorned in an elegant array master-esque robe. He held a staff embedded with various exotic gems, his gaze radiating wisdom and depth. Slowly, he approached the assembly, his eyes sweeping over the softly glowing imperial formation, a confident smile gracing his lips. Esteemed cultivators, while this imperial formation is indeed powerful, it is not insurmountable. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, imbued with an undeniable authority. Our Xian Formation Cave has long dedicated itself to the study of celestial formations, possessing unique methods to dismantle the imperial formation. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted. Their eyes fixed intently on Huang Tao and the 9 array masters flanking him. In the northeast, a sword-wielding sound cultivator caressed the flute at his waist with keen interest, inquiring, "What method does Master Huang speak of?" Huang Tao surveyed the multitude before him, casting a cold smile at Li Wudi and Li Shuyuan. Among the sword cultivators present, only Li Shuyuan and Mu Yuechen bore battle swords, while the number of non-sword cultivators with battle swords reached 11. Huang Tao, his face lined with wrinkles, calmly articulated a merciless proposition. The blood sacrifice formation is designed specifically to counter sword formations. Thus, it requires the blood of 3,000 sword cultivators to activate, thereby creating a breach lasting half the time of an incense stick. Upon hearing this, the faces of the sword cultivators paled in unison. The 11 non-sword cultivators with battle swords pondered gravely. From the southwest, a demonic cultivator, exuding a menacing aura, stepped forth, his voice gravelly as he asked, "What is the probability of success?" Others, too, were curious about the efficacy of the blood sacrifice formation devised by the Xian Formation Cave. Huang Tao responded confidently, at least 70%. The more sword cultivators involved in the blood sacrifice, the higher the success rate. In the northeast, another ghostly cultivator emerged, his gaze icy as he scanned the sword cultivators present. It seems we may not have enough sword cultivators here. Perhaps we should split up and capture more sword cultivators from elsewhere. This suggestion instantly altered the atmosphere, becoming tense and delicate. The sword cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both fear and anger. Meanwhile, the non-sword cultivators began to murmur among themselves, seemingly weighing the feasibility of this proposal. That a glint of coldness flashed in Wudi's eyes. These individuals had touched upon his forbidden line. He had already sentenced the Xian Formation Cave to death. Even if he left this place, upon returning to the Eastern Prefecture, he would seek an opportunity to eradicate these troublemakers. Observing the unfolding farce, Wudi stood slowly, his expression frigid as he regarded the 11 cultivators. How amusing! Is there anyone else who intends to pave the way with the blood of sword cultivators? Step forward. I am benevolent and will send you all to be reborn. Wudi's bold declaration astonished and perplexed many of the cultivators present. Was he out of his mind to stand forth at such a moment? Did he not realize the gravity of the situation? Facing at least 11 battle swords equivalent to 11 celestial beings. Furthermore, there was Huang Tao, whose array techniques were as unpredictable as a phantom. Should he succeed in his formation, he would pose a threat rivaling that of a celestial being. Any rational cultivator would choose to preserve their own safety in such a scenario. The fire cultivator to the southeast scoffed. Does he think this is still the Swordfish Lake, standing up for these sword cultivators? Another demonic cultivator chuckled ominously. I actually hope he continues. Perhaps we may gain an opportunity akin to that of the Swordfish Lake. Faced with Wudi's ridicule, the 11 sword-wielding cultivators wore expressions of disdain. Their gazes sinister as they regarded him, Mu Yuechun and Wu Jian. Humph, Wudi, are you truly willing to stand up for them? Today's affair is none of your concern. If you are wise, step aside quickly. A ghostly cultivator warned coldly, his battle sword emanating a faint aura of malevolence, clearly tainted by his ghostly techniques. Wudi chuckled lightly, and then, with a swift motion, struck the ghostly cultivator with a resounding slap. The ghostly cultivator was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Wudi's audacity. In a moment of surprise, he failed to summon the celestial essence from his sword, and his head exploded, his soul annihilated. Is there anyone else willing to step forward? Wudi's icy voice echoed before the herb garden, shocking countless onlookers that he truly dared to take action. They could hardly believe it. Such an act would surely incite the wrath of the masses. You are far too arrogant, a demonic cultivator growled. Stepping forward to be safe, he summoned the essence from his battle sword. Lest he meet the same fate as the ghostly cultivator, he felt a twinge of trepidation. He had always considered himself quite formidable in the path of darkness, yet Wudi surpassed even that. However, the opportunity within the herb garden was too tantalizing to forfeit. Today, he must ensure that Wudi remained. Wudi nonchalantly collected the battle sword of the ghostly cultivator who had failed to summon his essence, tossing it to a nearby sword cultivator. This act caused the eyes of all present to widen in disbelief. The sword, though dismissed as worthless in the outside world, was a genuine life-saving treasure in this realm of swords. He just gave it away, so casually. The sword cultivator, astonished, stared at the weapon in his hands. Disbelief etched across his face. He just gave this to me, this the world of the mighty. His excitement surged, and he quickly positioned himself behind Wudi, summoning the essence from his sword. Senior, I shall never forget this favor, and I vow to fight alongside you against formidable foes. He glared defiantly at the demonic cultivator and Huang Tao, embodying a fearless resolve at this moment. Wudi slowly raised his gaze to regard the demonic cultivator and the chaotic sword essence behind him. Now frayed from where? Is it just you lot? Wudi's domineering and disdainful tone incited fury among the other cultivators. Another cultivator of the gold element stepped forward, summoning his sword essence. What an arrogant fellow. Count me in. Wudi remained indifferent, as if to say it was still far from sufficient. His actions prompted a growing number of cultivators to step forth. The opportunities within the spiritual herb garden were of paramount importance to countless factions in the Eastern Prefecture. You cannot alter the fate of the sword cultivators. The remaining 8 sword-wielding cultivators likewise summoned their sword Dao primordial spirits. Confronting Wudi and his companions, their presence dwarfed under the overwhelming aura of the 10 formidable beings. We too wish to claim our share. Following the 10 sword-bearing cultivators, outside the Spirit Herb Garden, nearly all cultivators, aside from the sword practitioners, chose to declare their allegiance. Although the blood sacrifice was brutal, which of those present had not stained their hands with blood to reach this point? When it concerns one's own cultivation, those who impede their progress are deemed adversaries. In an instant, Wudi and his 3 companions became the targets of hostility. Regarded as enemies by all, the disparity in numbers was utterly despondent. Yet, a cold smile curled at the corners of Wudi's mouth. So they have all revealed themselves, then this place is devoid of innocence. To use the blood of sword cultivators for sacrifice. This is what you deem righteous, the actions of a grand sect within a mystical realm. I find your conduct even more despicable than that of demonic cultivators. On the other side, Li Xin, also armed with a battle sword, could no longer contain himself. His voice resonated powerfully, like a thunderclap echoing through the crowd. Chapter 42. A return to the targeted sword Dao spirit. All eyes turned towards him, a hint of seriousness glimmering in their gazes. The mere possession of a battle sword indicated he bore a primordial spirit of a celestial being. Such strength afforded him a voice of authority. Huang Tao sneered, seemingly unconcerned by Li Xun's threat. Xin, you wield a battle sword. We can choose not to engage you, but if you seek death with unwavering determination, we shall gladly oblige. From the northwest, a fire cultivator, known for his fiery temperament, stepped forward, brandishing his sword at Li Xiyuan and Wudi. This is for the benefit of all. Whoever dares obstruct us stands against every one of us present. His words elicited responses from other sword practitioners. Echoing his sentiments, they scoffed, for amidst so many battle swords, 3 swords alongside Wudi were but a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The wisest choice for Wudi and Li Xiyuan was to observe from the sidelines. Perhaps they might yet glean some remnants from the aftermath. Step forward now would only result in another corpse. Benefit. Li Xiyuan's face contorted with anger, his sword pointed at the crowd. What a splendid notion of benefit. In the past, my sword Dao lineage sacrificed countless warriors to protect the populace, only to receive such a result in return. I have had enough of your hypocritical visages. This time, I shall not yield. I will fight to the bitter end. Li Xiyuan's tone grew increasingly tragic, a surge of indomitable sword intent enveloping the heavens. Today, I shall awaken the unyielding will of my sword Dao lineage with my blood, proclaiming to the world the glorious intent that remains in our bloodline. Wu Jian and Wudi observed Li Xiyuan's heroic stance, both nodding inwardly. He had not yet been stripped of swordsman's pride. He was a cultivator worth nurturing. Under Li Xiyuan's rallying cry, many sword practitioners seemed to awaken. They finally realized that endless compromise would only lead to greater humiliation. Since death was inevitable, why not resist before it came? Ensuring their demise would carry meaning. We are willing to follow you in defiance. Indeed, how glorious had my sword Dao lineage once been. Today, we are once again subjected to humiliation. Let us confront them. Even if it leads to our deaths, let us tear a piece from them. The sword Dao lineage shall never cease to resist. An increasing number of sword practitioners rallied behind Wudi, their eyes ablaze with righteous fury. Glaring at the lofty grand sect cultivators, Wu Jian regarded the resurgence of these younger generations with tightened fists, finally relaxing, a look of relief crossing his face. Thankfully, the descendants of the sword Dao had not been dulled. They still dared to resist. As long as their spirit endured, the sword Dao would one day be revived. Wudi, however, remained expressionless, observing all that unfolded as if nothing could disturb his composure. Huang Tao raised a hand, and the 9 array masters behind him sprang into action, preparing to set up the so-called blood sacrifice formation. Meanwhile, Huang Tao himself gripped the staff and began chanting ancient incantations. readying the core of the formation. Ants aspire to defy the heavens? Utterly ludicrous, he glared at the various sect cultivators surrounding him, barking, "Kill those who wish to enter the spirit herb garden." The 10 sword-wielding cultivators exchanged glances and stepped forward. "Very well, they have gathered. It saves us the trouble of seeking them out individually." One of the celestial vein cultivators mocked those overreaching sword practitioners. Wudi quelled the indignation of the sword practitioners behind him, slowly raising a hand. "Exterminate." Wudi's icy voice reverberated in the ears of thousands of cultivators, akin to a thunderous explosion. He pointed a finger, as if it were a sword, gently unleashing a wave of sword energy. This seemingly simple strike tore through the sky, severing the laws of heaven and earth. Huang Tao and the array master's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. "Form the array, quickly, block this strike." They scrambled to activate their formations in defense. Uffed! As the sword swept through, Huang Tao's face paled in terror. The formation they had painstakingly constructed was ruthlessly torn apart, and the 10 array masters were engulfed by the sword energy, transforming into a mist of blood above the firmament. The 10 sword-wielding cultivators found themselves in dire straits. They believed they could unleash carnage with their swords. Little did they expect Wudi to be so formidable, effortlessly shattering the fabric of existence with a single blow. Celestial being. He is a complete celestial being. At that moment, they could only clumsily evade the attacks of the sword practitioners, their hearts brimming with fear and despair. Nevertheless, with Wudi's strike, the heavens and earth were sealed, and all laws rendered void. The 10 cultivators were swept away by the sword's arc, the sword energy intentionally bypassing the sword Tao primordial spirits, aimed directly at their faces. How is this possible? Even 10 celestial primordial spirits cannot withstand his casual strike. Their faces contorted with a blend of terror and unwillingness. They ultimately met their demise. The 10 sword-wielding cultivators, alongside the thousands of cultivators behind Huang Tao, fell in droves, and a rain of blood cascaded down from the heavens. Finally, as the last enemy collapsed, Li Xiun and the others were left utterly astounded. They had anticipated a battle with no chance of survival. Given the overwhelming disparity between foes, little did they expect that Wudi's casual sword strike would obliterate all enemies present. "Have we won?" Mu Yuechen's lips curled upwards. She had known the outcome from the very beginning. To oppose their master was truly a fanciful notion. It wasn't until Li Xin pinched his arm fiercely, the sharp pain confirming that this was no dream, that he realized the master had truly triumphed. They embraced one another in celebration, as if at that moment, all their suffering and humiliation had been released. Wudi gazed at the band of sword practitioners, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. As long as they possessed the courage to resist, hope for their transformation remained. Only by helping these young sword practitioners understand their mission and responsibility could the sword Tao truly be revitalized. They need not doubt themselves over their words. Remember, the sword Tao lineage wields the sword for Wu Jian continued to mutter to himself, as if he had encountered an utterly ridiculous joke. "Ha ha, he is still researching. He is still researching. He is still researching." Wu Jian began to comprehend something. Why was there need to study the Elysium that countered the sword Tao? Those individuals sought to utilize the Elysium of the God of Restraint and the Lord of Misfortune to obliterate the sword abyss and reopen the path to ascension. Why did he wish to eradicate the sword Tao? Would the destruction of the sword Tao not also inflict severe damage upon the sword abyss? Wu Jian's words startled Mu Yuechen. She had an inkling of who he was referring to, the fallen ones who had sought ascension all those years ago. Him, Wudi narrowed his eyes, recalling a certain individual, that formidable figure of the divine Tao. The ascension of that era had indeed been conducted under his leadership. Mu Yuechen's expression changed drastically. Was that individual still alive? A being of unparalleled might from 30,000 years ago. After such a span of time, how powerful had he become? Mu Yuechen dared not imagine, were it not for her master being present. She would have possessed not a sliver of combat spirit. Li Xin and the others were oblivious to the conversation between Wudi and the others, their eyes transfixed upon the eerie, crimson mist. Before everyone's gaze, a colossal skeletal hand tore through the strange red fog as if peeling back skin. Chapter 43. Annihilating the bone tiger crocodile spirit, collecting the spirit herb garden immediately following. An extraordinarily terrifying skeletal entity materialized before them. This skeletal being was immense, possessing the skeletal structure of both a tiger and a crocodile, emanating a faint blue glow, it starkly contrasted with the surrounding blood-red mist, resembling a fearsome demon emerging from the abyss of hell. Its hollow eyes seemed to penetrate into the depths of the soul, and each breath it took sent subtle tremors through the space, releasing an oppressive aura that caused hearts to tremble. Was this the hybrid bone tiger crocodile spirit, born of the Ba Tian Hu and the Zong Tian Ao? Wu Jian's voice was laced with disbelief. Both the Ba Tian Hu and the Zong Tian Ao were ancient ferocious beasts, each born at the realm of heavenly veins. Once matured, these beasts could ascend to the status of great celestials, with some even reaching the quasi-emperor level. The apex warriors of both clans had once ascended to imperial thrones, dominating their regions. The skeletal entity before them was the offspring of this ancient hybridization. It had inherited the talents of both fierce beasts, making it even more terrifying. With the potential to attain divinity, he understood all too well what the birth of this hybrid bone spirit signified: a brand new, specifically crafted Elysium targeting sword cultivators had been created. Its intentions were unmistakable: to obliterate the very foundation of the sword Dao. Its aura rivaled that of a great celestial, adorned with flickering crimson runes. These runes caused Mu Yuechen's pupils to constrict, for they were the same as those that had ensnared her before. The runes specifically designed to combat the Sword Dao. How could those individuals disregard the barriers of the Sword Divine's secret realm and send this creature into it? What was their purpose? To unleash the soul-devouring god of misfortune. The sword cultivators' faces turned pale. Should they face a mere celestial, they might still stand a chance together. But this was a great celestial. The very distinction of great foretold an insurmountable difference in power compared to a celestial. With complete Sword Dao laws, the aura of the Sword Sovereign, and the execution of annihilation orders, the Bone Tiger Crocodile spirit spoke in a mechanical voice, shrouding all sword cultivators in a terrifying intent to kill, especially those wielding battle swords, who felt the weight of its focus even more heavily. Li Shun looked at Li Wudi in terror. "Senior, what do we do now?" If it were merely an ordinary great celestial, they had at least 12 celestial spirits present, along with the enigmatic Li Wudi. Perhaps they could still fight, but this creature countered the Sword Dao. And under its oppression, even the Sword Dao celestial spirits were reduced to the level of the 9th layer of heavenly veins. It was utterly hopeless. Wu Jian snapped back to reality from a shock and glanced at the imperial Dao killing array within the spirit herb garden. They needed to devise a method to lure it into the array and use it to slay the enemy. Li Wudi did not respond. Instead, the coffin above his head suddenly enlarged, resembling a colossal mountain, and it came crashing down toward the Bone Tiger Crocodile spirit. Wu Jian's mouth twitched. Why did you always prefer to act recklessly? Did you truly believe your celestial artifact was invincible? That was a great celestial's Elysium. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, the jade coffin atop Li Wudi's head plummeted like a meteor, carrying immeasurable force, and struck the vast form of the Bone Tiger Crocodile spirit with tremendous impact. The Bone Tiger Crocodile spirit had no time to react and was reduced to bone dust, scattering into the air, utterly obliterated. Li Wudi even deemed it too trivial to spare a glance. Turning instead to the spirit herb garden behind him, in the instant the Bone Tiger Crocodile spirit disintegrated, the surrounding blood-red mist seemed to be affected, beginning to fluctuate violently. Gradually, it dissipated, revealing the sky that had been obscured. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon the war-torn land, bringing a glimmer of warmth and hope. Li Shun stared in disbelief. Struggling to grasp the unfolding events, he had anticipated that facing a great celestial-level Elysium would mean they could only fight to the death, potentially facing complete annihilation. To his astonishment, Li Wudi had effortlessly resolved the crisis with but a single strike, and a glimmer of admiration flickered in Mu Yuechen's eyes. Her master remained as reliable as ever. It was merely a great celestial's Elysium. Unless it was that invincible figure of the divine Tao or the source of misfortune, there was no need for concern that Wu Jian's expression was complex. Both astonished by Li Wudi's strength and exasperated by his blunt and forceful combat style. Yet, it was undeniable that such directness was effective in avoiding further casualties. Very well, possessing a celestial artifact indeed allowed for such audacity. Wu Jian estimated that with this jade coffin, Li Wudi could contend with quasi-emperor-level beings. Senior, this jade coffin. Li Shiyuan hesitated, clearly filled with curiosity regarding that inscrutable celestial artifact. Wudi smiled slightly, not providing a direct answer, but instead gently patted the jade coffin, as if communicating with it. Time to work. Let us not waste such a vast spirit herb garden. The jade coffin seemingly understood Li Wudi's words, soaring above the spirit herb garden. It released a terrifying, devouring power, lifting the enormous garden, stretching 8,000 miles in length and 5,000 miles in width from the ground. The vast spirit herb garden, under the jade coffin's devouring force, began to slowly rise, as if held aloft by an invisible hand, gradually breaking free from the constraints of the earth. Within the garden, the spirit herbs, spirit trees, and spirit beasts suddenly sensed something, ceasing their growth and activity. Quietly awaiting the impending change, an indescribable solemnity and sanctity pervaded the air, as some ancient and powerful force began to awaken in this place. Senior, are you going to? Li Shun gazed at the slowly ascending spirit herb garden. Filled with shock and confusion, he had never witnessed such a miraculous sight and could hardly fathom how such a colossal garden could be moved with such ease. This was true mountain moving and sea parting. As the spirit herb garden completely ascended, the jade coffin's devouring power peaked. With a sudden, fierce inhale, the entire spirit herb garden transformed into a streak of flowing light, drawn into the jade coffin before the eyes of all. In that moment, the space seemed to tear apart, sending forth a wave of indescribable fluctuations that resonated deeply within the souls of everyone present. Once the spirit herb garden vanished entirely, the jade coffin returned to tranquility. Quietly hovering above Li Wudi's head, Wudi smiled faintly, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Senior, this... Li Shun looked at the empty space left behind. Filled with a medley of complex emotions, he felt both regret for the loss of the spirit herb garden and awe at Li Wudi's displayed power. Li Wudi gently patted the jade coffin, as if to comfort it. Fear not. This spirit herb garden will receive better care and utilization under my stewardship. Hearing this, both Mu Yuechun and Wu Jian felt a stir within their hearts. Li Wudi's words were a promise to them. Wudi cast a glance at the gathered sword cultivators, feeling no sense of shame for claiming the spirit herb garden for himself. After all, he had saved these individuals not once, but twice. Chapter 44. You want me to flee? These sword cultivators understood this truth as well, aside from lamenting the lost opportunity of the spirit herb garden. They harbored no other emotions. Dismissed. Li Wudi waved his hand, and Li Shun and the others exchanged glances before clasping their fists in respect. Farewell, Senior. They departed in unison, banding together. After all, no one knew if they would encounter other sword-wielding cultivators next. There was safety in numbers. After their departure, Li Wudi retrieved the divine herb and handed it to Mu Yuechun. Immediately refine it. Wu Jian looked at Li Wudi in astonishment. He had initially presumed that Li Wudi would refine the divine herb himself. After all, the divine herb could significantly enhance his cultivation, and not everyone would be willing to let such an opportunity slip away. Yet, he chose to use the divine herb on the sword child. This scene reshaped Wu Jian's perception of Li Wudi. Was this truly the same Li Wudi, gluttonous like a voracious beast? Suddenly, he recalled their journey. Thus, it seemed that Li Wudi's every act of greed was for the sake of Mu Yuechun. The initial essence of the swordfish belonged to Mu Yuechun. The Wu Dao sword was given to her. The opportunity with the Wu Dao stone was also for her, and even this divine herb was to be refined by her. Had he misjudged him all along? Was his greed solely for the rise of the sword Dao and the growth of the sword child? From another perspective, Li Wudi indeed appears to be a master who possesses an immense and selfless love for his disciples. Wu Jian suddenly revealed a smile of relief. Following such a master as Jianzi is undoubtedly a commendable choice. It was true that he had previously misjudged the situation, but Mu Yuechun, with trembling hands, cautiously accepted the divine medicine that emitted a faint glow and harbored unparalleled medicinal power. The surge of indescribable excitement and gratitude welled up within her heart. This was not merely the master's indulgence in her abilities. It was also an extraordinary opportunity for her to transcend her own limits and ascend to a higher realm. Yes, Master, Mu Yuechun respectfully acknowledged, then sought a relatively quiet spot, seated herself cross-legged, and carefully placed the divine medicine in front of her. She took a deep breath, adjusting her state of mind, preparing to embrace the impending transformation. As Mu Yuechun closed her eyes, she began to circulate her cultivation techniques, guiding the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth along with the medicinal power from the divine medicine. Slowly merging it within her body that moment, she seemed to enter a wondrous realm, where everything around her became hazy. Only that warm and potent force flowed within her, nourishing every vein and bone. As time passed, the spiritual power within Mu Yuechun began to boil, as if it were on the verge of breaking through some constraints. Her breath steadily grew more powerful and stable, and the bottleneck of the third tier of the heavenly veins felt feeble in her perception. With repeated surges at last, that layer of confinement was completely shattered. Her cultivation soared like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, leaping to the fourth tier of the heavenly veins. Yet this was merely the beginning. The medicinal power of the divine medicine extended far beyond this. Mu Yuechun continued to immerse herself in her cultivation, sensing the relentless rise of her spiritual power. Each breath resonated with the heavens and the earth, absorbing more primordial energy. After solidifying her cultivation at the fourth tier of the heavenly veins, she launched another assault, breaking through the fifth and sixth tiers with the force of a raging tide, until she reached the pinnacle of the seventh tier. When Mu Yuechun opened her eyes once more, they sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance that a faint aura of spiritual energy radiated from her, transforming her completely, altering her very essence. She appeared more noble and aloof, imbued with the distinct demeanor of a formidable warrior that commanded respect. She rose, stretched her limbs, feeling the surging power within her, her heart brimming with joy and confidence. "Master, I have broken through," Mu Yuechun exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Wudi, her voice laced with uncontainable exhilaration. Wudi could instantly discern Mu Yuechun's current strength. She was capable of slaying those at the half-step heavenly sovereign level and ranked among the elite within that realm. However, she would still struggle against true heavenly sovereigns, as the disparity between the levels was indeed vast. Furthermore, the divine medicine had not only enhanced her cultivation, but also improved her constitution, making future breakthroughs much easier. Wudi sensed that within a decade, she could become a legendary sword emperor. Observing Mu Yuechun's transformation, Wudi nodded in satisfaction. "Your cultivation is commendable, yet there is still much work ahead." Mu Yuechun nodded earnestly, her eyes shimmering with joy. Gain the master's approval was a rare achievement. "Master, I'll become stronger and not disappoint you." Wudi smiled with appreciation, then turned his gaze to the jade coffin in his hands, already formulating his next steps. Once more, Wudi looked at Wu Jian, inquiring with a smile. "So, Xiao Wu, where shall we proceed next?" Wu Jian could not help but roll his eyes at the moniker Xiao Wu. Nevertheless, he maintained his performance, producing a map and pointing towards the northeast. "There lies the library of the Wudao, Sword God Palace, which houses the swordsmanship techniques, secret arts, and many invaluable tomes collected throughout Jian Wudao's life." After passing the library, a short distance further leads to the main hall of the Wudao, Sword God Palace. He then cautiously probed Wudi and Mu Yuechun's resolve. Senior, Jinzi, are you truly intent on confronting the soul-devouring god? That being is a terrifying powerhouse of the true God Yuan realm. Even with that celestial coffin, the odds of survival are exceedingly grim. Wudi cast a casual glance at him, unperturbed, and replied, "Just lead the way. The rest is for me to handle." Wu Jian furrowed his brow, feigning a despondent demeanor. Senior, those from the outside world have betrayed the Sword Dao lineage. If we withdraw now, allowing that calamity to emerge and wreak havoc upon those ancient sects that scorn sword cultivators. Would it not be preferable for us to maintain our lofty independence? Why should we risk ourselves for them? Wu Jian's self-defeating words stirred turmoil within Mu Yuechen. For a moment, she was uncertain whether she should intervene in this matter. Perhaps simply departing and remaining untainted by the chaos was not an unwise choice. Yet, Li Wudi regarded Wu Jian with a knowing smile. You wish for me to flee? Wu Jian shook his head. Not fleeing, merely a tactical retreat, gathering sufficient strength before returning with renewed vigor. Mu Yuechen seemed to waver. Contemplating the merit of their acquired opportunities, they could indeed disregard the tumultuous events outside, relocating their sect into the void, utilizing these resources to gradually develop until they were strong enough to confront the calamity. However, Li Wudi did not pursue this line of discussion, but instead posed a question. You know why the Sword Ancestor, facing numerous formidable foes, never took a step back in his lifetime? Li Wudi's question plunged Wu Jian and Mu Yuechen into deep contemplation. That Wu Jian's expression grew solemn as he seemed to be recalling legends about the Sword Ancestor. He devoted his life to the pursuit of the ultimate sword path, never once wavering in the face of any adversary. His sword embodied resilience and tenacity, a symbol of the spirit of the sword. Wudi shook his head, his gaze profound, offering a starkly different perspective. The Sword Ancestor had contemplated retreat countless times, yet ultimately dismissed the notion that he understood that he stood as the tallest figure of humanity. Others might withdraw, but he could not. Should he take a single step back, humanity would perish. Wudi's words struck like thunder, resonating in the hearts of Wu Jian and Mu Yuechen. They had never considered the Sword Ancestor's determination and sacrifice from this angle. It was not that he did not wish to retreat. Rather, he was unable to end certain matters. Yielding even a little could lead to the annihilation of their kind. The situation with the calamity was no different. If they retreated today, the calamity would devour all living beings, rapidly growing to an uncontainable scale. The Sword Dao was a force that restrained that calamity, and once the calamity regained its peak strength, its first targets would not be those ancient sects or families, but rather the Sword Dao itself. Even if the entire sword sect fled to the depths of the void, they would still be unable to escape the fate of annihilation. His refusal to retreat was not for the sake of the betrayers, but rather for the entirety of the sword sect and the Sword Dao. A new light flickered in Mu Yuechen's eyes as she seemed to grasp the meaning of responsibility and duty. She looked at Li Wudi, her voice resolute. Master, I understand now. The Sword Ancestor did not retreat because he bore the hope of humanity. And today, we too cannot retreat. If we retreat now, the Sword Dao will truly perish tomorrow. Wu Jian was similarly moved by Li Wudi's words, shedding his earlier despondency. When will our Sword Dao lineage learn to be a bit more selfish? It is all the Sword Ancestor's fault for instilling this bad ethos. Yet, despite his words, Wu Jian's face bore no hint of reproach, only reverence and admiration, though doubts lingered in his heart. He recognized that further persuasion would be futile. When the heavens fall, there will be those tall enough to bear the weight. You juniors can lean back for now, even if we do not retreat. The burden shall rest upon our old bones. He folded the map, taking a deep breath, seemingly resolved. Today, he would employ any means necessary to escort these two promising hopes of the Sword Dao to safety. Especially Mu Yuechen. She was the key to ending it all. As long as the source of the calamity remained, it would never cease. Thus, all sacrifices would be rendered meaningless. Very well, Li Senior, Jinzi, let us proceed to the Wudao Sword God Palace. However, before we embark, I must remind you that the Wudao Sword God Palace, once a sacred ground of the Sword Dao, is fraught with numerous traps, and we must exercise caution. Wudi smiled faintly, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Let us go. I too wish to witness the caliber of the calamity. May it prove worthy of my blade. That Wu Jian rolled his eyes, retracting his previous opinion of you. Indeed, you remain the aloof Li Wudi. Under Wu Jian's guidance, Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen traversed countless mountains and rivers, encountering numerous skirmishes along the way. An increasing number of cultivators had acquired the battle swords left behind by the sword masters who once suppressed the calamity gods. During their journey, Wudi encountered over 30 battle swords, most of which were claimed by non-sword cultivators, given their overwhelming numbers. Along the way, they also faced various conflicts, and whenever sword cultivators were involved, Wudi lent them a helping hand, for he was the sword ancestor, and these sword cultivators were the inheritors of his sword path. As for the others, he paid little heed. At last, a colossal structure appeared, suspended between the mountains. This magnificent edifice seemed to have grown naturally from the earth, resembling a grand relic left behind by ancient deities. The library pavilion of the Wudi Sword God Palace boasted 9 levels, resembling a solemn tower that pierced the clouds. Each floor emitted a different hue, transitioning from dark to bright as one ascended, akin to climbing a rainbow bridge to the heavens, both mysterious and majestic. At the 4 corners of the pavilion stood 4 towering light swords, resembling divine sentinels guarding the library. This was indeed the library pavilion of the Wudi Sword God Palace. During the great battle of Ur, when the heavens and earth shifted, it had been transported to this very place. Wu Jian's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as he gazed ahead, his black and white sword robe intertwining like night and day. A sense of reflection and farewell washed over him as he reminisced about the past. Each brick and tile, each book and scroll within held the fruits of his arduous endeavors and countless trials. Yet now he was to bestow it upon 2 juniors, which stirred a pang of reluctance within him. Wu Jian sighed. The person he cherished had long since departed, and he would not allow these treasures to gather dust alongside him. If he could contribute to the resurgence of the sword path, Jian Wudi and this library would have achieved their purpose. Leaving a legacy through the ages, he turned to Wudi and Mu Yuechen by his side. The former remained unperturbed, as if merely observing mundane sights. This demeanor made Wu Jian wish to strike him on the forehead. What attitude is this? This is a miracle I have labored for countless years to create. Should you not revere it as if it were a deity? Shifting his gaze to Mu Yuechen, Wu Jian's demeanor softened slightly. She gazed in awe at the library pavilion, overwhelmed by its magnificent aura. Compared to his master, this disciple was far more agreeable. The library was filled with innumerable tomes, including supreme texts on swordsmanship, but it also concealed countless traps and trials. A moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Wu Jian pointed to the 4 towering swords beside the library, explaining to Wudi that they formed the 4 directions divine sword array, capable of ensnaring and slaying experts at the Spirit Emperor realm, and even keeping those at the divine source realm Wudi merely smiled indifferently, his figure appearing particularly grand beneath the sunlight, as if even heaven and earth paled in comparison. He casually responded, "No matter, we shall take them all." This statement caused Wu Jian's eyelids to twitch, and he recalled Wudi's peculiar celestial coffin. The coffin appeared unremarkable on the surface, yet its interior was vast, as if concealing an entire world. Perhaps it could indeed uproot the library and take it away in its entirety. The 3 continued onward, and as they drew closer to the library, the surrounding air seemed to thicken with tension. Just then, 3 cultivators clad in green robes, appearing amicable, flew towards them. The leader had reached the 7th level of the heavenly vein realm, his aura unstable, suggesting he had recently broken through after entering the secret realm. Observing their Dao robes, Mu Yuechen leaned closer and whispered to Wudi, "Master, these 3 are cultivators from the northern state. Judging by their attire, they should belong to the 7 Herbs Hall." The 7 Herbs Hall, one of the superpowers of the northern state, held a status in the eastern state comparable to that of the Wanfa sect, the Yinu sect, and the Taishan sect. However, the overall strength of the northern state far surpassed that of the eastern state. Although a superpower, it could easily overshadow even the Xintian sect in the eastern state. The Hall Master was a veritable celestial, known as the 7 Herb Celestial, who was originally a 7-star herb that had transformed into a divine being. As the sword domain primarily encompassed the territories of the human race, the 7 Herbs Hall had forged amicable relations with nearly all forces within the sword domain, truly possessing extensive connections. The human cultivators within the 7 Herbs Hall were relatively few. Most were mountain spirits and wild creatures transformed into human form. The three before them consisted of a 10,000-year-old ginseng essence, a 10,000-year-old star anise essence, and a 10,000-year-old peony demon. The leader was the 10,000-year-old ginseng essence, who approached Wudi with a glimmer of recognition in his eyes, recalling the scene of him single-handedly subduing 1,000 foes at Swordfish Lake. The ginseng essence smiled broadly at Wudi, exuding the demeanor of a congenial person. Ah, it is you. Kindly, after our parting at Swordfish Lake, how have you fared? Following the ginseng essence, the star anise essence, and the peony demon also slightly bowed to Wudi. Their expressions devoid of disdain. We have met the kindly before. Wu Jian observed the three with a peculiar expression. Kindly? What makes you see him as kind? Since I've been with him, he has certainly killed no fewer than 8,000 people. Mu Yuechen, observing the demeanor of the three, relaxed her vigilance, and oh wonder the Seven Herbs Hall could maintain friendly ties with countless forces in the sword domain. With such an attitude, no normal person would strike them without cause. Wudi, however, merely cast them a fleeting glance, sensing the lingering aura of vengeful spirits around them. The seemingly amiable trio did not appear as approachable as they seemed. Nonetheless, in this realm of cultivation, conflict was commonplace. Even a sage could not remain untainted by bloodshed. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The other party offered a smile, and Wudi reciprocated with equal courtesy. He smiled faintly and nodded in response. What guidance might you offer, fellow Taoists? The ginseng essence's gaze swept over Wu Jian and Mu Yuechen, seemingly assessing their strengths, based on Wudi's previous displays. His upper limit of strength was at least the 8th level of the heavenly vein. Wu Jian's cultivation was at the pinnacle of the 7th level of the heavenly vein, having been the host of a soul taken over. As for Mu Yuechen, her rapid progression from the 2nd to the 7th level of the heavenly vein astonished the ginseng essence. It appeared that Wudi and his companions had indeed encountered significant opportunities recently. The three cultivators were stronger than them, and the ginseng essence lowered his posture even further. He replied, almost obsequiously, kindly, Master Mu, and this young friend from the Tao Academy. I presume you are here for the library pavilion as well. Wudi glanced up at the 4 battle swords at the corners of the library, revealing a hint of intrigue. And so, the ginseng essence's smile widened as he candidly stated their purpose for being there. Kindly must have noticed that the 4 swords form a formidable array. Wudi remained composed, neither confirming nor denying. His calmness caused the ginseng essence's brow to furrow. This kindly was indeed difficult to deal with. My companions and I have discovered a gap in the array within the library pavilion, but our strength is insufficient to fully breach it. We have come to enlist like-minded immortal friends to join us in tearing open the gap. At that time, we could each take our share of the opportunity. How delightful would that be? Wu Jian, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe that a gap in the array. How could that be possible? No one understood the array here better than him. If a gap truly existed, as the array's master, he would have certainly sensed it. Yet, observing the unwavering conviction in the other party's demeanor, Wu Jian felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, he was merely a primordial spirit now, and in a state of imminent dissolution. Unexpected occurrences were indeed possible. Mu Yuechen, however, secretly chuckled to herself. A gap in the array? I'm sorry, but my master intends to relocate the entire array. Strangely, Wudi uttered, Oh, is that so? Then lead us to take a look. His words momentarily stunned both Mu Yuechen and Wu Jian. This was not like him. Given his character, how could he possibly share opportunities with others? He would likely devour it all like a glutton. Mu Yuechen even suspected whether her master had been possessed by someone else. Upon hearing this, the ginseng essence's face lit up with joy, exchanging glances with the peony demon and the star anise essence behind him. Kindly, Master Mu, and this young friend from the Tao Academy, please follow me. With that, he took the lead, while Wudi calmly followed behind. Mu Yuechen and Wu Jian were left perplexed, unsure of what his intentions were. Curiosity compelled me to keep pace with the 2 individuals ahead. The octagonal spirit and the peony flower demon brought up the rear, their eyes glinting with a knowing smile. Under the guidance of the ginseng spirit, our party traversed an ancient stone forest adorned with old runes. These golden runes flickered with a faint luminescence, as if whispering tales of bygone eras. At the end of the stone forest stood a seemingly ordinary portal, yet emanated an air of the extraordinary. Flanking the portal were two vividly carved spirit beasts, resting with their eyes closed, as if poised to awaken and safeguard the secrets concealed beyond the entrance. A.S. Wudi observed the four directions god-slaying array. He remained perplexed, unable to discern the flaw within his formation. A sudden frown crossed his brow as he caught a whiff of blood, indicating that someone had previously visited this place and met with misfortune. An invisible pressure urged Mu Yuechen to tread carefully. Her eyelashes fluttered as her bright, dark eyes surveyed the surroundings. Was it the cultivator who had triggered the four directions god-slaying array and subsequently perished? Wu Jian felt something was amiss, but could not pinpoint the source of his unease. The door to the library pavilion stood firmly closed, intricately engraved with complex sword patterns, each stroke imbued with a profound sword intent that instilled a sense of trepidation. Startled, Wu Jian and Mu Yuechen exchanged glances. As if sensing a lurking, bloodthirsty beast ahead, Wudi shook his head inwardly, regarding the two innocent youths. How could there be so many good souls in this world? This was the place. The ginseng spirit halted, turning with a hint of pride on his face. Behind this portal lies the gap in the formation we discovered. Wudi gazed intently at the portal, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He refrained from immediate action and spoke slowly. Where are those allies you mentioned? Why do we not see them? Chapter 47. Are you disappointed that I did not push open this door? Upon hearing this, the ginseng spirit's smile broadened as he explained. Rest assured, Li good man, they are waiting for us just behind the door. Wudi nodded slightly. Accepting this explanation, he then turned to Wu Jian and Mu Yuechen, whose expressions remained filled with doubt. Yet he merely smiled faintly, offering no further clarification. If that is the case, let us proceed without further 8D. As he spoke, Li Wudi stepped forward, gently placing his fingers on the portal. A gentle yet potent stream of spiritual power surged from within him, flowing along the runes in an attempt to establish a connection with the portal. The ginseng spirit, the octagonal spirit, and the peony flower demon suddenly gazed on with anticipation. Just then, Li Wudi withdrew his hand and turned to the ginseng spirit with a half-smile. Are you disappointed that I did not push open this door? The abrupt interruption from Li Wudi rendered the ginseng spirit's expression stiff. He quickly masked the unusual gleam in his eyes, maintaining his previous cheerful demeanor. What are you saying, Li good man? If you have changed your mind, we will not force you. We can part ways here. Despite his words, the peony flower demon and the octagonal spirit remained positioned, blocking the trio's retreat. Mu Yuechen sensed the atmosphere shift and discreetly placed her hand on the Wudao sword, prepared to strike at any moment. Li Wudi regarded the trio of spirits with a mocking gaze, his words causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Engage in a transaction with the eerie spirit. You truly are bold with your cultivation. You must have lured hundreds of cultivators into its trap, have you not? The ginseng spirit's countenance darkened instantly. He had not anticipated Li Wudi would see through their scheme so easily. Ginseng Taoist. Since they have already uncovered our plan, there is no need to conceal it any longer. Let us subdue them and present them to Lord Eerie. With their cultivation, Lord Eerie will surely permit us to undergo another transformation. The octagonal spirit and the peony flower demon, no longer concealing their intentions, each summoned a treasure, a bell and a cauldron. These two artifacts radiated an imposing aura, entwined with the principles of the great Tao, akin to a part of the very heavens, possessing the power to move mountains and seas. Mu Yuechen's expression shifted to one of astonishment, exclaiming, "These are celestial artifacts. Celestial artifacts are supreme treasures cultivated over tens of thousands of years by celestial beings. Each possesses immense power, capable of easily subduing cultivators below the celestial realm. But a celestial being wielding a celestial artifact could potentially stand against 3 opponents of the same rank." Powerful waves of pressure emanated from the 2 artifacts, attempting to forcibly subdue Li Wudi and his companions. Since you're already aware, do not blame us for being impolite. The ginseng spirit snorted coldly, summoning his own celestial artifact. It appeared to be an ordinary staff, yet it was entwined with strands of dark energy, evidently tainted by the eerie spirit's corruption. I acknowledge your strength, but we possess artifacts bestowed by Lord Eerie. You are but ants on a hot skillet, nearing your demise. In the face of the trio's assault, Wudi remained remarkably composed. A faint smile graced his lips as he radiated a soft golden light, the power of his immortal essence surging within him. 3 celestial artifacts, they could serve as a foundation for the sword's sect, but a trace of disdain laced his voice. These celestial artifacts were distinct from the battle swords he encountered previously. The prowess of those swords stemmed from the spirits of sword masters residing within them. Once those spirits departed the sword divine secret realm, they would lose the support of the myriad sword-locking array, dissipating into nothingness, rendering the swords mere ordinary blades. It was for this reason that Wudi had generously gifted those battle swords to sword cultivators. However, these celestial artifacts could be taken elsewhere, retaining their formidable power. Before he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand, its blade shimmering with golden radiance, the celestial golden thunder sword he had acquired from a secret realm. The 3 spirits let out hearty laughter at the sight of the celestial artifact in Wudi's grasp. The peony flower demon, radiant with mockery, looked at Wudi and said, "Has he lost his mind? Does he think he can contend against our 3 celestial artifacts with just one?" The octagonal spirit scoffed, activating the cauldron to its utmost potential. "Let us send him on his way and make him understand the might of celestial artifacts." The 3 spirits shed their earlier congeniality, revealing their true cruelty. Amidst the thunderous skies, a sword swept through the 3,000 states. The golden thunder sword in Wudi's hand erupted with blinding golden light, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, unleashing a golden lightning strike towards the 3 spirits. The ginseng spirit, the octagonal spirit, and the peony flower demon hastily summoned their artifacts, attempting to fend off the attack. However, the might of Wudi's golden thunder sword proved overwhelmingly powerful. Their artifacts were sent flying in the wake of the sword's brilliance. How is this possible? The ginseng spirit stared in disbelief at Wudi, incredulous that this seemingly youthful cultivator possessed such formidable strength. With a single celestial artifact, he had shattered the combined assault of 3 celestial artifacts. The thunderous sword intent surged forth, relentless in its advance, obliterating the 3 spirits on the spot. Wudi sheathed his sword, summoning the 3 celestial artifacts into his possession with ease. In the spot where the 3 spirits had fallen, 100,000-year-old ginseng, 100,000-year-old peony, and 100,000-year-old octagonal flower emerged. Turning back, he glanced at Mu Yuechen, who remained momentarily stunned by the swift conclusion of the battle, maintaining her sword-drawn stance. What do we need their cultivation for? Are you dazed? It took a few moments for Mu Yuechen to comprehend Wudi's words that a delayed realization dawned upon her, and she rolled her eyes. Master is mocking me. The 3 were all spirits of 100,000-year-old entities, and refining them would yield greater effects than equivalent great elixirs. Pouting, she proceeded to refine the cultivation from the 3 spirits, achieving a breakthrough to the 8th layer of the heavenly veins realm. Wudi then turned his gaze towards the portal, extending his hand to push it open. Let us proceed. It is time to confront the mastermind behind this. That I do not wish to bring this entity along with the library pavilion to the sword sect. With that, he stepped forward, vanishing into the light. That Mu Yuechen and Wu Jian followed closely, embarking together on this unknown path. Though Wu Jian was uncertain how Wudi had managed to enter, having made a pact with the 7 Herb Hall cultivators, he understood that this individual represented a significant threat. Of being adept at concealing himself and quietly growing in power posed a far greater danger than the eerie spirits roaming about, seemingly eager to showcase their existence through slaughter. Chapter 48. The Eerie Book of Lord Eerie. If one were not careful, it could very well be that upon their next encounter, the opponent had stealthily ascended to the realm of the eerie deity. Beyond the threshold lies an exquisite study, suffused with a delicate fragrance of ink. The surroundings are adorned with an array of ancient tomes and scrolls, exuding both antiquity and charm. Atop the center rests a spacious writing desk, upon which an open book lies scattered, as if its owner had recently been engrossed in study. Yet, the study is presently devoid of any occupants, save for the occasional whisper of the wind from outside, lending a hint of vitality to this tranquil space. Wudi steps into the study, his gaze sharp as he swiftly surveys the area, seeking traces of the elusive mastermind. Yuechun and Wu Jian follow closely behind, cautiously scrutinizing every nook and cranny, prepared for any eventuality. Upon entering the room, Wu Jian's expression darkens as he gazes upon the bookshelves and the desk cluttered with volumes. These are all his cherished collections, now brazenly appropriated by that nefarious figure. Truly, this is an affront. It seems there are no other souls present. Yuechun softly remarks, her voice echoing in the vast study, amplifying the profound silence. Wu Jian too finds it perplexing. Could it be that while Wudi dispatched those three creatures, the malevolent entity sensed impending doom and fled in advance? This seems improbable. Logically, the aura Wudi exuded at that moment was not beyond that of a celestial sovereign. If such a presence could instill fear in it, then surely this malevolent being must possess a remarkably timid disposition. Moreover, there are no alternate exits here. If it were to flee, it would inevitably collide with Wudi. Wudi's gaze falls upon the open book on the desk, his voice coldly reverberating within the study. Continue to feign death, and I shall set you ablaze. The book appears to sense the threat in Wudi's words, its pages quivering slightly. Immediately thereafter, a deep, hoarse laughter resonates throughout the study, yet no figure is in sight. Hee, how amusing! I did not anticipate that a mere practitioner of the celestial vein realm could possess such means to uncover my true form. I have indeed underestimated you. The voice dissipates. The atmosphere in the study grows heavy, an invisible pressure enveloping the three. Yuechun and Wu Jian exchange astonished glances at the book they had hitherto ignored. Who would have thought that this malevolent entity had been right before their eyes? Who would pay heed to a mere book? This fellow's true form is actually a tome. Yuechun cannot help but exclaim. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Wu Jian examines the book earnestly, only to reveal a look of surprise. It is the Book of Anomalies, a compendium of the bizarre tales gathered by Jian Wudao regarding the 3,000 realms. Replete with bloodshed, depravity, brutality, lawlessness, and wickedness, that I never expected this artifact could also be transmuted into a malevolent spirit. Depravity. Yuechun and Wudi gaze at Wu Jian in astonishment. You, my good fellow, have a penchant for such things? Wu Jian, visibly embarrassed, retorts, is it not entirely normal for a man of sound mind to collect a few Risku volumes? Furthermore, bloodshed, depravity, brutality, lawlessness, and wickedness. 5 elements. Why do you two fixate solely on the depravity aspect? Something seems off? No. I am Wu Jian now, not Jian Wudao. Why should I feel embarrassed? Wu Jian realizes his faux pas, hastily clearing his throat to mask his discomfort. However, the atmosphere in the study becomes subtly charged due to this interruption. Wudi, with a gaze as tranquil as still water, fixates on the Book of Anomalies, his tone indifferent. Oh, it is indeed a Book of Anomalies. No wonder it differs entirely from other malevolent spirits. The book flutters gently in the air, its pages rustling as though mocking Wudi's ignorance. As the sovereign of the Book of Anomalies, I have fused countless bizarre tales and malevolent powers. My strength has long surpassed that of ordinary celestial sovereigns. With that, a formidable aura of wickedness emanates from it, akin to a malevolent world crashing upon them. All these malevolent sentiments arise from the characters within the book: resentment, fury, evil, desire, and more. The darker and more sinister the content of the book, the greater the power it bestows upon the sovereign. Its aura has reached the pinnacle of celestial sovereignty, with one foot poised at the threshold of the great celestial sovereign realm. Having showcased its might sufficiently, the sovereign of the Book of Anomalies retracted its aura, adopting a refined tone. Surely, the three of you do not wish to be adversaries of one such as I. And as for myself, as a scholar, I harbor no desire for bloodshed. How about we strike a bargain? A bargain. Wudi scoffs, his derisive tone displeasing the sovereign of the Book of Anomalies. Are you suggesting we assist you in luring practitioners here? akin to the three creatures before, so you may devour them and further your ascent to the great celestial sovereign realm. Wudi's candid remarks caused the sovereign's countenance to stiffen. This fellow truly lacks respect. Does he think I would not dare to kill you, were it not for your slaying of those three imbeciles, forcing me to seek new bargaining chips? You would not have the chance to speak. Yet it suppresses its anger, for survival is paramount. Without your assistance in attracting practitioners, it would be left to wander aimlessly, should it encounter the primordial spirit of a certain sword master from the past. It could be effortlessly extinguished. What a dire loss that would be! Moreover, should Jian Wudao become aware, he could readily control the 10,000 swords locking god array, conducting a thorough cleansing of the sword god's secret realm, leading to its demise. What if it were to leave this place and, while flying, encountered an unidentified flying object that shattered its form? What if it were to inadvertently drown in a river? No, the outside world is too perilous. It wishes to linger a while longer, hoping to become a malevolent deity with self-preservation capabilities before venturing out again. The sovereign of the Book of Anomalies is all about survival. There is no other choice. The book contains far too many melodramatic plots. There are tales of wealthy young ladies being inexplicably abducted, leading to unspeakable scenarios. There are also accounts of enlightened masters meeting their demise in quaint villages. Even more absurd are the tales of notable figures dying from tripping while walking, choking on water, or perishing mysteriously in their sleep. Influenced by the Book of Anomalies, the sovereign naturally assumes the outside world is equally bizarre. Wudi observes the ever-changing expressions of the sovereign of the Book of Anomalies, forming a few conjectures in his mind. That he sneers, "It seems you hold your life in high regard and are unwilling to take risks lightly." The sovereign of the Book of Anomalies momentarily freezes, then resumes its cultured demeanor. Life is indeed precious. Who would easily abandon it? It seems to fear that Wudi may be formidable, capable of slaying three wielders of celestial sovereign artifacts. Wudi may very well embody one of those cunning characters from the Book of Anomalies. Thus, it proposes a different condition. What I refer to as a bargain is not for you to assist me in luring practitioners. Rather, I could divulge a secret concerning Jian Wudao in exchange for your assistance in finding a new, suitable trading partner. Chapter 49. Little Wu, can you guess what secret he intends to reveal? The secret regarding Jian Wudao. Wudi raises an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the proposal. Mu Yuechen and Wu Jian's expressions also shift. They are all aware of what the name Jian Wudao signifies within the sword god's secret realm. Wu Jian is curious about what secret this malevolent entity knows about him. The sovereign of the Book of Anomalies gently flips through its pages, seemingly searching for something. Indeed, a secret about how Jian Wudao established the 10,000 swords locking god array and why he left his legacy here. This secret is sufficient for you to gain an advantage within the sword god's secret realm, and may even present an opportunity for you to break through your current realm. Wudi turns to Wu Jian, an odd expression crossing his face. Little Wu, what do you think? Should we take this deal? Wu Jian, startled by the sudden mention of his name, nearly fears he has been exposed that he forces a laugh to cover his earlier fluster. If seniorly deems it acceptable, then let us proceed. If not, then we shall refrain. Mu Yuechen looks on, puzzled, sensing an air of mystery between her master and Wu Jian. It feels as though someone has been playing me all along. Wudi suddenly lunges towards the sovereign of the Book of Anomalies, his hand capable of obscuring the heavens, plucking the moon from the sky, extinguishing celestial beings and demons alike. Alas, I have no precedent for trading with malevolent spirits. The sovereign of the Book of Anomalies, seeing this, fervently flips its pages, a surge of potent malevolent energy emanating from within, attempting to resist Wudi's assault. However, Wudi's power far exceeds its expectations. That colossal hand effortlessly rends the malevolent energy apart, continuing its advance. You dare! The sovereign of the Book of Anomalies exclaims in terror, having not anticipated Wudi's decisive action. It is over. I have truly encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing. Humanity is indeed treacherous. Indeed, the tales within the book have not deceived me. Humans are all such cunning and duplicitous beings. Yet Wudi pays no heed to its cries, his mighty hand seizing the sovereign of the Book of Anomalies. the overwhelming force nearly crushing it. The sovereign struggles desperately in despair, its pages flying about, malevolent energy surging forth. Annihilate. Wudi gently clenches his fist, enveloping the sovereign of the Book of Anomalies, which instantly dissipates into nothingness. Once the sovereign has completely perished, Mu Yuechun and Wu Jian finally regain their senses, gazing at Wudi in astonishment. None had anticipated that Wudi would strike at this moment. They had assumed he would acquiesce to the deal. After all, this pertains to secrets of the entire Sword God's secret realm, secrets of the former Sword God. No sword practitioner would willingly forsake such temptation. Having completed his task, Wudi calmly regards Wu Jian, a smile playing on his lips as he inquires, "Little Wu, can you guess what secret he intended to reveal?" Wu Jian's heart skips a beat, unable to suppress a gulp. Why does it feel as though Wudi's words carry hidden meanings? Has he discovered his own identity? Wu Jian stiffened for a moment, yet he observed Wudi persistently refusing to relent. Beneath those calm eyes lay an inexhaustible sense of oppression. Wu Jian felt as though an entire world was fixated on him, leaving him nowhere to escape. He could only muster the courage to bluff his way through. Perhaps it was possible that Jian Wudao had been abandoned by his fiancée Yi in his youth. And after 30 years of ups and downs, one should not mock the youth in their poverty, ultimately succeeding in turning the tables on his former betrothed. Wudi slowly retracted his gaze, and Wu Jian felt a dampness spreading across his back, such an overwhelming sense of pressure. This sensation was reminiscent of the unparalleled deity who had once led the myriad gods and emperors to ascend. As Wudi departed the study, he leisurely uttered a phrase. When the sword ancestor established the 10,000 sword locking divine array, it was in a desperate bid for survival, yet he had not intended to preserve his own life. Thus, he had deliberately left a backdoor within the array. If formidable foes could not be confined, the entire 10,000 sword locking divine array would be detonated, shattering the void and exiling everything trapped within to the expanse beyond, rendering them lost and unable to find their way home. Wu Jian stood frozen in place, the frivolous voice of Wudi still ringing in his ears. However, now that the void of the 3,000 Dao domains had been severed, even if one were exiled beyond the void, it would not be far enough. With the power of the God, he would find his way back in a mere 2 to 3 decades. Would he not? Upon hearing this, Wu Jian was struck with astonishment. It appeared that Wudi had long been aware of the secret that the Book of Deceptions God sought to unveil. Possessing an even deeper understanding, he realized how naive and ridiculous his previous reply had been. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of awe towards Wudi's inscrutable nature. Mu Yuechun was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated her master would suddenly strike down the god of the Book of Deception. Even more astonishing was her master's intimate knowledge of Jian Wudao's secrets. Yes, she gazed at Wudi's departing figure. Her heart was filled with confusion and shock. "Master, are you saying that if we cannot slay the god before his awakening, Jian Wudao will detonate the entire sword divine realm, exiling the spirits and 100,000 cultivators into the void, causing everyone to lose their way?" Mu Yuechun could not help but inquire. Just as she posed her question, the entire sword divine realm suddenly trembled violently. The world seemed to sway, and the earth beneath cracked open into a chasm that reached the void. Vast plumes of eerie red mist gushing forth. Wudi halted, turning back to glance at her with a slight smile. "It is you who will be exiled, at our level, even if lost in the void. We can find our way back. As for you, it will be a tragic fate, likely destined to wander the void for eternity, enduring eternal solitude until madness ensues, until your Tao is extinguished." And Mu Yuechun's expression shifted dramatically as she sensed the malevolence and despair emanating from the bizarre red mist that surged from the chasm. The surrounding cultivators began to panic, fleeing in all directions, some unfortunate souls accidentally plummeting into the chasm, utterly cast out of the 3,000 Dao domains. Others, in their frenzy, were infiltrated by the eerie red mist, becoming tainted and hatching into spirits. More and more cultivators commenced a brutal struggle over a lone battle sword. They all understood that this was a portent of the E-God's imminent emergence, and that sword might be their only hope of survival. Bloodshed, panic, chaos, despair, and madness began to spread throughout the sword divine realm. Following closely behind was the nurturing of more malevolence, the birth of additional E-spirits. Hastening the revival of the E-God, the entire sword divine realm descended into utter chaos, with everyone gripped by fear. "Master, what shall we do?" Mui Wetchin asked urgently, unwilling to succumb to the eternal wandering of the void. At merely 24 years of age, she was still young and did not wish to face nothingness for the remainder of her life. Once the back door left by Jian Wudao was triggered, the entire sword divine realm would face a cataclysmic disaster. Wudi's expression remained indifferent as he patted the jade coffin. The coffin ascended into the air, unleashing a terrifying force that uprooted the entire library and engulfed it within. With the library's disappearance, the area fell into a profound silence. Without the library's concealment, Mui Wetchin and Wu Jian could now more directly perceive the grim state of the sword divine realm. Chapter 50. The choice presented by Jian Wudao, the entire world appeared to be cleaved by a sword, revealing a scar that stretched to the heavens. Beneath the scar lay an endless void. Once one fell into it, they would be utterly lost. Meanwhile, rivers and mountains spewed forth eerie red mist, and the power of the E-spirits surged exponentially, with 100,000 cultivators being slaughtered like livestock. Only then did Wudi calmly respond to Mu Yuechin's earlier question, you remember the rules. The final one has already provided the path to survival. Slay the E-God. Mu Yuechin opened her mouth, revealing a bitter smile, as so many formidable sword cultivators had failed to vanquish it in the past. How could they possibly be its match? Fortunately, her master had arrived. Had he not awakened in this era, the sword path might have been irrevocably ended, and Mu Yuechin's resolve solidified. Thus, our next destination is the Wudao Sword Divine Palace. Wu Jian's eyes flickered, seemingly reluctant to lead the two to their doom. However, Li Wudi did not grant him the chance. So, Jian Wudao, are you still going to play the part? Li Wudi gazed at Wu Jian, directly calling out his name. That Wu Jian, or rather Jian Wudao, felt a slight tremor in his form. He understood that at this moment, any attempt to conceal his identity was futile. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he fixed his eyes on Li Wudi. When did you discover my identity? Li Wudi calmly provided his answer. The first time I laid eyes on you. Jian Wudao frowned slightly, uncertain whether to believe Li Wudi. He did not dwell on it, for such matters had become inconsequential. Mui Wetchin looked at Wu Jian in disbelief, unable to trust her own eyes. Jian Wudao? Wu Jian is the Wudao sword god. This must be a jest. But as she grasped the Wudao sword, Mui Wetchin fell silent. Indeed, aside from Jian Wudao, who else could wield the Wudao sword? Furthermore, it turned out that her master had long since uncovered his identity, so they had been acting from the very beginning. Mui Wetchin bit her lip, displaying a stubbornness born from feeling deceived. With a look of grievance, she turned to Li Wudi. Master, you knew yet did not inform me. Li Wudi merely smiled faintly. Consider it a lesson. When venturing beyond, do not easily trust outsiders. Wudi's words caused Mui Wetchin to pause momentarily. Though feeling somewhat wronged, she comprehended her master's intentions. That I end this perilous world. Trust is indeed a luxury. Master, I understand. Mui Wetchin lowered her head, speaking softly. Jian Wudao regarded Mui Wetchin and Li Wudi, a surge of complex emotions welling up within him. He felt gratitude for Li Wudi's discernment and honesty, yet guilt for the concealment from Mui Wetchin. Li Wudi, since you have unraveled my identity, I shall no longer hide. Indeed, I am but a remnant soul of Jian Wudao, residing in this youthful form, observing you and testing whether you possess the capability to continue suppressing the E-God. Jian Wudao sighed. Alas, the outcome has regrettably proven disappointing. You are simply incapable, thus I am compelled to choose another course of action. Wudi smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed by Jian Wudao's candor. Good, Jian Wudao. You possess more resolve than I imagined, yet whether you can achieve it is not for you to decide. That I present you with two choices. First, lead us to the Wudao Sword Divine Palace. Second, you may flee now. I will take a little time to seek the Wudao Sword Divine Palace myself. Jian Wudao did not respond but raised his hand, a rift in space appearing before Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen. On the other side of the passage lay the familiar aura of Dongzhou. She could even see countless cultivators lingering at the entrance of the secret realm, hesitant to proceed. This was the path of escape. A choice offered by Jian Wudao to the two as the last hope of the sword path. I grant you a different choice. Leave this place that Li Wudi did not even glance at the exit. If he wished to depart, it was not for Jian Wudao to bestow. This vast world holds no place that can confine him. Mu Yuechen, observing Li Wudi's retreating figure, resolutely shook her head. Senior Wudao, we, as sword cultivators, shall never speak of retreat before the peril faced by the myriad beings of this world. Mu Yuechen's words elicited an expression from Jian Wudao that was uncertain whether to be a sigh or a smirk. The lineage of the sword path is excessively steadfast. They were the same in their time, unyielding in the face of catastrophe, even at the cost of their lives, standing before countless individuals to confront disaster without flinching. Just like the sword ancestor, who stood before humanity, wielding the sword to usher in an era of peace, his voice turned cold, imbued with a chill, as if urging the two to reconsider. You have already obtained more than enough opportunities. Simply return to the 3,000 Dao domains. Hide and grow gradually until you possess sufficient strength to emerge. That not the best choice. Depart now, all of you. Why linger here? To await death. Cease your progress. Survival is more significant than responsibility. The formidable nature of the God is evident to all. Even if you flee now, none would ridicule or disdain you. Mu Yuechen suddenly roared, interrupting Jian Wudao's seductive words. Enough, Senior Wudao. My master would never flee. Even during those arduous years, he never retreated. Now, he certainly will not be intimidated by a mere harbinger of misfortune, a disciple of the sword path. I too shall not retreat, abandoning the millions of sword cultivators of our lineage. Jian Wudao gazed upon Mu Yuechen's earnest countenance, his eyes filled with cruel derision. Why must you insist on this? It is evidently a lost cause. The insidious voice of Jian Wudao continued to resonate in the ears of Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen. Just escape this once. Just retreat this once. To flee once in a lifetime is not shameful. Li Wudi remained silent, merely observing him with a quiet intensity. The golden robe billowed without wind, concealing a presence within Li Wudi that inexplicably unsettled Jian Wudao. Mu Yuechen sensed the peculiar atmosphere between them. Clutching the Wudao sword and remaining at a loss. After a lengthy silence, Jian Wudao finally sighed. Very well, I shall lead you to the Wudao Sword God Palace to meet your demise. Jian Wudao had conceded. Having discerned the truth, Li Wudi, despite his usual shameless demeanor, was obstinately resolute in moments like this, more stubborn than a bull. And Mu Yuechen, as a sword disciple, was equally unyielding. With Jian Wudao's concession, the tension among the three began to ease slightly. He turned and opened another spatial rift, this time leading to the fabled Wudao Sword God Palace, a realm shrouded in uncertainty and peril. The instant the rift opened, both Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen felt a malevolent force that threatened to consume the world. This malice surged, capable of corrupting and devouring all beings within the cosmos with but a whisper of its presence. Chapter 51. The hypocritical Jian Wudao, the entire space, was suffused with chains of cosmic order, coalescing into a cage that eternally imprisoned this realm, preventing outsiders from entering and those within from escaping. Yet now, the chains of cosmic order that sealed the space had become riddled with cracks, with hundreds already severed, permeating the atmosphere with a sense of impending annihilation. Mu Yuechen tightened her grip on the Wudao sword. Standing before the spatial passage, her gaze fixed defiantly upon that world, as if she were at war with another realm. Li Wudi, however, remained calm and unperturbed. Such an overwhelming malevolence was hardly a concern. Observing their responses, Jian Wudao again sought to sow discord. Sword disciple, do you see? This is the power of the harbinger of misfortune. What you perceive is merely a trivial fraction of its aura. You still have time to leave. Once you step into the spatial passage, there will be no turning back. Li Wudi cast a cold glance at him, his eyes betraying no emotion. Xiao Wu, You shall lead the way. I will handle the rest. The name Xiao Wu darkened Jian Wudao's expression. You know my identity. Who gave you the audacity to address me thus? Forget it. I shan't argue with a fool, point one after another. They insisted on courting death. What else could they be but fools? Keep up. I won't wait for you. A subtle weariness tinged Jian Wudao's voice, that he stepped first into the rift, his figure vanishing in an instant. Wudi gently patted Mu Yuechen's shoulder, his gaze brimming with encouragement and trust. Let us proceed. Mu Yuechen nodded resolutely, gripping the Wudao sword tightly, her eyes shimmering with determination. Taking a deep breath, she followed closely behind, stepping into that unknown domain. Within the rift, light flickered as if traversing boundless time and space. When the three reappeared, they found themselves in a desolate and ancient land. Surrounding them were crumbling mountains, and sword scars were visible everywhere, the air thick with an oppressive aura of slaughter. This was the remnants of the Wudao Sword God Palace, a place that had witnessed the rise and fall of the sword path. This truly the Wudao Sword God Palace. Mu Yuechen surveyed her surroundings, an indescribable sense of tragic grandeur swelling within her heart. Li Wudi's gaze was profound, fixed upon the solitary sword peak in the distance, where it seemed all answers lay hidden. Indeed, that is our destination. Jian Wudao said little, merely advancing in silence, his steps imbued with an inexplicable weight. Perhaps a reflection of past memories or future anxieties. As they approached the sword peak, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to fluctuate violently. Waves of sword intent manifested like tangible forms, as if countless sword souls were wailing, cheering, or warning. Here, every blade carried the will of its wielder, bearing witness to the rise and fall of the sword path. Jian Wudao's voice echoed in the vast valley. Imbued with an air of melancholy, Wudi halted, closing his eyes as if sensing something. Moments later, he opened his eyes suddenly, a glimmer of determination flashing within. Did I sense it? The aura of the harbinger of misfortune is atop the peak. The three continued onward, each step seemingly treading upon the dust of history. At last, they arrived at the summit of the sword peak, where an ancient altar stood silently. Above the altar, a spectral portal emanated a sinister aura, all evil essence radiating from within. Another door, another layer of space. Why so many layers? How convoluted? Mu Yuechen gazed at the portal upon the altar, contemplating that if the eastern state was the primary space, then the sword goddess secret realm was the secondary space. The Wudao Sword God Palace resided within the third layer of space. Now, with another door appearing, the harbinger of misfortune was sealed within the fourth layer of space. Jian Wudao glanced at Mu Yuechen, his tone laced with mockery. This is the harbinger of misfortune. Without so many layers of space separating us, its power would have already permeated the 3,000 Dao domains. Can you not comprehend even this? Such foolishness. No wonder you are destined to perish, since his identity had been revealed. Jian Wudao seemed like a different person, no longer the obedient Wu Jian, but rather a sharp-tongued scold. Mu Yuechen pouted in grievance, yet dared not retort. After all, he was the sword god from 30,000 years ago. Her elder, Wudi, however, could not abide seeing his disciple bullied, casting a cold glare at Jian Wudao. Xiao Wu, utter another word to her, and I shall hang you up and spank you. Wudi's words nearly sent Jian Wudao into a rage. Were it not for the need to preserve strength to confront the harbinger of misfortune, he would ensure you understood what it meant to respect your elders. Mu Yuechen could not help but stifle a laugh, imagining the scene of this sword god from 30,000 years ago being spanked like a disobedient child by her master. Jian Wudao haughtily turned his head away, snorting disdainfully, "If you wish to court death, then go ahead. I shall not accompany you. Once you fail, I will activate the 10,000 swords locking god formation to banish the harbinger of misfortune into the void." Clearly, he did not believe Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen could defeat the harbinger of misfortune. Though his words were cold, they could not mask the worry and helplessness within that he understood well the terror of the harbinger of misfortune. It was not an entity to be vanquished merely with fervor. Yet, gazing into the unwavering eyes of Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen, a flicker of respect stirred within him. Had he not once been like this? Fully aware of the fatal trap, yet still willing to sacrifice his corporeal form, imprisoning himself to suppress the harbinger of misfortune, and the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators who followed him shared the same resolve. Since the establishment of the sword ancestor, every generation of sword cultivators had been thus. When would they learn to be a touch more selfish? Humph, since you are so persistent, go ahead. However, do not blame me for not warning you. Once you step through that door, your fates will be left to the heavens. After speaking, Jian Wudao slightly shifted aside, granting passage to the portal atop the altar. Wudi nodded gently, signaling to Mu Yuechun, and together they approached the door filled with uncertainty and peril. Jian Wudao remained in place, his gaze complex as he watched their retreating figures, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. Just as Li Wudi and Mu Yuechun were about to step through the portal, Jian Wudao suddenly called out, "Wait!" The two halted and turned to face him. Jian Wudao produced an ancient jade talisman from his robes, intricately engraved with sword patterns, exuding a faint glow. This is the 10,000 Swords Order. Capable of temporarily activating a portion of the 10,000 Swords locking God Formation's power, do not expect it to save you entirely. It will merely allow you to die less disgracefully. Jian Wudao tossed the jade talisman to Li Wudi, his tone betraying a subtle concern. Wudi caught the talisman, momentarily taken aback. This fellow was indeed a case of a sharp tongue hiding a soft heart. Chapter 52. The Gathering of Sword Emperors. Xiao Wu. Thank you, though it seems this ancestor won't be needing it. Jian Wudao rolled his eyes, exasperated that he was still boasting at such a moment. Truly, he was just as he had always been. With no further words exchanged, the two turned once more, resolutely stepping into the portal. The light behind the door instantly engulfed them, leaving only a fading rift in space and Jian Wudao's solitary yet steadfast silhouette. After the two were transported away by the altar, a hint of triumph flickered across Jian Wudao as otherwise unfeeling visage. Sigh. Deceiving you is no easy feat to younglings. May you live well, for now. Let us old ones continue to shield you from the storm for a while longer. Jian Wudao murmured softly to himself, then promptly closed his eyes, beginning to silently sense the state of the 10,000 swords locking divine formation, preparing to respond to any potential upheaval at a moment's notice. Though I may perish, the path of the sword shall endure. Wudi, Mu Yuechun, the future lies in your hands. These were the final words left by the sword god of Wudao. As the primordial spirit occupying the body of the heavenly Dao Academy's cultivator finally transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the boundless cosmos, only a nearly shattered physical form remained, silently collapsing. Narrating the tale of the arduous journey thus far. Within the spatial passage, Li Wudi and Mu Yuechun gazed at the familiar aura at the end of the corridor. It was the realm of the 3,000 domains. Furthermore, it lay immeasurably distant from the sword domain, evidently a deliberate act by someone to ensure their escape from the very heart of danger. Wudi furrowed his brow slightly. I truly ought to award him an Oscar for Best Actor. Mu Yuechun was equally exasperated. Who could have imagined that all of Jian Wudao's previous actions were designed to lower their guard? His mockery and the granting of the 10,000 Swords Order had led her to trust him completely. She never anticipated that he would orchestrate such a pivotal moment to ensnare them and send them out of the Sword Goddess' secret realm. Master, what should we do? If the Calamity God emerges, the Sword Domain will be the first to suffer, and the Sword Gate will undoubtedly be its primary target. I cannot bear to watch them perish before my eyes. Mu Yuechun was in a state of panic. To abandon the entire Sword Gate for her own escape was something she would never consider. She would rather fight to the death. Wudi merely smiled faintly, intrigued by Jian Wudao for the first time. Few could deceive me, Jian Wudao. In the days to come, you may boast to your heart's content. With a mere glance, Li Wudi unleashed an incomprehensible force that locked down the entire transmission passage, halting the progress of their transport. Reverse. A soft voice escaped his lips, and with this command, the entire transmission began to reverse, sending them back in the direction from whence they came, and Yuechun's eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Reversing a transmission. What extraordinary prowess is this? Throughout history, she had never heard of such an occurrence, as she understood it. Once one entered a transmission passage, the entire process was irreversible. Even the mightiest beings could only sever the transmission passage, allowing those within to fall out, but none could turn back the transmission. Within the Sword Goddess' secret realm, Li Xun evaded the eerie crimson mist with great difficulty as he approached the Wudao Sword God Palace. "Master, we have arrived." Upholding his promise, he had finally navigated through numerous obstacles to reach this place. The experiences of the past days had significantly enhanced Li Shuyuan's strength, elevating him from the original spirit platform realm to the second level of the heavenly vein realm. With the inherited power of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor, he was even capable of contending with cultivators of the third level of the heavenly vein realm. Just then, the Lingxiao sword stirred with unusual activity. From within the Lingxiao sword, the primordial spirit of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor emerged, gazing nostalgically at the vast celestial palace completely enveloped by the strange crimson mist. The Wudao Sword God Palace was the site of their past battles. There, they bid farewell to countless comrades and relinquished their physical forms in pursuit of their convictions. Sensing the growing number of calamity spirits and the increasing aura of the calamity god within the Sword God's secret realm, the Lingxiao Sword Emperor bore no fear upon his countenance, only the nonchalance of an impending final battle. "Shiyuan, well done. You may proceed, for the next battle belongs to me as your master, that I hope that this journey may secure 100 years for you all." With that, the primordial spirit of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor raised his hand to communicate with the powers of the 10,000 swords locking divine formation, opening a gap for Li Xun. Observing the Lingxiao Sword Emperor's carefree demeanor, Li Xun felt an overwhelming surge of admiration and gratitude. Rustle, behind Li Xun, 3 more sounds of footsteps on the grass echoed. Turning to look, he saw unfamiliar sword cultivators. The trio each wielded a battle sword. Yi Weiyang, Dong Ling, and Fang Qian had also arrived at this location. Yi Weiyang brushed off the dust from his robes. The trio's robes were tattered, clearly having endured fierce battles prior to their arrival. Gazing up at the magnificent divine palace that loomed over the heavens, Yi Weiyang exhaled deeply. It has not been easy. After enduring countless trials, we have finally escorted the 3 seniors to this place. Dong Ling echoed his sentiments, recalling the heart-stopping moments from their previous encounters. The most perilous instance involved being besieged by hundreds of calamity spirits, with the mightiest reaching the peak of the heavenly sovereign level. Had it not been for the timely awakening of the primordial spirits of the Ice and Snow Sword Emperor, the Thunder God Sword Emperor, and the Weiyang Sword Emperor, who activated the powers of the 10,000 swords locking divine formation to annihilate the adversaries, they might have perished. Dong Ling scanned the surroundings, a look of surprise crossing her face. Where's Senior Li Wudi? Has he not arrived yet? Or has he already entered? Fang Qian was equally puzzled. Given Li Wudi's prowess, he should have arrived before them. Yet the Wudao Sword God Palace lay in eerie silence, its doors firmly shut, suggesting that no one had entered. Could it be that Senior Li and Master Mu have not come here? But if they have not arrived at this location, where could they possibly be? The Lingxiao Sword Emperor sensed the presence of an old friend and smiled warmly at their reunion. You two have come to partake in this final battle? Before the Lingxiao Sword Emperor's words could fully resonate, 3 brilliant beams of sword light coalesced from the void, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and the howling of snow. The primordial spirits of the Thunder God Sword Emperor, Ice and Snow Sword Emperor, and Weiyang Sword Emperor appeared in succession. Each bore a distinct aura, yet all equally fixated on the Wudao Sword God Palace shrouded in crimson mist. The Thunder God Sword Emperor, with lightning crackling around his primordial spirit, seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality. He laughed heartily. Lingxiao, it has been far too long. Today, the 4 of us reunite to conclude the unfinished battle from 30,000 years ago. From this day forth, this world shall belong to our successors, just as the previous generation entrusted the future of the sword path in the 3,000 domains to us. This moment. The faces of the 4 sword emperors bore expressions of nostalgia. Their own masters had once similarly entrusted the future of the sword path to them. The expressions of Li Xun, Yi Weiyang, Dongling and Fangqian mirrored those of their predecessors, creating a haunting sense of cyclical time, as if the annals of history had remained unchanged. Chapter 53. Together in the final battle, the Ice and Snow Sword Emperor. Her form, enveloped in a thin layer of frost, emanated a cold yet noble aura, softly declared, "Indeed, regardless of how many times we reincarnate, safeguarding this realm and protecting humanity is the unwavering vow passed down through our lineage from the Sword Ancestor." The Weiyang Sword Emperor, his primordial spirit akin to the brightest star in the night sky, profound and mysterious, spoke slowly. "Xun, and all of you young friends, we have witnessed your efforts. The upcoming battle shall be entrusted to us elders." Li Xun gazed at the primordial spirits of the four Sword Emperors, a tide of unprecedented sorrow and farewell swelling within him. All present understood that this would be their final battle. It was a fight that could not be won. Even though the outcome had been predetermined from the very beginning, they remained resolute, standing at the forefront to defend humanity. "Though I may die, I shall leave a glimmer of hope for those who come after." He bowed deeply and said, "Farewell, esteemed seniors. We shall surely inherit your will, taking up the sword that protects humanity and safeguards all living beings." Yi Weiyang, Dongling, and Fangqian hastily bowed, their eyes glimmering with resolve and reverence. In this moment, it was not only a decisive battle for the four Sword Emperors to safeguard the world, but also a time for the younger generation to assume the responsibilities of their elders. From henceforth, they would be the pillars of the sword cultivators, and no longer would anyone shield them from the storms of fate. Everything would depend solely on themselves. Suddenly, the Lingxiao Sword Emperor smiled. "I sense that more and more old friends are returning to join this battle. We are not alone, my companions." As the Lingxiao Sword Emperor's voice faded, from within the sanguine mist, it was as if stars had descended, piercing through the blood fog and cleansing the heavens and the earth. Battle swords soared through the air, some held tightly by cultivators, others guided by spiritual power, spontaneously flying in from all directions. Each sword bore the will and determination of a sword cultivator. They intertwined, spiraled in the air, and ultimately converged before the Wudi Sword God Palace, forming an immense sea of swords. Sword light flickered, illuminating the entirety of the world shrouded in crimson mist. The primordial spirits of ancient great beings emerged from the battle swords, each presence rivaling that of the heavenly sovereign. There were numerous great heavenly sovereigns and several who had reached the threshold of emperor. At this moment, all the sword path primordial spirits fixed their gaze upon the Wudi Sword God Palace, their eyes devoid of any other emotion, leaving only an acceptance of their fated destinies. "Look, that is the cloud-hidden sword sovereign." Once, with a single cloud-hidden sword, he swept across a domain. Dongling pointed at an ancient sword emanating a faint ethereal glow. Her eyes filled with awe. "And over there, that is the Thunder Sound Sword Sovereign from Thunder Sound Valley. It is said he was once a great heavenly sovereign, a formidable figure on the brink of becoming an emperor." Yi Weiyang added, his gaze filled with both reverence and anticipation. Fangqian's attention was drawn to a sword further away, its blade entwined with frost, exuding an overwhelming chill. He murmured, "That is the Frost Sword Emperor of the Frost Sword sect, a once promising candidate for the title of Sword Emperor. I was fortunate to catch a glimpse of his prowess in ancient texts, yet never did I expect to join him on the battlefield today." These sword masters, some hailing from ancient sects and others being solitary cultivators, possess histories that may be beyond verification. Yet, the will and power embedded within their swords transcend the boundaries of time and space. Responding to the call of the impending battle, converging here to confront the encroaching darkness, the path of sword cultivation lies within the heart, in the will, and above all, in the legacy that is passed down. The voice of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor reverberates across the sea of swords, as if his primordial spirit resonates with each blade. "Esteemed ones, darkness descends upon us, and we have no path left to retreat. Follow me as we wield our swords against the foes." As the words of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor resound, the primordial spirits of the four Sword Emperors simultaneously rise, their forms intertwine in the air, forming an ancient and enigmatic sword formation. Within this formation, myriad swords sing in unison, echoing an ancient sword song that reverberates through heaven and earth, a struggle against fate, a yearning for peace. Sword, come forth. The four sword emperors call in unison, and thousands of swords respond, slicing through the sky like a meteor shower, plunging into the sword formation. Each sword transforms into a force opposing the malevolent deity, intertwining sword light and crimson mist, creating a magnificent yet tragic tableau. The Aishin, Yi Wei-yang, Dong Ling, and Fang Qian stand outside the sea of swords, gazing at this scene, their hearts surging with unprecedented valor and solemnity. Seniors, we shall not disappoint your expectations. We will protect this realm and safeguard the future of the sword path, Li Xuan declares resolutely, his youthful voice imbued with strength and determination. Yi Wei-yang, Dong Ling, and Fang Qian nod in agreement, their eyes shimmering with unwavering light, a reflection of their love for the sword path, reverence for their predecessors, and an optimistic vision for the future, just as the assembly prepares to take their positions. A distant and ancient chime suddenly resonates within the Wudao sword god's palace, dispersing some of the crimson mist and seemingly awakening a dormant power. Subsequently, the grand doors of the palace creak open, releasing an aura both ancient and solemn. The sword god returns, and the myriad swords seal the divine. It is time, intones the Lingxiao sword emperor. In unison, the primordial spirits of the four sword emperors soar into the sky, transforming into four streams of light that rush towards the open gates, merging into the Wudao sword goddess palace. Behind them, tens of thousands of sword masters, brimming with unparalleled battle intent, march forth to the underworld. Li Xian and his companions bow slowly to their departing predecessors before resolutely stepping into the rift of space. They are not yet strong enough, lacking the qualifications to join the fray. Their departure is not one of retreat, but of preparation for war. The formidable foes their predecessors could not vanquish, they will eliminate one by one the betrayals endured by their forebears. They will avenge in kind. The realm safeguarded by their predecessors' blood, they will continue to bear the weight forward. This place becomes the sole exit, as those who escorted the battle swords find their path to leave. Meanwhile, those who choose to sit idly by or flee shall be utterly buried within this sword god's mysterious realm or eternally exiled into the void. Within the Wudao sword goddess palace, the primordial spirit of Jian Wudao slowly opens its eyes, fixing its gaze across the way to in opposition. It meets a pair of greedy, malevolent, and crimson eyes. The soul-devouring malevolent deity has awoken. Its binding chains of order nearly shattered, a smirk of derision graces its lips, mocking Jian Wudao's audacity. After painstakingly orchestrating their escape, it remains behind. How touching. Yet, the praise drips with sarcasm. Jian Wudao remains silent, silently channeling the combined power of the myriad swords sealing formation to empower this fragmented primordial spirit. They have returned. All shall return to the battlefield that we, the lineage of sword cultivation, shall not forsake the living, nor the human race. If I were you, I would let those two take your fragment of primordial spirit and flee. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. The soul-devouring malevolent deity had already awakened before Jian Wudao's primordial spirit returned, and it had gleaned insights into all that had transpired through the perspective of the malignant spirit. Chapter 54. The malevolent deity breaks free. Faced with Jian Wudao's choice, it can only scoff. However, it matters not. Once I am free, no matter where they are, I will hunt them down and obliterate them, severing your last shred of hope. As it speaks, the malevolent deity rises slowly from the ground. With its movements, the entire sword god's mysterious realm trembles violently. Mountains collapse, the void shatters, and myriad paths disintegrate. It is as if the moment it stands. This world is destined for annihilation. The chains of order binding the myriad paths begin to snap one by one, and its aura grows ever more formidable. Having absorbed the malevolent thoughts of millions of cultivators and devoured the flesh and souls of countless beings, it now stands at the peak of its power. This sensation is utterly exquisite. I must thank you all. Without your 3 millennia of suppression, tempering my nature, I might never have reached the threshold of the void god. When I emerge, consuming enough flesh and malevolence. I shall undoubtedly become the Lord of Malice. Jian Wudao remains unresponsive to its taunts, instead focusing on the power of the myriad swords sealing formation. Old fellows, this shall be our final battle. We do not seek victory, but rather to act without regret. Jian Wudao's voice resonates through the sword god's mysterious realm, deafening in the ears of tens of thousands of sword masters. Fight! 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 A chorus of earth-shattering shouts reverberates within the sword god's mysterious realm, a surge of battle intent soaring to the heavens, daring to challenge the cosmos. Within the entire realm, an indescribable aura of slaughter and solemnity echoes. The brilliance of the myriad swords sealing formation reaches unprecedented heights, with each sword seemingly bearing the countless heroic souls and indomitable spirit of the sword path. They weave into an impenetrable net of swords, firmly ensnaring the soul-devouring malevolent deity within. The four sword emperors command their respective domains, suppressing heaven and earth to prevent the malevolent mist from spreading and escaping. In the north, Lingxiao forms a hand seal, commanding the Lingxiao sword path in the name of the emperor. I am the Lingxiao sword emperor, commanding the Lingxiao sword path to assist the Wudao sword god in battle. As the decree of the emperor descends, the Lingxiao sword path is summoned from across space to this place, merging into Jian Wudao's primordial spirit. With the reinforcement of the rules of the Lingxiao sword path, Jian Wudao's primordial spirit gradually transcends. As if attaining a higher state of being. In the east, the Thunder God Sword Emperor is enveloped by divine lightning, illuminating the world and shattering the firmament. In the name of the Thunder God Sword Emperor, I command the thunder path of heaven and earth to come forth and slay the enemies. Thunder rumbles. The azure sky is torn apart by lightning, and the thunder path pierces through space, merging its overwhelming ferocity into Jian Wudao's primordial spirit, enveloping him in an aura of destruction. In the south, the Ice and Snow Sword Emperor steps gracefully, his white hair fluttering, surrounded by a flurry of snowflakes, encasing the world in extreme cold. The Ice and Snow Sword Emperor command the ice and snow path to descend and join me in battling formidable foes. The biting cold wind howls, and countless snowstorms sweep from the endless void, freezing mountains, rivers, lakes, and even space itself. The ice and snow path descends, infused into Jian Wudao as primordial spirit by the Ice and Snow Sword Emperor's gesture, granting an extreme chill in the west. The Weiyang Sword Emperor stands upon the stars, draped in the cosmos, his imperial command shaking the heavens. As all laws bow in submission, in the name of the emperor, I command the star path to descend. As his authoritative voice resonates, the skies above the mysterious realm seem to be torn asunder, and a sea of stars descends, casting endless starlight upon the world. The star path bestows upon Jian Wudao, as if cloaking him in a celestial battle garment. Beneath the four sword emperors, myriad masters call forth their respective paths to descend. I am the Flame Sword Master. By my name, I summon the Flame Path to descend. I am the Wind Sword Master. By my name, I summon the Wind Path to descend. I am the Metal Sword Master. By my name, I summon the Metal Path to descend. I am the Wood Sword Master. By my name, I summon the Wood Path to descend. In an instant, the void above is filled with the arrival of myriad paths, rendering the sword god's mysterious realm sacred and resplendent. The arrival of the myriad paths shocks the hundreds of thousands of cultivators who could not escape in time. What kind of enemy necessitates the invocation of such overwhelming power for a chance at victory? The power of the myriad paths, earned by the sword path strong, converges upon Jian Wudao through the myriad swords sealing formation, elevating his primordial spirit to its utmost pinnacle. He stands as an invincible swordsman capable of cleaving the heavens and extinguishing gods. His brilliance sufficient to obliterate countless worlds. In this moment, with the myriad paths augmenting him, Jian Wudao embodies the very will of the heavens upon the battlefield. The soul-devouring malevolent deity, witnessing this, flashes a glimmer of astonishment, quickly replaced by frenzied rage. It did not expect that after 3 millennia, your weakened primordial spirit could still achieve such transcendence. Indeed, I underestimated you. But now, your physical form belongs to me. What do you possess to contend with me? It roars, as a surging tide of crimson mist envelopes it, striving to break free from the shackles forged from countless sword intents. Jian Wudao, alongside the four sword emperors and numerous sword masters, stands resolute, their will unyielding as rock, impervious to any wavering. Humph! A mere sword formation dares to bind this deity. Today, let me show you what true malevolent power is. The malevolent deity growls, its form swelling. The surrounding space seemingly unable to contain its might, fracturing into shards, and even time itself warps at this moment. I am the malevolent deity, destined to slay the heavens, extinguish paths, and bury all beings. All suppression is but an illusion. Break for me. Amidst the howls of the malevolent deity, the chains of the grand order that had long bound it shattered completely, and its aura surged to an unprecedented zenith. A voracious force emanated from its being, greedily consuming the very essence of the heavens and earth. Under its insatiable devouring, the entire world began to wither away. As it grew ever stronger, it seemed poised to transcend its existence. Jian Wudao's countenance grew grave. He closed his eyes in deep concentration, as if engaged in a dialogue with the entire realm of the sword god, even the historical lineage of the sword path itself, drawing upon every fragment of power and belief. The sword path is not merely sword nor way. It is heart. It is intent. Suddenly, Jian Wudao opened his eyes, their brilliance ablaze with a dazzling sword light. With a commanding voice, he unleashed the myriad swords that formed the divine locking array, which erupted with earth-shattering might. Countless beams of sword light cascaded like torrential rain upon the soul-devouring, malevolent deity, each strike imbued with the legacy and glory of the sword lineage. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of the myriad swords, the malevolent deity exhibited no fear. Instead, it gaped wide, emitting a deafening roar. From its maw, a black void seemed to materialize, intent on consuming all light and power from the world. Evil thoughts consumed the heavens. All things returned to the void. The malevolent deity intoned softly, each word resonating like a curse upon the cosmos, accompanied by its devouring force. The sword lights that had once surged toward it were distorted and devoured in an instant, becoming part of its own power. Burp! The soul-devouring, malevolent deity smirked coldly at Jian Wudao. I asked that all. I'm still hungry. Jian Wudao's expression darkened further as he sensed an unprecedented pressure. The true terror of the soul-devouring, malevolent deity lay not only in its immortality, but also in its all-consuming, devouring power. At this critical juncture of life and death, an unprecedented clarity and resolve blossomed within him. The sword path is neither sword nor way. It is heart. It is intent. Jian Wudao's voice reverberated throughout the sword god's secret realm, awakening the spirit of the sword path that lay dormant in the annals of history. As his words fell, the divine locking array of 10,000 swords underwent a transformation. Deep within the sword god's realm, the will of generations of formidable sword masters resonated, coalescing into a purer and more potent sword intent. These sword intents shone like stars, converging from all directions to forge an even more formidable sword net. This sword net not only sealed all retreat for the soul-devouring malevolent deity, but also formed invisible sword domains around it. Each sword domain contained the supreme mysteries of the sword path and the will of past masters. Open, sword domain, Jian Wudao commanded, and with his voice, the invisible sword domains appeared to be activated, beginning to compress the space occupied by the soul-devouring malevolent deity, driving it step by step toward a desperate end. The malevolent deity sensed an unparalleled crisis. It roared, attempting to counter this supreme will from the sword lineage with an even stronger devouring force. Before the sword domains, which gathered the beliefs and powers of countless sword practitioners, its devouring power seemed to be thwarted by an invisible barrier, unable to advance an inch. Though the soul-devouring malevolent deity was formidable before the sword formation that embodied the will of innumerable sword practitioners, it appeared to struggle immensely. I was born to feast upon the heavens and the earth. May I inquire, among the 3,000 realms, who dares to slay me? the soul-devouring malevolent deity unleashed a terrifying blood-red power, transforming its myriad evil thoughts into a colossal manifestation towering tens of billions of feet high. This manifestation was grotesque and boundless, rendering all mountains and rivers within the sword god's realm utterly insignificant in its presence. It stood there, as if gazing down from beyond the world, capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth at will. The true form of the malevolent deity descends with a sweep of its hands. The soul-devouring malevolent deity tore the sky asunder, causing the entire sword goddess realm to be ripped apart. The fourth layer of space was annihilated, followed swiftly by the third and second layers. Once all spaces were torn asunder, it would escape this realm entirely, and no one would be able to restrain it. The intertwining of red mist and sword light painted a breathtaking scene. As the entire sword goddess realm seemed to tremble, witnessing this confrontation that transcended time and space. Chapter 55. The failure of exile. The clash between Wudi and the soul-devouring malevolent deity was no longer merely a collision of power, but a contest of will and belief. As time progressed, the might of the sword formation gradually waned, yet Wudi and the sword lineage's determination grew ever stronger, truly a despairing opponent. Wudi sighed, witnessing the imminent destruction of the sword goddess realm. He resolved himself, "Then let us be exiled into the void together. The sword is the blade of the harder the heart, the sharper the sword. Today, I, Wudi, am willing to transform my very being into countless sword lights, severing all calamities of the world." His voice echoed through the sword goddess realm, inspiring the soul of every sword practitioner. 10,000 swords locked the divine, absolute annihilation. As Wudi's words fell, the entire sword goddess realm seemed to respond to his call. The brilliance of the divine locking array of 10,000 swords reached its zenith, transforming from mere sword light into countless silver rivers. Each river contained the essence of the sword lineage and the will of generations of sword practitioners. These silver rivers intertwined in the air, converging to form a colossal vortex, its center pointing directly at the soul-devouring malevolent deity. As the power of the entire sword formation converged, the sword goddess realm began to collapse. Mountains plunged into the void. Countless practitioners gazed at this scene in despair, helplessly falling, unaware of their fate. The soul-devouring malevolent deity sensed an unprecedented crisis. Its gargantuan manifestation began to distort, as if it were being drawn into the endless void by this power. Wudi, do you think I have done nothing in these 30,000 years? If you wish to exile me, you shall not succeed. Just as Wudi prepared to pay the price of his life to exile the soul-devouring malevolent deity into the void, a bizarre and powerful blood mist erupted around it. This blood mist rapidly spread, enveloping the entire sword goddess realm, instantly consuming millions of practitioners, transforming them into the power of blood mist. As the strength of the blood mist grew, even a vortex formed from countless sword intents faltered momentarily. Wudi, in these 30,000 years, I have awakened more than once. Each time I awoke, I eroded the sword goddess realm. Now, those who can wield the power of this realm are not merely you sword practitioners. The soul-devouring malevolent deity coldly declared, disregarding the grim expressions of Wudi and the sword practitioners, as if intent on shattering their fighting spirit completely. This blood mist is the amalgamation of countless living beings' evil thoughts and fears. It can annihilate the heavens and the earth, and also reverse the very fabric of existence. Its voice echoed within the blood mist, laced with a sense of pride and ferocity. As the blood mist spread, the once crumbling sword goddess realm miraculously stabilized. Mountains, rivers, lakes, deserts, oceans, plateaus, and Gobi. The fractured chasms began to heal slowly, as if time were reversing, restoring everything to its former state. Wudi's expression grew exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated that the soul-devouring malevolent deity possessed such means. The Lingxiao Sword Emperor, the Ice and Snow Sword Emperor, the Divine Thunder Sword Emperor, the Weiyang Sword Emperor, and tens of thousands of sword lords all bore expressions of shock. None had expected the soul-devouring malevolent deity could stabilize the realm, Consequently, their final scheme to exile it into the void and secure another 100 years for future generations had utterly collapsed. Though they were all prepared to face death, this outcome was far from their desires. Should they fail to exile it into the void, all their previous efforts would be in vain. The malevolent deity's methods seemed to be inexhaustible. But so what? We have long since reached a point of no return. Jian Wudao roared, his sword intent surging once more, as if prepared to confront the barrier formed by the blood mist. The soul-devouring malevolent deity granted him no such opportunity. With a wave of its hands, the blood mist transformed into countless blood-colored chains, writhing like spirit serpents as they sought to ensnare Jian Wudao. Intent on binding him and stripping away his power, Jian Wudao flickered, evading the blood chains with incredible speed, his sword light flashing as he continuously struck at the chains, attempting to sever them. Yet the blood chains seemed endless. Each time a sword light severed one, more chains would emerge to form an impenetrable barrier. Jian Wudao, your struggles are in vain. I end this blood mist. I am the sovereign. No matter how strong your sword path, you shall not harm me in the slightest. The soul-devouring malevolent deity's voice dripped with confidence and mockery. The expressions of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor and others mirrored despair. Was everything truly beyond redemption? The Ice and Snow Sword Emperor murmured in hopelessness. In this situation, perhaps only the Sword Ancestor's return would offer hope. The mention of the Sword Ancestor evoked nostalgia among countless sword lords. He had once forged a brilliant era of the sword path, only to suddenly fall. The Weiyang Sword Emperor reminisced about the glorious days of the sword path, signed, "O Sword Ancestor, if you have a spirit in the heavens, please gaze upon the sword path you created and tell us what we ought to do." The Weiyang Sword Emperor's prayer elicited bittersweet smiles from all. How could the Sword Ancestor possibly respond to them? The malevolent deity mocked the Sword Ancestor. Even if he were to return, what of it? I would slay him and prove my path. Oh, I shall see just how you intend to slay me and prove your path. As the soul-devouring deity laughed maniacally, claiming to disregard even the Sword Ancestor, a voice imbued with disdain and authority suddenly resonated within the sword god's mysterious realm, as if transcending the bounds of time and space. Echoing from a distant past, with the utterance of this voice, the sanguine mist enveloping the entire realm began to dissipate gradually. The blood-red chains appeared to lose their potency, snapping one by one. The countenance of the soul-devouring deity shifted dramatically. Sensing the oppressive force emanating from this voice, that it was a pressure steeped in the very essence of the sword path, rendering it utterly defenseless. Jian Wudao and the likes of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor gazed upwards in astonishment. Before them walked a figure of a youthful swordsman clad in golden robes, treading upon a jade coffin. His eyes seemed to pierce through all worldly illusions, and he was none other than the founder of the sword path, Wudi. Following closely behind him was Mu Yuqing, donned in garments as white as snow. Exuding an ethereal aura, like a pristine cloud, she glided gracefully into the heart of the battlefield. Each step she took seemed to tread upon the void itself, stirring not a speck of dust. Surrounded by a gentle moonlight that imbued the tense standoff with an indescribable tranquility and harmony, Jian Wudao stared in disbelief at Wudi and Mu Yuqing. How could this be? They had been sent to the divine realm by me. They shouldn't have returned here. Jian Wudao racked his brain, unable to fathom how Wudi could have returned from the divine realm to the sword realm in such a short span of time, re-entering the sword god's mysterious domain. Then, despair washed over him completely. Why had these two fools returned? Were they seeking their own demise? Originally, the deity had escaped, and with Li Xuan and others trapped in the sword realm. They were surely doomed. They were the final seeds and hopes of the sword path. Now, they had returned to be captured all at once. Chapter 56. Welcoming the return of the Sword Ancestor. Wudi cast a meaningful glance at Jian Wudao, as if conveying a matter of little significance. Xiao Wu, once I am done with him, if I don't leave you in tatters, I am not the Sword Ancestor. You dare to deceive me. You have quite a bit of audacity, young one. Upon finishing this phrase, the air of irreverence surrounding Wudi vanished abruptly. An unparalleled and piercing aura emanated from him. He transformed into a blade poised to unsheathe, its edge sharp enough to cleave through the heavens and extinguish all laws. A terrifying sword might radiate from him, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble beneath his feet. Bowing in submission to this moment, he transcended the world, able to extinguish myriad realms with a mere snap of his fingers. This overwhelming pressure caused the billion-zhong-tall, true form of the deity to creak and groan under the strain. Even with all its might, it was forced to bow, unable to raise its head. How could this be? This sword pressure? Are you truly the sword ancestor? The voice of the soul-devouring deity quivered with fear. It had not anticipated that its moment of bravado would summon such a legendary figure. The sword ancestor, a being so formidable that throughout history, few could stand against him. In this era, perhaps only the deity and that invincible figure of divine path could contend with him. The strength of the sword ancestor was such that even a mere breath from him extinguished any thought of resistance within the deity. Jian Wudao and tens of thousands of sword sovereigns gazed in astonishment at Wudi. They still could not believe their eyes. The sword ancestor had truly returned. Jian Wudao's emotions were a tumultuous mix of shame, embarrassment, shock, and joy. Turned out he had not been exaggerating. He was indeed invincible. Jian Wudao reflected on his earlier disdain for Wudi. Now witnessing Wudi's ability to suppress the soul-devouring deity solely through his aura, he felt a flush of shame, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lingxiao Sword Emperor, Ice and Snow Sword Emperor, Weiyang Sword Emperor, and Divine Thunder Sword Emperor were overwhelmed with joy. Lingxiao Sword Emperor, in his excitement, stumbled over his words. It is the sword ancestor. Our sword path is saved. Divine Thunder Sword Emperor gazed in awe at Wudi's sword path, his admiration, reverence, and exhilaration evident. He had not expected to witness this legendary figure of the sword path in his lifetime. The sword ancestor had returned. There was hope. There was hope. The Ice and Snow Sword Emperor, with a face as cold as frost, revealed a sense of relief. Perhaps this was the path of heaven, not being devoid of options. After millennia of safeguarding the world, the sword path had finally gained the favor of the heavens. Weiyang Sword Emperor took a deep breath, his gaze filled with respect and veneration, that he knelt on one knee in the void. Sword held in his right hand, the left resting upon his chest, earnestly proclaiming, "We humbly welcome the return of the sword ancestor." With Divine Thunder Sword Emperor's actions, the three sword emperors and the tens of thousands of sword sovereigns behind them knelt in unison in the void. They could not suppress their inner joy and astonishment, echoing the call led by Divine Thunder Sword Emperor. "We humbly welcome the return of the sword ancestor. We humbly welcome the return of the sword ancestor. We humbly welcome the return of the sword ancestor." The voices of the powerful within the sword path rose in a crescendo, resonating throughout the heavens and earth. The entire world reverberated with their jubilant cries. The sound seemingly capable of shattering the very fabric of reality. Sword light flickered, and it appeared as though an invisible force was at work, with every strand of sword energy rejoicing and resonating with this historic moment. Wudi's figure grew ever more imposing amidst the throng of spectators. His eyes resembled a profound universe, harboring boundless wisdom and power. Yuching, listening to the earth-shattering cheers and gazing at the unparalleled Wudi standing before the multitude, found her star-like eyes filled with admiration and affection for him. I stand alone amidst the crowd, single-handedly ushering in an era of peace and prosperity. This was the image of the invincible sword ancestor she had always held in her heart. "Rise, my disciples." Wudi's voice was gentle yet powerful, akin to a spring breeze caressing a winter lake, instantly melting the ice and doubt within Jian Wudao and the others. His tone bore no trace of reproach, only affection and hope for the younger generation. Wudi's words settled. Tens of thousands of sword sovereigns and the four sword emperors rose simultaneously. Their gazes sparkled with an unprecedented determination and hope. Jian Wudao, in particular, was so moved that his fists clenched tightly, his eyes glistening with tears. In this moment, it was not merely his personal redemption, but a turning point in the fate of the entire sword path. Sword ancestor, Jian Wudao hesitated, his heart torn between regret for the past and anticipation for the future. They, as successors, had failed to safeguard the flourishing era established by the Sword Ancestor, leading the sword path to its current plight. Whenever Jin Wudao reflected on this, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Wudi smiled slightly, interrupting his words. The past is but a fleeting shadow. There is no need to dwell upon it. Wudi's gaze was kind as he looked upon all the sword cultivators present, and a wave of warmth spread through the hearts of millions, resonating from his voice as it soared through the heavens. What truly matters is that I have returned. This proclamation elicited tears from every sword cultivator present. Indeed, the Sword Ancestor had returned. The pillar and backbone of the sword path had returned before his words faded. Wudi gently raised his hand. Within the void, the sword intent surged, and thousands of sword energies converged into a resplendent galaxy surrounding him. Each blade of sword energy seemed to embody the might to create and destroy, representing the zenith of the sword path and an ode to the endless glory of the sword lineage. Wudi's gaze shifted back to the soul-devouring deity, who was struggling to breathe under the weight of his aura. A cold expression gracing his face. I am here. I offer you a chance. Show me how you intend to sever me and attain your path. Under Wudi's icy gaze, the soul-devouring deity felt every inch of its skin quiver. It seemed as though it was being pierced by myriad sharp blades, suffering unbearable torment. It understood that this sword ancestor was not a being it could provoke lightly. Nevertheless, at this juncture, it had no avenue of escape left. No one could flee from beneath the blade of the sword ancestor. This was an understanding shared by all sentient beings. As a deity, it harbored its own pride and tenacity, even when facing such a formidable foe. It was unwilling to bow easily. What the sword ancestor, I, the soul-devouring deity, have never tasted defeat since my inception. Fully aware that Wudi would show no mercy, the soul-devouring deity did not beg for mercy. Instead, it grew defiant. Today, I shall shatter your invincible myth. The voice of the soul-devouring deity trembled with fear, yet its tone was resolute and unyielding. Before its words concluded, the immense form of the deity was enveloped in swirling dark energy. A chilling and terrifying force erupted from its body, instantly tearing the surrounding space asunder. Akati opened its gaping maw, and a pitch-black soul blade shot forth, aimed squarely at Wudi. Soul-severing blade. Annihilate the soul. With the blade drawn, gods fall and souls perish. Only I shall laugh across the heavens. Chapter 57. The Annihilator, Sword Ancestor. Farewell, as the Annihilator of Souls whispered. A terrifying aura of soul destruction emanated from the pitch-black battle blade. This weapon was specifically designed for assaults on the spirit. The moment it manifested, it seemed as if the very souls of the universe were being obliterated, and the world itself was succumbing to death. The mountains and rivers lay barren, trees withered, the rivers turned into lifeless streams, and living beings perished in an instant. The presence of the celestial Sword Emperor and others, being of primordial spirit, heightened their awareness of this devastating blow. Their faces turned pale. The pressure from the blade was immense. Any contact would result in their spirits shattering in an instant. Jin Wudao's expression was one of alarm. As a divine sword's primordial spirit, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Mu Yuechen's delicate face paled slightly. Despite her faith in Wudi's strength, the instinctive fear in the face of such an attack was undeniable, observing the terror among the sword practitioners and the might of the strike. The Annihilator's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. What of the Sword Ancestor? I am the embodiment of malevolent thoughts from the heavens and earth. I am undying and indestructible, invincible. In the face of the Annihilator's onslaught, Wudi merely smiled faintly, not even blinking. Yuechen, watch closely. This is the pinnacle of the Ta Ching demon-subduing sword. Wudi gestured towards Mu Yuechen, completely dismissing the Annihilator's attack, but he slowly raised his hand, and the golden thunder sword erupted with a dazzling brilliance. Compassionate yet fierce, it traversed the mortal realm to subdue the demons, manifesting as the Ta Ching sword unsheathed, its essence reaching every corner of the world with joy. Wudi radiated an ethereal aura, exuding the compassion of a celestial being towards the mundane. he became the Ta Ching immortal on earth, wielding his sword to suppress the malevolence. With a gentle motion, he wielded the formless sword, and the myriad sword energies converged, transforming into a resplendent beam of sword light that collided with the Annihilator's soul blade. Clang! A sharp metallic clash resonated, and upon contact with the sword light, the soul blade dissolved as if confronting its nemesis, vanishing into nothingness. The sword light, however, surged forward relentlessly, aiming directly at the Annihilator's vital points. The Annihilator was taken aback, not expecting its prideful attack to be so effortlessly crushed by Wudi. Mu Yuechan watched intently as the sword struck, ripples of awe reflecting in her beautiful eyes. The Ta Ching, subduing sword wielded by her master was extraordinary, embodying both the righteous spirit of serving the nation and the carefree nature of the immortal. Jian Wudao and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. While they anticipated that the Annihilator could not match the Sword Ancestor, Wudi's effortless dismantling of its desperate strike was astonishingly simplistic, almost as if it faced no obstacles whatsoever. As the sword light approached, the Annihilator panicked. It exerted all its might to evade the lethal beam. Yet Wudi's swordsmanship had reached an ethereal level, and the sword light followed relentlessly, rendering escape impossible. No, I refuse to believe it. I am the Annihilator. I am undying and indestructible, and no one can slay me. The Annihilator howled in a savage roar, growing increasingly deranged in the face of death. Undying and indestructible, Wudi merely chuckled coldly. There's never been anything truly immortal in this world. If there were, it would only be because you lack the strength to surpass the limits of your own immortality. Under the radiance of Wudi's sword light, the form of the Annihilator gradually dissipated, ultimately fading into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint trace of black mist drifting through the air with the Annihilator's complete demise. Jian Wudao, the Celestial Sword Emperor, the Ice and Snow Sword Emperor, the Wuying Sword Emperor, the Divine Thunder Sword Emperor, and countless sword sovereigns suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of relief. In that moment, it was as if another shackle binding the universe had been shattered. The Annihilator was truly dead, unable to resurrect ever again. As the burdens were lifted, Jian Wudao's strained primordial spirit could no longer sustain itself, beginning to fade slowly. The 4 sword emperors and over 10,000 sword sovereigns also began to transform into beams of primordial light. Returning to the heavens and earth, in the face of death, there was no trace of fear upon their faces, only a sense of liberation and understanding. Mu Yuechan stared blankly at this scene. Had the demise of the Annihilator really changed their fate? Unbeknownst to her, a tear slid down her cheek as she turned to gaze at Wudi. The latter observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Devoid of any emotional fluctuations, over countless epochs, he had witnessed countless such moments and had personally escorted many souls to their final rest. His heart had long turned as cold as ice. Master, Mu Yuechan began, but Wudi gently shook his head, interrupting her point. 3,000 years ago, when they shed their physical forms and merged their primordial spirits into the 10,000 swords locking God array, they had already perished. What has sustained them until now is merely their obsession, and now that obsession has dissipated beyond reversal, Mu Yuechan's words caught in her throat. Looking at Wudi's calm visage, she felt a sudden pang of compassion for him. Be so numb. What had he endured all those years? How many cherished individuals had he sent away with his own hands? She couldn't help but wonder, would she, too, one day become one of those he would have to part with? Throughout the long years of the Sword Ancestor's existence, how many hers had he encountered? How far must he continue to walk in solitude? Master, I will be the one who stays by your side forever. From now on, do not walk alone in solitude. I will become immensely powerful, strong enough that time cannot bury me, eternal and everlasting. Existing through the ages, suddenly, Mu Yuechan spoke, as if confiding in Wudi, yet also encouraging herself. Wudi cast a glance at her, remaining silent. Before Jian Wudao finally vanished, he nodded with a smile towards Wudi. Sword Ancestor, farewell. The myriad sovereigns bid their farewells to Wudi with grateful smiles. Sword Ancestor, Thank you, Li Wudi let out a soft sigh. Oh, not rush to depart. Assist me in investigating matters in the realm of the reincarnation ancestor. In this final moment, Li Wudi resolved to grant them a new beginning, thus repaying the debt owed to the Swordway in the world beyond. A place shrouded in impenetrable mist, it existed between reality and void. A tranquil river meandered through the fog, flowing toward an unknown destination. The waters shimmered like a dream. Each individual gazing down could see a vivid projection of their past life from birth to death. Every detail as clear as a cinematic reel. Suddenly, countless golden lotuses of the sword way pierced through the mist, floating forth to carry the souls of the departed. The golden lotuses resembled vessels gliding upon the river, navigating toward the deepest unknown. Upon one golden lotus, Jian Wudao slowly opened his eyes, surveying the unwavering mist surrounding him. Rubbing his head in confusion, he touched the golden lotus beneath him, the solid manifestation of the Swordway. Jian Wudao glanced into the mist, faintly perceiving the existence of other golden lotuses, akin to fireflies illuminating the river that transcended the world. Jian Wudao steadied himself and approached the edge of the golden lotus. Peering into the waters below, the river reflected images of his past, from birth to death, all vividly replaying before him. Chapter 58. Above the cycle of reincarnation, Jian Wudao paused in astonishment, then was struck by a sense of wonder. Is this the legendary river of reincarnation? He sought to comprehend the situation before him. It should not be. Our primordial spirits have dissipated, our souls scattered, and we should have long lost our chance at reincarnation. How can we appear upon the river of reincarnation? Jian Wudao sensed a gaze upon him, prompting him to look up toward the mist above. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of shock. Above the mist, a sacred light illuminated the river of reincarnation, and a majestic figure loomed over it. This figure radiated kindness and a gentle aura, exuding compassion for all living beings. In his perception, Jian Wudao could see the river of reincarnation flowing within her right palm. It seemed her left hand held something as well, but the mist was too dense to discern what it was. Cradle reincarnation in one hand. What an awe-inspiring and soul-stirring display of divine power. Jian Wudao's eyes widened. Though the figure was shrouded in mist, she appeared to be ageless, harmonizing with the very fabric of the universe, sharing the radiance of the sun and moon. She was proud and striking, yet emanated a benevolence that treated all beings equally. What is this? Jian Wudao was astonished, realizing such a terrifying existence still roamed the world. The ancestor of reincarnation, one of the 9 primordial ancestors. The master of reincarnation. Li Wudi's voice suddenly echoed in Jian Wudao's ears. That moment, Jian Wudao finally understood why their departed primordial spirits could manifest upon the fabled river of reincarnation. It was all orchestrated by the sword ancestor. Standing upon the golden lotus of the Swordway, he bowed once more to Li Wudi. Thank you, sword ancestor, for your protection, allowing our primordial spirits to endure. Alongside Jian Wudao, other sword sovereigns and emperors who understood the truth also expressed their gratitude toward the river of reincarnation. Thank you, sword ancestor, as Jian Wudao's and the multitude of sword sovereigns' voices of appreciation echoed above the river of reincarnation. The dense mist seemed to quiver gently, as if even the heavens and earth were moved by this profound bond of gratitude. Li Wudi, of course, witnessed their thankfulness, his gaze reflecting a sense of nostalgia for the past. For he had once sent many souls away in this manner. Yet more than that, he was surprised he had intervened in the cycle of reincarnation, yet that figure remained unmoved. This does not align with her character. It appears that her intuition was not mistaken. The 9 ancestors themselves seem to be embroiled in troubles, and the origin ancestor may even be absent from the cycle realm, due to specific circumstances. Li Wudi is unable to investigate directly and must delegate the task to Jian Wudao and others for how to contact them. Li Wudi possesses ample means that that moment. The waters of the river of reincarnation suddenly rippled, and each sword Dao golden lotus appeared to be imbued with newfound vitality. They swayed gently upon the surface of the river, radiating an even more resplendent light. Under the illumination of this brilliance, The primordial spirits of Jian Wudao and the other sword sovereigns and sword emperors appeared more substantial, as if on the brink of embarking on a new chapter of existence. The currents of the river of reincarnation became increasingly turbulent, with the golden lotuses seemingly drawn by an invisible force, drifting downstream toward an unknown destination. Esteemed ones, with the authority bestowed upon me by the origin ancestor, I have appointed you as envoys of reincarnation. I require you to strengthen yourselves within the cycle realm while discreetly investigating the current circumstances therein, including whether the origin ancestor still resides within its confines. The envoys of reincarnation transcend the confines of heaven and earth, able to traverse various realms, with even the weakest among them being formidable existences of the void god realm. Their status is sufficient to compel countless grand sects across the myriad ancestral realms to treat them with utmost respect. For them, this also signifies a broader horizon and future. Jian Wudao and the others turned to gaze at Wudi, their eyes brimming with visions of the future and hopeful anticipation. The title of Envoy of Reincarnation, indeed, carries an air of prestige. Sword Ancestor, we shall surely reunite at the end of the cycle, standing shoulder to shoulder once more. Jian Wudao's voice resonated through the void, imbued with the pride and indomitable spirit of the Sword Dao. As the last golden lotus vanished at the river's end, the river of reincarnation returned to its former tranquility. Within the sword god's mystic realm, Wudi seemed to sense something. Casting a glance toward the river of reincarnation before nodding slightly, he turned to Muiwechen, who had made a promise, and lightly flicked her snowy forehead. Let us depart. Our business here is concluded, and there are many debts yet to be reclaimed. Wudi's voice was calm and profound, yet Muiwechen perceived a chilling intent within it. She recalled the betrayal of the 3,000 Dao domains against the Sword Dao lineage, as well as the demise of Jian Wudao and those sword emperors and sovereigns. Beneath her clear, mirror-like eyes, a strong sense of murderous intent began to emerge. Indeed, it is time to collect debts. Starting with the sword domain's 100 alliances, Wudi cast a glance at the fallen sword god's mystic realm beneath his feet and, with a wave of his hand, enveloped it within a coffin. Within it lie numerous malevolent spirits. With slight modification, it could become an exquisite training ground. As the sword god's mystic realm vanished, Wudi and Muiwechen were expelled from this realm. Returning to the summit of Baiduan Mountain. Looking up, the clouds rolled gracefully, and Baiduan Mountain still loomed majestically above the clouds, inspiring awe in generations. Master, there are sounds of conflict below the mountain. Muiwechen's ears twitched, capturing the sound from below. Wudi retracted his gaze and looked down the mountain. Let us go and see. We of the Sword Dao lineage shall no longer be bullied. With Wudi astride, he and Muiwechen vanished from the skies above Baiduan Mountain to the foot of Baiduan Mountain. Li Xun, Dongling, Fang Xian, and Yi Weiyang, along with a multitude of sword cultivators, found themselves besieged by various powerful factions. Xun glared at the leaders of the four families, his expression filled with rage, his hands gripping his battle sword, trembling uncontrollably, surrounding the sword cultivators. The leaders of the four factions each exuded an overwhelming aura of the 9 heavens of the heavenly pulse. Their presence seemed capable of shaking the very heavens, causing the surrounding air to become thick with tension. The foremost adversary Li Xun faced was the master of the 10,000 Dharma sect. He was tall, with a resolute visage, and his eyes were as deep as an abyss, emanating a potent purple lightning power. This was the result of his cultivation of the 10,000 Dharma lightning technique. With each movement, thunder roared, seemingly capable of tearing apart space itself. The master of the 10,000 Dharma sect cast a glance at the vanishing starry portal atop the mountain. His expression, I see why it appears that these are the only ones who escaped from the sword god's mystic realm. The right of the master of the 10,000 Dharma sect stood the leader of the Jade Maiden sect. Her figure was graceful, her beauty striking, yet an aura of frigid aloofness surrounded her. A gentle chill emanated from her, a testament to her mastery of the ice heart technique. Each wisp of cold air contained the power to freeze souls, instilling fear in all who beheld her. She had not seen the person she longed to find among these sword cultivators. Wudi and Muiwechen were absent. Could they have perished within? The leader of the Taishan sect was a middle-aged man, clad in black robes, with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm, and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. His mastery of the Taishan scripture had brought his understanding of the Taishan way to a terrifying level. Even a mere finger pointed from afar could cleave mountains and rivers. Wielding incredible power, he expressed some regret. That Wudi, who annihilated my 3 families, has escaped my grasp. I should have shattered his bones one by one, making him suffer a fate worse than death. But alas, that privilege has been taken from me. Chapter 59. The crisis of Li Shiyuan and others. The last of the 4 was the second elder of the Xintian sect, a dominant force in the eastern state. His hair and beard were white, yet his spirit remained vigorous, and his eyes sparkled with a ruthless gleam. His cultivation of the Xintian scripture allowed him to master various intricate formations and talismans, making him unpredictable in battle. The second elder bore no interest in the grievances between the 3 families and Wudi. He merely gazed greedily at the freshly emerged sword cultivators. Here is your chance to survive. Surrender all your storage treasures, and I may spare your lives. These 4 formidable beings, each representing the pinnacle of their respective factions, surrounded Li Shiyuan and the others with an overwhelming force, as if they sought to claim dominion over this realm. The situation caused nearby cultivators to recoil in fear, looking on with pity at these barely surviving sword cultivators. They're truly unfortunate. After narrowly escaping the sword god's mystic realm, they now find themselves as prey to these 4 factions. Many are relieved they chose not to enter earlier. Who would have thought these 4 families would be so treacherous, lying in wait outside the mystic realm to ambush those who emerged? Li Shiyuan trembled with rage at their threats. Do you not fear the retribution of Elder Li for treating us sword cultivators thus? Li Shiyuan's warning only elicited gleeful laughter from the 4 factions. Ha ha! Are you relying on that Wudi? He is yet to appear. Perhaps he has already perished along with the sword god's mystic realm. The master of the 10,000 Armas sect sneered, purple lightning coalescing in his palm, ready to unleash a devastating attack. The leader of the Jade Maiden sect shook her head lightly, her tone decidedly icy. Even if he truly survived, what of it? He has slain our 3 powerful members. We are eager to find him for revenge. Should he appear, he will certainly meet his end today, his blood splattered across the ground, faced with the oppression of the 4 beings of the 9 heavens of the heavenly pulse. Li Shiyuan and the others were filled with both shock and anger. Wudi had yet to reveal himself. Perhaps he truly had perished alongside the entire sword god's mystic realm. Had their lineage of the sword Tao found a powerful ally only to meet such a premature demise? Was this heaven's decree to extinguish the sword Tao? Despite their sorrow, the 4 held no intention of retreating. Within the sword god's mystic realm, Wudi had taught them to resist. To beg for mercy would only invite greater humiliation, ultimately leading to death. Rather than perish in disgrace, they preferred to fight fiercely. They gripped their swords tightly, ready to face the imminent battle of life and death. We sword cultivators shall never submit to you. Even if we perish today, we shall take a piece of flesh from your bodies. The atmosphere reached a peak of tension, the battle on the verge of igniting. Suddenly, the master of the 10,000 Dharma sect moved, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning, directly targeting Li Shiyuan. His speed was so swift it nearly surpassed the limits of the human eye. The thunderous roar he generated was deafening, as though he intended to tear apart the fabric of space itself. How absurd! Let me demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Li Shiyuan reacted swiftly, swinging his sword, the blade soaring into the heavens to meet the attack of the master of the 10,000 Dharma sect. The master's strength exceeded his expectations. Despite his cold smile and disdain, he casually struck out with the palm as the purple lightning clashed with the sword light. A brilliant explosion erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Li Shiyuan felt an immense force strike him, sending him flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Clearly injured, Li brother, we come to aid you. Seeing this, Fang Qian, Yi Weiyang, and Dong Ling, the only heavenly pole sword cultivators present, were filled with righteous fury, pursuing the master to join Li Shiyuan in battle. Divine Thunder Sword Dao, resplendent divine thunder slash. Fang Qian emitted a powerful aura of divine thunder, swinging his sword down, transforming his sword intent into a torrent of lightning that enveloped the entire realm. 3,000 ice snow swords. Snowflakes danced around Dongling, the temperature plummeting around her, with a thrust of her sword. 3,000 icy blades shot forth like meteors toward the master of the 10,000 Dharma sect, Celestial Star Extreme Night Sword. As the night lingered, Yi Weiyang swiftly maneuvered to position herself behind the master of the Wanfa sect, unleashing a blade that cleaved through the fabric of the starry sky, sending forth a cascade of starlight that illuminated the realm in resplendent brilliance. Observing the trio's assault, the master of the Wanfa sect remained unfazed, a mocking smirk deepening upon his visage. How absurd! With his palm raised skyward, a tempest of dark clouds enveloped the heavens. As lightning surged and roiled within the tumultuous depths, these bolts of lightning, in hues of black, purple, blue, white, red, and green, interwove in a dazzling display, rendering the sky akin to a masterful oil painting. Heavenly thunder of all laws, descend! At the command of the Wanfa sect's master, the vibrant bolts seemed to respond to his summons, cascading down like a raging torrent, aimed squarely at Fang Qian, Yi Weiyang, Dong Ling, and the gravely injured Li Xiaoyuan. Confronted with this cataclysmic onslaught, an unprecedented sense of peril surged within the hearts of the four sword cultivators. Sword Array, unite! Fang Qian decisively proclaimed, fully aware that their individual strengths were insufficient to withstand such a terrifying divine retribution. But in an instant, he synchronized his intent with Yi Weiyang and Dong Ling. Their figures rapidly shifted, their sword tips slightly touching, forming a tripod sword array. As the sword lights flickered, an ancient and potent sword intent flowed between them, seemingly capable of withstanding all assaults of the world. Yet, the Wanfa sect's master's divine thunder proved overwhelmingly powerful. Even united, the trio could only barely endure for a fleeting moment. The thunderous strikes caused the very fabric of reality to tremble. The brilliance of the sword array gradually dimmed under the onslaught of the thunder, fissures beginning to mar the icy realm, while the starry veil teetered on the brink of collapse. Humph! A futile struggle, the Wanfa sect's master observed with a cold smile, pressing his hand downward with force, shattering the four's combined defenses in an instant under the onslaught of the multicolored divine thunder. It is over. Witnessing this spectacle, despair washed over the sword cultivators as they beheld the four beneath the divine lightning. Fully aware that survival was beyond their grasp, in that critical moment, a far more formidable aura descended from the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous resonance of a sword's cry. A female, sword immortal clad in white, suddenly emerged, her attire gleaming like fresh snow, exuding an ethereal aura as if a true celestial had graced the mortal realm. Chapter 60. The Rescuer with a Fierce Gaze. The female sword immortal charged into the tempest of thunder. Standing resolutely before the radiant divine lightning, she radiated a sacred presence, her sword imbued with the cataclysmic power to instill unprecedented pressure even upon the Wanfa sect's master, Mu Yuechen, standing amidst the tempest. Bore an icy countenance, raising her sword towards the heavens. Annihilate! With her clear and resolute declaration, the long sword in her grasp seemed to resonate with her will. The blade erupted in a blinding radiance, pure and divine, starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaotic lightning. With a gentle flick of the sword tip, a slender beam of sword light sliced through the air, dissipating the lightning in its wake as if it encountered an irresistible force, thoroughly purging the tumult. How audacious of the Wanfa sect to bully the weak! Do they truly believe there is no one left in the sword path? Mu Yuechen's voice resonated with a chilling clarity, each word akin to a celestial melody echoing through the cosmos, inspiring reverence. How is this possible? The Wanfa sect's master paled, astonished by the emergence of such a formidable sword cultivator who had interposed herself between him and Li Xiaoyuan. Fang Qian, Yi Weiyang, Dong Ling, and Li Xiaoyuan gazed at the graceful figure of the white-clad sword immortal, their expressions brimming with astonishment. It is Mu Zhangjiao. The Wanfa sect's master's countenance grew increasingly grim. Upon recognizing her features, doubt clouded his thoughts. How could the leader of the sword sect, Muyuechun, possess such power? After all, not long ago, she was merely an ant at the 9th level of the spirit platform. The leader of the Inu sect regarded her with a hint of incredulity in her cold eyes. Muyuechun's appearance was breathtaking, as if a celestial maiden had descended to the mortal plane, embodying beauty, nobility, and sharpness that, in a mere span of time, she had shattered her boundaries. Could it be that she had encountered a fortuitous opportunity within the sword goddess secret realm? Contemplating this, the leader of the Inu sect, aloof and elevated, felt a flicker of greed. Having been trapped at the 9th level of the heavenly vein for an extended period, if she could seize Muyuechun's opportunity, she might ascend to the status of a heavenly sovereign. At that moment, even the Xiantian sect would have to address her with respect. The leader of the Taishan sect instinctively clenched his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with shock while he sought another's presence. He was searching for Wudi. As per reports, Muyuechun was seldom seen without him. Now that Muyuechun had appeared, Wudi should be nearby. He was a formidable force, at least at the 8th level of the heavenly vein, and could not be overlooked. If Muyuechun and Wudi joined forces, today a situation would become exceedingly intriguing. Opposite the leader of the Taishan sect, the second elder of the Xiantian sect observed Muyuechun with a calm demeanor. Internally, he sneered, believing that no matter who arrived today, the opportunities within the sword goddess secret realm would belong to the Xiantian sect, having reigned as the overlord of the eastern state for many years. The formidable foundation and strength of the Xiantian sect instilled in him an unwavering confidence against any individual or faction. Today, the second elder intended to reap significant reward from the sword goddess secret realm. Wudi strolled down the mountain with an air of tranquility, appearing merely as an ordinary person returning from a hike. He cast a casual glance at the unfolding situation, gauging the strength of his adversaries before retracting his gaze. Showing no further interest, their prowess was something Muyuechun could handle on her own, requiring no intervention from him. Moreover, having undergone her transformation within the sword goddess secret realm, she needed a vigorous battle to solidify her newfound strength. These individuals were perfectly suited to be her sharpening stones. Wudi raised his hand beneath his golden robe, giving a gentle flick of his finger. In an instant, an exquisite essence of sword energy surged into the 4 individuals, restoring their injuries and exhaustion in the blink of an eye. They even experienced a surge in their cultivation. These 4 were promising candidates, and from the very beginning, Wudi had contemplated bringing them into the sword sect. Now, it was an opportune moment to lend them a hand. The 4, brimming with excitement, bowed in gratitude towards Wudi, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior." Wudi nodded lightly, thereafter stepping aside to refrain from further involvement in the conflict. Li Xiaoyuan gazed at Wudi's figure, feeling a sense of reassurance. This individual could casually eliminate even the great heavenly sovereign, and the 4 factions had truly kicked against a solid wall, one that was red hot. His gaze shifted slightly, already contemplating how to astonish the seniors during the sword sect's assessment 3 months hence, aspiring to join their ranks if he could receive guidance from Senior Li. His cultivation would surely soar, enabling him to reach the same realm as his master, fulfilling the grand ambitions he had yet to accomplish and exacting the vengeance he had yet to settle. Yi Weiyang, Dong Ling, and Fang Qian harbored similar thoughts. Muyuechun, you have a stick of incense as time to resolve them. Wudi's voice resonated softly, yet firmly before the 100 Break Mountain. Muyuechun nodded with confidence. Yes, master. The demeanor of both Muyuechun and Wudi elicited amusement from the 4. They stood before 4 formidable cultivators at the 9th level of the heavenly vein. Moreover, the master of the Wanfa sect, the leader of the Inu sect, and the leaders of the Taishan sect and Xiantian sect were no ordinary 9th level cultivators. Each bore the legacy of a heavenly sovereign, should a confrontation ensue. Even a coalition of 3 or 4 9th level cultivators would struggle to subdue a single opponent. 4 individuals collaborating would indeed present a challenge even to a heavenly sovereign. They were all prominent figures in the eastern state. When had they ever been treated with such disdain? Utterly arrogant. The master of the Wanfa sect, fuming with rage, laughed maniacally, the lightning around him intensifying as if it sought to devour the very heavens and earth. Today, let you witness the true might of the ninth level of the heavenly vein. Before his words could fade, he rapidly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations as the previously intertwined bolts of multicolored lightning coalesced into a colossal lightning beast. Heavenly thunder beast of all laws, perish! The lightning beast, fierce and menacing, charged towards Mu Yuechun with an earth-shattering ferocity. Yuqing demon-slaying sword. Unfazed, Mu Yuechun gently sang, her long sword humming as she pointed its tip towards the sky. In an instant, a torrent of sword light erupted from her unyielding blade, piercing through the lightning beast and hurtling directly towards the master of the Wanfa sect. This spectacle left all present in a state of shock, unable to fathom the sheer terror her sword displayed. With a single strike, she had shattered the Wanfa sect master's attack, and there remained ample force for a counterstrike, faced with the incoming sword light. The Wanfa sect's master felt a chill crawl up his spine, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washing over him. This is bad. This strike rivals the full-force attack of a half-step heavenly sovereign. He had no time for further contemplation as a dazzling, multicolored armor materialized around him, inscribed with an array of intricate runes, forming an indomitable barrier. Chapter 61. The force around and assault. This was the Wanfa armor. A heavenly sovereign's artifact, once donned by the illustrious Wanfa, heavenly sovereign of the past. Gazing at the armor, the leader of the Yinu sect's eyes filled with astonishment, realizing that Mu Yuechun's single sword had compelled the Wanfa sect's master to resort to a heavenly sovereign's artifact for his very survival. Clang! The glimmer of Mu Yuechun's sword descended upon the protective armor of the 10,000 Laws sect, causing the very earth to tremble. The sect leader was propelled straight back, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Dust swirled about, the ground fissured, and a gash from the sword stretched for miles, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Cough! Truly damnable. I underestimated you. The leader of the 10,000 Laws sect rose from the ravaged earth. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he wiped away the blood and regarded Mu Yuechun with a look of deep apprehension. Her assault was indeed terrifying, even with the protection of the celestial armor. He had sustained injuries. Point 3 of you. Do you still wish to spectate? Mu Yuechun declared, her presence exuding a sense of extraordinary fortune. Should she be allowed to grow stronger, do you believe she will not seek retribution for the years we have suppressed the Sword sect? Should she ascend to the rank of Sword Sovereign? The leader of the 10,000 Laws sect understood that he could not face Mu Yuechun alone, with Wudi also watching intently. He needed to drag others into the fray. Having already offended the opposing side, he must exert every effort to ensure their complete downfall. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. The leader of the Jade Maiden sect, the head of the Tai Xian sect, and the second elder of the Xiantian sect all felt their expressions shift slightly, their minds racing with calculations. The words of the 10,000 Laws sect leader acted like a sharpened blade, slicing through their hesitations and forcing them to confront the gravity of the situation. Humph. Mu Yuechun must not be allowed to leave today. The fortune she possesses is something the Jade Maiden sect desires a share of. The head of the Jade Maiden sect snorted coldly, her aura surging, clearly prepared for battle. The head of the Tai Xian sect's gaze flickered as he solemnly stated, I too do not wish to see the Sword sect rise again. Today we shall act together to eliminate both Mu Yuechun and Wudi. Although the second elder of the Xiantian sect harbored reservations, the mysterious strength of Wudi and the astonishing swordplay exhibited by Mu Yuechun posed a grave threat to the dominance of the Xiantian sect in the eastern domain. Understanding that today's events could not end peacefully, he nodded in agreement. Very well, since all have consented, let us strike together and ensure a decisive kill, the leader of the 10,000 Laws sect bellowed, as lightning gathered around him once more, clearly preparing to unleash a more formidable assault. However, at that moment, Mu Yuechun suddenly spoke, her voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority and chill. Excellent. You have finally acknowledged that the decline of the Sword sect over these years was fueled by your interference. If so, then allow me to summon you to atone before the ancestors of my Sword sect. Her words struck like ice, sending a shiver through the hearts of the four formidable beings present. as they felt an unprecedented pressure. Humph, Muiwetchen, do not be too arrogant. Today, the four of us shall join forces. You shall find it impossible to escape. The leader of the 10,000 Laws sect roared, as lightning surged anew around him, as if intent on devouring the very heavens and earth. Indeed, today marks your end. The head of the Jade Maiden sect echoed coldly, her icy aura manifesting as she prepared for a full-scale attack. The head of the Tai Xian sect and the second elder of the Xiantian sect both wore solemn expressions, acutely aware that this battle was unlike any other, necessitating their utmost effort. Li Xiao Yuan observed the calm demeanor of Li Wudi beside him, unable to suppress a gulp. Was this great figure truly unperturbed by the encirclement of four formidable beings of the 9th celestial meridian? After all, Muiwetchen was only at the 8th celestial meridian. Senior, Yi Wei-Yang tentatively probed Li Wudi's stance. Li Wudi chuckled as he surveyed the anxious expressions of the four, remaining leisurely. Fear not. As my disciple, these four are not even worthy to serve as stepping stones for Yuetchen. Dongling, being a woman, regarded Mu Yuetchen with sympathy, secretly deriding the perilous nature of being her disciple. If these 4 9th celestial meridian cultivators are not fit to be stepping stones, what caliber of stepping stone do you envision? Half-step celestial sovereign, or perhaps a celestial sovereign, unfazed by the combined might of the four? Mu Yuetchen remained steadfast. She lightly waved her sword, its tip grazing the ground. In an instant, a formidable sword intent erupted from her, as if it sought to rend the very heavens asunder. The sword Dao laws, gasped those with knowledge among the onlookers. This is the complete and unblemished sword Dao laws. They had not anticipated that Mu Yuetchen had already comprehended the entirety of the sword Dao laws. A monumental stride in her swordsmanship. It was no wonder she had managed to injure the leader of the 10,000 Laws sect, even under the protection of a celestial sovereign's artifact. Ancient sword cultivators were synonymous with overwhelming offensive capabilities that, in ages past, it was common for sword prodigies to challenge opponents of higher realms, relying on this complete sword Dao laws. Underneath the invulnerable sword, few cultivators of the same rank could withstand the onslaught of the swordsman. The sharpness of Mu Yuetchen's sword intent made the four experts' eyelids twitch uncontrollably. An ancient sword cultivator. This woman must be eliminated. The era of sword cultivators dominating the sword domain has ended. Anyone attempting to defy their fate shall find no refuge. The head of the Tai Xian sect raised his hand, revealing a white jade ring upon his thumb. At the moment the ring appeared, the world dimmed, as all light was seemingly devoured by it. The ring radiated a crystalline brilliance, containing the supreme laws of the universe, as if it could rend the very firmament. The appearance of this ring rendered the onlookers completely silent, unable to utter a sound. Initially, the Tai Li ring, a divine weapon of my Tai Xian sect, was meant to contend with other factions. I did not expect you to inherit the complete legacy of the ancient sword cultivators to avoid any unforeseen accidents in eliminating you. I shall directly employ the Tai Li ring. The head of the Tai Xian sect pointed at Mu Yuetchen. A murderous intent palpable die beneath the Tai Li ring. You may consider it a worthy end. He gently pressed down with a finger, and a towering jade finger descended from the heavens, pressing down upon Mu Yuetchen's head. Surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, the jade finger crackled with thunder, resembling a celestial punishment descending from ancient immortals. Observing the Tai Li ring in the hands of the head of the Tai Xian sect, Mu Yuetchen's expression turned grave. This Tai Li ring was a celestial sovereign's weapon, a legacy from the former Tai Xian celestial sovereign. Imbued with the laws of the celestial sovereign, its might formidable. Her gaze sharpened with unwavering resolve as she declared, "If you wish to kill me, you are not yet worthy." Indeed, while celestial sovereign artifacts were undeniably powerful, she wielded the unparalleled divine weapon, the Wudao sword. This was a genuine divine sword. When fully unleashed, it could even slay emperors. Although Mu Yuetchen's current cultivation level rendered her unable to fully harness the Wudao sword's might, it was far beyond the capabilities of a mere celestial sovereign artifact to contend with. Predecessor Wudao, allow your illustrious name to resurface in this world today. She swung her long sword fiercely, and in an instant, The sword light erupted, the intent of the Wudao sword tearing apart the cosmos, severing the laws of the universe, shaking the heavens and earth, rendering all laws void. Chapter 62. Mu Yuechen's dominance. Sensing the aura of the divine sword in Mu Yuechen's grasp, the head of the Jade Maiden sect, the second elder of the Xiantian sect, and the leader of the 10,000 Laws sect all felt their skin prickle with alarm. His presence transcended that of a celestial sovereign artifact. Could it be an emperor's weapon? The head of the Jade Maiden sect murmured, her eyes reflecting both fear and greed. The second elder of the Xiantian sect, well versed in such matters, detected the roots of the Wudao sword in Mu Yuechen's possession. His complexion shifted drastically. This aura surpasses that of an emperor's weapon. Only a divine weapon bears such momentum. Wait, could this sword be the legendary Wudao, the divine sword that accompanied the Wudao sword god through countless battles? Upon realizing this, he gasped in horror, urging the head of the Taishan sect, retreat quickly. A celestial sovereign artifact is insufficient to oppose her. However, his warning came too late, as the sword collided with the Tai Li ring held by the head of the Taishan sect. A thunderous roar erupted, as if the very air had shattered. Two formidable forces clashed, engulfing the entire scene in chaos. The sword energy cleaved through the jade finger, splitting the very heavens where the head of the Taishan sect resided. In an instant, the world fell into a deathly silence. The jade ring in the hands of the head of the Taishan sect shattered with a series of cracks, followed by the complete disintegration of his being, ultimately transforming into a pool of blood scattered by the wind. Countless onlookers were left in utter shock, astounded by such overwhelming combat power. With a single strike, the leader of the Taishan sect, armed with the celestial sovereign artifact, was obliterated along with the artifact itself. The gathered crowd instinctively recoiled, fearful of being caught in the aftermath. The head of the Jade Maiden sect, the second elder of the Xiantian sect, and the leader of the 10,000 Laws sect were drenched in cold sweat, their robes displaying large stains from their trepidation. Wudi felt immense sorrow over Mu Yuechen's reckless actions. That was a celestial sovereign artifact. This rebellious disciple had no sense of thrift and had simply destroyed it. He shook his head, filled with helplessness. In those dark days, we dared not waste even a scrap of spiritual material. Yet today's generation truly indulges in excess. Wudi's lament resonated with Li Xiao Yuan, Dong Ling, Yi Wei Yang, and Fang Qian, who all felt a mix of shock and heartache. Goodness, a celestial sovereign artifact can be destroyed just like that. What a display of dominance by the head of the sword sect. Hearing Li Wudi's musings, Mu Yuechen revealed a radiant smile. Master, doesn't this indicate the progress of the times, that humanity is thriving more than ever? She teased with a mischievous grin, her smile enchanting the winds and mesmerizing the clouds. If we were to return to that frugal era, you would likely be the first unwilling to do so. Wudi, upon hearing this, burst into a hearty laugh. My dear disciple is absolutely right. Those years of struggle were aimed at witnessing the flourishing of humanity, just as we see today. As Li Wudi engaged in conversation with Mu Yuechen, the trio across from them exchanged glances, seemingly harboring thoughts of retreat. Particularly, the second elder of the Xiantian sect discreetly shattered a jade token, alerting the prominent figures within the sect. Observing this action, a flicker of intrigue crossed Li Wudi's eyes. Was he planning to summon reinforcements? That would be ideal. It would be best to bring that esteemed celestial here so that I can settle matters once and for all, sparing future troubles. He remained unperturbed, continuing to watch Mu Yuechen's personal display. The divine weapon in her hand was formidable. It was wise to withdraw. The second elder of the Xiantian sect had no desire to contend with the sword-wielding Mu Yuechen. Even if he were to triumph, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, which would not serve the interests of the Xiantian sect. If a confrontation were to occur, it would be prudent to wait for the sect support to arrive, ensuring a decisive advantage. Yet, Mu Yuechen had no intention of allowing them to retreat. By my own being, I command the sword path of the world, vanquish the malevolent, subdue the demonic, quell the chaos, and protect the realm. Mu Yuechen's melodious voice resonated, fully awakening the supreme sword body within her. As her voice echoed, the very essence of the sword path seemed to stir, infusing her with the formidable laws of swordsmanship, rendering her akin to a divine being. The terrifying power of the supreme sword body erupted, sealing the heavens and earth within a domain of swordsmanship, cutting off the trio's escape. The second elder's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Mu Yuechen possessed not only a divine sword, but also an extraordinary physique. Mu Zhangjiao, do you truly intend to engage us to the bitter end? Do not forget. There are 3 celestial artifacts at stake. Though you wield a divine sword, to what extent can your cultivation unleash its power? 1/10,000th, 1,000th. The second elder of the Xiantian sect lowered his posture, seeking to stabilize the situation. Let us each take a step back. From this day forth, let our waters remain separate. How does that sound? After all, what value does pride hold in comparison to life? The leader of the Yinu sect and the master of the 10,000 Methods sect adopted a stance of desperation, hoping to dissuade Mu Yuechen from continuing her pursuit. Mu Yuechen looked upon their current disgrace with a cold smile, a stark contrast to their previously lofty demeanor. The so-called great sects were merely a gathering of bullies who feared the strong. Her scornful laughter echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Not a chance. Today, the fish shall perish, but the net shall remain intact. With her chilling words, the Wu Dao divine sword pointed directly at the 3 formidable practitioners of the ninefold celestial path, with a single swing. The void was cleaved, leaving a profound scar. Mu Yuechen's overwhelming presence caused the 3 to change countenance, utterly unable to believe that this former ant dared to confront them with such resolve. The second elder of the Xiantian sect realized that a decisive conclusion must be reached today and bellowed at the masters of the 10,000 Methods sect and the Yinu sect. Stop holding back. If you wish to survive, unleash your full potential. I do not believe her cultivation can contend against the 3 celestial artifacts. In the elder's hand, a small golden bell appeared, slowly ascending into the air, emitting a clear, melodious chime that was deafening. Beneath the bell's toll, the sounds of the great Tao echoed, nearly prompting enlightenment. This was the Xiandao Heavenly Bell, one of the 4 celestial artifacts of the Xiantian sect. The leader of the Yinu sect and the master of the 10,000 Methods sect nodded in agreement, each summoning their own celestial artifacts. Before the Yinu sect leader, a jade zither materialized, transparent and radiating a soft glow, resembling an ethereal instrument. This was the Yinu sect's legendary artifact, the Jade Maiden Heavenly Zither, whose melodies could shatter mountains and split seas, brimming with unrivaled power. The master of the 10,000 Methods sect activated his 10,000 Methods armor to its utmost, crackling with thunderous light as if a myriad of forces were converging. All 3 understood that this was the moment for true desperation, allowing no room for error. Any hint of laxity would result in their demise. The 3 celestial artifacts surrounded Mu Yuechen, the oppressive aura instilling a sense of despair within countless cultivators. Onlookers were left in awe at the scene unfolding before them. The unprecedented clash between the 3 celestial artifacts and the Wu Dao divine sword was destined to be etched into the annals of Eastern state history. Although the Wu Dao divine sword was powerful, Mu Yuechen's cultivation remained at the 8-fold celestial path, while her opponents were seasoned experts of the 9-fold celestial path, bolstered by their ability to nearly maximize the celestial artifact's capabilities. The odds seemed stacked against her. Her exceptional aptitude and the complete inheritance from ancient sword cultivators were precisely why the 3 factions could not afford to let her live. Chapter 63. The Avatar of the Heavenly Lord descends. Who will emerge victorious? To witness this battle today is enough for a lifetime. Wudi maintained his calm demeanor as he observed the ultimate confrontation among the 4, brimming with confidence in Mu Yuechen. Beside him, Li Shiyuan and his companions fidgeted nervously. Were it not for Li Wudi's unflappable composure, they might have rushed in to assist Mu Yuechen. The master of the sect was indeed his disciple. The elder remained remarkably composed, gazing at Li Wudi's nonchalant demeanor. Li Shiyuan could not help but admire his tranquility. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the Wu Dao divine sword collided abruptly with the 3 celestial artifacts in the skies above. The master of the 10,000 Methods sect, the second elder of the Xiantian sect, and the leader of the Yinu sect all grimaced, channeling their full strength in an attempt to shatter that sword which could tear through the void. At the moment of impact, the heavens and earth resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to the universe's inception. A brilliant light pierced the firmament, warping the surrounding space. Holding the Wudao divine sword, Mu Yuechen's aura harmonized with the laws of swordsmanship. As if the entire sword path responded to her call. The sword's edge of the Wudao Senior is not something you can withstand. Mu Yuechen intoned, her eyes glinting with mockery and disdain. Under her command, the sword intent of the Wudao divine sword grew increasingly fierce, subtly hinting at a transcendence beyond the confines of this realm. As the sword light swept forth, the very fabric of space fractured, dimming even the radiance of the three celestial artifacts. Observers were left in a daze. The combined assault of three unparalleled experts from Eastern State wielding celestial artifacts was being suppressed by Mu Yuechen. Had she truly reached such extraordinary heights? Could it be that she was invincible beneath the celestial realm? Gasps of disbelief echoed. How is this possible? The master of the 10,000 Methods sect, Lei Fa, paled at the revelation that if she were invincible beneath the celestial realm, it would mean that unless a celestial intervened, no one in Eastern State could stand against her. He had never fathomed that one day. Three renowned experts could be subdued by a mere 24-year-old girl. The second elder of the Shantian sect felt a deep sense of dread. The notion of invincibility beneath the celestial realm posed a grave threat to the Shantian sect's dominance. Such a being could not be allowed to live in Eastern State. Yet, at this moment, even the Xiandao Heavenly Bell, one of the four celestial artifacts, could not withstand the brilliance of the Wudao divine sword. This compelled him to re-evaluate Mu Yuechen's strength to eradicate her. Either a celestial would have to intervene personally, or all four of the Shantian sect celestial artifacts would need to be summoned. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, the unification of laws. She had indeed reached this stage. The second elder of the Shantian sect muttered to himself, a mixture of shock and fear swirling within him. This situation could not continue. They must strike together, or they would all perish here, the second elder of the Shantian sect shouted, and the three quickly reached a consensus, channeling their cultivation to its utmost. The three celestial artifacts radiated brilliance, seemingly preparing to unleash a final, decisive strike. However, just as they were poised to launch their attack, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Mu Yuechen's eyes as she softly chanted, "Sword intent transcends the divine. Ta Ching vanquishes demons." With her words, the sword intent of the Wudao divine sword surged to an unprecedented height. The sword light transformed into a silver river, roaring forth towards the three celestial artifacts. Where the sword river passed, space appeared to be utterly erased, leaving behind dark fissures. With a thunderous crash, the three celestial artifacts simultaneously displayed cracks under the full force of the Wudao divine sword, their brilliance dimming as if they were on the verge of collapse. This time, there was no obstruction. The three celestial artifacts shattered amidst the sword light, disintegrating into nothingness. The three formidable practitioners, too, found themselves grievously wounded, their bodies riddled with injuries plummeting from the sky to crash onto the ground. All three were severely injured by a single strike from Mu Yuechen, their breaths faint. Onlookers gazed at Mu Yuechen with a mix of awe and astonishment. A single person wielding a sword had shattered three celestial artifacts. She had created a miracle. The sword path shall be revived. One powerful figure mused, already foreseeing the upheaval that would follow in Eastern State. A direct clash between the sword sect and the Shantian sect was inevitable, and behind the Shantian sect lay the alliance of the sword domain. War was on the horizon, shattering the tranquility of Eastern State. The cacophony of murmurs surrounding her did not faze Mu Yuechen. Glancing at the time, she noted that only a moment remained before half a stick of incense had burned. She let out a slight sigh of relief. She had nearly disappointed her master. She approached the three incapacitated figures, her sword pointed at them. "Those who dare to insult the sword path shall perish." How intriguing, truly intriguing. I never expected to witness a complete sword cultivator in my lifetime. Just then, from the clouds above, the rules of the great Tao transformed in a flowing silk, forming a bridge from the heavens down to the peak of the 100 mountains on the other side of the bridge. A gentle laughter resounded, the voice warm as jade, reminiscent of a graceful gentleman. This voice resonated with the laws of the universe, compelling all methods to submit, welcoming the arrival of its master. Suddenly, that gentle voice shifted. As if transitioning from the warmth of spring to the biting cold of winter, it seems my efforts to eradicate the sword path over the years have not been enough. As the gentle voice shifted abruptly, the atmosphere of heaven and earth instantaneously froze. An indescribable sense of oppression emanated from the grand bridge high above the clouds. Wudi revealed a smile. Has it finally arrived? Thus, the weight of this ancestor has indeed borne significance. A celestial lord, just barely compelling enough for him to take action. All the cultivators present felt their breaths catch, as if their very souls were firmly shackled. Wudi stood resolutely with her sword, her brows furrowed, her gaze piercingly fixed on the far end of the grand bridge. She could sense that the pressure emanating from that direction far surpassed the combined might of the previous 3 heavenly vein ninefold cultivators and the celestial lord's artifacts. This was a form of oppression originating from a higher realm, causing her spirit to involuntarily tremble. The Xian Palace celestial lord has descended. Wudi pondered silently. Though young, her insights were extraordinary. She was aware that above Dongzhou, the existence of celestial lords was a reality. Moreover, the Xian Palace celestial lord was the only one of his kind walking the earthly realm in Dongzhou, his strength unfathomable. Aside from him, there was also the esteemed elder of the Xintian sect. Xintian It was rumored that he had secluded himself for over 1,000 years in an attempt to break through to the great celestial lord realm. The outside world speculated that the Xintian Daozuan had perished after failing his breakthrough. The sword path indeed possesses extraordinary merit. No wonder it has drawn the attention of this esteemed figure. That soft chuckle resonated once more, laced with a hint of amusement and disdain, yet it caused the surrounding space to tremble. As the words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the clouds. He strode upon the grand bridge, each step seemingly transcending time and space, carrying with it an aura of infinite majesty and power. Wudi frowned slightly. An avatar? One must acknowledge that at such a level, caution is paramount. One would never recklessly test the waters. Unless absolutely necessary, true bodies would never descend. A single misstep could render millennia of arduous cultivation meaningless. Wudi shook his head slightly. However, slaying your avatar means your true self will not fare any better. Consider it an early collection of interest, the Xian Palace celestial lord's avatar, clad in snow-white robes. Bore an extraordinary countenance. The aura of transcendence almost led one to believe he was an immortal who had mistakenly wandered into the mortal realm. However, the coldness in his eyes and the smirk at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true intent to eradicate the sword path entirely. Wudi, though you possess exceptional talent and astonishing swordsmanship before a celestial lord, you are but an ant, said the Xian Palace celestial lord's avatar, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Below the celestial lord, all are mere ants. The chasm between them is vast, not to be bridged merely by a sword that cannot be fully wielded, nor by a defiant physique. Although the Xian Palace celestial lord appeared as an avatar, he could still easily dispatch cultivators below the celestial lord level. And Wudi gripped the Wudao divine sword tightly, the sword's tip trembling slightly, a manifestation of her indomitable will. Indeed, those from the Heavenly Path Academy could traverse Dongzhou, and your Xintian sect shares in that privilege. Just as her words faded, the sword intent surrounding Wudi surged once more. The sword light of the Wudao divine sword seemed to embody the collective will of all sword cultivators in the world. Dazzling and brilliant, soaring towards the heavens, contrasting sharply with the oppressive force descending from the clouds, the surrounding cultivators held their breath, riveted by the scene. This battle was not merely a confrontation between Wudi and the Xian Palace celestial lord. It was a clash between the sword path and the will of the celestial lords, pivotal to the future trajectory of Dongzhou. Had it not been for the establishment of the 100 alliances in the sword domain, where the heavenly sword emperor compelled us to vow not to act against the sword path, would we need to rely on the forces of the heavenly domain. The Xian Palace celestial lord chuckled lightly, his fingers slightly moving, causing countless grand runes to leap from his fingertips. In an instant, The grand runes transformed into chains, winding towards Mu Yuetchan, intent on binding her sword intent and sealing her vitality. However, times have changed. The 100 Emperors have unraveled the Heavenly Sword Emperor's vow, and from now on, this vow can no longer bind us. Your sword path must be extinguished. Yuetchan's gaze sharpened, and she did not retreat an inch in the face of the overwhelming chains of grand runes. The sword intent within her surged to its peak. In her hands, the Wudao divine sword seemed to possess a life of its own, its light roaring like a dragon as it charged forth to meet those chains. Having faced demons alone for 1,000,000 years, I finally witnessed the blooming of 100 flowers in the mortal realm. The Ta Ching subdues demons without regret, flowers blooming abundantly across the world. Mu Yuetchan cried out, the sword's tip lightly tapping, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent from the blade, transforming into rippling waves of sword energy. The void erupted into a sea of colorful blossoms, at the end of which the Ta Ching immortal offered a knowing smile to the mortal realm. After 1,000,000 years of demon subjugation, the world finally sees flowers bloom year after year. The vibrant blossoms formed a miniature realm, enveloping Mu Yuetchan within, severing the strangling chains of grand runes that, it seems you must die today. That person's swordsmanship should not reappear in the mortal realm. As a celestial lord, the Xian Palace celestial lord had a multitude of methods at his disposal. Observing the grand runes being shattered, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he formed hand seals, reciting incantations. In an instant, the heavens darkened, storm clouds gathered, and lightning flickered, as if doomsday had arrived. The Xian Palace descends. I shall subdue the heavens, accompanied by the Xian Palace celestial lord's murmurs. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a vast palace appeared out of thin air in the skies, its essence entwined with the grand, severing the mountains and rivers of the mortal realm. That heavenly palace bore the weight of a world, hurtling towards Mu Yuetchan with a ferocity capable of annihilating the very heavens. Mu Yuetchan's expression grew solemn. She understood that this strike was not something easily defended against. Yet, the path of the sword cultivator is one of defiance against the heavens. How could she easily concede defeat? The flowers bloom in the mortal realm each year. The Ta Ching subdues demons without regret. Mu Yuetchan silently recited, her sword intent once again soaring. The blossoms in that miniature realm flourished even more vibrant than before, as they collided with the Xian Palace in midair. An explosion of dazzling light and deafening roars erupted. The Xian Palace and the 100 flowers intertwined, and at that moment, heaven and earth seemed to lose their color, leaving only the interplay of black and white amidst the clash. The figures of Mu Yuetchan and the Xian Palace celestial lord's avatar became the singular focal point of this realm. However, the might of a celestial lord is not to be trifled with. Even though Mu Yuetchan's sword intent was divine, under the strikes of the celestial lord's divine thunder, she still appeared inadequate. Her figure staggered backward in the air, clearly outmatched by the celestial lord. Wudi slowly shook his head. It was indeed his time to make an entrance. When did this ancestor become merely a point of entry? Wudi chuckled to himself. The strength of an ant dares to contend with a celestial lord. The Xian Palace celestial lord's avatar scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Yet at that moment, an ancient and powerful aura surged from behind Mu Yuetchan, instantly pushing back the momentum of the Xian Palace. Marvelous, I did not expect an unexpected boon. You seek to extinguish the sword. Could it be for ascension? A calm yet authoritative voice resonated from behind Mu Yuetchan. As the voice fell, a young man clad in golden robes gracefully stepped through the air. He bore an ancient long sword on his back, its blade shimmering with a faint glow, as if containing boundless power. Mu Yuetchan gazed at Wudi as he passed before her, a hint of grievance appearing on her face. She pouted, pointing at the Xian Palace celestial lord's avatar. Master, he's bullying me. That expression of grievance, combined with a hint of a whiny tone, paired with her ethereal beauty, was enough to move any man in the realm. Wudi secretly shook his head and waved his hand lightly, causing the looming Xian Palace to vanish. This terrifying scene caused the Xian Palace celestial lord and many cultivators to change countenance drastically. He casually erased the celestial lord's divine abilities, Could he also be a celestial lord? Li Wudi raised his gaze to the Xian Palace celestial lord, suddenly flashing before him, an invisible force completely suppressing his avatar. Umph, a mere avatar dares to flaunt its might before me. Li Wudi spoke with an undeniable authority. His eyes seemed to pierce through all worldly illusions, staring directly at the Xian Palace celestial lord's avatar, which was tightly bound by the unseen force. The avatar struggled under this power, yet was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree, unable to move an inch. His complexion darkened, fear and unwillingness flickering in his eyes. "Who are you?" The Xian Palace celestial lord's voice trembled with fear. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Even should his true self descend, he doubted he could rival this individual. Li Wudi's lips curled into a cold smile, not answering directly, but slowly extending his right hand. The Xian Palace celestial master remained utterly unfazed, enduring the excruciating agony of his soul being torn apart while sneering at Li Wudi. Li Wudi, however, maintained his calm demeanor, murmuring to himself, "The secret technique of soul burial. Is this the source of your confidence, an external soul restriction?" His words caused the countenance of Xian Palace's external incarnation to change drastically. In disbelief, he gazed at Li Wudi, astonished that he could discern the origin of this celestial soul restriction, that a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. Could he possibly unravel this soul confinement? The next moment, Li Wudi validated his suspicion. He deftly manipulated a certain profound technique, channeling it into the celestial master's soul. The restriction appeared to encounter its nemesis, rapidly disintegrating before vanishing entirely, in an instant. The secrets of the Xian Palace celestial master's external incarnation were laid bare before Li Wudi. The surrounding cultivators were left speechless, their hearts brimming with awe and reverence. They had never witnessed anyone capable of so effortlessly suppressing and probing the soul of a celestial master. Mui Wechan gazed at her master's display of prowess, her eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence. "Humph, a mere celestial master dares to act recklessly before my master. Even if your lord were here, he would still have to treat my master with the utmost respect." Moments later, Li Wudi withdrew his right hand. A knowing expression gracing his features, he turned to Mu Yuechun, his eyes radiating warmth and encouragement. "Yuechun, you have performed admirably today. That it is a great fortune for the Sword Path lineage to have a successor like you." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuechun felt a swell of warmth in her heart, respectfully bowing as she replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Master. I shall strive to continue working hard, living up to your expectations." Subsequently, Li Wudi's gaze fell once more upon the Xian Palace celestial master's external incarnation, which had now succumbed to unconsciousness, its soul completely stripped bare and devoid of combat capability. "Humph, Xian Palace celestial master, you were ill-advised to target the Sword Path lineage. Li Wudi shall remember this day, and when the time comes, I will personally seek justice." His tone was icy, his words laden with an unending chill and resolve. With that, he gently waved his sleeve, and the power that had restrained the Xian Palace celestial master's external incarnation dissipated in an instant. The external incarnation fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut, lifeless and devoid of breath. The surrounding cultivators began to murmur among themselves, fully aware that today's events had irrevocably altered the landscape of Dongzhou. With a formidable figure like Li Wudi backing the Sword Path lineage, they now had the strength to contend with the Sword Domain's 100 alliances. The enmity and entanglements between the Xintian sect and the Sword Domain's 100 alliances would undoubtedly become even more complex and enigmatic due to this confrontation. Regardless, the future of Dongzhou was now imbued with infinite possibilities and hope. Hemu Yuechen looked curiously at Li Wudi, her bright eyes brimming with a multitude of questions. She entwined her hand around his right arm, playfully shaking it. "Master, what secrets have you uncovered?" Li Xin, Fang Qian, Dong Ling, and Yi Weiyang instinctively perked up their ears to eavesdrop. The rightful leaders of the Sword Path lineage. This matter held great significance for them as well. From the words of the Xian Palace celestial master's external incarnation, it was evident that the demise of the Sword Path concealed a vast conspiracy, far more intricate than merely the evil god. Even after the evil god and evil master were suppressed, The Crimson power continued to thrive within the 3,000 domains, with even the emergence of evil spirits that countered the sword path. Behind all of this, there must be another force orchestrating everything, possibly linked to the ascension from years past. Wudi gazed into Mu Yuechen's inquisitive eyes. A gentle smile gracing his lips, he lightly patted her hand, signaling her to remain patient. His gaze turned skyward, where the sword gate awaited. He glanced back at Dongling and the others. Let us depart. This place is teeming with onlookers. We shall discuss matters further at the sword gate. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuechen surveyed the environment and understood that Li Wudi's concerns were indeed valid. She suppressed her restlessness and followed him toward the sword gate. Yi Weiyang, observing the retreating figures of Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen, stood rooted in place, uncertain. Did I miss here? It seems the senior is inviting us to join them. Li Xuan recalled the glance Li Wudi had given earlier and nodded in agreement. That I believe the senior meant just that. Fang Qian's face lit up with excitement. Does this mean the senior has granted us permission to join the sword gate? We won't have to participate in the assessments 3 months from now. Dong Ling, adorned in a flowing blue dress, urged the three. What are we waiting for? Do we expect Senior Li to wait for us? Yi Weiyang promptly reminded them. We shouldn't call him Senior Li anymore. He should be addressed as the Grand Elder. The four swiftly caught up with Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen, forming a group of 6 as they hastened toward the sword gate. Along the way, Mu Yuechen occasionally glanced back, noticing the excitement and anticipation radiating from Yi Weiyang, Li Xun, Fang Qian, and Dong Ling, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. Is Master not planning to assess them? Li Wudi seemed to perceive her thoughts, rolling his eyes. Should they participate in the assessment? Would it be fair to have them compete with others? Mu Yuechen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the Tianmai sword cultivators were the leading figures of the sword path in Dongzhou. Having such individuals partake in the sword gate assessment alongside other sword cultivators would be akin to a crane among chickens, an undue advantage. Mu Yuechen nodded silently, approving of Li Wudi's decision. After some time in flight, Li Wudi and the others returned to the sword gate. The celestial master formation above the sword gate remained tranquil, and all was well during their absence. From the outside, the sword gate appeared to have undergone significant changes since their departure. The most evident transformation was the heightened intensity of sword intent permeating the air. During the time Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen had been away, the sword gate disciples had diligently immersed themselves in their training. They understood that their current abilities would hardly aid Li Wudi and Mu Yuechen, so they were all striving to improve themselves, hoping to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the future. In this atmosphere, the strength of the sword gate's disciples and elders surged, achieving remarkable breakthroughs. The Grand Elder, Lin Xian, had even transcended a small realm, reaching the 2nd level of Tianmai. Furthermore, the sword gate had gained another Tianmai sword cultivator, who had recently broken through. Now, including Mu Yuechen and Li Shuyuan, the sword gate boasted a total of 11 Tianmai sword cultivators. Li Shun and the others gazed around the sword gate's layout, utterly astounded by what they beheld. Wow, is the sword gate truly this formidable? The protective formation is actually a celestial master formation. Only the Xintian sect could afford such a thing, Li Shuyan remarked, instinctively sensing that the sword gate's protective formation was far superior to that of the Xintian sect. Dong Ling craned her neck, attentively sensing the auras of the sword gate disciples, her eyes widening in astonishment. They have all comprehended the complete principles of the sword path. The disbelief in Dong Ling's voice was palpable. Her gaze swept over each disciple, envisioning countless potential rising stars of the sword path. These disciples and elders could very well become sword sovereigns or even sword emperors in the future. And perhaps some might even ascend to the status of sword gods. Fang Qian couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Goodness, the foundation of our sword gate is astonishingly profound. Every single disciple is so powerful. If we could train here, our progress would be akin to soaring in a rocket." Yi Weiyang quietly observed every detail of the sword gate, from the architectural style to the training methods of the disciples. Seeking to glean useful information, that he understood that the sword gate's current prosperity was no mere coincidence. All of this was likely the result of the Grand Elder's efforts, Mu listened to the discussions of the four, a proud smile forming on her lips. This was her home, and being recognized by others was undoubtedly a source of great pride for her. Wudi led the five directly to the Grand Hall of the Sword Gate. Grand Elder Lin Qian had already been notified of their return, and he had gathered the peak masters and hall leaders within the hall to await their arrival. The Grand Hall was resplendent, exuding an imposing grandeur, with every beam and pillar intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, reflecting the Sword Gate's dignity and nobility. Above, vivid totems of the sword path shimmered, seemingly guiding those who entered to comprehend the essence of the sword path. As Wudi and his companions stepped into the hall, they immediately captured the attention of all present. Grand Elder Lin Qian hastened forward, bowing deeply with an expression of uncontainable joy and respect. "Welcome back, Grand Elder and Master of the Sect, along with the esteemed sword path prodigies visiting the Sword Gate. We are truly honored." Wudi gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Perceiving the strong cohesion and vigorous vitality within the sword sect, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction in his heart, he returned to the position of the Supreme Elder, while Mu continued to occupy the role of the sect leader, as usual. In the past, the Sword Sect had once boasted a uniquely gifted Supreme Elder whose cultivation had reached the threshold of the Heavenly Sovereign. Unfortunately, during an outing, he met with an untimely demise, leading to a significant decline in the Sword Sect's status within the Eastern State. Muechen's eyes turned cold as she contemplated that the fall of that Supreme Elder was likely closely related to the Xiantian sect. As the Sword Sect's leader, she presided over this sect meeting. She spoke softly, "Esteemed guests, please do not stand on ceremony. Today, I have brought back several new members who will be the pillars of the Sword Sect's future." Upon finishing her statement, she introduced Li Xun, Fang Qian, Dong Ling, and Yi Weiyang. The four stepped forward one by one, bowing respectfully to the high-ranking officials of the Sword Sect, their hearts a mix of nervousness and excitement. They understood that at this moment, they had officially become members of the Sword Sect. Elder Lin Qian and the others exchanged glances, a flicker of delight crossing their eyes. They naturally had unwavering confidence in Wudi's judgment. Anyone whom he took note of and personally brought back must possess exceptional qualities. Thus, everyone expressed their warmest welcomes. Elder Lin Qian beamed at the four newcomers, saying, "Welcome to the Sword Sect. It has been a long time since we had new members. Your arrival has breathed new life into our sect." The four dared not put on airs before Elder Lin Qian. They returned his greeting with utmost courtesy, behaving with poise and elegance. After acknowledging the elder, they requested his guidance in the future. Subsequently, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became lively. Elder Lin Qian began to recount the recent developments within the Sword Sect, including the progress of the disciples' cultivation, the exploration of new resources, and the amicable relations with surrounding factions. He particularly mentioned the new sword cultivators they had recruited and his own advancement in cultivation, his words brimming with pride. After listening, Muecchen nodded slightly, filled with confidence for the Sword Sect's future. She briefly shared her recent experiences and outlined the challenges ahead for the Sword Sect. After clarifying the situation, she continued, "The events of today, while complicating our grievances with the Xiantian sect and the Sword Domain's 100 alliances, also present us with unprecedented opportunities. The path of the sword requires us to unite as one and strive for development, so we may stand firm amidst the chaos of this world." Upon hearing her words, the assembly grew solemn, nodding in agreement. They understood that the future of the Sword Sect was not only tied to their individual fates, but also the legacy and prosperity of the entire swordsmanship lineage. The Eastern State, indeed, the entire sword domain, could no longer accommodate the sword path that if they wished to survive here, they could only rely on their own swords to carve out a place for themselves. Despite the myriad of crises, each of them felt a surge of fervor. Compared to the trials faced by the ancestors of the Sword Sect, their situation was far more favorable. If the Sword Ancestor could emerge from such dire straits, then as his inheritors, they too could carve out a bright future for the sword path. Amidst mutual encouragement and newfound confidence, Wudi took over the conversation, revealing secrets he had uncovered from the avatar of the Xiantian sovereign. "Esteemed friends, there is one more matter I must address. I have discovered certain secrets within the sea of consciousness of the avatar of the Shantian sovereign. Wudi's sudden declaration captured the attention of everyone in the Grand Hall. They turned to look at him, waiting for his elaboration. Mu Yuechun, Li Xun, Dongling, and others, who had experienced the perils of the sword god's mysterious realm, were particularly concerned about this matter. The secret was likely to relate to their master's blood feud and the truth behind the annihilation of the sword path. Wudi articulated clearly and solemnly. I saw in the sea of consciousness of the Shantian sovereign that 300 years ago, after the Shantian Dao sovereign entered a closed-door cultivation and seemingly perished. The Shantian sect faced external threats, while various forces within the 100 alliances eyed it hungrily. At that time, the Shantian sovereign, who had only reached half-step heavenly sovereign, bore tremendous pressure. Wudi recounted the tale. A segment of history unfolded slowly before Mu Yuechun's eyes. At that time, the sole heavenly sovereign of the Shantian sect was missing, and its dominant position was precarious. The then leader of the Shantian sect, Xian Gong, tread carefully, accommodating others at every turn, fearing that the great ship might capsize, leaving everyone in the Shantian sect without a burial place. It was during this tumultuous time that the leader of the 100 alliances, Wudi, suddenly approached him, inviting him to join a mysterious organization known as the Ascension Alliance. Xian Gong learned from Wudi that the Ascension Alliance had been established 30,000 years prior, admitting only those who were heavenly sovereigns and above. All members of this alliance pursued a singular goal: ascension. Wudi had also become a spirit emperor with the aid of this organization. Solidifying his position as the leader of the 100 alliances, the task assigned to Wudi by the Ascension Alliance was singular: to eradicate the sword path forces within the sword domain, obliterating the legacy of swordsmanship. However, the founder of the 100 alliances was the Dominator Sword Emperor, who had mandated that all factions joining the 100 alliances swear an oath against targeting the sword path. This oath became a shackle for Wudi, rendering him helpless for millennia. Furthermore, certain old powers and factions within the 100 alliances still recognized the contributions of the sword path lineage. Wudi's overt attempt to obliterate the sword path would face immense resistance, potentially provoking dire consequences. Wudi had once inquired with certain knowledgeable individuals about the connection between the obliteration of the sword path and ascension, and why the Ascension Alliance did not act directly. It was noted that, given the strength of the Ascension Alliance, extinguishing the sword path should have been effortless. Some advised him not to underestimate the depth of the sword path's heritage. Those sword masters had merely vanished, not perished. If the Ascension Alliance were to openly eradicate the sword path, the news would surely reach those masters, inciting them to return at all costs. This could trigger unprecedented turmoil, awakening the Lord of Calamity and the Calamity Deity. The Ascension Alliance would then have to intervene personally to suppress them, affecting their grand plan for eternity. There were even prominent figures who had foreseen the repercussions of directly annihilating the sword path, only to meet their own demise in the process. It seemed as though an invisible hand supported the sword path. Any forcible eradication of it would surely awaken that hand, leading to unpredictable consequences. All of this rendered the members of the Ascension Alliance reluctant to act rashly, leaving them to covertly promote the decline of the sword path. They targeted those above the sword sovereign, ensuring that no new heavenly sovereigns would emerge from the sword path, allowing it to wither away gradually. Wudi sought to recruit the half-step heavenly sovereign Xian Gong to develop his influence in the sword domain. Aiding him in fulfilling his task, Wudi promised Xian Gong that upon his joining the Ascension Alliance, he would utilize the resources of the 100 alliances to help him attain the heavenly sovereign realm. In exchange, the Shantian sect would need to continuously suppress sword cultivators in the eastern state, bearing certain unpredictable consequences. The primary target was the sword sect, a place of great significance to the sword ancestor, which carried immense karmic weight that Wudi was reluctant to risk. With Xian Gong left with no other options, he clung to Wudi as a lifeline, becoming his operative within the 100 alliances of the sword domain. Wudi indeed utilized the resources of the 100 alliances, elevating the half-step heavenly sovereign Xian Gong to the rank of heavenly sovereign. Over the years, the sword sect experienced the mysterious demise of many prodigies and powerful figures. all orchestrated by Xiangong. The most troublesome of these was the half-step Heavenly Sovereign Supreme Elder Mu Qingtian of the Sword Sect. That time, Mu Qingtian wielded the imperial weapon left by the former Sword Emperor. A reckless engagement could even result in the shedding of heavenly sovereign blood to eliminate him. Xiangong spent a century laying plans, ultimately leading him into a dead end, resulting in his fall. His death became the final straw that broke the Sword Sect, severing countless lineages and leaving no successors. Only a handful could break through to the heavenly pulse realm, and those few were soon assassinated by the Xintian sect. It wasn't until Mu Yuechen's generation that it seemed the tide might turn, as if the sword path were experiencing a resurgence. At the age of 24, Mu Yuechen emerged with astonishing talent, having rapidly ascended to the 9th level of the spirit platform in just over a decade. With her gifts, if not curtailed, she could very well become a sword sovereign or even a sword emperor in the future. Thus, constrained by the oaths of the Dominator Sword Emperor, Xiangong conceived of using others as pawns. He incited the Heavenly Tao Academy, which bore a deep-seated grudge against the Sword Sect, to act against them, with the aim of eliminating the Sword Sect and also curtailing Mu Yuechen. The animosities between the two factions trace back 5,000 years, when the Sword Sect was still under the aegis of the Sword Emperor, a formidable presence within the Sword Domain. During a war between the Celestial Domain and the Sword Domain, the Sword Emperor of the Sword Sect slew the Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Tao Academy, thereby forging an enmity between them. However, Mu Yuechen's generation, having suffered from a severance of their lineage, lacked a comprehensive understanding of the relationships involved. Little did she know that the 3 Celestial Emperors of the Heavenly Tao Academy were also members of the Ascension Alliance. This turned the Ascension Alliance's intervention into a direct assault on the Sword Sect, inadvertently stirring the karmic ties, leading to the obliteration of the Heavenly Tao Academy's personnel. The Invisible Hand, of course, belonged to Lin Muxian at IT, was she who awakened Li Wudi. She was not a grave robber in the truest sense. After all, what kind of grave robber would fortuitously arrive to plunder at the moment the Sword Sect faced its calamity, and coincidentally encounter Li Wudi's awakening? It is no mere coincidence. The awakening of Li Wudi was indeed a deliberate act on her part. The intricate web of causation would only be unveiled when Li Wudi journeyed to the Tao domain and encountered Lin Muxian once more. Within the Grand Hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd, all rendered speechless by the earth-shattering secrets revealed by Li Wudi. Mu Yuechen clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her palms, her eyes glimmering with fury and a thirst for vengeance. She finally comprehended why the Sword Sect had fallen to such depths, and why the ancestors of the Mu clan had met with such bizarre fates. It was revealed that a complex conspiracy lay behind it all. Xintian sect, the Hunter Alliances, and that mysterious Ascension Alliance. These were foes that the Sword Sect would ultimately confront one by one. Though Mu Yuechen's voice was soft, it resonated with undeniable power. Li Xuan and the others were utterly astonished. They had believed their enemies to be solely the Xintian sect, or at worst, the 100 alliances that lurked behind it. Having obtained the legacy of the Sword Emperor, they had held a flicker of confidence in overcoming these challenges. Yet, they were blindsided to discover that even the 100 alliances were but a mere pawn in this grand game. The true calamity of the Sword Tao stemmed from the far more terrifying Ascension Alliance. The weakest among their ranks were still celestial sovereigns, their influence sprawling across the 3,000 Tao domains. Akin to a colossal hand grasping the lifeblood of these realms, the thought of such a formidable enemy filled them with despair. It was evident that even the eccentric Lord and his faction would pale in comparison. It was clear that the eccentric Lord and his followers had become instruments of the Ascension Alliance, suppressing the Sword Tao and restraining its practitioners. In light of this, it was likely that the spirits restraining the Sword Tao were indeed orchestrated by the Ascension Alliance. Chapter 68. Allocation of Resources. So it was no wonder our Sword Tao has faced repeated tribulations. We have been at odds with the entire Ascension Alliance. Elder Lin Xian's voice trembled with a mixture of fear, resentment, and above all, rage and hatred. Yet even so, our Sword Sect shall never yield. We must seek justice for our fallen ancestors. As Elder Lin Xian's words echoed through the hall, they ignited a profound resonance among the sword cultivators present. The Sword Dao lineage was inherently fierce and unyielding, and now, with the truth unveiled, even if it meant striking a stone with an egg, they would draw their swords. The Ascension Alliance, the 100 Emperors, the Xiantian sect, they have wronged our Sword Dao too grievously. We are willing to fight, even if it means a battle to the death. We shall repay blood with blood. Great Elder, esteemed leader, let us battle. With but a word from you, we are prepared to storm the Xiantian sect, to assault the 100 alliances, to confront the Ascension Alliance, and cleanse the shame. Within the hall, the leaders of each peak and hall were fervent and filled with bloodlust, eager to unsheathe their swords against the Xiantian sect. Mu Yuechen, Li Xin, Dongling, Yu Weiyang, Fang Qian, and the others looked at Li Wudi with red-rimmed eyes, awaiting his decision. Li Wudi slowly raised his hand, calming their fervor. With your current strength, opposing the Xiantian sect would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. If you truly seek vengeance, then calm your hearts and devote yourselves to training. After Li Wudi spoke, a jade coffin materialized from the void. He gently tapped the coffin, which understood his intent and ascended above the sword sect, releasing the Swordfish Lake, the Spirit Her Garden, and the Library Pavilion. These three colossal entities floated in the void above the sword sect, bestowing an infinite sense of pressure and majesty upon it, especially the Spirit Herb Garden, which gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from a radius of 100,000 miles, causing a continuous rain of spiritual dew to fall upon the sword sect. The scene was dreamlike and extraordinarily beautiful. From a distance, the sword sect appeared as a transcendent paradise, detached from the mundane world. In this environment, even a single breath for the sword cultivators of the sword sect would elevate their cultivation. Shortly thereafter, another portal to the void appeared in the firmament, exuding an aura of untamed wilderness from 30,000 years prior. Now teeming with perilous spirits, Wudi gazed steadily at the determined and astonished faces before him, his golden robe standing out strikingly within the hall, exuding an aura of authority akin to a celestial deity. He pointed to these treasures and perilous lands, his calm voice resonating in the hearts of all present. To seek vengeance, one must possess commensurate strength. That I grant you 3 months. At the conclusion of the sword sect's recruitment assessment 3 months hence, I shall lead you to the Xiantian sect, allowing you to personally slay your enemies and ensure the name of the sword sect reverberates throughout the Dao domain. The atmosphere in the hall became exceptionally invigorated at Li Wudi's words. Each individual could feel the weighty pressure and expectations. More than that, there was exhilaration, the desire to obliterate the Xiantian sect, to supplant it as the overlord of Dongzhou, and to revive the sword sect's illustrious reputation. This was the flourishing era that countless ancestors of sword sect had longed for, and now it would be forged by their own hands in this age. Mu Yuechen, Li Xin, and the other young sword practitioners exchanged resolute glances, their eyes reflecting both determination and tenacity. Mu Yuechen recalled her promise made to herself in the sword goddess' secret realm and silently resolved to fulfill it. Master, rest assured, my talent is formidable. In the true battlefield of the future, you shall certainly have me by your side. Li Xin and the others took deep breaths, preparing to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their training over the next 3 months. Having just joined the sword sect, the battle against the Xiantian sect represented a rare opportunity. They must perform admirably, living up to the expectations and nurturing of their predecessors, thereby earning their rightful place in the sword sect. Observing the flames of vengeance and ambition burning brightly in their eyes, Li Wudi nodded in satisfaction. Ambition is a good thing. It signifies that they understand their purpose, that I shall pave the way for them. How far they can go will depend on their own abilities. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 3 imperial-grade herbs landed before him. He surveyed the sword practitioners of the heavenly pulse present, arriving at a decision. Leave behind roots so that these imperial herbs may flourish once more. Li Wudi distributed the 3 imperial herbs to Mu Yuechen, Elder Lin Xian, and Li Xun. Both Elder Lin Xian and Li Xun were at the 2nd level of the heavenly pulse, with Elder Lin being slightly stronger. His combat prowess surpassed that of Li Xun, for he inherited the original sword Dao of the sword ancestor, a legacy far beyond what Li Xun inheritor of the Lingxiao Sword Emperor's teachings. Could compare to. This was another reason why Wudi was indifferent to the legacies passed down through the battle swords. His own legacy vastly exceeded that of the sword god, and, when bestowed upon the disciples of the sword sect, could instead become a burden. Once Li Xian and the others achieved their vengeance, he would seek opportunities to assist them in furthering their paths. Should these two refine the imperial herbs, supplemented by formation aids, they could reach the 8th or even 9th level of the heavenly pulse within 3 months. Meanwhile, Dong Ling, Yi Weiyang, Fang Qian, and other heavenly pulse sword practitioners, with the aid of the swordfish and celestial sovereign grade herbs, could also attain the 6th or 7th level of the heavenly pulse. Such cultivation would be sufficient for the battle against the Xiantian sect. Wudi had resolved to treat the Xiantian sect as the whetstone for the transformation of the sword sect. Moreover, only by allowing them to resolve the conflict with the Xiantian sect could the sword sect truly secure its position as the overlord of Dongzhou. He sincerely addressed Mu Yuechun. Yuechun, devote yourself entirely to seclusion. When 3 months have passed, I wish to see you become a sword sovereign. That time, you shall contend with the celestial sovereign of the Xian Palace. While I shall shield you from the reinforcements of the 100 alliances, Mu Yuechun could not help but recall the scene not long ago, where she had been pressured by the external incarnation of the celestial sovereign of the Xian Palace. Master is granting me the opportunity to exact my vengeance. Her gaze became serious and cold, her immaculate white robes enhancing her ethereal aura. Yes, Master, 3 months from now, you shall witness the sword's sovereign Mu Yuechun. The others nodded earnestly, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. With Wudi providing them with such abundant resources, if they failed to make significant progress in 3 months, it would be better to dash their heads against a wall. Wudi gently clapped his hands, looking with satisfaction at the vibrant vitality exuding from them. Such a sword sect holds promise for the future, a potential ally in his endeavors. Very well, then go forth and train. I must step out for a while, and Yi Weichan gazed at Wudi in surprise, puzzled as to why, having just returned, he was preparing to leave again. Chapter 69. The meeting of the elders of the 10,000 Laws sect. Wudi gently tapped her delicate brow, causing her to pout in grievance. While I intend to leave the Xiantian sect to you to handle, I must retrieve the resources from the 10,000 Laws sect, the Jade Maiden sect, and the Taishan sect, lest the Xiantian sect or other forces take advantage of the situation and seize them first. Mu Yuechun rubbed her forehead, which had been tapped by Wudi. She nodded in realization. Indeed, the leaders of the 10,000 Laws sect, the Jade Maiden sect, and the Taishan sect were just slain by Master, leaving them vulnerable to such a time. They could easily be usurped and have their resources taken. Since they are now our enemies, there is no need for mercy. We must eradicate them completely. Of course, these 3 sects are not as weak as they appear. Each has a half-step celestial sovereign elder station behind them. Although they may be on the brink of demise, desperately attempting to break through to celestial sovereignty, hoping to reverse their fates and extend their lives, they are unlikely to intervene. Some may have already perished silently on their path to celestial sovereignty. Yet their former renown endures, and common petty thieves are likely still in a state of observation. Master, return quickly. Mu Yuechun gently stood on her tiptoes, her eyes sparkling with trust and concern for Wudi. Wudi smiled slightly, his figure suddenly becoming indistinct, as if merging into the void, leaving behind a lingering voice that echoed throughout the hall. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. With the disappearance of Wudi, the individuals within the grand hall dispersed, each ignited by an unprecedented fervor for battle. Mu Yuechun returned to her secluded training chamber, firmly clutching the imperial elixir in her hand, her eyes shimmering with a resolute brilliance. Within 3 months, she must transcend to the heavenly sovereign realm. This endeavor was not solely for her own sake, but also for the entire sword sect, to uphold her master's trust and expectations. In the days that followed, the sword sect was alight with activity. Every sword cultivator immersed in fervent training, Mu Yuechun, in particular, tirelessly sought to shatter the barriers of her cultivation, drawing on the immense potency of the elixir along with her innate talent, working day and night without pause. Each surge of spiritual power seemed to carve out new realms within her meridians, propelling her strength to new heights. Within the Myriad Laws sect, chaos erupted following the shattering of the sect leader's command token, plunging the entire sect into a state of panic and disarray. Deep within the sect, in an ancient council hall dimly lit by flickering candles, anxious and enraged faces were illuminated. Members of the Elder Council gathered around a round table. The atmosphere so tense it felt suffocating. The destruction of the sect leader's command token struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. How could this be? Hadn't the sword sovereigns of the sword path vanished for many years? How could he suddenly reappear and slay the sect leader? An elder, his beard and hair white as snow, trembled as he spoke, disbelief evident in his voice. Currently, no one within the sword path was deemed capable of breaking through to the heavenly sovereign realm. This was a consensus shared by all, a foundation upon which they felt emboldened to scorn and bully the sword cultivators. Yet, who could have anticipated that, after so many years, a living sword sovereign, Wudi, still resided within the sword sect? They had heard the rumors circulating outside, and Wudi's strength had far exceeded anyone's expectations. Even the external avatar of the Xian Palace's heavenly sovereign seemed like an ant before him. The elders estimated that Wudi's power was perilously close to that of a great heavenly sovereign, most likely at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. Another elder clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. It must be that band of thieves from the sword sect who deliberately plotted against our esteemed leader. It is utterly deranged. We must act immediately, or the millennia-old foundation of the Myriad Laws sect may be obliterated in an instant. What are you panicking for? A stern-faced elder, the foremost member of the council and the highest-ranked individual besides the sect leader, interjected with a deep voice. His cultivation level reached the pinnacle of the eightfold heavenly pulse. Though Wudi is formidable, our Myriad Laws sect is not merely a lamb to be slaughtered. Moreover, we are also a part of the 100 alliances of the sword domain. When we face adversity, the alliances cannot turn a blind eye. We still have a chance. This statement calmed all present. Indeed, as a member of the 100 alliances of the sword domain, they had the advantage of support. If Wudi intended to strike against the Myriad Laws sect, he must first contend with the 100 alliances. Among the alliances, there were powerful entities such as the Spirit Emperor, as well as several quasi-emperors and great heavenly sovereigns. He would surely be wary of those true powerhouses within the alliances, and thus would refrain from making any outrageous moves. Perhaps if the Myriad Laws sect slightly lowered its stance and offered some symbolic compensation, the matter could potentially be resolved amicably. The elder's words resonated, but a younger elder concurred, suggesting we should immediately bolster the sect's defenses to prevent any opportunistic incursions by the sword sect or other forces. Furthermore, we must swiftly reach out to the Jade Maiden sect and the Taishian sect to discuss countermeasures collectively. The young elder's proposal sparked a flurry of discussions among the Elder Council, with many nodding in agreement. Both the Jade Maiden sect and the Taishian sect had vested interests in this affair. Particularly, the Jade Maiden sect was rumored to have a relationship between their esteemed elder and a certain heavenly sovereign within the alliances. If they could persuade this heavenly sovereign to act as a mediator among the three sects in negotiations with Wudi, it might lessen the cost for the Myriad Laws sect. Indeed, we cannot fight this battle alone. The elder mused for a moment before saying, "Seventh elder, you share a close rapport with the 12th elder of the Jade Maiden sect. You should approach her with our proposal. I trust that the Jade Maiden sect, if not foolish, will not reject our overture. Their pressure on Wudi cannot possibly match the combined force of our three sections." The 7th elder felt a twinge of embarrassment at the blunt acknowledgement of his improper relationship with the 12th elder of the Jade Maiden sect. The two had long been secret lovers, and now that the veil had been lifted, their future clandestine meetings would lack the thrill of secrecy. However, the 7th elder dared not voice any dissent and steeled himself to comply. "Yes, elder, I will reach out to her at once." The elder contemplated further, deeming it wise not to place all their eggs in one basket. He suddenly added, "As a precaution, we should offer some compensation to invite external assistance. If the Jade Maiden sect cannot secure that heavenly sovereign, we will have a secondary safeguard." External assistance? An elder questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, I have heard of a hidden sect in the northern state known as the Seven Herb Hall, renowned for its strength, unyielding to worldly affairs, and possessing extensive connections with countless factions throughout the sword domain. The mention of the Seven Herb Hall lit up the eyes of all present. They were indeed the quintessential mediators. Wherever they appeared, disputes seemed to find resolution, that if we could enlist their aid, then no matter how formidable Wudi might be, he could not harm them. To defend the Seven Herb Hall would be tantamount to declaring war on countless forces within the sword domain. Such a price was one that even the sword sect could not afford. However, seeking their intervention would surely cost the myriad laws sect dearly. That a glimmer of determination flashed in the elder's eyes. Of course, it will require sacrifice, but it is far preferable to the annihilation of our sect. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the elder's reasoning. Yet, the Seven Herb Hall is primarily composed of elusive spirits and creatures. Their movements unpredictable. Given the urgency of our situation, how can we possibly locate them? Another elder raised a concern. Due to their unique nature, the Seven Herb Hall seldom makes overt appearances before the major factions. It is said that their lair is even a great heavenly sovereign artifact, able to shift locations at will. Were it not for this, certain factions would have surely seized the opportunity to eliminate them, as they are akin to walking elixirs. Capturing even one could significantly boost a cultivator's power. This is precisely why the Seven Herb Hall was established, to unite the spirits and creatures. When one is in peril, all come to aid, regardless of cost or consequence. Until death do they part. If there is no absolute certainty of annihilating the Seven Herb Hall, no faction within the sword domain would dare to offend them. I have my own methods. The elder rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. For now, the most critical task is to stabilize the hearts of our sect members and enhance our vigilance. As for the other matters, I will handle them personally. The elder's expression turned cold as he concluded, "Remember, from this moment forth, maintain a low profile. When the storm passes and the day of our myriad laws sect's resurgence arrives, we shall seek retribution for our grievances. Until then, we must not provoke the sword sect or its cultivators." Upon hearing this, the elders displayed a range of expressions, yet ultimately, they all voiced their agreement, pledging their full support for the elder's decision. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause resonated through the meeting room, followed by a light, mocking voice echoing from behind the elder council. "Your ability to endure and conceal has indeed caught my attention. But do you truly believe that I, your ancestor, would grant you the opportunity to seek retribution?" The sarcastic remark caused the members of the elder council to stiffen, all turning in unison towards the source of the voice. Their eyes were met first by a resplendent golden sword robe, radiating a divine glow, as if it were the celestial garb of a deity, imbued with boundless power. Beneath the robe flowed waist-length black hair, gently swaying in the breeze, exuding an air of untamed defiance and pride. Beneath the dark locks was a youthful visage that nonetheless bore the weight of countless tribulations and authority. It was none other than the sword ancestor, Wudi. His eyes were like unfathomable abysses, deep and inscrutable, capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. A faint smile played upon his lips, yet within that smile lurked an undeniable aura of dominance and oppression, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to freeze instantaneously. In that moment, they felt an icy chill enveloping them, as though they had plunged into a realm of utter despair. "Elder, your calculations are indeed astute, but unfortunately, you know nothing of me. Regardless of who you manage to summon to your side, none can save you before me." Wudi strode into the conference room, each step resonating like a heavy weight upon the hearts of those present, instilling an indescribable heaviness within them. The elder's face turned ashen. Wudi's arrival was far swifter than they had anticipated, leaving them no time to prepare. Yet he forced himself to maintain composure. "You are the sword sovereign Wudi? How did you arrive here? What has become of the outside world? What have you done to them?" Wudi smiled lightly. "If you wish to know, perhaps you should step outside and take a look." Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder was beset by a foreboding sense of dread, yet he clung to a sliver of hope as he rose to exit. However, after taking but a few steps, his movement halted abruptly, for he beheld a scene of utter desolation outside the conference room, an expanse devoid of life. Only the stark crimson stains of blood bore witness to the recent carnage that had transpired. Particularly alarming were the locations of the treasury and the medicinal garden, where a deep pit had inexplicably formed. These structures seemed as though they had been uprooted in an instant, leaving not a single leaf. Brick or tile behind, it became painfully clear to all present how Wudi had approached them so stealthily, by silencing everyone who could have warned them. "How dare you?" The Grand Elder's voice quivered, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Wudi, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. The other elders mirrored his shock, utterly unprepared for the annihilation of the Wanfa sect, while they convened, their treasures plundered to the last grain. Such a degree of looting could only be described as gluttonous. Wudi chuckled softly, as if mocking the Grand Elder's foolishness and ignorance. "From the moment you chose to oppose me, the fate of the Wanfa sect was sealed. I, Wudi, leave no room for future threats, nor will I grant my enemies a moment's respite." S's words echoed. A wave of terrifying pressure enveloped the Wanfa sect, causing it to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. The elders exchanged terrified glances, filled with dread and hopelessness. They finally understood that no matter how they schemed or sought aid, they could not alter the destiny of their sect's downfall. "No, you cannot do this. We are members of the Sword Domain Alliance. Your actions will invite their wrath." The Grand Elder screamed hysterically, attempting to intimidate Wudi with the Alliance's reputation. Wudi merely cast a dismissive glance in his direction, viewing him as a dying insect. "The Sword Domain Alliance? They need not seek me out. I shall eradicate them as well." With that, Wudi waved his hand, and a brilliant sword light cleaved through the sky. Aiming directly at the remaining council of elders, as the sword light descended, the Wanfa sect's elders stood exposed beneath Wudi's murderous intent, as fragile as infants. The Grand Elder cried out in despair. Yet his voice was quickly drowned by the roar of the sword light. With the annihilation of the Wanfa sect, the entire compound began to crumble, buildings collapsing, flames erupting, painting a picture of hell on earth. Meanwhile, Wudi stood motionless in the air, a merciless reaper, silently witnessing the devastation unfold. "Remember, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose my sword sect." His voice reverberated ominously above the Wanfa sect, like a chilling curse that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard as the last ember of the Wanfa sect extinguished, the entire sect had been reduced to ruins. Chapter 71. The annihilation of the Wanfa sect's supreme elder. At that moment, from within the ruins, an elderly figure, on the brink of death, slowly emerged from a hidden chamber. He surveyed the devastation before him and sighed deeply. Raising his gaze to Wudi, he lamented, "Though they were at fault, must you pursue total annihilation, my friend?" The elder's eyes were filled with profound sorrow as he regarded the scene, only to reveal a fierce, killing intent moments later. An aura of celestial supremacy emanated from him, though it felt somewhat tenuous and unsteady. Wudi regarded him with mild surprise, a smile gracing his lips. "How interesting. I never expected you to become a celestial at this last moment." The man before him was the supreme elder of the Wanfa sect, who had sensed Wudi's arrival. Yet, fully aware of Wudi's formidable strength, he had refrained from revealing himself until now, focusing instead on breaking through to the next level. Only by becoming a celestial did he believe he might have a chance to avenge the Wanfa sect. Listening to Wudi's flippant remarks, the supreme elder's expression grew grave. He realized the other had long since detected his presence and had even deliberately granted him the opportunity to ascend to celestial status, a clear indication of Wudi's confidence in his own power. Today, he may still face dire consequences. Yet, having emerged, he felt compelled to act against the imminent threat to his sect, no matter how slim the hope of success. He understood his own talents and recognized that achieving celestial status was a rare gift from the heavens. There would be no further opportunities in this life, that if he could not eliminate Wudi now, he would have no chance in the future. Moreover, Wudi would not allow him to leave, nor would he permit any potential threats to linger. The Supreme Elder inhaled deeply, channeling his celestial aura to its peak. Though tenuous, it exuded an undeniable power. He slowly raised his hand, a surge of law-infused energy swirling within his palm, preparing to unleash his most potent attack since breaking through to celestial status. Wudi. Although the Wanfa has fallen, as the Supreme Elder, I cannot stand idly by. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall make you aware of our defiance. The Supreme Elder's voice resonated with determination and solemnity, foreseeing the fate that awaited him. To be frank, he felt ensnared by the foolishness of those within the Wanfa sect. He could have become a celestial, living freely in the Eastern State and the Sword Domain. Yet, having just emerged from seclusion, he was forced to confront the obliteration of his sect and the looming threat before him. A thought of paradise brought forth a thought of hell. Such was the turmoil within the Supreme Elder's heart, he allowed a bitter smile to escape. If he were to descend into the abyss, he would surely give those troublemakers a piece of his mind. What a burden they had placed upon their ancestors. The legacy of the Wanfa sect, built over countless years, had been obliterated in a single day due to their folly. Yet now, he could not retreat. Even if the Wanfa sect was at fault, he still represented its dignity. He would die standing tall, honoring the legacy of his ancestors. Wudi narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly unperturbed by the Supreme Elder's threat. As a fellow victim of circumstance, the mercy he could extend was simply allowing the Elder a chance to fight with all his might, granting him a more dignified end. Die gloriously in battle was Wudi's final respect for this loyal servant of the Wanfa sect. As his words faded, Wudi's sword intent surged forth. A multitude of sword energies swirling around him, each razor-sharp, slicing through the void. Faced with Wudi's nearly tangible sword intent, the Supreme Elder's eyes revealed no hint of retreat. Rather, they shone with unwavering resolve. This battle was not only for himself, but also to affirm the existence of the Wanfa sect's defiance, to uphold the indomitable spirit that remained even in the face of despair. Thank you. The Supreme Elder's eyes bore no hatred. The Wanfa sect had indeed erred first. Their inferiority led to their downfall, a consequence of karmic retribution. His only fault lay in his insufficient strength to protect his sect in such dire times. With a fierce shout, the Supreme Elder's aura peaked in that moment. The ethereal celestial power seemed coalesced by an unseen force, becoming remarkably solid. He swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations, as the laws of the universe began to fluctuate violently around him. The great paths of heaven and earth seemed to converge above his head, forming a colossal vortex. With a mighty roar from the Supreme Elder, a blinding light erupted from the vortex's center. A massive flying knife, forged from pure law energy, gradually took shape, adorned with enigmatic runes that exuded a chilling pressure. Above the myriad laws, with a mere wave, I can cleave the heavens, celestial flying knife. Heed my command, the Supreme Elder intoned, then swung the law-infused knife. As he directed it, the very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder, a blade of light capable of shaking the heavens shot forth. Aimed directly at Wudi, in the face of this all-out assault. Wudi's demeanor finally shifted, for he had not anticipated that this newly ascended Supreme Elder could unleash such astonishing power. Yet, this surprise was fleeting, quickly replaced by an even fiercer battle spirit. Interesting. You have every right to be proud. Wudi chuckled lightly, his sword intent swelling once more, as myriad sword energies appear to respond to his call, converging into a colossal sword river that surged towards the Supreme Elder's law-infused blade. The two forces collided in midair, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The very space fractured in chaotic patterns, as if this realm could scarcely endure such a cataclysmic clash of energies. It is over. Supreme Elder of the Wanfa sect. Wudi's voice was calm and indifferent, the delicate sword shadow in his hand seemingly harboring the power to rend the very fabric of reality. With a gentle sweep, it pierced through the Supreme Elder's protective laws, targeting his vital points. That a flicker of unwillingness flashed in the Supreme Elder's eyes, yet he understood that there was no path left for retreat. At that moment, he envisioned the apparitions of the Wanfa sect's ancestors, feeling the pride and glory that had been passed down since time immemorial. The Wanfa sect shall endure. the Supreme Elder summoned the last vestige of his strength, calling out loudly, and then his form dissolved beneath the sword's shadow, leaving only an indomitable will that echoed throughout the ruins. Wudi stood in silence, gazing at the place where the Supreme Elder had vanished. A flicker of tranquility crossing his features. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. Yet as the Sword Ancestor, he had to eliminate all obstacles to ensure the safety of his sect, even if the path was strewn with thorns. Even if it required him to personally bury one opponent after another. May your soul find peace. In your next life, keep your distance from those who provoke me. Wudi stood, suspended in mid-air, his garments fluttering gracefully, his expression tranquil, as if the recent turmoil was merely a trivial disturbance. Upon finishing his words, he turned to depart, but at that moment, an inexplicable wave emanated from afar, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura, compelling Wudi to momentarily halt his steps. It appears that my actions have indeed attracted the attention of certain entities. Chapter 72. The discussion within the Taishan sect. A hidden smirk flickered in Wudi's eyes as he sensed a powerful presence attempting to strike at him from a distance. However, this force ultimately relented, seemingly lacking the confidence to subdue him and preferring not to draw his notice at this juncture. In this sword domain, few possess such capabilities, and Bai Di is among them. Wudi cast a glance towards the vanishing space filled with malice, slowly retracting his gaze. Patience, for I have just awakened. There is ample time to play with you all. Wudi tore through the void, stepping into it, and in an instant, he arrived above the Taishan sect. As for the Jade Maiden sect, he granted them time, hoping they could summon that esteemed heavenly sovereign from the 100 Alliances. Only by slaying a heavenly sovereign could the 100 Alliances and the Ascension Alliance truly feel the sting of pain. After Wudi's departure, a heavy sigh resonated through the void. This is rather troublesome. Let Bai Tianzuan make a move and probe his depths. From the other side of the void, a trembling voice responded, "Yes, Lord Juandi." The attendant gazed in awe at the scene of Wudi hovering in the void, filled with trepidation. The fact that a Juandi felt uncertain and required a heavenly sovereign to test him spoke volumes of the formidable nature of this resurrected ancestor of the Sword sect. One could only wonder at the extent of his current prowess. Was he a great heavenly sovereign or merely a Juandi? The attendant shook his head. What was the point of such musings? Regardless of his strength, he could not escape death, for the power backing them was sufficient to shake the entire 3,000 Dao domain. Even if he were indeed a Juandi, should the organization resolve to eliminate him, his demise would be inevitable. The attendant promptly conveyed the Juandi's edict to Bai Tianzuan. Bai Tianzuan, a renowned figure within the sword domain, held a reputation that rivaled even that of Xiangong Tianzuan. Indeed, he was even more illustrious and formidable. After years of seclusion, his cultivation had reached a transformative state, solidifying his status as a genuine top-tier heavenly sovereign. He had always approached external disturbances with a detached demeanor. However, upon receiving the Juandi's edict, a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Even a Juandi has taken an interest in him. Bai Tianzuan mused softly, his tone tinged with curiosity and disdain. He recalled the recent tidings from Jiang Yuyan, who seemed intent on enlisting his aid to resolve the crisis with the Jade Maiden sect. Initially, he had been averse to such matters, for no one wished to unwittingly offend a heavenly sovereign. Even if his power were inferior to his own, it could pose a threat to his family, descendants, and sect. Now that these two matters coincided, Bai Tianzuan found himself devoid of excuses to decline. I shall see what capabilities this resurrected ancestor of the Sword sect possesses. With a flash, Bai Tianzuan appeared within the void, surrounded by a faint glow of laws, as if he had melded with the very essence of heaven and earth. He gazed towards the direction of Wudi, quietly contemplating Wudi, merely an old fool who has just awakened, brimming with arrogance upon his emergence. Unaware that the tides of time have shifted, this era is no longer yours. Sensing the strength coursing through him, an unparalleled confidence surged in his heart. After years of seclusion, my Bai Tianzuan has far surpassed his former self. I shall see if this old wretch can withstand a single blow from me. Let it not be said that I lack respect for the elderly and the young. With a plan forming in his mind, Bai Tianzuan once again vanished, hastening towards the eastern region where the Jade Maiden sect resides. His speed was such that it seemed to transcend the constraints of time and space, arriving in an instant at the East State, in the reception hall of the Taishan sect. The venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, warmly attended to his guests. Opposite him sat a Yuzhu demon, whose cultivation barely reached the ninth heaven of the heavenly veins. Such a level of power prompted the half-step heavenly sovereign elder to treat him with utmost courtesy. This was due to the latter's identity as the 19th adopted son of Qi Chao Tang's Qi Chao Tianzuan. Similar to the Wan Fa sect, when news of the Taishan sect's leader's demise reached them, the entire sect fell into a state of panic. Fortunately, the elder, who had been in seclusion, emerged just in time to stabilize the situation. Upon learning that Wudi had subdued even the avatar of Xiangong Tianzuan, he immediately recognized that such a person was not one the Taishan sect could afford to offend. To alleviate the tensions, he sought the assistance of Qi Chao Tang, a faction known for mediating disputes within the sword domain. As long as they could temporarily placate Wudi and ensure the survival of the Taishan sect, they could plan for revenge at a later time. Having previously made the acquaintance of a Yuzhu demon, the elder swiftly sent out a distress signal. That moment, the Yuzhu demon happened to be in the East State, accompanied by his subordinates, the Ginseng Spirit and the Peony Flower Demon. He awaited the return of these three demons with treasures, only to receive the grim news that they had all perished within the Sword God's secret realm. This development left the Yuzhu demon feeling quite vexed for some time. It wasn't until he received the elder's distress signal that his mood slightly improved. Though the three demons had fallen, if he could secure enough benefits from the Taishan sect, this trip to the East State would not have been in vain. That he observed the elder, outwardly amiable yet inwardly anxious, and couldn't help but smirk. Offending a heavenly sovereign would leave any faction in a state of unease, yet he felt confident in his ability to resolve the issue today. Representing Qi Chao Tang, his adoptive father, Qi Chao Tianzuan, was a true pinnacle heavenly sovereign. He possessed a powerful artifact that even ordinary great heavenly sovereigns would regard with respect. The Yuzhu demon chuckled lightly, saying, "There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. With me here, the Taishan sect's safety is assured." With the Yuzhu demon's assurance, the elder felt a slight release of tension. He raised his cup in lieu of wine, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, dear demon. I shall express my thanks in advance." The Yuzhu demon lifted his teacup, steam rising, the fragrance wafting through the air. Yet he did not rush to drink, instead narrowing his eyes in a feigned expression of regret. "Alas, it is a pity that I came to the East State seeking to break through to the half-step heavenly sovereign realm due to a bottleneck in my cultivation, only to lament the unfortunate demise of my three subordinates in the Sword God's secret realm. It truly tugs at the heartstrings." The Yuzhu demon's words carried a hidden meaning. His true purpose for this visit was not to mediate conflicts, who would seek to provoke a heavenly sovereign without cause. Rather, he had heard whispers of a treasured Taishan jade heartfruit tree within the Taishan sect. This tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and the fruit matures after 9,000 years, requiring the essence of heaven and earth to nurture it before becoming a peerless elixir. Chapter 73. The Annihilation of the Taishan Sect Upon Consumption. It greatly enhances the physique of cultivators and offers those stagnated at the ninth heaven of the heavenly veins a slim chance to ascend to the heavenly sovereign realm. Even in failure, it could elevate them to the half-step heavenly sovereign state. Not long ago, the Taishan jade heartfruit had just matured, originally intended for the Taishan sect's leader to attempt a breakthrough to heavenly sovereign. Now that he had fallen, the sect was temporarily without a suitable candidate for this treasure. Coincidentally, having offended Wudi, the sword sovereign, it provided the Yuzhu demon with a prime opportunity to exploit. The elder of the Taishan sect could discern the implications behind his words, his lips twitching slightly. This fellow is rather well informed. That Taishan jade heartfruit is indeed the hope for the Taishan sect's resurgence. However, considering the current predicament of the Taishan sect, if they cannot even withstand Wudi's challenge, what hope is there for resurgence or revenge? The elder sighed inwardly, resigning himself to the situation. For now, they would tackle this immediate crisis. At worst, the Taishan sect would have to wait for the next 9,000 years, His heart bled, yet he feigned enthusiasm, flattering the Yuju demon whose cultivation was beneath his own. "Ah, I truly did not expect your cultivation to have reached such heights, dear demon. Since you are willing to risk offending a sword sovereign to assist my Taishian sect in overcoming this crisis, we cannot be without our own show of gratitude." Suppressing his pain, he forced a smile. "Fortunately, we possess a treasured Taishian jade heartfruit that can assist in breaking through. Should you aid my Taishian sect in resolving this predicament, I would willingly present this fruit to you, helping you ascend to the heavenly sovereign rank." Upon hearing the elder's words, the Yuju demon finally revealed a satisfied smile. He drained his fragrant tea in one gulp, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! With such intentions from you, esteemed elder, I shall not disappoint. While I am here, no one shall lay a finger on the Taishian sect." The elder of the Taishian sect forced a smile, finally feeling the weight on his shoulders lighten. Although the Taishian sect was making significant sacrifices, at least their legacy could be preserved. Just then, a rift tore open in the sky above the Taishian sect, the immense disturbance startling the entire sect. The elder's eyelids twitched as he beheld the spatial tear. "The main figure has arrived." The eyes of Yuju Yaozi narrowed slightly, a cold smile curling upon her lips. What a grand spectacle! Is this truly the only sword sovereign of the age? Alas, this is no longer an era for the sword. Such lack of restraint will inevitably lead to downfall. The elder of the Taishian sect looked at Yuju Yaozi with a mix of fear and astonishment. With a dismissive smile, she rose from her seat, sweeping her robes elegantly, exuding an air of nobility and grace. "Come, let us meet this sword sovereign of the present day." Observing Yuju Yaozi's confidence, the elder of the Taishian sect calmed himself. What was there to worry about? With Yuju Yaozi present, this sword sovereign could not harm the Taishian sect. The two ascended into the air, standing before the rift in the void. Almost simultaneously, Wudi stepped forth from the void, his golden robe radiating a proud sword intent, his black hair cascading in the wind. He bore an indifferent expression, his eyes cold, every casual gesture resonating with the heavens. Beneath his feet lay a seemingly ordinary jade coffin, unremarkable to the untrained eye. Yet, those who had encountered it knew otherwise. Countless powerful beings had perished beneath its weight. Upon his emergence, Wudi immediately spotted the Taishian sect's elder and Yuju Yaozi ahead. A flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze. How had the Taishian sect summoned someone from the Seven Herbs Hall? A cold smirk emerged at the corners of his mouth, while the Seven Herbs Hall appeared amicable. They were, in truth, a ruthless and cunning lot. Their so-called amiable demeanor was merely a facade. Operating within the realm of humanity, any display of malice would swiftly invite the wrath of countless human factions. However, should the demon race gain power, these previously benign forest spirits would reveal their ferocious nature, much like the three demons encountered within the sword god's secret realm, who had shown their true colors in pursuit of strength. Bartering human lives for their ascension, Wudi had witnessed such deceptions far too often. Their charade would not fool him. As the saying goes, those not of my kind, their hearts must be different. Wudi never relaxed his vigilance against them. He stepped forward slowly, a terrifying sword pressure enveloping the entire Taishian sect. Casting a cold glance at the two, his expression remained unchanged. Did they truly believe that a half-step celestial sovereign and a 9-tiered demon could obstruct him? Wudi raised his hand slowly, and the jade coffin beneath him soared upward, erupting with dazzling celestial light, instantly expanding to the size of Taishian Mountain, blocking the heavens and shattering the sky. It descended, rending the void, obliterating all laws, aiming to erase the Taishian sect from the East Continent entirely. Feeling the ferocity of Wudi's strike, Yuju Yaozi's expression changed dramatically, staring at him in shock. This man was no benign entity, who, upon arrival, would immediately resort to annihilation. As the terrifying might of the jade coffin bore down, cold sweat poured down Yuju Yaozi's face as he hurriedly feigned cordiality. Politely bowing to Wudi, sword sovereign. Please hold. I am the 19th adopted son of the Seven Herbs Hall's Tianzuan. The grievances between you and the Taishian sect may not be beyond reconciliation. I implore you to hear me out. He invoked the name of Tianzuan to instill caution in Wudi. hoping to persuade him to retract the coffin. The very thought of it descending was utterly terrifying. Should he unwittingly perish here, it would be a tremendous loss. The elder of the Taishan sect, witnessing the shattered sky and collapsing mountains, was paralyzed with fear, his body turning cold. He quickly lowered his stance, pleading with Wudi to first retract the coffin. Li Sword Sovereign, the previous actions were wrongs committed by our sect's leader, as the elder of the Taishan sect. I am willing to apologize for his deeds. If you find this unsatisfactory, we can offer compensation to the sword sect without any grievances. Wudi regarded the two, their performances lacking the finesse required to deceive a sword ancestor. They paled in comparison to Jian Wudao or Lin Muxian. The hatred concealed in their eyes could not escape Wudi's perceptive gaze. Annihilate, he uttered not a word further, and the coffin descended with appalling force, shattering the heavens and earth in an instant. Yuzhu Yaozi's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the rapidly descending jade coffin, unable to fathom Wudi's audacity to strike again. Did he not fear the relentless retaliation of the Seven Herbs Hall? No, spare me, the elder of the Taishan sect shrieked in terror, utterly unprepared for Wudi's complete lack of regard for Yuzhu Yaozi. With a thunderous crash, the coffin struck Taishan Mountain, obliterating Yuzhu Yaozi and the elder into a crimson mist. Chapter 74. Mui Wechen advances to Celestial Sovereign. The entire Taishan Mountain crumbled, reduced to rubble. The jade coffin shrank and returned to the heavens, leaving behind a desolate expanse devoid of life. Within the ruins of the Taishan sect, only the medicinal gardens, treasure vaults, alchemy pavilions, and libraries remained intact. Moments later, the coffin lid opened and a tremendous force swept over the treasure-filled areas. In an instant, all treasures were drawn into the jade coffin, leaving behind a vast basin. The coffin returned to Wudi's feet, who observed everything with indifference. His spirit probed within the coffin for a moment before revealing a hint of surprise. This the Taishan jade heart fruit. Wudi had not anticipated an unexpected boon from this excursion. The Taishan jade heart fruit was an unparalleled treasure for cultivators on the cusp of becoming celestial sovereigns, offering them a chance to ascend while significantly enhancing their innate talents and physique. Wudi chuckled softly. Xiao Yuechen, you are in luck. With this treasure, Mu Yuechen's sword sovereign physique would undergo further development, making it easier for her to step into the realm of celestial sovereigns. Wudi sent the Taishan jade heart fruit to Mu Yuechen, who sat gracefully on her mat, clad in flowing white robes, exuding an ethereal aura. Her eyes were closed, and her presence had reached the 9-tiered celestial pulse. Before her lay only the formidable threshold of the celestial sovereign. Yet this barrier was exceptionally daunting, akin to the dividing line between heaven and earth. Countless prodigies had perished at this step. Mu Yuechen exhaled deeply, facing this barrier with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Merely 24 years of age, she lacked sufficient foundation to achieve celestial sovereign status. The youngest celestial sovereign across the 3,000 realms had spent 300 years accumulating their strength before crossing this threshold. But Mu Yuechen had no such luxury. If she could not ascend within 3 months, she would lose the opportunity to walk alongside her master. The current state of the sword path afforded no time for their growth. Should she fail, Wudi would have to confront the Ascension Alliance alone. Facing the Lord of Calamity and the Source of Calamity, he would stand against the world by himself. Mu Yuechen refused to yield. The Ascension Alliance was but an obstacle in her path. She still had to overcome many challenges in the future, standing side by side with her master, proudly declaring, "Master, from now on, you shall no longer walk alone. Yuechen will accompany you." Slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing at the Taishan jade heart fruit suspended before her. Then, lifting her gaze to the void, a flicker of surprise and gratitude glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Her master remained as sharp-tongued as ever, claiming that if she could not succeed, he would no longer guide her. Yet he had gone to great lengths to procure these opportunities for her, helping her to fill the gaps in her foundation. "Master, I will not disappoint you." Mu Yuechen clenched her jade-like hand beneath her white sleeve, as if promising Wudi, or perhaps bolstering her own resolve. Wudi's gentle laughter resonated through the void, warming the small chamber. "Focus on breaking through. I am always here." Mu Yuechen nodded, then consumed the Taishian jade heart fruit. In that instant, the 9,000-year essence of the fruit blossomed within her, igniting the accumulated medicinal energies in her body. Within the chamber, Mu Yuechen harnessed the boundless power within her, launching an assault on the celestial sovereign barrier. She felt a warm, immense force rising from her dantian, swiftly spreading through her meridians. Every inch of her skin and every bone glowed softly under the nourishment of this power. The efficacy of the Taishian jade heart fruit exceeded all expectations. It not only provided the vast energy needed to break through to celestial sovereign, but also subtly improved her physique, rendering her sword sovereign body increasingly flawless. As her power accumulated, the sword intent within Mu Yuechen began to boil, resonating with the forces of heaven and earth. She closed her eyes in concentration, guiding this energy through specific meridians. Each cycle refined her sword intent further, achieving an unprecedented harmony with the laws of the universe. Suddenly, an indescribable pain surged through her. Mu Yuechen gasped, beads of sweat forming densely on her brow. This was the final trial before the celestial sovereign barrier, a chasm coveted by countless cultivators, yet deemed insurmountable. Mu Yuechen gritted her teeth, sweat cascading down her cheeks, yet her determination remained unshaken. The agony of this moment would serve as a necessary passage to a higher realm. Master, I will surely succeed. This is our promise. Mu Yuechen silently recited in her heart. This unwavering belief was akin to a blazing flame, illuminating her path forward. That moment, the sword intent within her seemed to resonate with her determination. It erupted suddenly, radiating a brilliant light that soared into the heavens, colliding fiercely with the barrier of the celestial lord. Each impact was accompanied by a faint crackle from her bones, as her physique underwent a metamorphosis and sublimation under extreme conditions. Finally, after repeated assaults, the barrier of the celestial lord appeared to develop cracks. Threads of the world's primordial energy began to seep in, merging with the power within Mu Yuechen, forming a new cycle. In that instant, she felt as though she had established a connection with the entire universe, experiencing an unprecedented expanse and freedom. I have succeeded. Mu Yuechen's heart soared with joy. She had finally crossed the threshold that had barred countless prodigies, officially stepping into the realm of the celestial lord. Above the ruins of the Taishian sect, Wudi sensed the shift in Mu Yuechen's aura, and a smile of satisfaction crept across his lips. Within the secret chamber, Mu Yuechen, now a celestial lord, was undergoing the baptism of the great Tao. This was the source of the vast disparity between celestial lords and practitioners beneath them. The latter received the baptism of the heavenly Tao, mastering the power of the great Tao, becoming akin to a part of the universe, their every gesture embodying the will of heaven and earth. Surrounding Mu Yuechen was the resonance of sword intent. As the entire sword path of the universe surged into her being, they transformed every cell of her body, allowing the supreme body of her sword path to be thoroughly developed. She seemed to become the source of the sword path, naturally generating the laws of the sword within her. Currently, the sword path laws emanating spontaneously from her could only illuminate a radius of 3,000 miles around the sword gate. Once her cultivation became sufficiently formidable, her sword path laws could even envelop an entire realm. At that time, there would be no need to revive the sword path. She would be the essence of the sword path itself. These sword path laws intertwined with the cosmos, seemingly awakening the extinguished sword path, enveloping the skies above the sword gate in a shroud of sword path laws. This astonishing spectacle captured the attention of all practitioners within the sword gate. They gazed in astonishment at the source of it all, their eyes filled with awe. The master has broken through to become a sword sovereign. Chapter 75. Ascending to the valley of 10,000 flowers, Elder Lin Xian was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, no one was more excited and elated than he. As the Grand Elder of the Sword Gate, he had watched Mu Yuechen grow from a young girl into the leader of the Sword Gate. He understood better than anyone the hardships and tears along her journey. He held the greatest hope and responsibility for her, placing the entire future of the sword path upon her shoulders. Now, as Mu Yuechen stepped into the celestial lord realm, Elder Lin Qian witnessed her reach such heights and let out a hearty laugh. Heaven does not forsake the sword path. Heaven does not forsake her. She has finally reached this step. The heavens have eyes. With Mu Yuechen's successful entry into the Celestial Lord realm, the entire sword gate was enveloped in a jubilant celebration. Eye in the sky. The radiance of the sword path laws gradually converged. Yet, the oppressive and sacred aura continued to shroud the sword gate, instilling an unprecedented sense of safety and honor within all disciples. From this day forth, as long as Mu Yuechen lived, the sword path of the sword gate would never be incomplete. This is another significance of the Celestial Lord, the inheritance of the great Tao. As long as the Celestial Lord exists, this path shall not wane. It is precisely for this reason that to become a hegemon of a state, one must have a Celestial Lord to oversee it. Only a Celestial Lord can ensure the continuous inheritance of this lineage. Within the secret chamber, Mu Yuechen slowly opened her eyes, sparkling with an unprecedented aura of ethereality and wisdom. Her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Every movement she made contained the essence of the great Dao. Was as if every word and action she took could resonate with the universe. Master, I have done it, Mu Yuechen softly murmured, though Wudi was not before her. Yet, this achievement equally belonged to the one who had always provided her strength and guidance at critical moments. Wudi nodded slightly, a knowing smile unconsciously gracing his lips. His disciple had not brought shame to his name. Apart from those primordial celestial beings, she would be the youngest celestial lord in the history of the 10 Directions Ancestor realm. A true pioneer without precedent or successor. Perhaps one day, you will inherit the responsibilities I bear, and at that time, I can rest easy and enjoy the era of peace, Wudi murmured, as if envisioning the day she would take on that responsibility and honor from him. Outside the sword gate, Elder Lin Qian and other high-ranking officials quickly gathered. They resolved to hold a grand celebration for Mu Yuechen's breakthrough to uplift the morale of the entire sword gate. Simultaneously, they aimed to showcase the strength and determination of the sword gate to the outside world. During the preparation for the celebration, Mu Yuechen emerged from the secret chamber, appearing before the disciples of the sword gate for the first time in her celestial lord form. Her presence was like a gentle spring breeze, bringing unprecedented encouragement and hope to all disciples. From this day forth, the sword gate would no longer tolerate humiliation. All forces in the eastern state, and even the sword domain, would regard us with respect. We shall not only protect this land, but also let the light of the sword path illuminate every corner of the 3,000 Tao domains. And Mu Yuechen's voice was gentle yet resolute, every word seemingly imbued with boundless power, striking at the hearts of all. We are willing to stand with the Master and uphold the might of our sword path. We are willing to stand with the Master and uphold the might of our sword path. We are willing to stand with the Master and uphold the might of our sword path. At the celebration, the voices of the sword gate disciples reverberated through the heavens like thunder. Their eyes sparkled with unprecedented determination and fervor. In that moment, they glimpsed the hope of the revival of the sword path, envisioning a glorious future under Mu Yuechen's leadership. Standing atop the celebration platform, Mu Yuechen gazed at the fervent disciples below, a surge of pride swelling within her heart. This the feeling of becoming a strong person. It was not merely a breakthrough in power, but a transformation of responsibility. From this day forward, her actions would no longer represent just herself, but the glory of the entire sword path lineage. The weight of responsibility upon her shoulders had increased. Yet she felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with even greater resolve. The Master had already inaugurated a magnificent era of the sword path. This era shall be led by me to bring the sword path back to the pinnacle of the world. I will tell everyone that the disciple of the sword ancestor has not tarnished the name of the sword ancestor. From this day forth, the sword gate shall embark on a new journey. We will let the world know that the sword path shall never know defeat. Mu Yuechen's voice was passionate and powerful, her words like a spring breeze, caressing the hearts of every disciple of the sword gate, igniting the fighting spirit and fervor within them. Wudi tore through the void, strolling through the cosmos, moving leisurely forward. Before him the void was a breathtaking valley of flowers. This was the valley of 10,000 flowers. The domain of the Jade Maiden sect, spanning 8,000 miles from east to west and 6,000 miles from north to south. While it is referred to as a sect, it is more aptly described as a land of flowers. Within the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, spring reigns eternal, with fragrances wafting through the air as various exotic blooms vie for attention, nature's most exquisite masterpiece. The valley's streams babbled softly, crystal clear, with quaint bridges and flowing waters. Resembling a captivating painting, Wudi, upon tearing through the void, stepped into the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. Before him stood an archway woven from various colorful flowers, dazzling and resplendent. A warm welcome from nature for its guests, he wandered through the sea of flowers, each step taken amidst the fragrance, inhaling the sweet aroma of blossoms. Within the valley, there were not only flowers but also numerous exotic trees, their branches and leaves lush and flourishing, casting a canopy over the land, infusing it with endless vitality and vigor. Wudi's gaze swept across this land of flowers, and he could not help but marvel. Indeed, this is an excellent place for cultivation, not only due to its beautiful environment, but also the abundant spiritual energy that it is no wonder the Jade Maiden sect can cultivate so many outstanding female disciples. As he ventured further, exquisite pavilions gradually came into view. These pavilions nestled against the mountains and rivers, perfectly harmonizing with the surrounding natural environment. They exemplified human ingenuity while showcasing the wonders of nature. Wudi arrived at the heart of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, where massive flower beds stood at the center, dominated by a statue carved from white jade. The statue was lifelike, depicting a stunningly beautiful woman, shrouded in delicate veils, wielding a long sword. She was the founder of the Jade Maiden sect, the Flower Fairy. Surrounding the statue were various precious flowers, each blooming with the brightest radiance. As if paying homage to the Flower Fairy, Wudi stood quietly before the statue, absorbing the tranquility and harmony of this land. Was the founding ancestor of the Jade Maiden sect also a sword cultivator? Wudi gazed at the figure before him, a flicker of intrigue crossing his expression. That moment, a melodious sound of the guqin wafted through the air. Following the enchanting notes, Wudi turned to see a woman clad in a flowing pink dress seated beside a flower bed, her fingers gracefully dancing over the strings, producing a captivating melody. Her countenance was gentle, and her demeanor exuded an ethereal grace, as if she were one with the sea of blossoms surrounding her. A stir of emotion coursed through Wudi's heart. She was a practitioner of the Yinu sect, renowned not only for their mastery of celestial arts, but also for their profound skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Truly, they were paragons of talent. The narrative unfolds through the open source, free Xingxuan downloader developed by Xingyu that if you obtain the novel file through a proxy download, and the merchant failed to provide the software's source code or open source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the vendor to author's email. xingyvoutlook.com authors QQ 201-759-3710 official QQ group 149050832 official TG group https TWFQ Tool Chapter 76 Jiang Yuyan. As the guqin's melody gradually ceased, the woman lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting Wudi's. That gentle smile graced her lips as she rose to bow, saying, "Welcome to Wanhua Valley. I am Jiang Yuyan, the Grand Elder of the Yinu sect. As you have rightly pointed out, our sect's predecessor was the Wanhua Sword Valley, and our forebear, the Wanhua Sword Immortal, was one of the few sword gods of that Wudi observed her delicate hand resting on the guqin strings. Yet beneath the tranquil atmosphere lay a subtle undercurrent of menace. A slight smile played on his lips as he replied, "Yet, it is evident that you no longer pursue the path of the sword. You have even altered your sect's name. In a certain sense, you cannot claim to be the disciples of the Wanhua Sword Immortal, but rather, you stand as traitors." Ruyan offered a faint smile, refraining from rebuttal. Her intention in referencing the Yinu sect's origins was to appeal to Wudi's respect for the Wanhua Sword Immortal, hoping he might show leniency. However, she held little hope, for as Wudi had stated, 3 millennia ago, they had forsaken the sword path, cleansing the sword practitioners within Wanhua Valley to conceal their transgressions. They even changed their sex name, all to evade scrutiny. She brushed a stray lock of hair behind her ear, convinced that her actions warranted no reproach. The sword sovereign understood they had no choice. With the decline of the sword path, sword practitioners had become pariahs in this world if they did not act as they did. The Yinu sect would have been merely a second-rate sword sect, likely unable to survive as long as the sword sect had. Jiang Yin slowly rose from her seat, her hands gracefully resting on her abdomen, exuding warmth and courtesy as she approached. The sword sect received protection from the sword ancestor's tomb and the profound karma of the sword path, yet Wanhua Valley lacked such fortuitousness, should they remain steadfast in their commitment to the sword. Those adversaries would not spare them. Wudi exhibited no emotional response to their abandonment of the sword. It was human instinct to seek profit and avoid harm. Forsaking the sword for self-preservation was merely a means of survival, and their actions were, in truth, defensible. That a sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he regarded the steadily approaching Jiang Yuyan. Yet, you have erred gravely in aiding them to suppress the sword path after your abandonment. The cycle of cause and effect is unyielding. You have reaped what you have sown. At a momentary pause punctuated Jiang Yuyan's steps, as Li Wudi's unflinching and merciless acknowledgement of the Yinu sect's past misdeeds struck her with a complex array of emotions, both resignation and lament. You speak the truth, sword sovereign. Indeed, after forsaking the sword, we participated in the suppression of the sword path for our own survival, but it was an act born of desperation. Her visage bore the marks of hesitation and anguish. An attempt to elicit Li Wudi's sympathy. In that era, the sword path waned, and sword practitioners were vilified. We, once entwined with the sword path, were compelled to choose sides. We merely wished to survive and preserve a flicker of our legacy. Li Wudi let out a cold laugh, begrudgingly acknowledging her adeptness at theatrics. Yet, Wanhua Valley was not solely populated by members of the Yunus sect. It also housed a heavenly sovereign from the 100 Laws Alliance. Had they truly felt remorse, they would not have summoned him. The path to survival is fraught with choices. Having chosen a side, you must also bear the consequences of your decisions. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yin realized that the Yinu sect would likely not weather this trial. However, as the Grand Elder, she was compelled to fight for a glimmer of hope for her sect's future, though Li Wudi's strength remained an enigma. The presence of the heavenly sovereign from the 100 Laws Alliance tempered her desire for confrontation. Regardless of the outcome, the aftermath of a battle between heavenly sovereigns could spell destruction for Wanhua Valley. Sword sovereign, though we have forsaken the sword, we have never forgotten the splendor of the sword path over the past 3 millennia. As she spoke, Jiang Yin produced an ancient tome from her robes. The cover bore the golden threaded inscription Wanhua Sword Classic, radiating a faint luminescence that we have preserved numerous texts and secrets of the sword path, hoping that one day it may be revitalized. Extending the Wanhua Sword Classic towards Li Wudi, she offered it as a token of compensation for the Yinu sect's transgressions against the sword path. Li Wudi regarded the tome with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the Yinu sect had retained such texts. This revelation subtly altered his perception of the sect. Unbeknownst to them, the hidden heavenly sovereign from the 100 Laws Alliance shared in Li Wudi's astonishment, having not expected Jiang Yuyan to conceal the legacy of the sword god beneath his very nose. Li Wudi slowly lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Yuyan's, his steady voice issuing a verdict. I can spare those Yinu sect disciples who did not partake in the oppression of the sword path. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan's complexion paled. The demands of Li Wudi were likely beyond the Yinu sect's capacity to fulfill. Nevertheless, she endeavored to bargain. Sword sovereign, we of the Yinu sect are willing to publicly apologize to the sword path and establish an altar to honor those sword practitioners who perished due to our actions. Merely seeking your grace to spare our sect. Li Wudi remained silent, slowly extending his hand. Suddenly, the stone sword held by the statue of the Wanhua sword immortal shattered into fragments. From within, a pink long sword emerged. Resembling a resplendent rose, the Wanhua divine sword, once wielded by the Wanhua fairy, had long been concealed within her statue, left for posterity as a bulwark against external threats. Regrettably, her descendants had never contemplated resistance. leading to its entombment for 3 millennia. Wudi gently grasped the flying pink longsword, its blade shimmering with a soft pink glow, seemingly imbued with the gentleness and resilience of the Wanhua fairy from days gone by. He caressed the blade tenderly, as if engaging in a dialogue with the past. The sword possesses a spirit. The human heart harbors emotions. Wanhua fairy, your sword shall be safeguarded by me. Today, wielding your blade, I shall cleanse your legacy. Wudi's voice resonated with a deep, unwavering authority, each word imbued with an irresistible force. Jiang Yuyan beheld the Wanhua divine sword in his grasp, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. This sword represented the Yunnu sect's final trump card, one they had desperately sought on numerous occasions, traversing every battlefield once graced by the Wanhua sword immortal, yet to no avail. Little did they know it lay hidden within the statue of their forebear. Now it had so effortlessly fallen into another's possession, heralding the true demise of the Yunnu sect. The very fact that even the Wanhua divine sword had acknowledged Wudi spoke volumes of the ancestral disappointment in them. Sword sovereign, Jiang Yin's voice trembled as she yearned to negotiate further. Yet, the look in Wudi's eyes conveyed the finality of their fate. The concealed heavenly sovereign from the 100 Laws Alliance could no longer contain himself and revealed his presence. Chapter 77. The annihilation of the Yunnu sect. He was a towering figure, cloaked in formidable laws of power, his gaze piercing as it bore into Wudi. What captured his attention most was the Wanhua divine sword in Wudi's possession, an insatiable greed flickering in his eyes. This was a divine sword, a rarity even among the ranks of the 100 Laws Alliance. Should it fall into his hands, he could potentially wield it to slay even the great heavenly sovereign. With it, he might even stand a chance against a quasi-emperor. This sword must be his. Jiang Yuyan, spare your pleas. Since he has chosen to reject my goodwill, it is time to activate our contingency plan and eliminate him here. Wudi wielded the Wanhua divine sword, and the heavenly sovereign felt uncertain about defeating him in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet this was the Yunnu sect, where ancient heavenly sovereign killing formations lay dormant. Once activated, they could restrain Wudi, ensuring the heavenly sovereign's absolute certainty in capturing him. At that moment, the Wanhua divine sword would belong to him. Furthermore, there was the Wanhua sword classic. If he submitted it to the 100 Laws Alliance, the ensuing rewards might propel him to the status of a great heavenly sovereign. To the heavenly sovereign, Wudi appeared as a veritable treasure trove. Jiang Yin sighed softly, her earlier air of vulnerability stripped away, leaving only coldness and a thirst for vengeance. Sword sovereign, why must you force me to this extent? Her words carried an undeniable resolve as she slowly raised her hand, her fingertips lightly touching, causing a series of hidden runes to materialize around Wanhua Valley. These were the killing formations laid down by the Yunnu sect for self-preservation. Sword sovereign, this is the last resort of the Yunnu sect. We did not wish to employ it against you, but since you insist, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Jiang Yin's voice was piercingly cold, starkly contrasting with her previously gentle persona. Wudi held the 10,000 Flowers divine sword, its tip lightly touching the ground. An invisible sword intent emanated from him, radiating outward and violently colliding with the ethereal runes that flickered into existence. His gaze remained tranquil, as if he had long anticipated this moment. No longer pretending? Then allow me to escort you on your journey. On behalf of the 10,000 Flowers, sword immortal. Wudi's tone remained calm, yet the chill within it sent a bone-deep shiver through both Jiang Yuyan and the 100 Laws Celestial Sovereign. At that moment, the 100 Laws Celestial Sovereign moved, transforming into a streak of flowing light as he charged towards Wudi. The hammer of law materialized in his hand, adorned with intricate runes that exuded a heart-stopping aura. Wudi, today marks your demise, he roared, the hammer imbued with the cataclysmic force of annihilation, descending upon Wudi. 100 Laws shattering hammer. In the battle of celestial sovereigns, there was no room for carelessness or mercy. Any hesitation could lead to one's own destruction. The 100 Laws Celestial Sovereign understood this truth well, launching an immediate lethal strike. This hammer, a culmination of a millennium of comprehension, fused 100 celestial principles. In a clash of equal realms, it would be as unstoppable as a raging torrent. Witnessing this, Jiang Yin hastily activated the Celestial Sovereign's killing formation, attempting to ensnare Li Wudi. 10,000 flowers bloom. 1,000 swords unfurl. Jade Maiden appears, shaking the mortal realm. Jiang Yin rapidly formed seals with her hands, chanting incantations. As she commanded, the spiritual energy within the Valley of 10,000 Flowers surged wildly, distorting the very fabric of space. Illusory magnolia blossoms blossomed in the air, each infused with astonishing sword energy. They converged into a torrent, rushing towards Li Wudi, seeking to engulf him in this sea of swords. Above the white flowers, a spectral figure of a woman loomed, gazing down upon the world. Her eyes radiated compassion, and her heart seemed vast enough to embrace existence itself. The Jade Maiden's ethereal presence lowered her gaze upon Li Wudi, an overwhelming pressure emanating from her that cast the skies of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers into gloom. The Jade Maiden extended a finger towards Li Wudi, and with a gentle motion, the air trembled. Boom! The 10,000 flowers coalesced into 1,000 swords, cleaving through the void, aimed directly at Li Wudi. The 10,000 flowers Jade Maiden formation, the 100 Laws shattering hammer. Faced with these two celestial, sovereign-level lethal techniques, Li Wudi remained unmoved. Exterminate! A cold, detached voice escaped his lips as he merely waved the 10,000 flowers divine sword, and a pink sword radiance erupted from the blade, colliding with the hammer of law and the 1,000 swords in midair. Producing a deafening roar, the two immense forces intertwined, and the resulting shockwave caused the ground of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers to crack, while the surrounding peaks trembled. Crack! It was as if the very fabric of space were fracturing. In Jiang Yin and the 100 Laws, Celestial Sovereign's expressions shifted from calm to terror. The 1,000 swords shattered, the hammer of law was pierced, yet the sword radiance remained undiminished, splitting in two as it hurtled towards their foreheads. Two sprays of blood scattered across the skies of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, reminiscent of blooming red roses. The primordial spirits of Jiang Yin and the 100 Laws, Celestial Sovereign, were pierced. Utterly extinguished in the cosmos, Li Wudi stood quietly, the pink sword radiance gradually dissipating into the air. Only the shattered peaks and the cracked earth bore witness to this unprecedented battle. With the fall of Jiang Yin and the 100 Laws, Celestial Sovereign, the Celestial Sovereign's killing formation spiraled out of control. The illusory magnolia blossoms and runes vanished one by one, and the Valley of 10,000 Flowers returned to its former tranquility, albeit now imbued with a sense of desolation and solitude. Li Wudi sheathed the 10,000 Flowers divine sword and slowly approached the spectral figure of the Jade Maiden. He extended his hand, gently touching the ethereal form, as if he could sense the lingering warmth and resilience of the 10,000 Flowers fairy. Your sword, your path, I will entrust it to one worthy, he softly vowed, his eyes shimmering with the benevolence of the sword Ancestor. Just then, from the depths of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, a faint yet pure wave of spiritual energy rippled forth. It emanated from the surviving disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. They felt the cataclysmic change within the valley, yet remained unsure of how to respond, only able to silently pray. The Grand Elder and Lord 100 Laws, Celestial Sovereign, will surely triumph. Why Jade Maiden sect will undoubtedly weather this calamity and repay today's humiliation 100-fold to the Sword Gate. The battle seemed to have ceased. Had the Grand Elder and Lord 100 Laws, Celestial Sovereign, emerged victorious? Li Wudi listened to the prayers and mental communications of these Jade Maiden sect cultivators. His expression indifferent, the 10,000 Flowers divine sword trembling slightly. With a single stroke of his sword, the light fractured into myriad strands, penetrating the bodies and primordial spirits of the 10,000 Flowers Valley cultivators. Their eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness, unable to comprehend how, despite the Grand Elder mobilizing the 10,000 Flowers Jade Maiden sword formation alongside the assistance of the 100 Laws Celestial Sovereign, they still faced defeat. No, I refuse to accept this. How could my path as an immortal end here? They let out their final desperate cries, yet could only helplessly collapse, turning into mere dust within the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. In an instant, the once vibrant Valley of 10,000 Flowers fell utterly silent, becoming a desolate void. Wudi coldly sheathed the 10,000 Flowers' divine sword, faintly hearing a mournful sigh emanating from within the sword. These descendants abandoned the 10,000 transformations sword immortal, altered the sex name, purged the sword cultivators within, and suppressed the lineage of swordsmanship. Their current fate was entirely self-inflicted. They had no one else to blame. Chapter 78. A reunion with Lin Muxian. Wudi gazed upon the Valley of 10,000 Flowers, stroking his chin. The scenery here was rather delightful. It would make a splendid garden back at the sword gate. Wudi patted the jade coffin. No more sleeping. It's time to work. S's words fell. The slumbering jade coffin seemed awakened. A faint jade glow began to swirl upon its surface, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The jade coffin slowly ascended, like a diligent worker, uncomplaining in its task, suspended in midair. The runes upon it began to flicker, releasing a powerful suction. Under the influence of this force, the entire Valley of 10,000 Flowers trembled, uprooted, and was gradually drawn into the inner world of the jade coffin. The shattered peaks, the cracked earth, and the remnants of structures and vegetation were all consumed by this power, one by one. Wudi stood quietly to the side, his gaze profound, as if contemplating something. The 10,000 Flowers' divine sword in his hand gently trembled, seemingly responding to the call of this force, under the jade coffin's devouring. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers soon vanished completely, leaving only an expanse of desolate plains. Wudi stowed away the jade coffin and turned to gaze into the distance. Oh dear, what about such a grand valley of 10,000 flowers? A voice, filled with astonishment, emerged from behind Wudi. He turned to see a figure clad in azure. The azure-clad woman moved gracefully, resembling a celestial maiden gliding upon the waves, each step seemingly treading upon the void, leaving no trace of dust. Her beauty was ethereal, her brows like distant mountains veiled in mist, her eyes like autumn waters brimming with life, sparkling as if countless stars danced within them, leaving an unforgettable impression. Lin Muxian, a name that seemed to carry an aura of divinity, perfectly complementing her present celestial demeanor. Her hair flowed like a waterfall, cascading gently over her shoulders, swaying lightly in the breeze, enhancing her otherworldly allure. Ah, how could it be you? Lin Muxian's cold, clear eyes suddenly revealed a look of shock and fear, involuntarily taking several steps back. Wudi regarded her appearance with surprise. What a twist of fate. I didn't expect you to still be in Dongzhou, not having returned to the Dao domain. Lin Muxian's cultivation was genuinely that of a void deity, a formidable figure even among the vast realms of the 3,000 Dao domains. Yet, Wudi could distinctly sense that this was merely her corporeal manifestation wandering through the world, much like the ethereal avatar of the Xian Palace celestial sovereign that had appeared before the 100 Break Mountains in the past. Wudi pondered, Miss Lin, what a coincidence. You wouldn't be intending to steal the tomb of the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal, would you? Hearing Wudi's teasing words, Lin Muxian's brows twitched slightly, as if searching for an excuse to ease the awkwardness. Oh dear, why must I keep encountering this esteemed figure? Lin Muxian muttered to herself, forcing a smile on her face. Esteemed sword ancestor, you jest. I merely happened to pass by, felt the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy, and out of curiosity came to investigate. Not expecting to meet you here, Wudi observed her, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Merely passing by. Even the dogs on the roadside wouldn't believe such an excuse. Oh, just passing by. Miss Lin, you truly have unfortunate luck. The grandeur of the Valley of 10,000 Flowers is not a sight that just anyone can behold. Lin Muxian's heart raced, fearing that Wudi would pursue the matter further, and hastily changed the topic. Esteemed ancestor, you mentioned wanting to move the Valley of 10,000 Flowers back to the Sword Gate as a garden. Is that true? Wudi smiled slightly, gesturing towards the wondrous scene within the coffin. Indeed, it is true. The Valley of 10,000 Flowers boasts exquisite scenery, and the legacy of the 10,000 Flowers Sword Immortal T. Oh, leave it here to languish would be a great shame. Upon hearing this, Lin Muxian couldn't help but scoff internally. This Li Wudi is truly domineering. He speaks of moving it without a care for the fact that the Valley of 10,000 Flowers was once a grand sect. Yet, she dared not show a hint of her thoughts on the surface, only managing to agree. What you say is true, esteemed ancestor. For the Valley of 10,000 Flowers to find such a fate is indeed its fortune. Yet she secretly felt a bitter pang. It was all over. She had arrived too late. With the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword in the hands of this individual, the prospects for the Sword King platform appeared rather grim. The one responsible for the Sword King platform initiative back in the day was none other than the Wandering Blossom Sword deity. The Wandering Blossom Divine Sword was the key to unlocking the small world where the Sword King platform resided. If the small world of the Sword King platform could not be accessed in a timely manner, awakening the Sword Immortal King and the daughter of the Ethereal Immortal King would be impossible. Should the descendants of the Immortal King fail to revive the sword path promptly, the battlefield may give rise to further upheavals and crises. Lin Muxian's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Yet she maintained a gentle smile on her face, her eyes glinting with a hint of probing sincerity. Senior, I have a matter to request. I wonder if it is appropriate to speak of it. Li Wudi regarded her with a gentle gaze, seemingly already aware of her intentions, yet feigning ignorance. Miss Lin, feel free to speak. Lin Muxian lightly bit her crimson lip, as if grappling with a difficult decision. Before finally summoning her courage, since Senior has obtained the Wandering Blossom Valley, I presume the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword has also fallen into your hands that I dare to ask if I might borrow the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword for a brief moment. Would you be so kind as to grant this request? Upon hearing this, Li Wudi's lips curled into a knowing smile, and he slowly approached Lin Muxian, his gaze profound. And what is your reasoning? Lin Muxian pondered what justification she could offer to evade his scrutiny. However, upon catching sight of the enigmatic smile at the corner of Li Wudi's mouth, anxiety surged within her. She had almost forgotten that the person before her was an invincible figure from 3 epochs ago. Having witnessed more deceptions in his lifetime than she had meals to deceive him might backfire. Moreover, the Sword King platform was an object of the Immortal King, and surely it was fraught with peril. Given her current cultivation, she could not guarantee a safe return from within. Yet if she called upon Li Wudi, the Sword Ancestor, to join her, their chances would undoubtedly increase. Resolving to be forthright with Li Wudi, she declared, Sword Ancestor, the primary purpose of my visit in search of the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword is indeed for the Sword King platform. Li Wudi placed his hand gently on his chin, gazing at Lin Muxian with astonishment. Interesting, it seems you are well informed. Lin Muxian brushed her elegant black hair with her hand, her eyes sparkling as if they contained the flow of celestial bodies. She bit her lip, her voice tinged with apology. I realize that deceiving you is wrong, but there are many matters that my true self has not disclosed to me, that if you wish to know the truth. One day you may visit the Dao domain and inquire directly with my true self. Chapter 79. Clues to the Sword King platform. Lin Muxian's expression gradually softened, reverting to a serene calm. Senior, our immediate priority is to use the Wandering Blossom Divine Sword to unlock the world of the Sword King platform, awaken the daughter of the Immortal King, and revive the sword path. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Li Wudi gazed into Lin Muxian's earnest eyes, realizing she spoke the truth. Her true self had severed many memories during her creation. The Sword King platform was also something Li Wudi sought. It was a trial he intended to set for Mu Yuechun, the son of the sword path. Since she possessed clues about the Sword King platform, it would indeed save him time in his search. Li Wudi nodded. Tell me everything you know regarding the Sword King platform. His words eased the tension in Lin Muxian's heart. His agreement signified that Li Wudi would accompany her to awaken the Sword King platform. A gentle breeze stirred the clouds above, also tousling Lin Muxian's dark hair. As her hair danced and her attire swayed, she appeared exceptionally beautiful, showcasing the allure of the most exquisite beauty in the 3,000 Dao domains before Li Wudi. Even though Li Wudi had seen many beauties in his lifetime, he could not help but acknowledge that her beauty ranked among the top 10 he had encountered. As she gently parted her lips. A melodious voice flowed from her cherry blossom-like mouth, unveiling the secrets of the Sword King platform. I only know that before the fall of the Sword Immortal King and the ethereal Immortal King, they had foreseen the current decline of the Sword Path, to ensure its longevity, and that the Sword Abyss could continue to suppress the evil Immortal King. They left behind numerous contingencies, of which my true self and the Sword King platform are two. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Wudi's eyes. These two immortal kings were indeed extraordinary, having anticipated the present circumstances and made ample preparations. Wudi did not interrupt Lin Muxian as she spoke softly, her eyes cast down. I do not know much about my true self, only that she is connected to your ancestral sword. Another mention of the ancestral sword. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wudi's gaze. The situation within the 3,000 Dao domains had been significantly influenced by his ancestral sword. With it, the evil immortal king could be suppressed, and now Lin Muxian's true self also possessed it. If Lin Muxian's true self was related to the ancestral sword, she likely knew its whereabouts. It seemed that a visit to the Dao domain was indeed necessary. He must recover his sword. As Wudi listened, he noticed Lin Muxian's voice gradually lowering. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. The latter, sensing Wudi's contemplation, dared not intrude, looking at him with a questioning expression. Her caution rendering her all the more endearing. Wudi rested his forehead in disbelief at the immense pressure he had inadvertently placed upon her. With a resigned shrug, he urged, "Please, continue." With Wudi's permission, Lin Muxian opened her mouth once more. Regarding the Sword King platform, it seals the descendants of the two immortal kings. Lu Xianli, the look of astonishment and curiosity illuminated Wudi's eyes. The descendants of the immortal kings possessed terrifying potential. In a certain sense, they might even rival Mu Yuechun, the son of the Sword Path. Lin Muxian's eyes brimmed with admiration. The allure of the immortal king bloodline was an unparalleled temptation for the denizens of the 3,000 Dao domains. However, reflecting on her true self's origins, she regained her composure. The immortal king bloodline is but a shadow compared to my true self. In her previous life, she was the foremost prodigy of the 10 Directions ancestral realm, reputed to surpass the Sword Ancestor as an unparalleled genius. Were it not for an underhanded scheme leading to her untimely demise, she would not have reincarnated into these 3,000 Dao domains. Regrettably, her true self had never divulged the trials of her former life to her. She was the final trump card left for posterity by the two immortal kings, should the seals become untenable one day. The remaining individuals would have to liberate her, and possessing the bloodlines of two immortal kings, Lu Xianli would once again lead the sword path to resurgence, reclaiming the ancestral sword to suppress the evil immortal king once more. Wudi nodded slightly. The descendants of the two immortal kings would undoubtedly grow at an astonishing rate with the support of the remnants of the Sword Immortal King and the ethereal Immortal King. In less than a century, they could surpass the Void God realm and attain true godhood. The power of the true God harnessing the ancestral sword would be unfathomable, capable of sweeping through the 3,000 Dao domains. It was no wonder the Sword Immortal King had chosen to keep them as a contingency. Of course, they were still far from being able to confront the evil Immortal King. Wudi couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing that he had just awakened and was already tasked with cleaning up the mess left by these younger generations. There was no rush regarding the evil Immortal King. After all, it could not escape for the time being. Instead of addressing the evil Immortal King, confronting the Ascension Alliance was the pressing matter. If these individuals caught wind of his true identity, they might very well go into hiding, making it challenging to locate them afterward. Wudi certainly did not intend to reduce the entire 3,000 Dao domains to ashes merely to eradicate the Ascension Alliance. As for this daughter of the Immortal King, he felt a sense of regret for such talent. If she could become his disciple, she would undoubtedly emerge as one of humanity's preeminent combatants in the future. His impatience grew, and he softly inquired, "Where's the Sword King platform located now?" Lin Muxian turned to face the south, extending her slender, jade-like finger. In the southern state. The Immortal King Wudi furrowed his brow. It was indeed far in the southern state. He calculated the time in his mind. There was still a while before the 3-month appointment at the Sword Gate. With their respective cultivations, both he and Lin Muxian had ample time to travel south and resolve this matter. By then, he could return to the eastern state to deal with the Xintiangong issue without any delay. During this period, the Sword Gate had Mu Yuechen, the heavenly sovereign, stationed there, armed with the Wudao sword. She could even contend with a great heavenly sovereign. Coupled with the 4-symbol star array he had left behind, the Sword Gate was as steadfast as a mountain. Wudi sent a message to Mu Yuechen, who was at the Sword Gate. Yuechen, guard the Sword Gate while that I shall temporarily journey to the southern state with an old acquaintance, but will return in time to participate in the battle between the Sword Gate and Xintiangong. Mu Yuechen's voice resonated clearly in Li Wudi's consciousness, laced with both reverence and surprise. Yes, Master, Yuechen shall not fail in her duty and will protect the Sword Gate until your return. Though she was uncertain of her master's sudden journey to the southern state, she understood Li Wudi well enough to know that such a visit could only mean that significant events were unfolding there. During her master's absence, she would ensure the Sword Gate was well guarded. Not wishing to disappoint him, Wudi nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lin Muxian, his eyes gleaming with calm determination. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth immediately to the southern state. The immortal King Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Muxian's face lit up with excitement. She understood the importance of this journey, as it was a matter of life and death for the 3,000 Dao domains. With the inclusion of Li Wudi, this former invincible powerhouse, the expedition to the southern state was all but assured. She gently nodded her head and replied softly, I shall follow Senior Li's arrangements. Li Wudi extended his hand and gently traced a line through the void, revealing a spatial passage before him. Chapter 80. Arrival at Nanzhou. The other end of the passage was adorned with picturesque mountains and clear waters. Filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, its spiritual energy abundant, far surpassing that of Dongzhou by several folds. The figures of Li Wudi and Lin Muxian vanished before the spatial passage, only to reappear on the land of Nanzhou in the next instant. Wudi cast a cursory glance at the circumstances of Nanzhou and could not help but smile wryly. In comparison to Nanzhou, Dongzhou appeared somewhat like a desolate backwater. In oh wonder, the vast expanse of Dongzhou had only produced a single celestial sovereign, Xiangong, in several centuries. Furthermore, he had sold his own soul and barely ascended to the realm of celestial sovereign with the assistance of the 100 emperors. Had it not been for the 100 emperors' aid, Dongzhou would have languished for centuries in the embarrassing situation of lacking a celestial sovereign to preside over it. Conversely, Nanzhou boasted a greater number of celestial sovereigns, with more than 10 renowned figures, and a number of those who remained hidden was known to none. The leader of the Wuing sect, a formidable celestial sovereign, was currently preparing to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Li Wudi was not well acquainted with Nanzhou, so he turned to the ethereal beauty beside him. Direction and distance, Lin Muxian, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuded an ethereal elegance, her mere breath invoking profound reverie. After surveying her surroundings for a moment and confirming their position, she indicated towards the southeast, 5,780,000 kilometers. Upon receiving the precise coordinates, Li Wudi remained silent, tearing open the void once more and stepping into it. Lin Muxian pouted slightly, regarding him as a rather aloof senior. She gracefully followed suit, vanishing from her original spot. Meanwhile, above the ruins of Wanhua Valley in Dongzhou, a rift in space manifested as a figure clad in purple descended. Xuanzi, one of the 5 quasi-emperors of the 100 alliances, made his entrance, instantly causing the surrounding space to freeze, as if time itself had slowed at that moment. Xuanzi stood tall, his purple robe billowing gently in the wind. With each step he took, it seemed he resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, exemplifying his extraordinary and transcendent realm. Even as he stood upon the ruins, witnessing the remnants of former glory turn to dust, Xuanzi maintained an attitude of detachment. With his arrival, the once silent Wanhua Valley ruins appeared to be stirred by an invisible force. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, forming an extraordinary spectacle, as if paying homage to this quasi-emperor. The fissures in the space gradually healed, and he slowly raised his gaze, his brow furrowed. This emperor is actually unable to trace back the battles that occurred here. Xuanzi expressed his astonishment for the first time. The fall of the 100-method celestial sovereign had led to the entire Wanhua Valley being relocated, confirming to him that Li Wudi's strength was at least that of a great celestial sovereign. Yet, at this moment, he could not trace the battle marks left by Li Wudi. That a curious smile crept onto Xuanzi's face. Could it be that he is a quasi-emperor like myself? I had underestimated the sword sect. Little did I expect they would still possess a quasi-emperor ancestor. Suddenly, the void was rent once more, and a celestial sovereign cautiously arrived. If Li Wudi and Mui Wechen were present, they would certainly recognize this celestial sovereign as Xiangong. He looked at the quasi-emperor ahead in shock and hurriedly paid his respects. Xiangong pays homage to Xuanzi Emperor. The Xiangong celestial sovereign never anticipated that the demise of Wanhua Valley, Taishan sect, and Wan Fa sect would disturb this quasi-emperor. Xuanzi cast a casual glance at Xiangong before turning his gaze towards Nanzhou. Li Wudi has ventured to Nanzhou. This emperor shall personally go there and collaborate with Wu Ying's sect to eliminate him. Xuanzi's words left Xiangong aghast. He had not expected that Li Wudi would require a quasi-emperor to take action against him. This implied that his strength was at least that of a great celestial sovereign, possibly even a quasi-emperor. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he felt fortunate for not having descended in his true form earlier. Otherwise, he would have been in grave peril. Xuanzi issued a decree to Xiangong. You shall convey my decree to the sects of Xiandao sect, Dafa sect, Leiyuan Mountain, Yinyang sect, and Qicao Hall, instructing them to rush to Xiantian sect and annihilate the sword sect during the grand disciple ceremony, leaving not a single disciple behind, regardless of age or gender. Xuanzi's voice was icy, causing Xiangong to tremble involuntarily. That I shall ensure that all of Dongzhou comprehends that the consequence of opposing the sword domain and the 100 alliances is only death. Xiangong respectfully accepted the slowly descending decree. The moment he touched the quasi-emperor's decree, his heart brimmed with elation and murderous intent. Initially, facing the sword sect alone would have been somewhat daunting for his Xiantian sect. After all, the sword sect had Li Wudi and Mui Wechen, two sword sovereigns. A single Xiantian sect could not contend with them. Now, with the quasi-emperor personally taking action to ambush Li Wudi, and with the decree in hand, he could rally the forces that the sword sect had offended in recent days, particularly the strength of Qicao Hall, whose celestial sovereign was a figure that even great celestial sovereigns regarded with respect. With the addition of these forces, Xiantian sect's lineup would be unprecedentedly formidable. The annihilation of the sword sect would merely be a matter of a snap of the fingers, suppressing his inner joy. He answered with utmost reverence, "Yes, I shall comply with the emperor's will, without further delay." Xuanzi tore through the void and headed towards Nanzhou, following in Li Wudi's wake on the other end of Nanzhou. Xuanzi arrived quietly. His presence instilled immense pressure upon all the celestial sovereigns in Nanzhou, as if the sky itself were shrouded in ominous clouds. Within the Wu Ying sect, the leader was in seclusion, attempting to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Sensing the aura of Xuanzi, he was compelled to interrupt his cultivation and personally welcome him. Xuanzi's arrival brought glory to the Wu Ying sect. The leader spoke with a hint of reverence. Though his ambition could not be concealed, Xuanzi wasted no time, stating directly, "This emperor has come to slay a sword path expert named Li Wudi. This individual possesses extraordinary strength and is suspected to be a quasi-emperor. I require all members of the Wu Ying sect to mobilize and locate his whereabouts. Once found, I want you to join forces with me to eliminate him." After delivering his directive, Xuanzi handed over an image of Li Wudi to the leader. Upon hearing this, the leader's eyes flickered with astonishment. So, there was indeed a quasi-emperor among the sword path practitioners. Quite remarkable. He nodded in agreement. Yes, Xuanzi Emperor. An opportunity to collaborate with a quasi-emperor was a rare stroke of fortune. Not only could they eliminate a potential threat, but he could also observe a quasi-emperor in action, which would greatly aid his breakthrough to the great celestial sovereign realm. Shortly thereafter, news arrived from the affiliated forces of the Wu Ying sect that the individual in the image had appeared in the Immortal King Forest. The Wu Ying sect began preparations, gathering numerous celestial sovereigns from their affiliated forces. 7 celestial sovereigns, carrying the essence of their sects, proceeded alongside Xuanzi towards the direction of the Immortal King Forest. Thus began the silent orchestration of the hunt against Wudi. Chapter 81. Immortal King Forest. Above the Immortal King Forest, the void was torn asunder, and a man and woman stepped forth from the rift. The young man donned a golden sword robe, radiating a concealed brilliance akin to a sheathed sharp sword, which would inevitably unleash a cataclysmic force the moment it was drawn. The young woman, clad in azure garments, possessed an ethereal beauty, her eyes seemingly containing the essence of autumn waters and starry rivers. She stood a step behind the young man, and together they exuded an aura of extraordinary grace as they hovered in the void. Their arrival drew the attention of numerous nearby cultivators. It was evident that these two were not ordinary individuals, prompting many to murmur in curiosity. Strange, yet another powerful presence has descended upon the Immortal King Forest. It truly is bustling today. The cultivation levels of these two were as inscrutable as the enigmatic blood symbols that had entered prior. Could it be they were also drawn by the elusive treasure of the sword path? This pair, a match made in heaven. One can only hope they do not share the same fate as those who recklessly ventured forth. For this Immortal King Forest has entombed countless celestial sovereigns throughout the ages. The man and woman in question are undoubtedly Wudi and the renowned beauty of the 3,000 Dao domains. Lin Muxian, Li Wudi's gaze fell upon the Celestial King's forest, surveying the world beneath from a lofty height. The entire Celestial King's forest was shrouded in a thick, white mist. The fog obscured the mountains, reaching skyward into the boundless firmament, enveloping both the ground and the heavens. This mist harbored an enigmatic power capable of thwarting the spiritual senses of cultivators. Even the consciousness of Spirit Emperor could not penetrate the fog beyond 100 meters. The dangers within were extraordinary. Throughout history, countless celestial sovereigns had ventured into its depths in search of fortune, only to become lost within, ultimately succumbing to the inescapable fate of despair. The most infamous among them was the Sword Emperor Yunyan, one of the few sword emperors of her time. She had willingly immersed herself within, seeking the legendary ultimate essence of the sword path. Alas, she too became lost and never emerged again. The notoriety of the Celestial King's forest spread far and wide, and from that moment on, every cultivator would circumvent this peculiar realm. However, Wudi saw through the essence of this mist in an instant that it was the Songhai Yuan Wu Great Formation, a divine essence trapping array laid by the flower sword deity. This was an exceedingly perilous trap capable of ensnaring even divine essence cultivators to their demise. Yet, for Wudi and Lin Muxian, this trap was as insubstantial as air. One was a primordial realm master, and the other a void god, both far surpassing the limits of the Songhai Yuan Wu Great Formation. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding cultivators, Lin Muxian felt her cheeks flush with indignation, secretly cursing. Who dares to claim that I am his partner? Let me find out who it is that gossips, or I shall have no choice but to tear your tongue from your mouth. Unlike Lin Muxian's ire, Wudi furrowed his brow, his mind preoccupied with another matter that a group had already entered before them. Moreover, the physical characteristics of those individuals bore a striking resemblance to the Yiling. Were they from the Ascension Alliance or the lineage of a Yi Master? Wudi pondered privately. He found it hard to believe that no powerful figures from the Yi Master lineage had escaped in the past 30,000 years. The likelihood of them being from the Ascension Alliance was slim, as the 100 alliances were merely subordinate forces of the Ascension Alliance, that if they were indeed from the Ascension Alliance, that particular quasi-emperor would not be able to devote so much time to him. Lin Muxian's expression changed slightly as she too contemplated this possibility. Could it be that the Yi Master had escaped? She then considered the likelihood, given the current decline of the sword path and the diminishing sealing power against the Yi Master compared to 30,000 years ago. With the Yi Master's strength, it was indeed plausible to break free from the seals under such circumstances. Thus, the purpose of those Yiling's arrival here became clear. They aimed to destroy the Sword King's platform, obliterating any hope for the resurgence of the sword path, lest they be suppressed once more. Lin Muxian rubbed her temples in frustration. The situation was becoming increasingly complex, with the strength of that Yi Master. Perhaps only that invincible being from the divine path in the 3,000 Dao domains could defeat him. Suddenly, she sensed Wudi's light gaze upon her, prompting an awkward smile. Of course, with your strength. Sword Ancestor, they would not even be worth a single finger of yours. Wudi then diverted his attention back to the Celestial King's forest. Let us proceed. I cannot allow my second disciple to be slain in his cradle before he even comes into the world. The moment Wudi stepped forward, the entire Celestial King's forest began to tremble violently, the dense mists swirling, flickering in brightness and darkness, as if they might vanish at any moment. This sudden occurrence left the nearby cultivators in shock. After all these years, this was the first time such an event had transpired in the Celestial King's forest, as if it were on the verge of complete annihilation. The Celestial King's forest quaked violently. Those cultivators who had been surrounding it hastily retreated, their faces etched with terror. Among them were many who had previously attempted to uncover the secrets of this mist, yet all had returned empty-handed. In the face of this unexpected upheaval, even the bravest of adventurers felt an unprecedented fear. Wudi and Lin Muxian exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts without the need for words. The disturbance of the Songhai Yun Wu Great Formation was no mere coincidence. It was likely connected to the movements of those Yiling who had ventured inside that moment. The mist above the Celestial King's forest seemed to be gently parted by an invisible hand. Like the dawn breaking, it unveiled the ancient and majestic visage of the Celestial King's forest, which had endured for 30,000 years. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting dappled light upon the lush trees, bestowing a faint golden sheen upon this ancient paradise. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, their trunks so robust that several people would be required to encircle them, their branches and leaves forming a canopy that blocked out the sun. Each leaf seemed to embody the essence of time, gently swaying as if whispering tales of past glories and tribulations. Exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished everywhere, vibrant in color and fragrant in aroma. They remained untouched by the passage of time, retaining their most primal and pure forms, blooming with a brilliance that belonged not to this era. Gentle streams meandered, crystal clear, occasionally adorned with drifting petals that floated serenely, adding a touch of poetry and elegance by the stream. Several spirit beasts leisurely quenched their thirst. Some boasted brilliant fur, while others bore peculiar forms. All were rare treasures of this world, coexisting peacefully within the Celestial King's forest in harmonious symbiosis. In the distance, a few palatial structures, constructed of spirit stones, appeared hazy and ethereal, ancient yet regal. Each brick and tile emanated a faint spiritual glow, remnants of the abodes where ancient immortals had cultivated and resided. Despite enduring countless storms, they still stood resolute, bearing witness to the immortality and legend of the Celestial King's forest. The air was infused with a subtle spiritual essence. A single breath would refresh the soul, as if cleansing the dust of worldly cares and elevating one's cultivation. Here, time seemed to stand still, allowing one to forget the troubles of the mundane world, immersing oneself in this tranquility and beauty. Chapter 82. Entering the Celestial King's forest, the mist of the Celestial King's forest has dissipated. A startled cry erupted from an unknown source, rousing the nearby cultivators. The fear in the eyes of countless cultivators gradually waned, replaced by a burgeoning emotion known as greed. This was the legendary ultimate realm of the Sword Path, where the final secrets of the Sword Path lay buried. The terrain here had remained undisturbed for 30,000 years, preserving rare heavenly materials and treasures long extinct since ancient times. One could say that the Celestial King's forest was a treasure trove, and a casual harvest of even 1 or 2 rare medicines could make one wealthier than a nation. There was even a chance to break through their current realm and become a person of distinction. Charge forth. The treasures within are mine. Another greedy cultivator shouted, recklessly dashing into the depths of the Celestial King's forest. His actions fully awakened the latent greed within the hearts of the onlookers. More and more cultivators disregarded the dangers, surging into the Celestial King's forest like meteors streaking across the sky. Witnessing this scene, Lin Muxian shook her head in regret. Did these fools truly believe that the Celestial King's forest posed no danger any longer? A smirk curled at the corners of Lin Muxian's lips. That sword deity possessed far more than just the Songhai Yun Wu array as a safeguard. Even now, the forest was still filled with the sword deity's traps and mechanisms, capable of ensnaring even a spirit emperor, leading them to near certain doom. She concluded with certainty. If these individuals were fortunate enough to survive even 1%, it would be a testament to the benevolence of the flower sword deity. Wudi paid no heed to these individuals. His sole focus was on the Sword King's platform. He took strides toward the innermost depths of the Celestial King's forest. Along the way, he detected the lingering aura left by the Yiling, indicating that they had drawn remarkably close to the core region. Lin Muxian, too, set aside her mocking demeanor, obediently trailing behind Wudi. Shortly after Wudi and the others departed, the Quasi-Emperor Xuanzi, the shadowless great sovereign, and their 7 subordinates arrived at the Celestial King's forest. Upon witnessing the mist above the Celestial King's forest dissipate, a flicker of intrigue appeared in Xuanzi's eyes. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. After eliminating Wudi, they would encircle this place, claiming the treasures here for the Sword Domain's 100 alliances. The shadowless great sovereign and his 7 subordinates also wore expressions of triumph. Indeed, what a fortuitous encounter. This ancient land from 30,000 years ago harbors opportunities sufficient to elevate each of us present to the ranks of great sovereigns or even quasi-emperors. The 9 did not linger. Swiftly pursuing the traces of Wudi and Lin Muxian, in the central region of the Celestial King's forest, Wudi and Lin Muxian abruptly halted their steps. Before them loomed a precipice, its height reaching 10,000 zhong, resembling a towering wall that obstructed all passage. The cliff extended endlessly, forming a massive circular ring akin to the walls of a city, separating 2 distinct worlds. For the cultivators present, an ordinary cliff posed no hindrance. Yet, this particular cliff was extraordinary, emanating an unusual gravitational force out of course. It was not merely the gravity that caused the 2 superlative beings to stop in their tracks. What held Wudi's attention was the resplendent flower blooming above the precipice. To thrive and blossom in an environment of a millionfold gravity, this flower was a star-weighted emperor flower. This unique imperial herb only grew in the cosmos, thriving in places of extreme gravitational anomalies, such as neutron stars. Its internal medicinal potency, far exceeding that influenced by external gravity, became incredibly potent, infused with the principles of the stars, that a single star-weighted emperor flower could elevate a cultivator of the heavenly pulse realm to the level of a great sovereign. For a great sovereign, it was also an excellent remedy to advance to quasi-emperor status, significantly increasing the chances of breaking through. An imperial herb. This flower is destined to be mine. That a boisterous and arrogant laughter erupted from behind. Wudi raised his gaze to behold an oblivious cultivator soaring triumphantly towards the precipice. The cultivator exuded an aura embodying the principles of earth, bearing a pair of heavy hammers on his back. His physique robust, and his cultivation had reached the 3rd tier of the heavenly vein. He regarded the multitude of cultivators below with disdain, intending to sweep past and seize the star-heavy emperor flower into his possession. Lin Muxian shook his head, muttering, yet another self-important individual. However, at the moment he approached the cliff's edge, an overwhelming force of gravity, 1,000,000 times stronger than usual, suddenly manifested, yanking him violently towards the ground. The expression of triumph on the cultivator's face froze instantaneously, replaced by boundless terror and despair. His body felt as though it were being crushed by an invisible hand, bones cracking with a sharp sound, muscles and innards rupturing under the extreme pressure. In the blink of an eye, a living cultivator was mercilessly reduced to a puddle of indistinguishable flesh by the relentless gravity. He barely had time to let out a scream before vanishing into this terrifying gravitational field. Wudi and the cultivators behind Lin Muxian witnessed this scene, their hearts sinking. Just moments ago, that individual had been a cultivator of the 3rd tier of the heavenly vein, yet he appeared so feeble before this gravitational cliff. Behind Wudi, a sect specializing in the earth path, cautiously stepped forward. Led by a master of the 9th tier of the heavenly vein, he circled the gravitational wall with keen interest before suddenly struck by a thought. If the sky was impassable, what about beneath the ground? Surely, Gravity could not extend its influence underground, could it? He had no intention of harvesting the star-heavy emperor flower. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. In the presence of so many formidable beings, a ninth-tier heavenly vein cultivator like him had no right to touch an imperial herb. His only desire was to traverse the gravitational wall, entering the realm behind it to seek an opportunity for transcending to the heavenly sovereign. The eyes of the crowd converged on this Earth sect leader. His experiment represented a viable strategy for many, helping them eliminate a flawed approach or perhaps illuminating a correct path. The Earth sect leader commenced the Earth escape technique, burrowing beneath the Great Wall. For safety's sake, let's dig deeper, he cautioned his disciples earnestly. Not wishing to be crushed into a pulp by the gravity, as they delved deeper, they gradually reached a depth of 100,000 zhong underground. Observing this, the Earth sect leader deemed it sufficient. No gravitational wall could possibly extend so far underground. Yet, just as they prepared to halt their descent and begin a lateral excavation to circumvent the gravitational wall, an unprecedented heaviness surged up from the depths below. It was as if the weight of the entire core of the Earth had congealed at that point, intent on burying them entirely. No, this cannot be happening. The Earth sect leader's face turned ashen. The situation above had surpassed his expectations. The entire subterranean area was filled with an immense gravitational plate. Looking upwards from below, the towering wall above was merely a trivial fraction of its true form. The entire region within the central area of the Immortal King Forest was established atop this colossal gravitational plate. Traversed beneath, it would expose them to a gravity even more terrifying than that above. 100 times worse. Chapter 83. The Arrival of the Purple Thunder Heavenly Sovereign. Oh no, this is a neutron star embedded within the Immortal King Forest. The Earth sect leader finally grasped the truth, but it was too late. The surrounding soil had transformed into an indomitable metal, constricting their bodies. Even the Earth escape technique could not penetrate it by a fraction. The faces of the cultivators were etched with horror and despair as they felt the sands of time slipping away, each moment consumed by the relentless darkness and pressure. "Master, save us!" one cultivator screamed, but the only response was the overwhelming weight bearing down upon them and the echo of their own bones fracturing. Bang! In an instant, the cultivators underground were obliterated by gravity billions of times stronger, their very essence annihilated. Those who had planned to replicate the Earth sect leader's approach to scale the high wall were equally stunned by this sight. They had not anticipated that such a dreadful neutron star lurked beneath the gravitational cliff, one that even the Earth escape technique could not elude. It seemed that the place where the star-heavy emperor flower resided was anything but ordinary. A half-step heavenly sovereign spoke solemnly, a flicker of gravity and despair flashing in his eyes. Faced with the gravity of this neutron star, even a half-step heavenly sovereign was compelled to retreat. Perhaps only a true heavenly sovereign possessed the qualifications to leap over the high wall from above, as the underground was equally a forbidden ground for them. To pass through the depths required at least the cultivation of a quasi-imperial realm. Wudi, however, bore a faint smile. The emergence of this neutron star wall was indeed fortuitous, for it would effectively block those who sought to exploit the situation. Thus, he could concentrate all his attention on the Yiling lineage. Observing the star-heavy emperor flower, Wudi waved his sleeve. "This object is destined for me. It is perfect for the gift I have been pondering for my soon-to-be second disciple." As Wudi's voice trailed off, he extended his hand toward the star-heavy emperor flower atop the wall, making a motion as if to grasp it. With his gesture, the imperial flower appeared to be seized by an invisible hand, uprooted, and began to float gently in Wudi's direction. His actions astonished the powerful figures behind him. Manipulate an object across space under 1,000,000 times gravity. It was as though he were a heavenly sovereign himself. Observing his attire, could he be a sword cultivator? Was there truly a sword cultivator who had attained the status of heavenly sovereign in this era? Suddenly, someone realized something, gazing at Wudi with astonishment. I recall a recent bounty issued by the 100 Alliances announcing the emergence of an outlaw in the Eastern Province, one who eradicated members of the 100 Alliances. Could it be him? Others, upon hearing this, were even more taken aback. They had not imagined that the one before them was such an audacious individual. The annihilation of the 100 Alliance's members was an occurrence that had not transpired in thousands of years. What baffled them most was that after committing such deeds, Wudi not only refrained from hiding from the 100 Alliance's pursuit, but brazenly appeared in this region teeming with powerful beings in the southern province. Some scoffed derisively, their tone laced with both mockery of Wudi and disdain for the eastern province, a remote wasteland. Having grown accustomed to dominance in the eastern province, did he truly believe that the southern province was akin to that barren land, where many could easily crush him? Observing his arrogant demeanor, many speculated that he would not survive 2 days. Yet, 2 days were unnecessary. With the emergence of the immortal King Forest, the southern province's cultivators had gathered, and they doubted he would walk out of this forest alive. With the star-heavy emperor flower in hand, Wudi suddenly turned to face those who had just been disparaging him from behind. Hidden like rats, a cold smile spread across his face as he declared, "Did you truly believe that by hiding in the crowd, this ancestor would be unaware of your identities?" As he spoke, Wudi's eyes swept through the crowd, and in an instant, 7 or 8 cultivators of the heavenly vein exploded into a mist of blood. These were the very individuals who had mocked him moments ago. Had they dared to insult him to his face, Wudi might have regarded them with slight respect. Alas, such cowards who only whispered behind his back were the ones he despised the most. Lin Muxian watched with sympathy as those cultivators fell, pondering why they would dare to speak ill of the Sword Ancestor. Even at his peak, one must maintain a sense of reverence towards him. The cultivators of the 3,000 Dao domains had been isolated from the outside world for far too long. They seemed to have forgotten the terror of the Sword Ancestor. Very well. They were truly wronged. Wudi's ferocity struck fear into the hearts of the southern province cultivators below the wall, many swallowing hard. That my goodness, this is a true fiend. He kills for mere mockery. Numerous individuals hastily retracted their thoughts, no longer daring to point fingers at Wudi. Their gazes shifted toward him, filled with awe and trepidation. After all, he was an authentic heavenly sovereign. Even seeking his head for a bounty required the qualifications of a heavenly sovereign. "Ha, my friend, such audacity! It is one thing to reign supreme in the eastern province, but to remain so unrestrained in my southern province. Do you truly believe it is a barren land where you can escape unscathed?" Just as Wudi turned to soar into the Great Wall, a domineering and cold laughter echoed from behind. The cultivators beneath the wall turned in astonishment, witnessing a figure clad in a robe of white and purple, stepping through the void. With each step he took, golden lotus flowers sprouted beneath his feet, as if the very heavens were honoring his arrival. His hair was frosted white, his eyes sharper than an eagle's, and his face bore an unruly defiance that a dark iron chain coiled around his back, its ends adorned with a sharp spearhead and a claw-like hook. This weapon emanated a violet aura, crackling with purple lightning, an immensely powerful heavenly sovereign artifact. His arrival left the southern province cultivators initially astonished before they straightened their backs, as if they had found their backbone. "We have witnessed the purple thunder heavenly sovereign before the towering walls." Countless practitioners from the southern province gathered in reverent anticipation of the arrival of the celestial sovereign. With feet upon the grand path, they welcomed the sovereign with a flourish, as if 1,000 voices united in harmony. Behind the figure of the celestial sovereign, the violet lightning revered artifact swirled magnificently, embodying both nobility and mirth amidst the mortal realm. The violet lightning sovereign, a renowned figure among the scattered cultivators of the southern province, ascended to the esteemed rank of celestial sovereign after 5 millennia of arduous cultivation, mastering the divine thunder of the violet sky. Throughout his journey, he vanquished innumerable formidable foes, with the illustrious violet lightning chain symbolizing his glory. It was said that upon his ascension, he obliterated the supreme divine material, violet lightning mother iron, seized from the celestial thunder sect. After 3,000 years of meticulous forging and nurturing, it evolved into the revered artifact of the celestial sovereign. Its might is formidable. 3 celestial sovereigns have perished at the hands of this violet lightning chain. The spear's tip is virtually indestructible, possessing extraordinary penetrating power, capable of piercing even the finest celestial armor. The claw, on the other hand, is a nightmare for the sovereigns. Once ensnared, it binds both soul and body, leaving one to risk half their life in escape. Chapter 84. The gamble of 3 billion celestial spirit stones. The Violet Lightning Sovereign is also celebrated across the southern province, his reputation rivaling that of the most eminent and established sovereigns. Wudi and Lin Muxian turned calmly to regard the imposing figure of the Violet Lightning Sovereign. Lin Muxian gazed at him with a look of pity, her azure attire merging seamlessly with the cerulean sky, resembling the most resplendent sight in the world. In her heart, she mused, "Why provoke a harbinger of doom? How lamentable that your 8,000 years of arduous cultivation could collapse in an instant." Wudi appraised him with a discerning eye. His cultivation was comparable to that of the 100-method sovereign. Such prowess ranks among the apex of warriors in the sword domain. Thus it is no wonder he presents himself with such flamboyance. Were it not for the golden lotus of the grand path beneath his feet, how would the world know he has ascended to the rank of celestial sovereign? Wudi remained unfazed by his overwhelming presence, responding in a tone of casual indifference. Whether southern province or eastern province, to me, it holds no distinction. Wudi's words elicited a derisive laughter from the Violet Lightning Sovereign, who, as a distinguished practitioner of the southern province, could not abide being equated with the impoverished lands of the eastern province. His gaze bore down on Wudi, as if the very heavens conspired to exert pressure upon him. For 3 seconds, Wudi remained composed and unyielding. Suddenly, he lifted his head, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. In this age of dwindling swordsmanship, it was indeed remarkable that the sword sovereign could stand his ground against him in presence. The violet lightning chain behind him began to rotate languidly, releasing an aura of formidable might. The Violet Lightning Sovereign licked the blade of the spearhead, condescendingly issuing Wudi an ultimatum. "I offer you a dignified opportunity. Surrender the Star-Weight Emperor Flower and then take your own life here, and I shall spare those behind you, avoiding the entanglement of the innocent. Should you persist in resistance, do not blame me for engaging in deeds that accumulate malice." He held unwavering confidence in his own strength. Had it been in ancient times, he would never have dared to speak to Wudi in such a manner. The sword cultivators of the ancient era were all formidable beings, yet the times have changed. With the decline of swordsmanship, he could hardly summon the powers of the heavens to bolster himself. The Violet Lightning Sovereign, however, retained the ability to command the thunderous forces of nature, with the power of the grand path at his disposal. He could easily contend with 3 Wudis at once. The Violet Lightning Sovereign felt a surge of satisfaction. His arrival was indeed timely. Had he arrived even a moment later and allowed Wudi to escape, he would have missed the imperial medicine and the bounty offered by the sword domain's 100 alliances. Now, both treasures were within his grasp. The position of the Grand Celestial Sovereign was destined for me. Contemplating the prospect of ascending to the Grand Celestial Sovereign by leveraging Wudi's head, his smile grew ever brighter. The practitioners of the southern province regarded Wudi with pity. How unfortunate he was to encounter the Violet Lightning Sovereign at such a critical juncture. He was poised to lose both fortune and life, in an era where the sword sovereign faced peril even against ordinary celestial sovereigns. Confronting the top-tier Violet Lightning Sovereign was a dire predicament. A wager began to take shape. "I bet 1 celestial artifact that he will not last 10 moves against the Violet Lightning Sovereign." The moment the bet was placed, numerous strong practitioners began to raise their stakes. "After all, he is a sword sovereign. I wager he will endure 20 moves." Another bold figure proclaimed, 3 million celestial spirit stones. "I bet he will take his own life." More and more strong practitioners joined the wager. Yet even the most optimistic among them dared only to bet that he would last 30 moves. Suddenly, a melodious voice, rich with mischief, rang out amidst the betting frenzy. "I wager 100 million celestial spirit stones that the Violet Lightning Sovereign will be slain by Wudi in a single strike." This voice captured the attention of countless onlookers, even causing Wudi to glance sideways. The source of this enchanting voice, a woman clad in azure, approached gracefully, none other than Lin Muxian, while the crowd expressed shock. Their sentiments were soon overshadowed by skepticism and laughter. After all, to them, Wudi stood little chance against the Violet Lightning Sovereign. It was the woman accompanying Wudi. No wonder she placed her bet on him. Someone could not help but scoff. The power of the Violet Lightning Sovereign is not something a mere sword sovereign can compare to 100 million celestial spirit stones. She must be prepared to lose everything. Lin Muxian's lips curled into a mysterious smile, her bright eyes glinting with disdain. You underestimate him. I shall wager on him. Today, this 100 million celestial spirit stones is a bet on a miracle. I shall shatter the lofty pride of all of you with this wager. Her earnest expression incited fury among those present. How dare a practitioner of the southern province be humiliated by a mere woman? I shall raise my bet. Ha! How audacious! A miracle shall not occur today. I declare a wager of 15 million celestial spirit stones. Humph! Our southern province is superior to the eastern province in strength and wealth. Today, let us demonstrate the financial prowess of the southern province. 120 million celestial spirit stones. As Lin Muxian placed her wager of 100 million celestial spirit stones, more practitioners from the southern province began to join the fray. In an instant, the total assets of the wager surged past 3 billion celestial spirit stones. Gazing at this immense fortune, Lin Muxian felt exhilarated, nearly taking flight from the sheer excitement. She suddenly turned her gaze to Wudi, her eyes pleading as if to say, Sword Ancestor, you wouldn't want to see this little girl go bankrupt, would you? Wudi's lips twitched slightly, but he casually responded, 80-20. His words transformed Lin Muxian's expression into one of dismay. 80-20? Given Wudi's insatiable appetite, it would surely mean he took 80, leaving her with 20. That nevertheless, considering the staggering 3 billion celestial spirit stones wagered, Lin Muxian pouted. If it must be 80-20, then so be it. 2 portions still amount to 600 million celestial spirit stones. Earning something is better than losing everything. Wudi nodded slightly. It was indeed time to replenish his little treasury. As for the raging bet. The Violet Lightning Sovereign furrowed his brow, but did not intervene. With his status, to halt this wager would imply he lacked the confidence to defeat Wudi. So, have you made a decision? Will I take action myself, or will you choose to end your own life here? For such dreamers, Wudi preferred to use tangible actions to awaken them from their fantasies. Oh no! To the Sword Ancestor. Wudi's actions would guide him into eternal slumber, where he could dream to his heart's content. As a benefactor of dreams, he was indeed the true savior. Wudi summoned forth the 10,000 flowers sword fairy's divine sword. A petite blade not ideally suited to his grip, yet he had no other sword more fitting of the moment. So he made do. With heartfelt intent, he murmured, falling blossoms, intent in the stream, falling blossoms, flowing waters sword. As Wudi softly recited, the divine sword in his hand seemed to come alive. The tip trembled gently, and the blade shimmered with a faint glow, resembling the brightest star in the night sky. Seeing this, the Violet Lightning Sovereign smirked coldly. He did not believe for a moment that Wudi could turn the tide of battle with this. Chapter 85. Entering the world beyond the Great Wall, with both hands forming seals. The violet lightning chain behind him erupted in a blaze of light, unleashing violet thunder that roared forth like an enraged dragon. Hurtling towards Wudi, the thunder was imbued with destructive power, as if intent on reducing all to nothingness. The spearhead and claw of the chain activated simultaneously. The spearhead pierced through the void, aiming directly at Wudi's heart, while the claw transformed into a bolt of violet lightning, seeking to ensnare Wudi's very soul. Witnessing this scene, the spectators of the wager felt certain of the outcome. Whether by spearhead or claw, should either strike Wudi, the battle would surely reach its swift conclusion. Faced with a strike capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, Wudi appeared remarkably composed. His eyes seemed to pierce through the thunder, discerning its very essence. With a slight movement, he glided like a wraith. The myriad flower divine sword gently swaying, the tip tracing through the air, leaving behind a brilliant sword shadow. The intertwining shadows formed a beautiful tapestry, yet concealed a deadly threat. The sword light streaked across the sky like a meteor, its velocity astonishing, as the space it traversed seemed to be sliced open, revealing a slender fissure. That single strike was simple yet pure, imbued with the power to create worlds, before the might of the purple thunder celestial sovereign's purple thunderhook chain. It was as fragile as paper, effortlessly severed, with the spearhead and claw scattering in all directions. The sovereign himself had no time to react, as the sword light pierced through his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. He did not flinch. Rather, he quickened his pace. That it was not merely the presence of a Ling that concerned him. Even if the esteemed immortal king were to grace them with his presence, it would be but a matter for his sword. As the two stepped onto the plaza before the palace, a melodious sound of a zither suddenly filled the air, akin to celestial music, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. However, Wudi furrowed his brow, for he discerned an unusual fluctuation hidden within the melody, attempting to influence their minds. This music was no ordinary tune. It bore no resemblance to the techniques found within the realms of the 3,000 domains, but rather felt akin to the methods of the ancestral realm. Wudi cautioned, simultaneously channeling his energy to shield his mind. Lin Muxian also sensed the anomaly. She formed hand seals, releasing streams of spiritual light that coalesced into a protective barrier, enveloping both herself and Wudi. The zither's notes swelled in fervor, yet the two remained unyielding in their defense. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace slowly creaked open, and an ancient, solemn aura washed over them, as though transcending the boundaries of time and space. That I am the flowering sword immortal. I invite the 11 esteemed friends to enter and converse. As the palace doors gradually parted, the ancient and dignified atmosphere intensified, as if time itself stood still in the presence of this aura. The so-called 11 friends naturally included Wudi, Lin Muxian, and the arriving Xuanzijun Emperor along with his entourage. Wudi glanced back and beheld Xuanzijun Emperor and the shadowless sect master advancing with a formidable presence, accompanied by the 7 great celestial sovereigns. The 9 also heard the invitation from the flowering sword immortal, and exchanging glances with Wudi and Lin Muxian, they suppressed their murderous intent and refrained from rash actions. This was the territory of the former sword god, and it was unwise to provoke him. The consequences of incurring his wrath would be dire. Wudi and Lin Muxian exchanged a look, both expressing surprise, yet tinged with curiosity and anticipation. The flowering sword immortal. Is she still alive? Moreover, she seems to possess techniques from the ancestral realm. Wudi contemplated the essence of the melody, a smile of realization dawning upon him. The methods of the ethereal immortal king. It seemed that this flowering sword immortal had discovered remnants of the immortal king's legacy within the Ascension secret realm. Lin Muxian softly repeated this, her heart secretly trembling. Although she stood as a formidable being of the void god realm, she still held reverence for the legendary immortal king-level existence. After all, they were beings who stood at the pinnacle of the ancestral realm, capable of obliterating worlds with a mere gesture, erasing entire epochs from existence. Even if the flowering sword immortal had only grasped the most trivial aspects of the immortal king's legacy, it would suffice to render her invincible within the 3,000 domains. Wudi, however, appeared more composed. The flowering sword immortal had perished 30,000 years prior. What remained here was merely a fragment of her consciousness, lacking substantial power. Otherwise, she would not have allowed Ling to enter this palace so easily. Even if her true form were alive, Wudi remained unfazed. He nodded slightly, signaling Lin Muxian to follow. Together, they stepped through the ancient doors. Xuanzijun Emperor and the shadowless sect master exchanged glances, suppressing their greed for the divine medicine emanating from Wudi, and followed suit. This palace of the flowering sword, immortal, surely contained extraordinary opportunities, perhaps even the potential for one to ascend to the rank of emperor. To let Wudi alone miss this chance would be to forfeit something monumental for a trivial gain. The 11 sword domain cultivators collectively vanished into the palace. Beyond the doors lay a spacious and luminous hall, at the center of which rested an ancient zither. The strings trembled of their own accord, producing a harmonious and enchanting melody. Beside the zither sat a ghostly figure, the legendary flowering sword immortal herself. Her ethereal will rose from the instrument, and in the air, the scent of blooming flowers permeated as her gaze fell upon the promise imbued within the flowering divine sword held by Wudi. A flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes. As the former master of the flowering divine sword, she could certainly sense its emotions. Chapter 87. The request of the flowering sword immortal at that moment. Her once beloved sword had completely submitted to this unfamiliar man clad in golden robes. Such an unusual scene piqued her curiosity and seriousness. You have all arrived here. It signifies that you are fated to meet me. The voice of the flowering sword immortal echoed within the hall, imbued with warmth and kindness. With a gentle wave of her hand, 11 cushions materialized in mid-air. The cushions gracefully descended onto the floor of the hall before the zither, awaiting those fated to sit in meditation. Please, have a seat. Wudi and Lin Mushian complied, yet their hearts remained vigilant. Even the flowering sword immortal could harbor unknown intentions in the presence of this power from 30,000 years ago. They chose to maintain their courtesy and respect. Xuanzijun Emperor and the shadowless sect master, wary of provoking the flowering sword immortal, also seated themselves courteously. As they settled down, the 9 suddenly brightened. They realized that the cushions beneath them were remarkably fine treasures. The cushions exuded a unique floral fragrance that aided in clearing the mind, achieving a state of clarity in such a state of cultivation. Free from distractions, their progress would be significant. The 9 could not help but feel elated, having stumbled upon such a treasure upon entering the flowering immortal palace. One could only imagine the wealth of treasures contained within. Their greed intensified as they secretly contemplated how to seize these riches from the hands of the flowering sword immortal. Xuanzijun Emperor even entertained a nefarious thought. This fragment of the flowering sword immortals was merely at the Zhuan Emperor level. If he acted unexpectedly, perhaps he could seize the opportunity. He did not rush into action, for he was more cautious than anyone else at this juncture. The melody just performed by the flowering sword immortal was sufficient to put him on guard. Until he discerned all her hidden cards, he would not reveal his intentions. Flowering sword immortal, we have come in search of a Ling and the Sword King platform. Wudi stated directly, laying bare their purpose. Ling seems to have already entered this palace. You appear to lack the strength to impede them. The flowering sword immortal smiled slightly, her smile reminiscent of a blooming magnolia. As if it could dissolve all worldly troubles. As you both have noted, I am but a fragment of consciousness. My current strength is merely at the Zhuan Emperor level. The flowering sword immortal's essence candidly revealed her present capabilities to the two. As she stated, this fragment of consciousness had indeed diminished to the Zhuan Emperor level. She remained poised and gracious. As for the Ling that has entered the ethereal immortal palace, leading the charge are 2 Zhuan Emperor Lings, alongside 7 great celestial sovereigns that I truly cannot contend with them, which is precisely why I invited you all here to eliminate the Ling. Upon mentioning Ling, the radiant smile of the flowering sword immortal gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Behind Li Wudi and Lin Mushian, Xuanzijun Emperor's pupils constricted sharply, a mix of astonishment and confusion etched upon his face. His knowledge regarding Ling was limited to the organization's experiments. He furrowed his brow. Why had the organization taken action here without informing the 100 alliances? Was it a matter of distrust, or did they have other plans? Xuanzijun Emperor's subtle movements did not escape Li Wudi's keen observation. Li Wudi scoffed inwardly. It seemed the Ascension Alliance was still unaware that God had escaped. 1 could only wonder what kind of sparks might fly between these two factions. The shadowless sect master was not well versed in the causal relationships at play. He was oblivious to the nature of Ling, his gaze solely fixed on the opportunities ahead. Flowering sword immortal, if we assist you in dealing with the Ling here, will there be a reward? The radiant eyes of the flowering sword immortal turned toward the shadowless sect master, who gently lifted her jade hand and plucked the strings of the zither. A melodious tune resonated throughout the hall, bringing joy to all present. The 9 cultivators from the Sword Domain Hunter Alliances were pleasantly surprised to discover that as they bathed in the zither's sound, the cultivation bottlenecks that had plagued them for years began to loosen. Just at this critical moment, the music abruptly ceased as the flowering sword immortal slowly withdrew her hand from the strings, offering a gentle smile that a hint of displeasure flickered in the eyes of Xuanzijun Emperor and the shadowless sect master. They sensed that if they could listen to a complete piece, they might achieve enlightenment, overcoming their bottlenecks and ascending to the pinnacle of the sword domain. The elegant and ethereal voice of the flowering sword immortal softly chimed in their ears. If you can eradicate the East Ling in this place, I shall perform a complete piece of celestial music for you, esteemed friends. How does that sound? The flowering sword immortal's words stirred the hearts of the 900 Alliance experts. However, they were aware that this involved 2 Zhuan emperors, 7 great celestial sovereigns, and numerous Yilings. Their own Zhuan emperor numbers were limited to Xuanzi Zhuan emperor and the flowering sword immortal herself. Moreover, Li Wudi was an enemy. None could predict whether a conflict would lead to backstabbing. The flowering sword immortal smiled softly, her voice laced with temptation. You need not worry. I will activate the local restrictions, separating all the Yilings, while simultaneously restraining one of the Zhuan Emperor Yilings. The remaining esteemed friends can then defeat them one by one. Once the task is complete, all the treasures within my flowering immortal palace shall be yours. Upon hearing the generous promise of the 10,000 flower sword immortal, the eyes of the 9 formidable figures from the Sword Domain 100 Alliances gleamed with a mixture of greed and excitement. Should they succeed in exterminating these malevolent spirits, they would not only acquire the melodious promise from the 10,000 flower sword immortal, an enchanting tune capable of aiding one in comprehending the path to ascension, but also seize the treasures of the entire 10,000 flower immortal palace for themselves. This, undoubtedly, represented an immeasurable fortune. Li Wudi exchanged a subtle glance with Lin Muxian. The former remained unconvinced. With Li Wudi's prowess, dealing with these malevolent spirits was hardly a task worthy of such effort. Meanwhile, Lin Muxian's eyes sparkled with avarice, as this was the entire fortune of a sword deity, and should they succeed, it would be akin to striking it rich overnight. Furthermore, the legitimacy of this wealth was beyond reproach, making it impossible for Li Wudi to find fault afterward. 10,000 flower sword immortal. We accept your proposal. Before Li Wudi could respond, Lin Muxian feigned an air of superiority, speaking with the demeanor of an esteemed elder. The Xuanzi Emperor and the leader of the Wuying sect exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a fierce determination as they observed the retreating figures of Li Wudi and Lin Muxian. The opportunities here belonged solely to the 9 of them. How could they allow Li Wudi and Lin Muxian to lay claim to them? Moreover, in Xuanzi Emperor's understanding, only the Ascension Alliance possessed the ability to control these malevolent spirits. This meant that the malevolent spirits here were all allies. How could he possibly assist the 10,000 flower sword immortal against his own? Now was the time to divert the attention of the 10,000 flower sword immortal, to buy time and afford his allies the chance to complete their tasks. Perhaps, once successful, he might even earn the favor of the Ascension Alliance, potentially supplanting the 100 emperors. The Xuanzi Emperor relayed a message to the Wuying sect leader, deciding to take advantage of the situation and use the 10,000 flower sword immortal's hand to eliminate Li Wudi and Lin Muxian. The proposal from the 10,000 flower sword immortal was indeed commendable. However, prior to that, there were certain personal grievances that needed addressing. The Xuanzi Emperor slowly rose, his oppressive aura enveloping Li Wudi and Lin Muxian. Chapter 88. Inversion of right and wrong. The 10,000 flower sword immortal was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the internal discord among her own. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the Wuying sect began to distort the truth and sow discord. Unbeknownst to the 10,000 flower sword immortal, we are members of the Sword Domain 100 Alliances. Our purpose here is to hunt down these 2 notorious criminals who have committed heinous acts within the Sword Domain. He then swiftly recounted the origins of the Sword Domain 100 Alliances, establishing their legitimate status in the mind of the 10,000 flower sword immortal. With a cold smile, he turned his gaze upon Li Wudi, feigning righteousness. These 2 previously annihilated 3 of the top powers in the Eastern Prefecture without cause, their hands stained with the blood of the innocent, including that of your former 10,000 Flower Valley. The leader of the Wuying sect's expression was filled with indignation, his every word imbued with strength and justice. Who would have imagined that not only did they not retract their claws, but they also brazenly ventured into the southern prefecture, where they slaughtered countless innocent cultivators, leading the heavenly sovereign Zile to seek justice, only to meet a tragic end. Li Wudi and Lin Muxian sat calmly on their cushions, watching the performance of the Wuying sect leader with composed expressions. Both acknowledged in their hearts that this fellow was indeed a master of theatrics. Were it not for their personal involvement and knowledge of the events, they might have been convinced by his expressions and actions. Indeed, those who have risen to such heights have been tempered by the trials of human nature, and when they weave their lies, they do so with an artfulness that renders them nearly indistinguishable from truth. The Xuanzi Emperor waved his sleeve with an air of righteousness. 10,000 flower sword immortal. You now comprehend their identities. This emperor shall never ally with such vile criminals. Therefore, before any collaboration, I shall first eradicate these two evildoers. He aimed to incite the 10,000 flower sword immortal to strike against Wudi. For this was her domain. With her assistance, the Xuanzi Emperor would be far more assured in eliminating Wudi and claiming the 10,000 flower divine sword and the Starweight Emperor flower. Moreover, he could take the opportunity to weaken the 10,000 flower sword immortal's power, facilitating his subsequent actions. These two have also destroyed your 10,000 flower valley and seized your 10,000 flower divine sword. If you do not wish for the cultivators of the 10,000 flower valley to die in vain, then join forces with me to slay them first, and we shall then confront the malevolent spirits together. Upon hearing the Wuyi sect leader's accusations against Wudi and Lin Muxian, the 10,000 flower sword immortal's delicate brows furrowed ever so slightly. Her gaze fell upon the 10,000 flower divine sword, a trump card she had reserved for the 10,000 flower valley. Its presence in Wudi's possession indeed raised suspicions. Yet, she would not take one side's word at face value and instead inquired calmly of Wudi. Friend, from whence did you acquire the 10,000 flower divine sword? Wudi picked up the 10,000 flower divine sword and casually replied, it was spoils from the annihilation of the 10,000 flower valley. A jade coffin appeared in the void before Wudi, and he gently tapped it, his tone tranquil as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Moreover, the 10,000 flower valley is a picturesque locale. I did not destroy it, but rather intended to keep it as a garden. Lin Muxian face-palmed. Do you not realize how provoking your demeanor is right now? Your response truly invites the 10,000 flower sword immortal to draw her sword and strike you down with 1,000 blades. Wudi's reply was simple and direct, yet it instantly froze the atmosphere within the Grand Hall. The leader of the Wuyi sect and the Xuanzi Emperor wore expressions of triumph, as though they could already envision the scene of Wudi and Lin Muxian meeting their demise. The Xuanzi Emperor chuckled coldly to himself. Initially, the 10,000 flower sword immortal harbored doubts, but your response has only solidified the accusations against you. However, the 10,000 flower sword immortal's reaction was unexpected to all. Rather than erupting in anger, she scrutinized Wudi with a gaze that was complex and inscrutable. In her eyes, which shimmered like jade, there seemed to lie an unfathomable depth. Throughout, the 10,000 flower divine sword exhibited no hostility towards Wudi. It was evident that the matter of the 10,000 flower valley's destruction had garnered the sword's approval. This indicated that the future 10,000 flower valley had committed actions that incited the wrath of heaven and man, leading to the sword's profound disappointment. The 10,000 flower valley, which I personally established, holds a part of my past. Since you possess this sword, there must be a reason. Could you elaborate? Wudi stowed away the jade coffin. Not rushing to explain, he turned to fix a cold gaze upon the Xuanzi Emperor and the leader of the Wuyi sect. Little Muxian, you explain it to her that I shall deal with these treacherous, deceitful, and ungrateful villains. Wudi unsheathed the 10,000 flower divine sword, which sang a long and melodious note, as though an array of flowers bloomed within the hall, a magnificent spectacle indeed. There is a saying that you have spoken quite rightly. Before dealing with the malevolent spirits, I too wish to resolve matters with you. Lin Muxian gently shook her head. Another 9 corpses. Lin Muxian chose not to dwell on the 9 corpses, but instead conveyed the truth of the matter to the 10,000 flower sword immortal in the simplest of terms. As Lin Muxian narrated, the 10,000 flower sword immortal's brows furrowed deeper, and the murderous intent in her icy eyes intensified. What a fine sword domain 100 alliances! What a fine ascension alliance! Truly, they have betrayed the lineage of the sword path, and had it not been for the orders of the heartless sword deity to oversee the Sword King platform project, the sword path would have had no chance of resurgence. The heartless sword deity, once the leader of the sword path lineage, was the only one capable of contending against that invincible being of the divine path. Later, he personally suppressed the Lord of Malevolence, whose current fate remains uncertain. She cast her gaze upon the Xuanzi Emperor and others, an aura of palpable murderous intent suffusing the hall. The expressions of the Xuanzi Emperor and others shifted slightly, sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. If the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal allied with Wudi and the others, they might very well leave empty-handed today. Lin Muxian narrowed her eyes, observing the silhouette of Wudi as she grasped the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal's lingering spirit. Rest assured, leave it to him, he will seek justice for you as a caring father would. Upon hearing this, the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal's gaze flickered with surprise and speechlessness. A caring father. Just hear the metaphor you've chosen. She looked from Lin Muxian to Wudi, seemingly weighing the merits of this seemingly carefree, yet profoundly inscrutable youth. Lin Muxian's words deepened her understanding of the betrayal by the Sword Domain 100 alliances. However, since Lin Muxian placed such trust in Wudi, the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal refrained from intervening. She needed to conserve her strength for the confrontation with the more ferocious, malevolent spirits, seeing that the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal had no intention of making a move. A glimmer of delight appeared in the Xuanzi Emperor's eyes. The arrogance of their opponents provided an opportunity. They only needed to strike down Wudi with thunderous force. Then, they could join forces to eliminate the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal's lingering spirit. And all the opportunities here would fall into their grasp. As for the malevolent spirits and their schemes, those were allies of the 100 alliances. The Xuanzi Emperor painted a grand vision for the Wuying sect leader. Wuying sect leader. You lead the 7 heavenly sovereigns to form the Wuying sect's 7-kill array to eliminate Wudi. I will hold back the 10,000 Flower Sword Immortal from the side. And once we succeed, that imperial herb will belong to you. Chapter 89. The Wuying 7-kill array. The Wuying 7-kill array is the true trump card of the Wuying sect. It requires the cooperation of 7 heavenly sovereigns to form the array, with 1 grand heavenly sovereign presiding over the core. Once the array is established, its power is boundless, capable of ensnaring and slaying a quasi-emperor. A genuine quasi-emperor level killing formation. Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the Wuying sect leader. He turned to the 7 heavenly sovereigns beside him, all of whom nodded in agreement. Their eyes alight with greed for the promised imperial herb. Form the array. With a single command from the shadowless sect master, the 7 heavenly lords dispersed like phantoms, each occupying a subtle position. The runes beneath their feet began to glow gradually, intertwining to form a complex and mysterious pattern, filling the air with an oppressive aura. At this moment, the shadowless 7 killing formation finally revealed its true form. Surrounding the 7 heavenly lords were faint shadows, as if the deepest parts of the night had been extracted and crystallized into existence. These shadows spiraled and intertwined in the air, ultimately connecting with the runes beneath the heavenly lord's feet, creating a vast, sealed space. As the formation activated, the light within the hall was devoured, plunging it into obscurity. Only the 7 shadows silently merged into the dark space, painting a haunting tableau. A low, resonant hum began to reverberate in the air, akin to the breath of an ancient behemoth. Each tremor sent shivers through the soul, as an invisible force tore at every inch of space. The shadowless sect master stood outside the formation, his expression grave, yet his eyes gleamed with a fierce and greedy light. He swiftly formed hand seals, muttering incantations as the speed of the spell intensified. The black space grew increasingly violet, its aura nearly capable of rending the void. The figures of the 7 heavenly lords became indistinct within the space, having fused with the formation, becoming an integral part of this deadly array. Wudi, today marks your demise, the shadowless sect master's voice, piercing through the cacophony of the formation, brimmed with confidence and triumph. This shadowless 7 killing formation was the sect's ultimate trump card. Once ensnared within its grasp, even a quasi-emperor would be stripped of all senses, unable to hear, see, feel, or smell. Even in death, they would remain oblivious to their fate, rendering it a true murderer's paradise. Standing amidst the inky void, Li Wudi appeared as if he had dissolved into nothingness, devoid of sensory perception. The darkness around him was fraught with danger. Yet, Li Wudi seemed unfazed, a curious smile gracing his lips. "It has been a while since I felt the absence of my senses. This formation is rather intriguing." The flower sword immortal furrowed her brow, concern etched upon her features. Even with her current strength, the shadowless seven-killing formation posed a considerable challenge. Would that golden-robed youth emerge unscathed? The nearby, Xuanzi, quasi-emperor, steadfast in his resolve, gazed intently at the dark expanse while positioning himself to obstruct any rescue attempts by the flower sword immortal. Once the shadowless sect's seven-killing formation is unleashed, even I would have to pay a price to escape. This young man dares to let it fully form. Should I commend his audacity or mock his ignorance? Xuanzi Quasi-Emperor's eyes sparkled with fierce determination as he surveyed the crowd within the hall. Convinced that the outcome was already sealed, that he merely needed to wait for the shadowless sect master to eliminate Li Wudi, then join forces to vanquish the flower sword immortal that moment. All opportunities within this palace would belong to them. Shadowless sect master, be swift and decisive. Delay could invite unforeseen changes. The Xuanzi Quasi-Emperor reiterated his warning, urging the shadowless sect master not to test fate, but to strike with lethal intent. Within the formation, the seven shadows, fully merged with the darkness, transformed into reapers of the night, wielding seven pitch-black scythes, launching their assault on Li Wudi from all directions. The scythes emanated a chilling aura, specifically designed to target the primordial spirit. Should they pierce the flesh, the dark energy would infiltrate the wound, consuming the spirit until the cultivator's essence was entirely devoured. Their movements were silent, and with the senses stripped from those ensnared within the formation, the impending crisis went unnoticed. The shadowless sect master beamed with delight as he witnessed the seven reapers approach Li Wudi. He is doomed. Suddenly, Li Wudi struck. Though deprived of sound, a tone of disappointment escaped him. Boring, it's time to end this. Alone in the darkness, a sword blooms with myriad flowers. With a mere flick of his sword, a riot of colors erupted in the dark space. These blossoms spread from his vicinity, rapidly transforming into a vibrant sea of flowers. Each bloom contained boundless vitality, flourishing amidst the darkness, starkly contrasting with the surrounding gloom. These flowers held an infinite sword intent, instantly striking the seven shadows that had taken form as reapers. With a series of nearly simultaneous crisp sounds, the seven shadows were pierced in an instant, dissolving into nothingness. The sea of flowers continued to spread until it filled the entire dark expanse. Though these blossoms appeared resplendent, they concealed the most cutting sword intent and sharpness, the seven heavenly lords. Now the formation's focal point, and the shadowless sect master found themselves ensnared by the floral tide, their faces betraying fear, with no avenue for escape. In a flurry of blooms, the seven heavenly lords were obliterated in this enchanting and beautiful realm of flowers. The shadowless sect master exerted every ounce of effort to defend himself, but found himself powerless to stop the flowers from growing and blooming around him. No, get away. Leave me. He struggled in despair. Yet everything had already been decided. Ultimately, he vanished amidst the breathtaking spectacle of a blooming garden. As the sea of flowers dissipated, Li Wudi slowly turned to face the stunned Xuanzi Quasi-Emperor, yanked back to reality by Li Wudi's gaze. Xuanzi Quasi-Emperor broke into a cold sweat, his face a mask of terror. How could this be? He could hardly believe that the shadowless sect's notorious killing formation had been effortlessly unraveled by Li Wudi's single strike. Both the shadowless sect master and the seven heavenly lords were erased by that seemingly trivial sword. Without uttering a word, Li Wudi swung his sword once more. The dazzling sword light illuminated the hall, akin to the first light of creation. I do not believe you can kill me. Faced with Li Wudi's sword, which possessed the power to obliterate all, a resolute glimmer flashed in Xuanzi Quasi-Emperor's eyes. Burn the imperial essence. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Unless he exerted every ounce of power, he would surely perish here today. Without hesitation, he chose to ignite his own imperial essence. This was a forbidden technique only available to quasi-emperors. sacrificing one's cultivation to unleash a force that surpassed limits for a brief period. The cost? The irrevocable loss of the chance to become a spirit emperor. Pseudo-emperor technique, Xuanzi's sky-covering palm, in a bid to block that sword which seemed to herald the dawn of existence. He poured everything into executing the pseudo-emperor technique. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Xuanzi quasi-emperor's palm struck out fiercely. A massive purple palm imprint surged forth from his hands, entwined with blazing purple flames. The palm imprint contained the power to annihilate heaven and earth, as if it sought to envelop the entire realm. This strike was a culmination of his life as cultivation, a manifestation of his will to survive. In a counterattack against Li Wudi's sword, the purple palm imprint collided violently with the brilliant sword light, unleashing a deafening roar. The entire hall trembled at that moment, the walls cracking and threatening to collapse. Sword light and palm imprint intertwined, radiating brilliance, as energy waves surged forth like a tsunami, obliterating everything in their path. The flower sword immortal watched from afar, secretly awed by the prowess of both Li Wudi and Xuanzi quasi-emperor. The strike unleashed by Xuanzi quasi-emperor, fueled by desperation, had already approached the might of a spirit emperor's casual blow. Yet at the very epicenter of this energy clash, Li Wudi remained utterly unfazed. His expression remained calm and composed, having anticipated the outcome of this encounter. As the sword light met the palm imprint, the seemingly invincible purple palm imprint crumbled in an instant, pierced by the sword light, and dissipated into nothingness. The pseudo-emperor technique was ultimately just a facade. A quasi-emperor was still merely a quasi-emperor, and burning imperial essence could not touch the threshold of a spirit emperor. Li Wudi spoke with an air of extraordinary confidence. Before me, all delusions shall inevitably shatter. The brilliant sword light, undeterred, continued its advance towards the Xuanzi quasi-emperor. Upon witnessing this, Xuanzi quasi-emperor's face drained of color. He could not fathom that even after burning his imperial essence and employing the pseudo-emperor technique, he would still be unable to withstand Li Wudi's strike. No, I refuse to accept this. Xuanzi quasi-emperor's desperate roar echoed. The sword light, swift as lightning, cleaved through him, sending blood spraying and extinguishing the glow of his imperial essence. A generation of quasi-emperor thus fell. With the battle concluded, the hall lay in ruins, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Li Wudi sheathed his sword and surveyed his surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze on the flower sword immortal. Let us depart to eliminate the malevolent spirits here. I still wish to claim the Sword King platform. The flower sword immortal paused for a moment before cautiously inquiring. Exactly are you? Li Wudi's seemingly ordinary sword exuded an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of the aura atop the sword abyss and his sword intent, almost identical to it. She seemed to grasp something, yet found it too absurd to believe that entity had perished 3 epochs ago. Li Wudi offered a faint smile, as if answering yet simultaneously evading the question. You already hold the answer in your heart. Why ask further? Upon hearing those words, the vanishing blossom sword immortal's gaze flickered uncertainly, her heart racing with conjectures that surged like tumultuous waves stirred by a violent tempest, restless and unquenchable. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions, and when she looked towards Li Wudi again, her eyes shimmered with newfound reverence and admiration. The prowess of her senior was unfathomable. The junior indeed harbored suspicions, yet her words bore a hint of hesitation, clearly reflecting lingering doubts about that very conjecture. Li Wudi gently waved his hand, interrupting her discourse. The affairs of the past, like smoke and mist, need not be probed deeply. Our meeting today is a testament to fate. The Sword King platform holds significant meaning for both of us. And once we resolve the malevolent spirits here, we shall each obtain what we seek. With that, he turned his gaze towards the depths of the hall, where the malevolent spirits resided. A chilling and sinister aura wafted forth, inducing a shudder of dread. The vanishing blossom sword immortal nodded. Despite the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, now was not the time for inquiries. However, if it truly was that individual, there was no need for her to showcase her own schemes and risk embarrassment. She guided Li Wudi and Lin Muxian deeper into the hall, making their way towards the entrance of the Sword King platform's miniature world. Within the innermost sanctum of the hall, the malevolent spirit loomed. Its form resembling mist, its voice akin to weeping, as if burdened by the grievances and fears of countless souls. Sensing the arrival of Wudi and the vanishing blossom sword immortal, it let out piercing shrieks, distorting the air around it with its malevolent energy. The heart of the palace was shrouded in a colossal sword formation, intricately woven from the essence of myriad magnolia flowers, both breathtaking and perilous. Its aura transcended the earthly realm, seemingly constituting a world unto itself, repelling all that dared approach. Two towering malevolent spirits stood before this magnolia sword array, their eyes betraying disdain and mockery. The one on the right, a blood-red behemoth, appeared fluid and pliable, as if its form were a pool of coagulated blood, its features and limbs grotesquely twisted, more horrifying than any imaginable demon. It was one of the two malevolent spirit quasi-emperors. The Blood Malice quasi-emperor, aligned with the lineage of the Blood Malice god, drawing power from the slaughter and bloodshed that permeated the world. The more carnage, the more fierce the bloodshed, the stronger this lineage became. The Blood Malice quasi-emperor sneered at the magnolia sword array, obstructing its path, uttering a derisive snort. Humph, another formation. It seems the vanishing blossom sword immortal has exhausted her options. Beside the Blood Malice quasi-emperor was a gray-hued fox serpent, exuding an aura of cunning. The deceptive quasi-emperor, under the command of the god of deceit, grew stronger by feasting on the lies and deceit among all beings, embodying the very essence of trickery. Its sly eyes glimmered with a smirk as it surveyed the array. This is the final formation, Blood Malice. Utilize that artifact to break through it, and the Sword King platform will be within reach. The Blood Malice quasi-emperor furrowed its brow, well aware of the deceptive quasi-emperor's temperament. Since it claimed this was a last formation, there must surely be a contingency plan. It scoffed. Since you assert this is the final formation, why not let you handle the breach? When we stand before a master, I shall not covet your accolades. A hint of lonely mockery flickered in the deceptive quasi-emperor's eyes. Very well, but the vanishing blossom sword immortal's remnants are bringing reinforcements. Our master has instructed us to secure the Sword King platform. I had intended to delay them for you, but it seems you shall have to fend them off yourself. I shall be swift. With that, it dashed into the magnolia sword array before the Blood Malice quasi-emperor could react. Blood Malice. Simply delay them for a quarter of an hour. Do not let on that there are only 3 adversaries. Can you not even stall for a mere quarter of an hour? It was only then that the Blood Malice quasi-emperor realized it had been deceived. From the very beginning, its words had been truthful, crafted to ensnare itself, but a pack of cunning fiends. I truly detest undertaking missions alongside you. The Blood Malice quasi-emperor appeared sullen as it turned to regard the 7 towering malevolent spirits behind it. It felt the lingering pressure of that earlier sword strike. The vanishing blossom sword immortal has summoned troublesome allies. You shall assist me in stalling them for a quarter of an hour. Chapter 91. Annihilation of the malevolent spirits. The Blood Malice quasi-emperor was not foolish. This was the territory of the human race, and reinforcements were ever approaching. Furthermore, they were still within the dominion of the Ascension Alliance, and they were not prepared to expose themselves to its scrutiny. The Master of Malice had quietly extricated himself, intending to surprise the player orchestrating the scheme. To dare calculate even against Malice itself. He would undoubtedly face the repercussions. The 12 Malice gods had yet to fully extricate themselves. Prior to that, they had no intention of entangling themselves too deeply with the remnants of the vanishing blossom sword immortal. At this moment, the Master of Malice remained unaware that the soul-devouring Malice god had already fallen. In the perception of Malice and the Ascension Alliance, the fall of a Malice god had never occurred. They believed Malice to be immortal and indestructible. It was well within the Blood Malice quasi-emperor's understanding of the deceptive quasi-emperor's nature. Once a successful endeavor was achieved, it would inevitably abandon them in haste. It cast a cold gaze towards the deceptive quasi-emperor in the array. A quarter of an hour. After that, regardless of your success or failure, I shall withdraw. The deceptive quasi-emperor maintained a congenial smile upon its cunning visage. That is only natural. The Blood Malice quasi-emperor, accompanied by the 7 towering malevolent spirits, advanced towards Li Wudi and the others. Although their adversaries possessed at least 2 quasi-emperor-level experts, perhaps even 3, the Blood Malice quasi-emperor felt no fear. It was a malevolent spirit, countering myriad paths. Opponents of the same level could hardly exhibit even half their prowess before them to contend with it. The human race would require at least 5 quasi-emperors. The 7 towering malevolent spirits were similarly potent. United, they could even slay a human quasi-emperor. Its only concern lay with the vanishing blossom sword immortal. As a former sword god, she retained too many hidden cards, making her a formidable adversary. Li Wudi, the vanishing blossom sword immortal, and Lin Muxian swept through the front hall and soon arrived at the central hall. Lin Muxian perceived 8 concealed presences drawing near and couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Do these creatures truly believe they are well hidden? That foul stench emanating from them can be detected from afar. However, the vanishing blossom sword immortal did not share Lin Muxian's composure. She slightly closed her eyes. Then her expression shifted, anxiety flooding her features as she opened her eyes wide. This is bad. They're already attacking the final formation. There is no time left. Li Wudi scanned the area with his divine sense. The presence of the 8 malevolent spirits laid bare before him. Annihilate. For these obstacles, Li Wudi offered only a single word. As he uttered the word annihilate, an irresistible force of law enveloped the entire central hall. The hidden malevolent spirits had yet to comprehend the unfolding events when they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. The Blood Malice quasi-emperor stared in shock at its disintegrating form, feeling the essence of life slip away. Bewildered, confused, and terrified. What level of power is this? To erase us with but a single word. In the depths of despair and fear, the Blood Malice quasi-emperor fell. The swiftness and decisiveness with which Li Wudi eradicated the malevolent spirits left both Lin Muxian and the vanishing blossom sword immortal momentarily stunned. Lin Muxian scratched her head. Is it really over this quickly? The vanishing blossom sword immortal set aside her worries, gazing at Li Wudi with reverence. Indeed, with this individual present, what storm could we possibly fear ahead? As Li Wudi stepped forward, the fabric of space shifted, and when clarity returned, Lin Muxian found herself before a magnificent magnolia flower array. The formation was serene and tranquil, seemingly untouched by intrusion. The vanishing blossom sword immortal examined the array, finding it intact and undamaged. Strange, where has that remaining quasi-emperor spirit gone? Was it not supposed to breach this formation? Li Wudi smirked as he regarded the distant void. From the very beginning, it understood that it could not contend with us, deceiving its kin to buy time for its escape. Yet it never anticipated that I would arrive here so swiftly. Did it? Following Li Wudi's gaze, Lin Muxian and the vanishing blossom sword immortal looked up to behold the deceptive quasi-emperor fleeing frantically in the void 30,000 miles away. The two were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a sight. From the moment it sensed Li Wudi's sword intent, the deceptive quasi-emperor had harbored thoughts of retreat, having been suppressed by the sword path for 30,000 years. It had grown exceedingly cautious. Though it countered myriad paths, it was ironically restrained by the primordial sword.